Paradise Beach turned into a death track for lovers. It is believed that an investigation on the heels of a crime is the most effective and often leads to success. The methodology itself implies immediate response, operational collection of evidence, and questioning of witnesses, which significantly increases the chances of quickly solving the case and holding the guilty accountable. However, if it is not possible to identify the perpetrator, the investigation can drag on for years and even decades until the criminal case is frozen and transferred to the archive after the statute of limitations expires. However, sometimes unsolved and seemingly hopeless investigations receive unexpected developments many years later, which helps to find the right lead and achieve results when no one believed it anymore. The case of Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen, which had been gathering dust on the shelves for almost 15 years, is a prime example of this. At the time, it was not possible to solve it despite the operational actions of the investigative team and the high reward offered for any information. The main problem was the lack of motive for such a brutal act against the loving couple. In addition to this, it was not possible to find any witnesses, murder weapons, or any significant clues. It was a typical dead end, and no one hoped that the truth would ever be discovered. However, a decade and a half later, solving this case was helped by another brutal crime. It also turned out that at least 4 people knew what had happened, but all these years they remained silent. Who were Lindsay Cutshall and Jason Allen? Lindsay Cutshall was born in the small town of White Eyes in Coshocton County, Ohio in 1982. She grew up in a very religious family, and her father was a pastor of a Christian community. Despite a strict upbringing from childhood, she was very active, engaged in sports, and later became interested in hiking and extreme tourism. After finishing school, Lindsay became a student at Appalachian Bible College in West Virginia. During those years, she regularly climbed mountains of various difficulty levels, rafted down turbulent mountain rivers, and even organized hikes herself. The young woman dreamed of founding her own summer camp for children and teenagers where she could teach them the basics of survival in the wild, rafting, tourism, and so on. Jason Allen was born in the city of Zeeland in the American state of Michigan in 1978. He also grew up in a deeply religious family and from a teenage age was seriously interested in hiking tours, mastering survival in the wild. The young man was tall, athletic, toned, possessed leadership qualities, and was able to find like-minded people to conquer new heights. The couple met in 2002 during a hiking trip in the Appalachians. At that time, Lindsay was still a student, while Jason worked as a mountain guide and climbing instructor. The young people immediately felt mutual sympathy, and just 6 months after their first meeting, the young man came to the girl's parents and asked for their daughter's hand in marriage. Her parents were not opposed and gave their blessing to the lovers. The young man's parents also approved of his choice, after which the couple was officially engaged. Allen presented the young woman with a beautiful diamond ring for this occasion, which was soon to be complemented by another, an engagement ring. The young couple planned to get married in September 2004, had big plans for their future together, and wanted to buy their own large house where they could live comfortably and raise their children. Unfortunately, these plans were not meant to come true. The final trip. In the summer of 2004, Lindsay and Jason worked as senior counselors at a Christian summer camp called Rock and Water, located in El Dorado County, California. After their wedding, they planned to open their own similar camp. So they were gaining experience and learning the nuances of working with the younger generation. On the evening of Friday, August 14th of that year, the couple decided to take a weekend trip to the San Francisco area. They informed their colleagues of their plans in advance, leaving 2 of the most experienced counselors in charge of the camp. Lindsay and Jason promised to return by Monday, so their short journey was expected to cause no complications, either for the couple or for their temporary replacements. They set off in a 1992 Ford Tempo, owned by Lindsay, and that was the last time anyone saw them alive. By Sunday evening, the counselors had not returned to the camp. But no alarm was raised then, as everyone was confident that the couple would arrive either late at night or early Monday morning. However, when it was discovered after the morning roll call at 8 a.m. that Jason and Lindsay were still missing and their phones were unreachable, their colleagues decided to contact the police and also informed the missing couple's families about the situation. The parents, horrified upon hearing the news, rushed to the camp to learn more about the incident. Everyone knew that the couple was very responsible in their duties. They were never late, and if any unforeseen circumstances had occurred, they would have found a way to communicate that. The challenging search. Upon arrival at the camp, law enforcement officials interviewed the couple's colleagues, and the investigation immediately encountered a serious problem. No one could precisely say where the young couple had gone. It was only known that they planned to explore around San Francisco, and given their great love for adventure and extreme leisure, they could be in the most remote corners where there was neither communication nor civilization. While the police waited the legally mandated 2 days during which the missing were expected to report themselves, relatives and friends decided not to just sit back, but to organize a search themselves. They called everyone they knew, trying to find out when the couple last made contact with anyone, distributed flyers with photos of the bride and groom, and requested anyone who might have seen them to respond immediately. By Tuesday, law enforcement had joined the search operation. The main search unfolded around San Francisco, its suburbs and surroundings. However, the area was vast, and it was simply not possible to thoroughly comb through it. Then, one of the friends noted that the couple loved the wild, rocky beaches that were always beautiful and secluded, prompting the police to focus on these areas. Bodies in sleeping bags. For several days, the search yielded no results, and the hope of finding the couple alive was diminishing rapidly. Then, on Wednesday, August 19th, a patrol helicopter flying over one of the rocky wild beaches reported that 2 bodies were found in sleeping bags on the desolate coast, and it seemed unlikely they were just resting there. The first thing police encountered upon arriving at the scene was a red Ford Tempo parked on a cliff near a lookout point in a small shelter for tourists, from which a steep trail led directly to the scenic wild beach. The car was immediately checked in the database and found to belong to the missing student, Lindsay Cutshaw. Descending the trail to the beach, law enforcement found 2 bright sleeping bags containing individuals. At first, it might have seemed they were merely sleeping, but no response came to calls or noise. Approaching closer, the officers saw that the sleeping bags contained a young man and woman, both showing no signs of life. A brief initial examination suggested that their lives had been taken by gunshot wounds to the head, and given the distinctive smell of decomposition, they had been there for more than a day. All the belongings of the deceased, including mobile phones and wallets containing bank cards and cash, were found beside them. Therefore, a robbery as the main motive was almost immediately ruled out. The keys to the parked car above were also visibly placed, ruling out car theft as a motive. Investigators immediately suspected that the deceased were the same young people who had gone missing last week near San Francisco. Their suspicion was confirmed by documents found nearby under the names Lindsay Cutshaw and Jason Allen, but the bodies still needed to be identified by relatives. The arriving parents of the couple, who had hoped until the last that the remains belonged to someone else, were devastated by grief upon recognizing their children. Investigation and initial theories. Thus, theories involving robbery or an attempted carjacking were dismissed since all valuables, money and keys were left untouched in plain sight. Moreover, forensic analysis revealed no signs of physical assault or intimate assault on the bodies, except for the gunshot wounds to the head. It appeared that Lindsay and Jason were simply sleeping peacefully at the time of the incident and did not have a chance to react. They made no attempt to defend themselves, flee, or even get out of their sleeping bags. Everything pointed to a swift act that resembled an execution or vendetta. But who could have taken the lives of 2 individuals in such a brutal manner and why? The questions multiplied, but no answers were forthcoming. There were no signs that anyone else had stayed in the area. The beach was quite secluded and accessing it via the steep trail was challenging. Despite efforts, no shell casings were found nearby, leading investigators to theorize that the shooter either took them or threw them into the ocean. The shots had been fired at close range into the heads of the sleeping tourists, indicated by specific traces, so the casings, if not deliberately moved, would have been nearby. Interestingly, the beach appeared quite clean. Yet a few meters from where the sleeping bags with the bodies were found, an empty beer bottle lay. The deceased did not drink alcohol as they led a healthy lifestyle, suggesting the bottle might belong to the mysterious shooter. This particular brand of beer was rarely found in the area and likely came from a neighboring state. As no other clues were found, this bottle was considered a significant lead, although it was unclear whether it had any connection to the shooter or the crime. A theory was proposed that the deceased might have had a conflict with someone the day before the tragedy, and their opponent returned at night with a weapon to settle the score. Although Jason and Lindsay were very friendly with everyone, it was not excluded that they might have inadvertently displeased someone either in appearance or for some other reason. Additionally, the shooter could have been intoxicated or mentally unstable. From the bullets extracted from the victim's skulls, experts determined they were fired from a Marlin brand rifle, .45 caliber, model 1894, produced by Marlin Firearms Company. This was a rare weapon that might have been part of a collector's arsenal. Such models were typically used for hunting. This clue was significant for the ongoing investigation, but it remained the only one for the time being. Investigators speculated that the shooter was likely a male acting alone. He could have been a hunter, collector, or firearm enthusiast. The couple's route, search, and witness interviews. The investigation now aimed to establish the route the couple had taken, who they might have contacted, and when they were last seen alive. The first task presented few issues, as the couple had taken numerous photos, and their camera remained untouched among their personal belongings. Additionally, in the tourist cabin near the lookout point where they parked their car, there was a guest book where visitors could leave notes. The engaged couple had written a couple of entries expressing that it was one of the best weekends of their lives, filled with love, happiness, and the discovery of perhaps the most beautiful beach they had ever seen. It was discovered that on Saturday, the couple had stopped at a fishing pier about 20 miles from where their lives were ultimately taken. This was evidenced by the photographs they had taken there, prompting law enforcement to visit the area and speak with locals in search of potential witnesses. Many remembered the young couple traveling in a red car. They were looking for a place to stay overnight, but found no vacancies in any of the 3 nearby hotels. This was because August is peak tourist season in the area, and most travelers booked their accommodations well in advance. The couple then dined at a local restaurant, walked around the area, took several photos, and set off again in the evening. According to everyone who saw and interacted with them, they were friendly, engaged in no conflicts, and appeared happy and carefree. None of the witnesses could recall anything suspicious or unusual. Notably, the beach where the bodies were found was located in a protected area where camping was prohibited. However, since the young people could not find a place to stay overnight, they decided to settle on the beach, but chose not to set up a tent, instead using their sleeping bags. They believed that on a warm August night on a secluded beach, they faced no threats and planned to head back at dawn to return to the rock and water camp on Sunday as promised. This information helped narrow down the time frame during which the couple was likely taken from life. They went to sleep but did not survive until morning, indicating they were likely taken from life between 11 o'clock Saturday night and dawn on Sunday. The first suspect. Although the investigation into the double taking of life was in full swing and news broadcasts urged anyone with any relevant information to contact the police, law enforcement withheld certain details. In particular, the results of the ballistics analysis were kept secret to avoid alerting the suspect and prompting them to hastily dispose of the weapon used in the crime. Initially, suspicion fell on a local drifter who periodically slept on that very beach and had been seen nearby on the evening before the crime. The homeless man, mentioned by some witnesses, was quickly located, brought to the station, and interrogated. The 57-year-old suspect had no alibi for the night of the crime. However, his involvement could not be confirmed. The main reasons were the absence of the weapon used in the crime and the fact that his DNA did not match that found on the beer bottle discovered on the beach. A new phase of the investigation in 2006. For nearly 2 years, the investigation had been at a standstill with no clear direction on how to proceed. Then, in the spring of 2006, law enforcement decided to publicize the data they had on the weapon used in the crime and to reach out again to potential witnesses by offering a $50,000 reward for any useful information that could lead to the perpetrator. Following this announcement, about 1,000 calls came in, but most did not aid the advancement of the investigation. However, Law enforcement became interested in 26-year-old Sean Gallin, pointed out by several locals. According to them, the young man collected firearms and bladed weapons, behaved aggressively, was frequently involved in conflicts, threatened acts of violence, and occasionally damaged other people's property. Sean was arrested and questioned. He had previously been on the police's radar for brawling, hooliganism, and driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs. He indeed had an impressive collection of weapons, but the specific rifle in question was not among them. Verifying his alibi from 2 years prior proved impossible, and his DNA did not match the sample found on the beer bottle at the crime scene. So Gallin had to be released. A suspect from another country? Simultaneously, another suspicious and aggressive drifter came under scrutiny, often seen with a firearm, frightening the local residents. His name was Joseph Henry Burgess, and he was 61 years old at the time of the couple's demise. Burgess often ranted about receiving commands from God. It was discovered that in the late 1970s, Joseph lived in Canada, where he also wandered aimlessly. In 1978, he joined the Commune of the Children of God, positioning himself as a deeply religious person. And according to those around him, he was quite the fanatic. He soon had a conflict with two young people that escalated into outright enmity. And a few weeks later, these individuals were found lifeless, each with several close-range gunshot wounds to the head. Notably, their bodies were also discovered on a beach in sleeping bags, seemingly taken while they slept. By the time the police arrived, Burgess had vanished. His guilt was proven through numerous left-behind clues, but he could not be convicted as he had fled to the USA, crossing the border illegally. He managed to evade capture for nearly a quarter of a century until the police connected him with the double homicide on a beach in California. However, they were unable to interrogate him as a shootout occurred during his apprehension, resulting in the deaths of a police sergeant and Burgess himself, who opened fire, a fatal echo from the past. In the spring of 2017 in Forestville, California, a tragedy unfolded one night on March 14th. Gunshots rang out in the Gallin family home, prompting alarmed neighbors to immediately call the police. The victim was 35-year-old Seamus Gallin, and the perpetrator was his older brother, Sean. An argument had erupted between the siblings, during which Sean, under the influence of prohibited substances, grabbed a firearm and discharged 3 bullets into his younger brother. Police recognized the shooter's name as Sean had previously been detained as a suspect in the double homicide on the beach, but was released due to a lack of evidence. Since then, he had been in police sites twice for property damage and making threats, but had only received fines. It was also discovered that the detainee was an avid hunter and had a hobby of crafting knives and other bladed weapons. Those around him described him as antisocial, aggressive, and unpredictable. After taking his brother's life, Sean attempted to flee but was almost immediately apprehended. Law enforcement then decided to thoroughly reinvestigate this man's potential involvement in a couple's perpetration from 13 years prior. His personal social media page revealed much, where he posted pictures of his substantial weapon collection and discussed supposed telepathic and extrasensory abilities. According to his posts, he believed he was on a special mission, receiving assignments from space. This seemed like delusions of a disturbed mind, and police suspected Sean indeed had serious mental disorders. He stubbornly refused to cooperate with the investigation, spoke nonsensically, and insisted on his innocence. However, when detectives checked the personal messages on his deceased brother's page, they found something intriguing. Back in 2006, when a $50,000 reward was offered for information on the double homicide case, Sean's former girlfriend had messaged Seamus, suggesting she could claim the reward by turning in her ex-boyfriend. They both knew everything but kept silent. Unfortunately, questioning either was no longer possible since the brother had been shot and the woman had died in a car accident 2 years earlier. An unexpected confession. Initially, Sean denied any involvement and refused to speak. But when shown the printouts of the messages between his former girlfriend and his brother, he surprisingly confessed and began to give a detailed account. His narrative not only surprised, but shocked law enforcement. Despite more than 13 years passing since the double homicide, Gao Lin remembered the details of that night vividly. That evening, he had left his house with a Marlin rifle, intending to hunt in a wooded area. He aimlessly wandered for a couple of hours before descending a trail to a wild beach, which he claimed was a spot to encounter boars. As he walked along the shore, he spotted two bright sleeping bags. Approaching closer, he discovered a young man and woman sound asleep inside. He stood watching them for several minutes, then suddenly heard voices in his head commanding him to end their lives. Sean claimed this was the mission from space he could not ignore. He placed the barrel of his rifle almost against the young man's head and pulled the trigger. The sound woke the young woman, but before she could comprehend the situation, a second shot ended her life as well. He decided to collect the casings and carried them away in a beer can he had emptied while descending to the beach. Later, according to him, he tossed the can into some bushes in his father's backyard, where he went to give the rifle to his father and asked him to hide it. His elderly father asked no questions and simply buried the weapon in the dirt floor of the cellar in his old barn. Remarkably, Sean's claims were verified. The rifle was found at the site of the now-collapsed barn, and the beer can with the casing still rested in the overgrown bushes in the backyard. The fact that the murderer's father had passed away in 2009 and his property had since fallen into disrepair and abandonment helped preserve these items. It turned out that the bottle found on the beach had no connection to the crime and was mistakenly considered as evidence. Forensic psychiatric evaluation. Sean Gao Lin blamed the voices in his head, which he claimed ordered him to commit acts of violence, and asserted that he was not aware of his actions. His defense attorneys also insisted that Sean was mentally ill and unfit to stand trial. It was up to qualified psychiatrists to determine the truth of these claims. The evaluation revealed that the accused did indeed suffer from a range of mental disorders, exacerbated by the effects of alcohol and prohibited substances. However, at the time of the crime, he acted deliberately, carefully planning each step. Sean was fully aware of how to proceed and how to cover his tracks to avoid police detection. This was precisely why he first ended the life of the young man, knowing that if anything went awry, the woman would not be able to resist. For the same reason, he took the casings with him and prudently gave the rifle to his father, asking him to hide it. According to the psychiatrists, although Gao Lin had mental deviations, he was competent to stand trial and be held accountable for his actions. What was surprising in this complex case was that his parents, brother, and former girlfriend knew, or at least suspected, that he had committed the double homicide, yet none of them had turned him over to the police. Trial and sentence. The trial of the accused took place in the spring of 2019, nearly 15 years after the brutal act against the couple. On June 17th of that year, Sean Gao Lin was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 94 years for the end of his own brother's life in 2017. The convicted man is now serving his sentence in a special prison unit designated for particularly dangerous inmates with mental disorders. He continues to claim that he hears voices and behaves aggressively. Hence, he is kept under special surveillance to prevent him from harming himself or anyone else nearby. Lastly, it should be noted that the motive for the double homicide was never established. Sean simply saw the couple sleeping on the beach and decided to end their lives. This case is of India's first famous perfume expert, Monica Good. The reason for Monica's murder and the method used by the killer shook the entire India. The date was actually October 6, 2016. Monica Gurdy resided in the village named Sangolda in the famous state of Goa in India. Goa is known for its famous beaches, culture, climate, and historical places. Besides, here you can also get a chance to witness colorful architecture, greenery, and beautiful sunsets daily. Actually, Monica lived in a 3-bedroom rented apartment in a society named Supna Raj Valley in Sangolda village. As usual, at around 9 to 10 in the morning, Monica's maid arrives at her house and rings the doorbell of Monica's apartment. However, there is no response from inside. Then the maid rings the bell again, but still no response. Then she tries calling out several times and rings the bell 3 or 4 more times. Additionally, she knocks on the door, but still there is no sound from inside and no one opens the door. This situation feels very strange to the maid because Monica has never done this before. Feeling a little anxious now, she calls Monica's brother, Anand Gada, who lives in Mumbai, and explains the entire situation to him. After this, Monica's brother, Anand, calls Monica's phone, but there is no response from the other end. He keeps trying to connect with his sister through calls, but Monica doesn't pick up the phone. After that, Ammon calls Monica's neighbor, who lived in the adjacent apartment, and Monica had also left a duplicate key to her. Shortly after Ammon's call, the woman arrives outside Monica's house with the duplicate key. She then opens the door with the same duplicate key. And as soon as Monica's neighbor and her maid enter the house, both scream because Monica was lying straight on the bed, and hands were tied behind the bed, and there was no clothing on the lower part of her body. Additionally, Monica was not moving at all. Seeing all this, Monica's neighbor immediately calls the police. Soon after, the Goa police arrive at Monica's apartment with some lady police officers, an ambulance, and doctors. However, when some doctors cover Monica's body and check her pulse, it is found that Monica has passed away. Afterwards, the dead body is sent for postmortem, and then the room is searched. The police searched the room, but the surprising thing was that there was no evidence of forced entry anywhere in the entire apartment. There were eggshells in the room, suggesting they had been eaten recently. Then Monica's purse was checked, but apart from some debit card bills, the police found no evidence in it. Now, to find evidence, the police consider examining all the CCTV footage in the society. But then they find out that there are no CCTV cameras installed in that society. Besides this, the police also question the people living in Sapna Raj Valley. However, nobody has seen any suspicious person entering or leaving Monica's house in the past day. Nevertheless, the police also investigate from the angle of theft. But nothing was missing from Monica's flat that could indicate that this murder was committed for theft. Looking at all these things, the police believe that whoever murdered Monica had some information about her because no one forcefully entered the flat and nothing was stolen from the house. However, Monica was married, but due to some disputes, she had been living alone for a year. Therefore, the police's suspicion first falls on Monica's husband, Bharath Ramanrutham. After that, the police interrogate him about this murder, but nothing comes to light during the interrogation that would make them suspect him. In fact, Monica was the daughter of a former judge in Mumbai, Ramesh Kurder, and she was initially a photographer, but later she started researching on perfumes. After this, in a short span of time, she became a successful perfume expert. Due to her profession, Monica was quite famous not only in her society, but also throughout the city, often seen hobnobbing with big businessmen. Therefore, as soon as news of Monica's murder surfaced, the entire state of Goa was in shock. At that time, this was the news running on every news channel in the country, and the public wanted to know who the mystery killer was. Meanwhile, Monica's post-mortem report also arrives, revealing that Monica died due to suffocation, and it also becomes clear that she was raped. Anyway, the police had investigated the case from every angle so far, but they had neither found any suspects nor any clues. But then, during the investigation that evening, a police officer suddenly remembers that they had found some debit card bills from Malika's purse, but they hadn't found any debit card during the entire search. Afterwards, the Goa police approached the bank regarding the bills of that debit card and request to check the transaction details of that card. It is found out that on the morning of October 6th at 6 o'clock, this card was used at an ATM in Porvorim area. Porvorim is merely 4 to 5 kilometers away from Sapnaraj Valley. Following this, the police instruct the bank to keep an eye on this card and also scrutinize the CCTV footage of the ATM in Porvorim. The face of the boy who withdrew money from that card was captured on the ATM camera. Subsequently, with the CCTV footage in hand, the Goa police reached Sapna Raj Valley. As soon as the local CBIS footage, they recognized the boy shown in the footage immediately and identify him as Raj Kumar, who used to be the old security guard here. However, he was fired from his job 2 months ago on charges of theft. For the Goa police, this was a major success because for the first time in this case, the police had a name and a face of suspect. Now, when the police check Rajkumar's background, they find out that Rajkumar, 21, is from Bathinda city in Punjab state, and there have been several theft cases registered against him before. The police had all the information about Rajkumar, but the challenge now was how to catch him. So, to catch Rajkumar, the Goa police started waiting for the next transaction for Monika's debit card. Some time passes, and suddenly the police find out that recently some money has been withdrawn from an ATM in Bangalore City using this card. Let us tell you that Bangalore City is about 370 miles away from Sangolda village. Upon seeing this, the Goa police immediately spring into action and contact the Bangalore City police. After that, Bangalore police checked the CCTV footage of that ATM, and Rajkumar's face was clearly visible in the footage of that ATM as well. Following this, Bangalore police took Rajkumar's photo and began questioning all hotels and lodges around that ATM. After a while, a man at the reception of one hotel recognizes Rajkumar's photo and says, "Yes, a man with this face is staying in our hotel, but he has gone out for some work right now." Afterwards, some police officers dressed in civilian clothes stand outside the same hotel, waiting for Rajkumar to arrive. But as soon as Rajkumar returns to the hotel after a while, the police officers recognize him and apprehend him. Now, because the police officers were in civilian clothes, Rajkumar doesn't even recognize them. Just like that, on October 8, 2016, 2 days after Monika's murder, Rajkumar is arrested from a hotel in Bangalore. Then Goa police are contacted. Afterwards, the Goa police arrive in Bangalore and take Rajkumar to Goa with transit remand from the court. Now the interrogation begins, and due to the firm questioning by the police, Rajkumar admits to killing Monika. When the police ask him why he did it, he narrates his entire story to the police, and the story goes something like this. Actually, in the month of June, 39-year-old Monika decides to shift to Goa for her perfume business, for which Monika starts looking for a rented flat. And on June 7, 2016, she reaches Sapna Raj Valley to see a flat. At the society's gate, Monika meets security guard Rajkumar. And the society's management had already called Rajkumar beforehand, informing him that a woman would come to see a flat, so show her the flat. Afterwards, Rajkumar shows Monika the flat, and after seeing it, Monika leaves from there. But what happens here is that during showing the flat, Rajkumar falls in love with Monika unilaterally. Now, day and night, he kept thinking only about Monika. About 4 to 5 days pass like this. And then one day Rajkumar becomes very happy because that day Monika had come to shift to Sapna Raj Valley with her belongings. After that, Monika tells Rajkumar that the flat he showed her, he has taken that flat. Now, because Rajkumar was very happy, he himself, with the help of 2 people, delivers Monika's belongings to her apartment. Rajkumar does this because he wanted to see Monika repeatedly. But because he was a security guard, he didn't get many chances to see and meet Monika. But then one day an idea comes to his mind, and he goes to his manager and says that he wants to do the cleaning and maintenance work of the society's cars along with his duty, because he is in desperate need of money. After hearing Rajkumar's need, the manager also agrees to his proposal, because he thinks that this way Rajkumar will earn some extra money, and the needs of the people living in the society will also be fulfilled. However, Rajkumar had something else in his mind, and after this he goes straight to Monika's apartment. After that, he tells Monika that now he can also clean her car, but it will cost her some extra money. Monika also agrees to this, because she didn't have enough time to do household chores while handling her business. Now Rajkumar started cleaning Monika's car and would use the pretext of exchanging keys to also visit Monika's apartment, where he would see Monika 3 or 4 times a day. But it was due to the cleaning of this very car that one day Rajkumar loses his job. It so happened that one day Monika's umbrella went missing from this car. Monika asks Rajkumar about it, but he says he didn't see any umbrella in the car. After this, Monika complains to the society management and says that today not only my umbrella, but many other persons' things have gone missing just like before. If such incidents continue to happen in the society, it will tarnish its reputation. Now, after hearing Monika's complaint, the society management takes this matter seriously and begins an investigation. It is then found out that only Rajkumar used to open Monika's car for cleaning, besides Monika herself. After that, a search is conducted in the guard room where Rajkumar used to stay, and Monika's umbrella is also recovered from there. Now, since thefts were already a concern in society, after Monika's umbrella is found, suspicion falls entirely on Rajkumar. As a result, on July 22, 2016, Rajkumar is dismissed from his job on theft charges. From here, the story takes a new turn. While Rajkumar had deeply loved Monika before, now he starts to harbor a significant amount of hatred towards her. However, after being dismissed from his job, Rajkumar leaves and starts working as a laborer in the Panna area of Goa. But even there, he only works for a few days. During this time, he meets Monika twice and asks her to withdraw the theft complaint. But Monika flatly refuses. Now, hearing this, Rajkumar gets even angrier. But he couldn't do anything at that moment. After that, Rajkumar arrives in Chennai in search of a job, then goes to Mumbai from there, and finally spends some time working in Pune city. Everywhere, Rajkumar earns his living by doing odd jobs. But when he doesn't find any decent job anywhere, he returns to Goa on the 2nd of October, 2016. But this time, he had something planned in Goa. There was still a lot of hatred against Monika in his mind. The very next day, that is, on the 3rd of October in the afternoon, Rajkumar reaches Sapna Raj Valley again. He enters the society through the main gate, and by chance, no one sees him entering. Then he goes straight to Monika's apartment below, but he notices that Monika's car is not parked there. Seeing this, he understands that Monika is not at home at the moment. However, instead of leaving from there, Rajkumar decides to wait for Monika to arrive in the society. Now, because Rajkumar knows every route in the society, he decides to hide on the terrace of the society because generally no one comes to the terrace. Meanwhile, Rajkumar keeps looking down repeatedly and checks Monika's car. But even after the whole October 3rd passes, Monika's car is not seen. Then the next day, October 4th comes, but Monika's car still doesn't show up. And then October 4th also passes. On October 5th, Monika's car was checked several times by Rajkumar since morning, but it wasn't seen. Now, it had been almost 2 days since he stayed on the terrace. There was neither food to eat nor anything to drink on the terrace during this time. Many times, Rajkumar felt like leaving from there, but the fire of revenge didn't let him go, and fueled by this vengeance, Rajkumar spent more than 48 hours hungry and thirsty on the terrace. Around 3:30 p.m. on October 5th, 2016, Rajkumar came down once again. And this time he saw Monika's car parked. This meant that Monika had returned home. Seeing this, there was a strange smile on Rajkumar's face. But then he went back to the terrace and started waiting for darkness. After that, he comes downstairs around 6:30 in the evening and rings Monika's flat doorbell when Monika asks who. Rajkumar identifies himself as a security supervisor. Hearing this, Monika opens the door. But as soon as she does, Rajkumar forcefully pushes her and then shuts the door from inside. Before Monika can comprehend anything, Rajkumar takes out a knife from his pocket and warns her, "If you make noise, I'll stab you." Still, Monika screams loudly to protect herself, but Rajkumar covers her mouth with his hand. Then Rajkumar takes Monika to the bathroom, intimidating and controlling her. After that, he forcefully takes Monika to the bedroom at knife point, lays her on the bed, ties both her hands behind the bed first, then ties both her legs as well. Now, Rajkumar demands money from Monika at knife point. Upon seeing herself trapped, Monika also gets very nervous. So she tells the Rajkumar, "Take all the money in the purse." After that, the Rajkumar empties Monika's entire purse. About 4,000 Indian rupees come out of the purse, like $48. But the Rajkumar's desire is not satisfied with that, and he asks Monika for more money. So Monika says, "I only have this much money right now. If you need more money, I have a debit card. Take it and withdraw money from the ATM." The Rajkumar didn't know how to use a debit card. Still, he learns from Monika how to use it. So systematically, Monika tells him the way to withdraw money, how to insert the card into the ATM machine, then select the language, and then how to enter the secret PIN. And along with that, she also tells him her debit card's PIN number. I think maybe in that situation, Monika feels that now Rajkumar will leave her and go from here. Then she will complain to the police, and Rajkumar will be caught through the location of the debit card. takes the money and card and puts a cloth in Monica's mouth. After doing all this, he now knew that Monica could not do anything, so he leaves from there with great confidence and then goes to the kitchen. He takes out water from the fridge, boils the eggs, eats them with great ease, and there was no hurry for him. He was eating and drinking with great comfort because he knew that Monica lived alone in that flat. Now, he also takes out ice cream from the fridge and eats it. Besides, he also eats chocolate, meaning that all the hunger and thirst he had been suffering for 2 days on the terrace is satisfied now. It was around 12 o'clock at night by all this. When his stomach is full again, he returns to Monica. He takes her phone, although it was locked, but Rajkumar's unlock it by forcing Monica. Then Rajkumar opens an adult site on her phone and forcibly shows her 3 adult videos. Feeling all this, Monica becomes even more anxious because she realized that Rajkumar was not going to let her go now. Then Rajkumar unties the rope from Monica's legs and removes all the clothes from her waist down. Then he fulfills his desire that had been in his mind since the first day he saw Monica. It was nearly 2 a.m. in the morning by now, and Rajkumar had been in Monica's apartment for almost 8 hours when Rajkumar's desire was filled. He gets nervous for the first time when the question arises in his mind whether Monica knows him well, and if he leaves Monica alive, she will tell the police about it, and then the Rajkumar will be punished. So the prince lifted a pillow from the same bed and began to suffocate Monica's mouth and kept pressing until she died. Then the Rajkumar got up from there comfortably and went to the bathroom again. After that, Rajkumar shaved his beard, then he bathed. And at 3:30 a.m. on October 6, 2016, in the darkness, he sneaked out of the Supna Valley stealthily. Then at 6 a.m., after withdrawing money from the ATM, he went to Bangalore, where the police arrested him. After hearing the entire story, all the police officers were quite surprised. After that, the Goa police gathers all the evidence against Rajkumar. Then on January 6, 2017, a 228-page charge sheet is present in court charging murder, rape, and robbery. However, the trial of this case is still ongoing. Let's see when the criminal will be punished. If there is any update in this case, we will update you through the channel's community post. So friends, this was the complete story of the Monica Gurd murder case. Sacramento, the state capital of California, is a perfect blend of culture and business. Located at the convergence of the Sacramento River and the American River, this farm-to-fork capital holds a decent population. The greenery around Sacramento is a relief considering the heat in California. It is one of the best places to live in the United States. However, it wasn't the safest place for Nancy Benalik on the fateful night of October 25, 1970. The night brought a cloud of darkness into the Benalik family by turning their world upside down. Nancy Marie Benalik was born on June 13, 1942 in Nevada, California. Around 1970, 28-year-old Nancy was living with her cat in an apartment complex on Arden Way, Bell Street in Sacramento. Apartment number 17 is where Nancy lived, and it was a beautiful second-story apartment. She was working as a court reporter in the Sacramento District Court. Now we do not have much information about Nancy's family, but she did have a sister, Linda, who loved, adored, and pampered Nancy all the time. The fall of October 1970 was the happiest time for Nancy. She was happily engaged to her fiancé, Faris N. Salami. Salami, being the chief public defender in the Sacramento District Court, the same courthouse where Nancy worked, was well settled in his life. Set to marry just after a month on November 28, 1970, this happy couple was spending a lot of time together during this time. One fateful October night, Nancy Benalik and Farah Salami went out for dinner. After spending the evening together, they returned to Nancy's apartment and chatted for some time. Once Nancy fell asleep, Salami decided to go to his own home. The clock showed 11:30 p.m. when Salami left the Bell Street apartment. He left the sliding glass door open just a bit so that Nancy's cat could go in and out overnight. It was Nancy's habit, which he simply just followed that night. Never in his mind had the thought occur that that was the last time he would see his fiancée. But indeed, it was the last time that anybody ever saw Nancy Marie Benalik alive. Eventually, Coworkers grew worried when Nancy did not show up for work on the morning of October 26, 1970. It was unlike her to not show up without any notice beforehand. Nancy's coworker and friend, Yoella Moncrief, called her son Jack to go to her apartment and check on her. He knocked on the door repeatedly, but no one answered. That was when panic started, and Jack rushed to the building manager for help. Initially, the manager was hesitant, but after narrating the situation, Jack was able to convince the manager to open the door of Nancy's apartment. With a passkey, the manager opened the door and they both went inside to witness the gruesome scene that they would not forget for the rest of their lives. Inside the bedroom of Nancy Benelick's second-story Bell Street apartment, a horrific crime scene was waiting for Jack and the apartment manager as they entered. Nancy was lying dead in her bed and a pool of her blood brutally stabbed to death. She had stab wounds all over her body, including many defensive wounds on her arms. She was assaulted so horrifically that her head was nearly decapitated. Authorities were alerted immediately and they arrived a few minutes later. Blood was everywhere at the crime scene, but no fingerprints were found inside the apartment, which indicated that the murderer had probably worn tape on his fingers to avoid fingerprints, as gloves were not as easily available in the 1970s. A blood trail was discovered by the authorities to run from the second-story balcony down to the sidewalk below. It didn't end there. It followed the sidewalk to two other apartment buildings and ended in the parking lot. Investigators at the time believed that the murderer escaped the parking lot in a vehicle. The blood trail indicated that the murderer probably sustained knife wounds. Nancy's body was taken to the medical examiner's office for closer inspection. They had concluded that Nancy had more than 30 stab wounds all over her body. Investigators believe that Nancy was murdered between midnight of the 25th of October and the early hours of October 26, 1970. No suspects were ever identified, even after interviewing over 500 people within a month of the murder. Despite the blood evidence, there were not many leads to go on. Nancy had no known enemies, and no one knew who could have done such brutality to her. The motive was unclear, but crime scene reconstruction pointed out how the suspect got entry into her apartment. Investigators believe that the suspect was an agile person who climbed up the second-story balcony and entered Nancy's room through the slightly open door while she was sleeping. Also, a lot of defensive wounds were found on Nancy's arms and hands, proving that she gave a hell of a fight before going down. Perhaps that was how the killer was injured during the assault, which caused him to leave the blood trail behind. In the 1970s, as technology was not as advanced as it is today, they could only determine someone's blood group from the blood left at the crime scene. But with no reliable evidence and no leads to go on, the case went cold. Of course, there were a few actions taken throughout the years, but families and friends had to wait for decades before the murder was finally solved. During the investigation, detectives found a shocking piece of news that earlier in the same year when Nancy was murdered, another woman named Judith Hikari was also killed in the same area. Detectives found many similarities between them. Both women were around the same age, lived just a mile away from each other, and were soon to be married. For many years, detectives believed there was a connection between the two murders. It was speculated that both women were the victims of the infamous Zodiac killer, but there was never any physical evidence to prove it. Sadly, till now, Judith Hikari's murder remains unsolved. In 2004, a DNA profile was developed from the blood collected from the crime scene and was uploaded to the state and national CODIS databases, but it yielded no matches with any offender's profile. Nobody could stop the case from turning cold. All the while, the family was mourning the loss of Nancy. 15 years later, in November of 2019, detectives from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Cold Case Team and investigators from the District Attorney's Office launched a forensic genetic genealogy investigation using the same technology that was employed to identify the notorious Golden State Killer. The DNA profile was uploaded on the open-source genealogy website to find people who could be related to the suspect, which the detectives eventually did. It took 3 more years for a result to come out. And finally, on July 21, 2022, the murderer of 28-year-old Nancy Marie Benelick was identified as Richard John Davis. All the while, time was passing. These past 50 years, science was evolving. Sacramento County District Attorney and Marie Schubert stated in the media, referring to the decades-old case. Richard John Davis was born on March 22, 1943. At the time of committing the crime, he was 27 years old and while living in the same apartment complex as Nancy. While Nancy lived in apartment number 17, Davis lived in number 23. They were on opposite ends of a pool. Nancy's apartment could be seen across the pool from Davis's apartment. In a press conference referring to the motive of the murder, retired detective Mickey Lynx said that Richard Davis intended to do what he did that day. He broke into Nancy's apartment on the night of the murder by climbing the balcony. He put masking tape over every one of his fingers to conceal fingerprints, so premeditation was there. Though no one could say for sure, detectives took a guess that Richard might have had a crush on his neighbor Nancy and killed her after learning about her marriage. Schubert was informed that out of the 500 people interviewed by the sheriff's office in the first month following the murder, Davis and his roommate were also present. However, they both provided strong alibis for each other. Davis had no prior convictions except for a driving under the influence charge. That was probably the reason why there was no DNA match in the Cody's database at the initial stages of the investigation. Nancy's family had lost hope that this case would ever be solved, as did Mr. Salami, Nancy's then-fiancé. Indeed, after 52 long years, the oldest cold case in Sacramento County was finally solved in 2022. Ferris Salami could never see this long-awaited day as he died of leukemia at the age of 84 on February 2, 2014. Nancy was never forgotten, Schubert said to reporters. As I told Linda and Tom, she was always at the top of the list. At the sheriff's office and our office, in the crime lab and so many other folks, has Nancy's sister Linda Cox and her husband Tom Cox listened to her speech while being seated beside her at the press conference. The perpetrator, Richard Davis, however, would elude justice as he died on November 2, 1997 at the age of 54 due to illness as a result of alcoholism. Mickey Lynx told the reporters that if the killer was alive, he would have been charged with premeditated murder. About the serial killer evading justice, Mickey Lynx regretted stating, "Sadly, there won't be any form of legal justice. But Linda and Tom, I hope this brings you, Nancy, and your family some peace." In a signed statement, Linda Cox stated that she remembers her sister. "After almost 52 years of missing my sister, we owe Mickey Lynx so much gratitude. How many times have my husband Tom and I said Nancy would have loved our ranch, all our animals and land with wide open spaces. We have missed sharing our children and grandchildren so much more." Unfortunately, Nancy's family never got to see the man who took their dear one's life behind bars. Although he evaded mortal punishment, we can only hope that he had to answer for his crimes to a higher power. But in the end, Nancy's family made amends with the closure they got. Do you think if not for forensic DNA technology would this crime have ever been solved? Let us know in the comments section what your insight is into this tragic case. Lori Vallow Daybell, often called the Doomsday Mom, has become infamous for her alleged role in a chilling case that shocked the nation. She stands accused of murdering her children, Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow, who disappeared in September 2019, reportedly because she believed they were possessed by evil spirits. Back in 2006, Lori and her then-husband Charles Vallow seemed to have the perfect life. After marrying the successful businessman, Lori appeared to be in a happy marriage, raising her daughter Tylee Ryan from a previous relationship. But beneath that image of domestic bliss, Lori's past was far more complicated and troubling. Born Lori Noreen Cox on June 26, 1973, in San Bernardino, California, she would go on to have a string of marriages before her life spiraled into chaos. At 19, she married her high school sweetheart, Nelson Yanes, but the union ended shortly after. At 22, she wed William LaGioia in Travis County, Texas, on October 22, 1995, and welcomed a son, Colby, the following year. Their marriage ended in divorce in 1998. In 2001, Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr., who adopted Colby, and the couple had a daughter, Tylee, in 2002. However, the relationship soon soured. Ryan filed for divorce in 2004, and it was finalized in 2005. From that point forward, Lori's life began to take a dark and unsettling turn. In 2007, Ryan was attacked by Lori's brother, Alexander Lamar Alex Cox, who claimed Ryan had been abusive to Lori and the children. Cox tasered Ryan and threatened to murder him. He pled guilty and was sentenced to 90 days in jail, which he served in Austin, Texas. But that didn't stop Lori from playing the same trick again of using her brother to get rid of an inconvenient husband. On February 24, 2006, Lori married Leland Anthony Vallow, commonly known as Charles Vallow, in Las Vegas, Nevada. Vallow, a lifelong Catholic, became a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, converting to his new wife's faith. Vallow had 2 sons from a previous marriage, Nicholas and Zachary Chase. In 2013, Lori and Charles Vallow adopted J.J. Vallow. He was the grandson of Charles's sister. J.J. had autism, and April Raymond, who was Lori's friend, says Lori was a patient and ideal mother for him. Veja Itate Howe met the Vallow family when they lived in Arizona. She says Tylee embraced her role as a big sister, and that Tylee even jokingly referred to JJ as her own child. Sometime around 2017, relatives say Lori's relationship with her children changed. Her friends say she had been reading the books of Doomsday author Chad Daybell. Daybell, who wrote several fiction books about preparing for the end of the world, lived outside Rexburg, Idaho. In 2018, Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. Lori's friends say there was a connection between the two and they began doing religious podcasts together. Daybell was also married. Together with his wife Tammy Daybell, he was raising 5 children. But what kind of man was Chad Daybell, really? Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968 in Provo, Utah. He married Tamara Tammy Douglas in Manti, Utah on March 9, 1990. He graduated from Brigham Young University in 1992 with a BA in journalism and worked as a cemetery sexton or gravedigger, among other jobs. In 2004, Chad founded Spring Creek Book Company, which he used to self-publish his end times fiction and other religious books. His partner in this venture was a man identified in the media only by the name Douglas, a graphic artist and manager. Chad and Tammy's 5 children were named Garth, Emma, Seth, Leah, and Mark. In 2005, Chad claimed he heard a voice telling him to relocate to Rexburg, Idaho. He and Tammy moved there from Springville, Utah that June. Around 2015, Lori read Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books, reportedly becoming obsessed with them. In 2016, the Vallow family moved back to Arizona. In the fall of 2018, Lori and her friend Melanie Gibb attended a Preparing a People event, where Lori was introduced to Chad for the first time. According to Gibb, by the end of the weekend, Chad told Lori the two had been married in 7 previous lifetimes. The two soon began communicating privately. Several weeks after their initial meeting, Lori's husband left town on a business trip and Lori held an intimate overnight gathering at her home. In attendance were both Gibb and Chad, who was speaking at another conference in Mesa, Arizona. Gibb later recalled Chad lavishing attention on Lori and expounding upon his unusual religious beliefs and the deeper mysteries of God with a small group of the overnight guests. According to Gibb, Chad stated he had lived 31 different lives on various Earth-like planets. He referred to others as light or dark, and various gradations in between. Chad believed the dark individuals were from this earth but were followers of Satan. Those who were light were followers of Jesus Christ. Chad Daybell referred to Lori as an eternal being of 21 separate lives, only 5 of which had occurred on this planet. The same 5 he had lived on this planet. Lori was both thrilled and attracted to this belief system and became increasingly fixated on this newfound purpose and on Chad. On December 5, 2018, Chad and Lori appeared together on the Preparing the People podcast episode, Time to Warrior Up. Chad later stayed at the Vallow residence in Arizona. By February 2019, according to Charles Vallow, Lori was informing him that she no longer cared about him or JJ and claimed that she was the reincarnated wife of LDS founder Joseph Smith, then vanished for 58 days. Lori's friend Melanie Gibb would later say she heard Chad and Lori talking about zombies, people whose souls were replaced by dark spirits. Lori's former friend, April Raymond, told 48 Hours that Lori started referring to her husband, Charles Vallow, as a demon. In 2019, Charles Vallow became very worried about Lori. He went to the police with his concerns. He told them Lori believed she was a god preparing for the end of days. Charles also said Lori had threatened to murder him. On January 31st, 2019, Charles Vallow was seen on police body cam video telling officers his wife had become unhinged. The same month, Charles filed for divorce, stating that his wife had threatened to murder him, taken $35,000 from their joint bank accounts, and stolen his truck. He filed for an order of protection against Lori at the advice of his attorney, citing a genuine fear for his life. In July 2019, Charles Vallow went to the house where Lori Vallow was living with the children in Chandler, Arizona. Charles was supposed to drop their son JJ off at school, but when he went inside the home, Charles was shot dead by Lori's brother, Alex Cox. Cox told police that Lori and Charles got into a fight. Alex claimed he was protecting his sister and shot Charles in self-defense. Lori and Tylee, who both say they heard the shooting, told similar stories of self-defense. After Charles's death, his attorney stated he had been primarily concerned for JJ's safety and well-being as he needed a constant routine due to his special needs. Charles had also been concerned for Tylee, but he was unable to include her in the filings as she was not his biological daughter, and thus he had no legal standing. He withdrew the petition 1 month later, saying he wanted to try to make the marriage work. Unfortunately, it ended up getting him killed instead. Around September 2019, Lori Vallow moved closer to Chad Daybell. She relocated her kids to Rexburg, Idaho. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, moved into the same apartment complex. JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and their uncle Alex Cox were at Yellowstone National Park on September 8, 2019. Police say this is the last known photo of Tylee before she disappeared. Now we know that Melanie Gibb has said by this point that Lori had referred to Tylee as a zombie. The morning after Tylee Ryan disappeared, investigators say that Alex Cox's cell phone GPS placed him in Chad Daybell's backyard, on the property for about 2 hours. About 14 minutes after Cox's GPS showed him leaving the property, Chad Daybell texted his wife, Tammy Daybell. The text read, "Spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery." There is a photo of JJ wearing red pajamas taken on September 22, 2019 in what is believed to be the last known photo of the 7-year-old. The police have also confirmed this. Melanie Gibbs says that she and her boyfriend, David Warnick, were staying with Lori in Rexburg that weekend. On the night of September 22, 2019, Warnick says he saw Alex Cox carry JJ into Lori's apartment. But the next morning, according to Warnick, when he asked to see JJ, Lori reportedly told them that JJ was being a zombie and that Cox had to take him away. On September 23, 2019, the day after JJ was last seen, investigators say Alex Cox's cell phone showed that Cox returned to Chad Daybell's backyard. This time, Cox was only there for 17 minutes. On September 24, 2019, Lori contacted the school to let them know that she was withdrawing JJ from classes, claiming she would be homeschooling him. On October 9, 2019, Tammy reported on her Facebook profile and to police that she had been shot at in her driveway by a masked man with what she believed was a defective paintball marker. The county sheriff's office did not find the perpetrator. 10 days later, Tammy was found dead in her home, purportedly of natural causes. Chad claimed that she had retired the night before with a terrible cough and died in her sleep. The couple's son, Garth Daybell, said Tammy died in bed and that he and Chad called 911. The Daybell children declined an autopsy. They say the coroner told them Tammy's death appeared to be from natural causes. They believe that because they said their mom was in ill health prior to her death. So basically, Lori, Chad, and Alex managed to fool both sets of families into thinking that these simultaneous disappearances and deaths around the same time were all just a huge coincidence. But then the real motive emerged. Roughly 2 weeks later, on November 5, 2019, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell got married on a beach in Hawaii. There they told others that Tylee had died in 2017 and or that Lori had no minor children. Later that month, JJ's grandmother, Kay Woodcock, asked the police to check on JJ's welfare. Woodcock said she was concerned and hadn't heard from JJ in months. On November 26, 2019, Rexburg police went to Lori's house looking for JJ. Police say Lori lied to them, claiming that JJ was safe and staying in Arizona with her friend, Melanie Gibb. At first, Gibb wasn't forthcoming about JJ's whereabouts, but later called the police and told them JJ hadn't been with her. While Rexburg police attempted to locate JJ, investigators soon realized that his sister, Tylee Ryan, was also missing and launched a nationwide search for the children. Colby and JJ's grandparents pleaded with the Daybells to return the children, with the latter offering a reward of $20,000, equivalent to $20,941 in 2021. Investigators contended that Joshua and Tylee's lives are in danger. The children are not with Chad and Lori. Lori knows where they are or what has happened to them, but she has completely refused to assist this investigation, choosing instead to leave the state with her new husband. While investigators searched for the missing children, Lori traveled back to Hawaii with her fifth husband in a series, Chad Daybell. Through their lawyer, the Daybells stated that Chad Daybell was a loving husband and he has the support of his children in this matter. Lori Daybell is a devoted mother and she resents assertions to the contrary. We look forward to addressing the allegations once they have moved beyond speculation and rumor. In December 2019, Fremont County Sheriff's investigators grew suspicious about Tammy Daybell's death. They exhumed her body to conduct an autopsy. The same month, Lori's brother, Alex Cox, died in Arizona. It was determined he died of natural causes. Cox, who had changed his surname to Pastines, the surname of his wife, died on December 12, 2019. His death was attributed to blood clots and high blood pressure. On January 25, 2020, authorities served Lori Vallow Daybell with an order requiring her to produce her children. After failing to comply, she was arrested in Hawaii on February 20, 2020. 2 weeks later, she was extradited to Idaho. In an interview with KSL, Annie Cushing, who is Tylee's late father's sister, said Lori had become obsessed with the end of the world and often talked about driving off the edge of a cliff with the children. Even after Lori's arrest, the couple refused to say where the children were. On June 9, 2020, the FBI, Rexburg Police, and Fremont County Sheriff's Office descended upon Chad Daybell's home and property. Authorities dug in areas of the backyard where Alex Cox's cell phone had pinged in September 2019. Tragically, they uncovered human remains buried in shallow graves. JJ Vallow had been buried under a tree about 50 yards away. Investigators found Tylee's grave in the Daybells' pet cemetery. Prosecutors believe she was buried in the same location Chad Daybell referenced when he texted Tammy Daybell 9 months earlier, saying he was burying a raccoon. Investigators dug up part of the pet cemetery and found no raccoon, but Daybell's family said that there was a second pet cemetery on the property that was not searched. Chad Daybell was arrested. Authorities later confirmed that they identified the remains as JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan. A memorial was built along the Daybells' fence to honor the victims in June 2020. In May 2021, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell were charged with first-degree murder for the deaths of JJ and Tylee. Daybell was also charged with murdering his first wife, Tammy Daybell. In June 2021, Chad Daybell pleaded not guilty to all of the charges. Also in June 2021, Lori Vallow Daybell was charged with conspiring to murder Charles Vallow. That same month, a judge ruled Lori incompetent to stand trial while she received mental health treatment. She had not yet entered a plea. Her case was on hold. In August 2021, prosecutors announced they would seek the death penalty against Chad Daybell. Daybell was jailed, awaiting trial. In September 2021, Chad and Tammy's children, speaking publicly for the first time together, told 48 Hours they believe their father is innocent. Daybell's daughter, Emma Murray, said she believes Chad was framed by Alex Cox and Lori Vallow Daybell. On April 11, 2022, Judge Stephen Boyce ruled that Lori Vallow Daybell was now mentally competent to stand trial in the Idaho murder case. He did not provide other details about her treatment or mental condition. She was scheduled to be formally arraigned in court next week. Both Lori and Chad Daybell were set to stand trial together early next year. On April 19, 2022, Lori refused to enter a plea to murder and other charges, prompting Judge Stephen Boyce to enter a not guilty plea on her behalf. Lori and Chad were both at the courthouse in the eastern Idaho town of St. Anthony for court proceedings. Lori Daybell, for an arraignment that was delayed for months while she underwent treatment at a mental health facility, and Chad Daybell for a hearing over the trial venue. Lori Vallow Daybell would qualify for capital punishment if she is convicted at her trial because the slayings were exceptionally depraved and carried out for financial gain, according to court documents filed by prosecuting attorneys from Fremont and Madison counties on May 2, 2022. On May 25, 2021, Chad and Lori were indicted on charges of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the deaths of Tylee and JJ and Tammy. The trial has since been postponed until early 2023 in the hope that Lori is able to be deemed mentally competent by that time. There are a number of odd details and inconsistencies about Lori's story that failed to add up and finally led to her arrest. Despite her insanity plea, the more you find out about her behavior throughout, the more you'll realize that this was a woman who was fully in control of her actions, fully aware that she was committing a series of terrible crimes and fully capable of constructing a cover-up to get away with it. For example, when in November 2019, police questioned her about the children's whereabouts and welfare, Lori and her new husband Chad Daybell claimed that JJ was staying with family friend Melanie Gibb in Arizona, where they had lived before moving to Idaho in early September 2019. But when police reached Gibb by phone, she told police that Joshua was not with her and had not been there for several months. More than a week later, Gibb called the police, saying that both Lori and Chad had asked her to lie to the police about JJ's whereabouts, but she refused. Police efforts to locate JJ led to the discovery that Tylee was also missing. And obviously, complicating the circumstances around the disappearances was a string of suspicious deaths. Not only was Lori's estranged husband, Charles Vallow, shot and killed by her brother, Alex Cox, who claimed self-defense, but that same brother just so happened to die of a blood clot later on. How convenient for Lori that Alex didn't live long enough to explain to a jury why he had this habit of violently attacking his sister's husbands. Another factor contributing to the mystery was Chad and Lori's well-documented obsession with certain apocalyptic beliefs, which Chad had discussed in numerous books and podcasts. Melanie Boudreau, Lori's niece, reportedly shares these beliefs. Add to this that in early October 2019, Brandon Boudreau, the then-estranged husband of Lori's niece, Melanie, was shot at in the driveway of his Gilbert, Arizona home from a vehicle still registered to the deceased Charles Vallow. Can this possibly be an unrelated coincidence? And then, of course, in October 2019, Chad's wife, Tammy Daybell, was attacked in her driveway by what she believed was someone shooting a defective paintball gun. A few weeks later, on October 19th, she died in her sleep from what was initially recorded as natural causes. No post-mortem or autopsy was initially performed. It has also been reported that a wedding ring was purchased on Amazon from the deceased Charles's account for $35.99 on October 2nd, 2019, 17 days before the death of Chad's wife, Tammy Daybell. And finally, in a stunning blow to the insanity plea mounted by the defense lawyers, authorities confirmed that they had soon turned their attention to a Rexburg storage locker rented by Lori in October 2019. Inside, they discovered items belonging to or associated with Tylee and JJ, such as clothing, bikes, and photographs, all of which had been abandoned when Lori suddenly left Rexburg at the end of November 2019. There was even video footage which shows her and her brother Alex Cox moving items in and out of the locker prior to her departure. All of this to be explained away by the defendant Lori Vallow on the grounds of her religious beliefs, hardly. On March 24, 2020, NBC News reported on documents showing that Chad and Lori became convinced that Tylee and JJ were possessed and had become zombies. But was that really the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Bear in mind that there is also a financial motive here, because later on, Lori was also charged with grand theft related to Social Security survivor benefits over $1,000 allocated for the care of minors Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow that were appropriated after the children were missing and ultimately found deceased. And Chad? He was charged with insurance fraud related to a life insurance policy he had on Tammy Daybell, for which he was the beneficiary and received funds after her death. Unfortunately for themselves, this perfectly matched killer couple forgot that getting rid of their respective spouses and children wouldn't be enough for them to collect some extra cash and live happily ever after. Lori's 2 children had grandparents who loved them, and Chad's wife had children who loved her. Between them, these other family members finally found a way to avenge the death of their loved ones, and Lori and Chad are headed to maximum security prisons and will be separated from each other for the rest of their lives. So much for true love for these truly heinous killers. So, what do you guys think about this insanely twisted and evil pair of killers? This story is still developing, of course, so as new and even creepier details emerge almost weekly. We won't get a full picture of the case until Lori and Chad face a full jury. Aberdeen was once an industrial town, but after advancements in technology, it just turned out to be a barren land with little to no opportunities. At the heart of the story is the Aberdeen Meatworks, locally known as the abattoir. It was the town's lifeblood for over a century. In the 1940s, Jack Ruffin was the manager of abattoir. He was married to Barbara and they had 4 sons. It was a huge scandal when Barbara ran off with another abattoir worker, Ken Knight. Barbara and Ken Knight started their own little family. Catherine Knight was born on October 24, 1955 in Tinterfield, Australia, to the scandalous affair between Barbara Ruffin and Ken Knight. The whole town shunned both Barbara and Ken as it was a very conservative town. Just then, alcohol took hold of Ken Knight. Catherine's childhood got worse from there as her father was a raging alcoholic. Deprived of his senses, he would sexually assault Barbara multiple times a day. Catherine was treated similarly as Catherine was sexually assaulted by various members of her own family until the age of 11. In school, Catherine was a bully who terrorized smaller children. Bullying others remained the primary objective of Knight, and she completely neglected her education. She quit her education when she was 15 and found herself a job at a clothing factory. But this job didn't satisfy her, so she landed her dream job, which was slaughtering the animals at the abattoir. She loved her job so much that she hung her set of butcher knives over her bed. She was seen bursting the arteries of animals just to see them bleed. Her thirst for murder was probably satisfied at the abattoir. When Catherine wasn't at work, she was hanging out with Dave Kellett, alias Short Kellett. Catherine was almost 1.5 feet taller than he was. Dave Kellett was also a raging alcoholic, just like Catherine's father. Kellett was a young bloke who would work hard and drink. Kellett was almost always unstable due to alcohol, and one night while he was intoxicated, he proposed to Catherine Knight. Catherine accepted the proposal. In the following days, Catherine and Kellett got married and violence erupted on their wedding night. Catherine and Kellett had their intimate moments 3 times that night. Kellett got exhausted and fell asleep. He woke up and found himself being strangled by Catherine for not having intimacy for the 4th time. Kellett somehow managed to fight her off. Despite the horrors of their wedding night, their marriage lasted for 10 years. But the marriage wasn't perfect either, since Kellett got himself a new girlfriend when Catherine was 6 months pregnant. Frantic about Kellett's affair, Catherine stabbed him with a beer bottle. Kellett got so mad that he ran off with his new girlfriend, leaving Catherine alone with the baby. Catherine's madness grew daily, and suddenly one day she was on the main street of Aberdeen, swinging the pram violently and screaming like a mad woman. The locals called the police, and she was admitted to St. Elmo Psychiatric Hospital in Tamworth. She was treated with antidepressants for a couple of weeks and then released. After she got back home, she found that there was no sign of Kellett. She took her 12-week-old daughter Melissa and placed her on the railway track while she was being watched over by Lorna, who was the corner shop owner. The baby was saved by Lorna before the train came by. After that, Catherine was taken to the same psychiatric hospital by the police where she checked herself out in one day. But the rage hadn't subsided in her, so she threatened the neighbors to take her over to Kellett's mother's house. She even wanted to murder Kellett's mother to bring him back. But the neighbors somehow managed to alert the police, and 2 officers took down a violent knife-swinging Catherine Knight. Catherine was again taken to a mental health institution. Kellett got the news about the incident and he returned and brought Catherine from the mental institution. They lived happily for a while, but Catherine's mood started to change. And one night, Kellett was back home late from the pub. Just as he entered the house, Catherine hit the back of his head with a skillet, fracturing his skull. David was in the hospital for a week. After he got back, Catherine pleaded with him to not leave her, and they got back together. Later, when Kellett started driving trucks, got very insecure about his absence and left Kellett and his house for good, going back to Aberdeen. After getting back to Aberdeen, she met Dave Saunders, who worked at the local mine. Soon they fell in love and Saunders moved in to live with Catherine and her daughters, along with his dingo puppy. On a certain day, Saunders was back home late and Catherine was ironing clothes. As soon as she saw Saunders, she swung the iron across his face, smashing it. She even tried to cram the iron into his head, but she wasn't successful. Saunders nearly escaped death and was baffled to see this evil sight of Catherine. As days passed, the fight frequency increased. And one day she got so mad at Saunders that she picked up his dingo puppy and slit its throat. And Saunders stood there watching the puppy die an agonizing death. After this incident, Saunders tried to run away, but Catherine would not let go of him. Years passed. Kathy and Saunders had a newborn in 1988, and that was when Saunders ran off to Newcastle and never returned. Catherine was furious, but soon she moved on to her next partner, John Chillingworth. The pattern was repeated. They both had a son in 1991, and the abuse was usual in this relationship too. Then Catherine was found cheating with another man named John Price. Catherine's life seemed to be in good hands with John Price, and they both lived together pretty well, but the same pattern of abuse continued. Catherine wanted to marry Price, but he denied it as he was in the relationship just for physical intimacy. Soon, Catherine found a will written by John Price dedicating all of his property to his ex-wife and kids. Catherine demanded $10,000 to leave Price alone, but he denied it. So she got mad and made a video of all the first aid kits Price had stolen from work and sent it to Price's manager. The manager then fired Price. Just when everyone thought that was the end of the relationship, John Price took Catherine back, and Catherine started to feel that she owned Price's place. One night, there was a big fight and Catherine stabbed Price. Price went to the police for help in removing Catherine from his house, but the police declined because they didn't take him that seriously. Price warned his mates to call the police if he didn't show up for work. The next day, after the big fight, Price was never seen at work and his truck was still in his backyard. The culmination of their relationship was coming to a close as Price walked into his house for the night. In March 2000, Scott Matthews, a police officer, was working at Muswell Brook that day. He received a phone call from one of Price's friends requesting the police to check on him as Price didn't show up for work the next day. Price was always the first one to arrive at work and Price's warning signs made his friends more uneasy about the situation. Officer Scott Matthews and Officer Graham Furlong arrived at Price's house while Graham spotted some blood on the doorknob. They tried looking through the small opening in the door, but they just saw that the hall was dark and something like a curtain was hanging. So the police went around the house and broke in through the back door. As they both entered, their vision was blocked by something that looked like a curtain. Scott moved that curtain with his left hand, which was cold, and suddenly his left arm was covered in blood. It took a while for Graham to understand that what he mistook as a curtain was human skin. They both drew their guns and proceeded into the hallway. There they could see a human torso without a head. Graham asked Scott to not look at the scene as it was too terrifying to be real. The officers could see blood all around the house. Then they followed a trail of blood that led to the kitchen. There was a pot on the stove, and as Graham slowly removed the lid, he could see the chopped head of John Price looking straight into his eyes. Terrified, the officer put the lid back on. The officers also saw meat and veggies on a plate on the kitchen counter. They were still battling with the idea that the murderer could still be around. Suddenly, they hear someone snoring. The officers moved upstairs, clearing room after room. They reached the bedroom where there was a woman who was lying unconscious with sleeping pills beside her. The police carried her out into the backyard while she was still unresponsive. That unresponsive woman was Catherine Knight. She was carried to the hospital in an ambulance. While the police officers called for the forensic team, Peter Musio from the forensic team entered the house through the back door. A strange smell of cooked stew struck him. Peter didn't realize what the stew was made of. He soon uncovered all of the graphic details of that place. Peter analyzed the crime, and his analysis showed that Price was attacked upstairs. And stains of blood got heavier and heavier as Price reached the foyer. Blood stains also got low, as if Price was on his knees crawling. He was stabbed 37 times without any regret. The forensic team collected all evidence of fingerprints on the knives. Peter got to the kitchen where he saw the same gruesome scene. He also said that Price's gluteus maximus muscle was cut into 5 steaks and cooked. Labels had been put over the plates indicating for whom they were made. 2 of the names belonged to Price's relatives. As the forensic team was collecting samples, they found a stone, a knife, and the cooked piece of meat in the backyard. Catherine was taken for a police interview after she came to her senses. The police officer interviewed Catherine Knight. Firstly, Catherine denied any remembrance of what had happened that night. She gave nothing away, but as the interview went on, she agreed to murdering Price. She also played the victim card, stating that the act she carried out was to avoid domestic abuse by Price. She was finally presented in court. Catherine first pleaded not guilty and denied any association with the gruesome murder. Later, as the hearing went on, she pleaded guilty. The judge then called in a psychiatrist to analyze her sanity. Both the professional psychiatrist gave the verdict that Catherine was indeed stable. Before the sentence was given, Catherine was shown photographs of the murder, but she hadn't even looked at one piece of evidence. Finally, the judge gave her a life sentence without parole until her death, as the judge became concerned with the safety of other people. Now this was the most gruesome murder carried out by any woman in the history of Australia, and this nightmare still haunts the residents and families of Aberdeen. Price's family was still in shock about the whole incident, but let us know your thoughts in the comments section. In the midst of winter, when families gathered to celebrate peace and joy, a sinister shadow loomed over the picturesque town of Dover, Arkansas. It was December 1987, a time meant for festivity and love. But for one family, it became a scene of overwhelming horror. This is the chilling tale of the Christmas killer Ronald Gene Simmons, a man who transformed the season of giving into a time of unspeakable tragedy. What leads a person to destroy what they once cherished? What darkness lies within the human mind that can turn a father into a monster? From decorated war hero to a man convicted of the worst family massacre in American history, we'll delve into the depths of a mind clouded by secrets and rage, where the line between protector and predator became fatally blurred. To understand the mind behind the massacre, we must journey back to the origins of Ronald Gene Simmons. His story begins not with violence, but with a seemingly ordinary life marked by service and family. Ronald Gene Simmons was born on July 15, 1940 in Chicago, Illinois. His father died of a stroke when Ronald was 3. His mother got married again in less than a year to a civil engineer for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, who was transferred to Arkansas. Little is known about Simmons's early childhood, but it was a life that took a turn towards discipline and commitment when Ronald dropped out of school and enlisted in the United States Navy in 1957, and later the U.S. Air Force. Simmons served with distinction. Over a 22-year career, he received several commendations, including the Bronze Star Medal, the Republic of Vietnam Gallantry Cross, and the Air Force Ribbon for excellent marksmanship. But behind the facade of a decorated military man, there were undercurrents of turmoil. Married Rebecca Ulibarri in 1960 in New Mexico, and together they had 7 children. However, the veneer of a normal family life was shattered in 1981 when allegations emerged that Simmons had been assaulting his 15-year-old daughter Sheila and had fathered a child with her. Fearing prosecution, Simmons uprooted his family, moving them from New Mexico to a desolate 13-acre tract of land in Pope County, 6.5 miles north of Dover, Arkansas, known as Mockingbird Hill. This property, isolated and ringed with a makeshift fence, up to 10 feet tall, became a fortress of sorts, a place where Simmons could exert total control. The residents didn't have a phone or indoor plumbing. But what was it that drove a man of discipline and service to the edge of such darkness? Was it the fear of losing control over his family? The desperation to conceal his illicit acts? Or something deeper, a more sinister aspect of his psyche yet to be revealed? The facade of the family man began to crumble, revealing a tyrannical figure, ruling his household with an iron fist. The family, once a symbol of joy and unity, became prisoners in their own home. This descent into tyranny was but a prelude to the horror that would unfold, unraveling the chilling transformation of Ronald Gene Simmons from a respected military man to one of the most notorious mass murderers in American history. In November 1979, Simmons retired from the Air Force and military service. He did some low-paying jobs in the nearby town of Russellville, Arkansas. He worked as an accounts receivable clerk at Woodline Motor Freight, but had to resign after multiple reports of inappropriate sexual advances. He worked for about a year and a half at a Sinclair Mini-Mart, but had to quit on December 18, 1987 because of low wages. Two of the elder children, Billy and Sheila, had moved out, got married, and started their own families. So by the time of the murders, there were only 7 people living in the house. The calm of the holiday season in 1987 was shattered in Dover, Arkansas, by a series of heinous crimes. Ronald Gene Simmons' descent into murderous madness began shortly before Christmas on December 22nd. The Simmons family home, once a haven of domestic life, turned into a chilling stage for an unthinkable act. Ronald Gene Simmons, armed with a .22 caliber pistol, commenced a killing spree that would become the worst family massacre in American history. His first victims were his wife, 46-year-old Rebecca, an eldest son, 26-year-old Ronald Jr., bludgeoned with a crowbar and shot, and he strangled Ronald Jr.'s daughter and his granddaughter, 3-year-old Barbara. Their demise was just the beginning. Simmons lay in wait for his other children, feigning a festive spirit, only to mercilessly end their lives, one by one. Later that day, the Dover school bus dropped off the younger kids for their Christmas break from school. In a macabre ritual, Simmons systematically strangled and drowned his younger children, displaying a level of brutality that defies comprehension. The youngest victims, mere toddlers, met a similar fate, their innocence stolen in the most atrocious way. Simmons told them he had gifts for each of them, which he wanted to give one at a time, then strangled them and held under the water in a rain barrel. First to receive her gift was his eldest daughter, 17-year-old Loretta. His 3 other children, 14-year-old Eddie, 11-year-old Marianne, and 8-year-old Becky were murdered in the same brutal manner. He then dumped the bodies in one of the cesspits he had made his children take days before. But the horror did not end there. On December 26th, as the rest of the world celebrated, Simmons' remaining family members arrived for a holiday date. Unaware of the nightmare that awaited them, 23-year-old Simmons' son Billy, his 21-year-old daughter-in-law Renata, and their child were the next to fall victim to his unfathomable rage. Billy and Renata were both shot dead. Their bodies were left by the dining room table next to the decorated Christmas tree with unopened gifts and covered with their own coats and some bedding. Then their 20-month-old son Trey was strangled and drowned. The same fate befell his 24-year-old daughter, Sheila, her 33-year-old husband, Dennis, and their children. Simmons strangled his and Sheila's child, 6-year-old Sylvia, and finally, his 21-month-old grandson Michael. The bodies were meticulously laid out, a grim tableau that defied any sense of humanity. He then covered their bodies with coats. Sheila's body was laid on the dining room table and covered with Rebecca Simmons' best tablecloth. He wrapped the bodies of Trey and Michael in plastic sheeting, and they were left in abandoned cars behind the Simmons then embarked on a chillingly ordinary series of errands, his actions a stark contrast to the carnage he had just inflicted. He drove to a Sears store in Russellville to pick up Christmas gifts previously ordered for his family. That night, he went out for a drink at a local bar. When he returned home, he spent the night and the next day drinking beer and watching television surrounded by the dead bodies of his family. On December 28th, the killing spree spilled over into the town of Russellville. In the morning, Simmons drove a car that had belonged to his son, Ronald Jr., to a Walmart in Russellville and purchased a second firearm. Fueled by a mix of revenge and rage, Simmons targeted those he felt had wronged him. The violence was indiscriminate, claiming the alliance of acquaintances and strangers alike. His former workplace, a law firm, became the stage for his continued rampage. 24-year-old Kathy Kendrick, a secretary who had rebuffed his advances, was his first victim. She was fatally shot. The brutality continued at the Taylor Oil Company, where he shot and wounded the 38-year-old owner, Russell Taylor, who was also the owner of Sinclair Mini Mark, from which Simmons had recently resigned. He also killed a complete stranger in the building and shot at another employee before exiting the building, but missed. In Sinclair Mini Mart, Simmons shot and wounded 2 more people. He then shot his former supervisor, 35-year-old Joyce Butts, twice and wounded her in the office of Woodmine Motor Freight. She survived and testified later that Simmons had yelled at her during a previous argument about wages. The entire rampage lasted 45 minutes. 2 people were killed and 4 wounded. Simmons' final act was as perplexing as it was chilly. He said to the secretary in Woodline Motor Freight, "I just wanted to kill Joyce, just Joyce. I've gotten everybody who wanted to hurt me." Simmons surrendered to police without resistance, his spree of violence concluding as abruptly as it had begun. But the most heinous of his crimes were yet to be discovered. Simmons sat silently in his cell and stared at the wall. He refused to speak to investigators or even his attorneys. He didn't say a word during the interrogation. But when he was asked about his family, Simmons got red and started to well up. His lips started to quiver. The police got suspicious. They couldn't reach his family, so 2 officers drove to the isolated home. The investigation began on the chilling grounds of the Simmons family home. Here, detectives encountered a scene that defied belief. Family members' bodies laid out with a chilling meticulousness. It was a tableau that spoke volumes about the mindset of the killer. In the aftermath of this unprecedented massacre, questions swirled. What drove a father, a husband, a war veteran to commit such unspeakable acts against his own family and community? And what can we learn from this tragedy to prevent such horrors in the future? In the wake of the horrific murders committed by Ronald Gene Simmons, law enforcement faced the daunting task of piecing together a puzzle that spanned both family tragedy and public rampage. As the probe widened to include Simmons' subsequent attacks in Russellville, the challenge for investigators was to understand the connection between the family murders and the seemingly random acts of violence that followed. The evidence gathered was overwhelming. Firearms, witness testimonies, and Simmons' own actions painted a picture of a man who, after committing an unspeakable act against his own family, sought to extend his vengeance to those he perceived had wronged him in the wider community. In a case that stunned even seasoned investigators, the question wasn't just who had committed these crimes, but why. What drives a man to annihilate his family and lash out at the world around him? The arrest of Ronald Gene Simmons brought an end to the immediate threat, but it was just the beginning of a quest for justice and understanding. The prosecution's task was to unravel the mind of Simmons, to present a narrative that could make sense of the senseless. As the investigation progressed, more disturbing details emerged. Allegations of abuse, control, and a life led under the tyranny of Simmons became the focus. Each piece of evidence added another layer to the dark portrait of a man who had lived a life of deception and brutality. In the courtroom, the full extent of his crimes would come to light, bringing some answers, but also leaving haunting questions about the nature of evil. What kind of man lurked behind the annihilation of his family and terrorizing a community? Simmons' life was marked by strict discipline and control, traits honed during his military career. But beneath the surface of this structured exterior lay a tumultuous inner world. Allegations of sexual assault within his family suggest deep-seated pathological behavior. Experts in criminal psychology often point to a history of abuse, either experienced or perpetrated, as a significant factor in the development of violent behavior. In Simmons' case, the blurring of boundaries within his own family coupled with a need for dominance may have contributed to his downward spiral. The isolation of the Simmons family at Mockingbird Hill paints a picture of a man intent on exerting absolute control. This isolation could have exacerbated existing mental health issues, creating a pressure cooker environment. What then triggered Simmons to turn to murder? The possibility of his wife seeking a divorce might have been the tipping point, challenging his authoritarian hold over his family. She had already tried to leave him on numerous occasions, but always returned. A family friend informed the police that Simmons' wife had been saving up money to divorce him when the murder happened. Simmons' wife had written to their son shortly before the killings, "I don't want to live the rest of my life with Dad. I am a prisoner here and the kids too. Every time I think of freedom, I want out as soon as possible." Simmons' actions in Russellville suggest a broader rage directed not just at his family, but at anyone he perceived as a threat or who had rejected him. His targeting of individuals in the community indicates a blend of personal vendetta and displaced aggression. Yet the absence of any recorded mental illness diagnosis leaves us with more questions than answers. The depths of Simmons' mind remain, in many ways, a locked enigma. Could this tragedy have been averted? In exploring these questions, we confront the unsettling reality of how little we sometimes know about those closest to us. After the chilling massacre by Ronald Gene Simmons, the wheels of justice began to turn, bringing us to a courtroom where the grim details of his crimes would be laid bare. After a psychiatric evaluation, it was determined that he was sane and capable to stand trial. Simmons' trial was a focal point of national attention, a legal battle to seek justice for the unprecedented atrocity he had committed. The proceedings were swift, reflecting the urgency of a community seeking closure. In May 1988 stood trial for the murders outside his family, specifically the killings of Kathy Kendrick and Jim Chaffin. The evidence presented was overwhelming, leaving little doubt about Simmons' guilt. Simmons, who had acted with such brutality, now faced the consequences of his actions in a court of law. His demeanor in court was reported as defiant, a stark contrast to the calculated coldness of his crimes. On May 12, 1988, the verdict was delivered. Ronald Gene Simmons was found guilty and sentenced to death by lethal injection, plus 147 years. Remarkably, Simmons himself requested that no appeal be made on his behalf, saying, "To those who oppose the death penalty, in my particular case, anything short of death would be cruel and unusual punishment." Because of this, he had to be separated from other prisoners on death row. His life was in danger as they believed Simmons' refusal to appeal his death sentence was jeopardizing their prospects of escaping their own executions. The second trial for the murders of his 14 family members began in February 1989. Here, the prosecution delved into the harrowing details of the family massacre, painting a picture of a man driven by control and rage. During the trial, a shocking moment unfolded. Lashed out in court, punching the prosecutor and attempting to seize a deputy's gun, an act that only outed to his infamy. This happened after Simmons' letter to his daughter Sheila was introduced, in which Simmons said, "You have destroyed me, and you have destroyed my trust in you. I will see you in hell," after she had disclosed that he was her child's father to the police. On February 10, 1989, was found guilty of 14 counts of capital murder. The judge, undeterred by Simmons' outburst, handed down another death sentence. This rapid succession from trial to sentence was unprecedented, reflecting the severity of the crimes. The execution warrant for Simmons was signed by Arkansas Governor and later President Bill Clinton on May 31, 1990. All visitors, including legal counsel and clergy, were refused by Simmons. On June 25th, he died via the fatal injection method he had chosen in the Cummins unit. This was the shortest period from sentence to execution to death in U.S. history since the death penalty was reinstated in 1976. His last words were, "Justice delayed finally be done is justifiable homicide." Nobody claimed his body, and he was buried in a common grave in Lincoln County, Arkansas. As we reflect on the legal proceedings against Ronald Gene Simmons, we are left to ponder the balance between justice and understanding. The case of Ronald Gene Simmons is a stark reminder of the potential for hidden dangers within our own homes, and it's crucial to recognize early warning signs. FBI profilers and psychologists suggest vigilance for certain behaviors, patterns of control, isolation, and abuse within a family. These can often be precursors to more violent actions. In cases like Simmons, where the perpetrator isolates the family, the intervention of external agencies becomes critical. Neighbors, friends, and relatives meet to be attentive and proactive in reporting any suspicions. But perhaps the most profound lesson lies in understanding the human psyche. Simmons' case demonstrates the complex interplay of psychological factors that can lead to such extreme behavior. What led Ronald Gene Simmons to commit such heinous acts? The answer lies in a complex web of control, abuse, and psychological instability. His desire for dominance, coupled with deep-seated issues likely stemming from his abusive behavior within the family, set the stage for tragedy. Simmons' military discipline juxtaposed with his chaotic personal life created a volatile mix. The isolation and control he exerted over his family only fueled his capacity for violence. And when his authority was threatened, possibly by a looming divorce, it may have been the catalyst for the massacre. John Harris, one of Simmons' defense attorneys, said of his abused family, "I think he felt like they're going to take him out. He's going to take them out first." I think that was his mindset. Could anything have been done to prevent the carnage? In hindsight, the warning signs were there: isolation, abuse, and a man teetering on the edge. Timely intervention could perhaps have altered this tragic course. Simmons' story is a grim reminder that behind closed doors, within seemingly normal families, the seeds of tragedy can grow unnoticed. People feared him even back then in New Mexico. They said he was strange, unfriendly, antisocial. He didn't have much to say. A friend of his daughter's said he had a beer in his hand all the time. He had one little room he would stay in all the time. It was dark and seemed spooky, and it stunk. Attorney John Harris also said that there was more than one person to blame. If authorities had successfully arrested him back in 1981 on the basis of his daughter's sexual assault, the murders likely wouldn't have happened. However, prosecutors at the time said they had dropped the charges at the family's request. Ronald Gene Simmons' Christmas week killing spree is the worst mass murder committed by a single person in Arkansas history. What were the underlying reasons that made Simmons annihilate his whole family that once formed the core of his identity? Pennsylvania, one of the largest populated states in the U.S., was one of the 13 original British colonies. The state is officially called the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, emphasizing the state as a community. Located in the Mid-Atlantic region in the northeast of the United States, this place is known for its diversity, religious tolerance, and scenic beauty. And this is where our story unfolds. Anna Jean Kane was born in 1962 in Readings, Pennsylvania. She grew up in a troubled home. She had two sisters, Deborah J. Carter Jane and Jean Marie Camacho, whom she loved with all of her heart. Anna's mother, Sylvia Fern Kane, tried to provide her children with a good life, but growing up, Anna did not have a good life. From an early age, Anna faced physical and sexual abuse at her home by her father. Sexual assaults, beatings, and low family income turned into the factors that led Anna to have a drug addiction. It was not known under what circumstances Anna conceived her children, but in 1988, when Anna came to Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, she had 3 young children, 1 daughter and 2 sons. Tamika, the eldest, was 9 years old in 1988 when Anna moved from Readings. Having a family to feed, Anna took up a job as a sex worker. She worked in the Reading area for several years. Considering the lifestyle that Anna pursued, by no means was she an ideal citizen. But she also had some criminal charges against her. She was arrested numerous times for performing sexual services and petty theft, dating back to 1982. But she really loved her children and wanted to do better for them. Due to her profession, Anna and her children had to often move to different places. Anna Kane was struggling to make money after moving to Birdsboro in Berks County, Pennsylvania in 1988. On October 22, 1988, after a happy meal, Anna Kane's eldest daughter, Tamika, begged her mom not to go out. She had no idea about any upcoming events, just a bad feeling, and wanted her mother to stay close. Despite her daughter's pleadings, decided to go out. Anna was helpless and she had no money but a family to feed. She assured her daughter that she would be back soon after running to a store, but instead headed for Reading to look for a customer. When Tamika called her mother that night, Anna said she was heading home. It was the last time Tamika would ever hear her mother's voice. At approximately 1 a.m. on October 23, 1988, someone saw Anna between Franklin Street and South 6th Street in Reading, the heart of the city's red light district. Unbeknownst to Anna's poor children, their mother would never come home. On October 23rd, no one would have expected the tragic incident that happened to Anna. A man who lived in Perry was walking alone when he noticed something bizarre on the side of the road in a wooded area along the 1 Talani Trail near Route 662. After looking more closely, he realized that it was a human body. The body seemed beaten and strangled with baling twine, and the face was severely bruised. It was a gruesome discovery. The local man panicked and called the authorities. When police reached the scene, they identified the body as Anna Jean Kane. Not much evidence was present at the scene, but DNA was collected from Anna's clothes. After Anna was taken to the coroner's office for inspection, the detectives began to look for clues. After the autopsy, the cause of death was determined as asphyxiation due to strangulation. The report also said that Anna had been dead for more than 12 hours before her body was found. Back in those days, DNA technology was not as advanced as it is today. When the DNA collected from Anna's clothes was tested, it lined up for an undetermined male profile and no match was found. Pointing out suspects was not easy in this case, as Anna's profession exposed her to dangerous people all the time. In an interview with WFMZ News, State Police Trooper William McClure told reporter Karen Mallett that the life Anna led made her subjected to all kinds of people. Anna's family was heartbroken and desperately wanted answers. However, there were no clues as to what went down that fateful night. Investigators found themselves in a tough spot when there were absolutely no suspects in their sight to begin with. Any person who met her that night could have been the murderer, whether that person knew her or not. The motive for this murder was also not clear. It was not even sexually motivated, as a closer inspection of the body revealed that she had not been sexually assaulted. However, they suspected that a struggle might have occurred between Anna and her assailant, resulting in her face being bruised. Investigators believe that Anna was murdered elsewhere and not in the spot where her body was discovered. The ground was wet, yet her clothes were dry. It seemed like there was a rainstorm that night in the surrounding area. So the detective suspected whoever murdered her had knowledge of the area and was likely a resident. But as leads dried up, the investigation went cold. Although Anna Kane's case did not get much media attention, the Reading Eagle, a local newspaper, published a front-page story seeking information about Anna Jean Kane soon after the murder. Oddly enough, just 15 months later, in February 1990, the newspaper received an anonymous letter from a concerned citizen. Detectives collected DNA from the saliva that was used to seal the letter that was sent to the newspaper. When it was tested, it matched the DNA found on Anna's clothes, which confirmed the suspicion of the murderer sending the letter. However, nothing came out of it, and the case soon went cold. Decades went by, but no development was made in the case. Anna's 3 young children were left motherless. The eldest, Tamika, was taken in and raised by her aunt, while her 2 brothers moved in with their father. Tamika was upset about Anna Kane's image being shown in the media. She expressed that even though her mother Anna had a dark past involving drugs and sex work, she was trying to turn her life around. Tamika remembers her mother being a fun-loving person. She was a firecracker, very outgoing, not afraid of anything, very honest, blunt, and caring, she said. One of her favorite memories of her mother was taking long walks with her and seeing her suddenly dance to random music playing in stores as they passed. In an interview, Tamika said she was portrayed as this slain prostitute, like she deserved what happened to her. It was hurtful. She was more than that. She was a victim. She was a mother. She was loved. No one deserves what happened to her, she added further. Tamika waited for answers regarding her mother's murderer while remembering her every day since she was 9 years old. But it never came along until recently. Over the years, DNA technology has advanced massively. After working on the cold case of Anna Kane's murder for years, the Pennsylvania State Police Department sent the DNA collected from the newspaper letter and Anna Kane's clothes to Parabon Nano Labs in Virginia for DNA profiling. With the help of genetic genealogy, detectives finally found a match. The man responsible for Anna Kane's murder was identified as Scott Grimm. Detectives later stated that they collected DNA from a distant relative of the murderer, but did not reveal how they obtained it. Officials stated that in 1988, Scott Grimm was living in the surrounding area, but they couldn't find any connection between Anna and Grimm yet. However, Pennsylvania State Police Trooper Daniel Womer said at a press conference, "That doesn't mean there wasn't some connection that we haven't found yet." Detectives said that Scott Grimm had never been identified before because he never had a criminal charge on him, so his DNA was not in the criminal database in the early 90s. However, in 2002, he had a past arrest for harassing a former business partner, but his DNA was never recorded. Sadly, Scott Grimm died at 58 years of age in 2018 from natural causes. Until his death, he remained a resident of Southeast Pennsylvania. Many details about Scott Grimm's life are yet to be revealed. Officials said they will review other cold cases to see if he was involved with any of them. After waiting for decades, Anna Kane's family could finally get some closure, although the news was hard for them as the murderer would never face justice. Tamika Reeses, now 43, said, "I didn't think I'd see this day, but I had hope. My emotions are all over the place, happy, sad, and angry." However, she expressed regret, saying that her grandmother Sylvia couldn't see this day as she died in 2018 waiting for justice. Unfortunately, the questions Anna Kane's family had for years will remain unanswered. With a blend of history, culture, and charm, Truckee is well known for its ice harvesting, mountaineering, and its intercontinental railroad. And this railroad town played a huge part in 16-year-old Kylie Rodney's life. In 2006, Daniel Rodney, a local entrepreneur, and his wife, Lindsay Rodney Neiman, welcomed their daughter, whom they lovingly named Kylie. With beautiful blonde hair and hazel eyes, this girl grew up in Northern California's beautiful mountain town, Truckee. She was an A student and completed her high school education at the Forest Charter School. Kylie was a multi-talented person who took an interest in the media, entrepreneurship, and music. Due to her love of music, she was studying music at Sierra College. She even enjoyed spending time with her friends and family, and actively posted travel pictures with friends on social media. She had a passion for practicing Gothic culture and had some piercings and a tattoo on her body. At 16, Kylie was 5 feet, 7 inches tall, and had a lean body weighing just about 118 pounds. She was a person who loved everyone and everyone loved her back. Her 18-year-old boyfriend, Jagger Westfall, described her as his entire world. On August 5, 2022, when Kylie's mother talked to her daughter about Friday's plan, Kylie agreed to go to a classic car show in Reno with her. However, later that day, Kylie changed her mind and texted her mother that she would be attending a party in Tahoe National Park. That was an end-of-summer party that took place near the Prosser family campground. Before attending the party, Kylie visited a local business store in Truckee. That was a place Kylie often went with her 18-year-old boyfriend to spend some quality time. That day, however, Kylie went there alone. Westfall texted her about his day and told her to stay safe at the party as she headed towards the campground. It was almost 8 p.m. when Kylie entered the party, driving her 2013 silver Honda CR-V. About 200 to 300 young people had gathered at the party. Kylie was having fun with her friends, consuming some alcohol and just being a teenager. Around 10:30 p.m., she texted back to her boyfriend saying, "Oh, I'm sorry that you're going through that." It was the last time she had texted her boyfriend. Around midnight, Kylie's mother got a text from her teen daughter saying that she was still at the party, but was planning to leave within 45 minutes and would be heading home. When her mother told her to be safe and that she loved her, Kylie replied with a text saying, "Okay, Mom, I love you too." But unfortunately, she never reached home. When Kylie's mother woke up the next morning on August 6, 2022, and Kylie was still not at home, she panicked. She checked for Kylie's cell phone location, and the last location was near the campground. So she called Kylie's best friend, who then told her that Kylie had left the party early, and they were supposed to meet at Starbucks at 9 a.m. on the morning of the 6th to go camping. Her friends went to the campground to look for her, but they neither found Kylie nor her car. Kylie's friends and mother waited at the Starbucks for her to show up for their scheduled camping trip, but Kylie never showed. Helplessly, Kylie's mother called the police to file a missing person report. That evening, the Placer County Sheriff's Office officially released a missing person statement and shared a Facebook post on their official page about missing Kylie Rodney, who was last seen at the Prosser family campground at Truckee. The next day, a police tip line was set up for Kylie Rodney to share any information about the missing teen. Kylie's mother also asked Kylie to come home if she was able to see the video and urged other people with information to come forward. In the heartbreaking Facebook video, Lindsay said, "Just want her home. We are so scared and we miss her so much." At that point in the investigation, police were treating Kylie's disappearance as a possible abduction because her car was missing too. It was discovered that the last time Kylie's cell phone pinged was near the campground, and then it went off. The last call she was known to make was to her family, but then from the location, police could not find any sign of what went wrong. The Placer County Sheriff's Office coordinated with Truckee Police, California Highway Patrol, Nevada County Sheriff's Office, and even with the FBI, as they all tirelessly searched for Kylie. Helicopters were flown over the I-80 corridor between the Donner Summit and the Nevada state line and searched around the Prosser Lake area, but could not find anything. On August 9, 2022, police released a surveillance video from a local business Kylie went to before attending the party, where she was seen wearing a black spaghetti strap bodysuit, green Dickies pants, a black grommet belt, and black Van shoes. The next day, police also released the picture of Kylie's car, a 2013 silver Honda CR-V with California license plate 8YUR127. Specifically mentioning the small ram's head sticker below the rear wiper blade. A picture of a black sweatshirt that Kylie allegedly borrowed from someone on August 5th was also released. The most bizarre thing was the Lana Del Rey lyrics written on the sweatshirt. "You don't want to be forgotten, you just want to disappear." Later, they released another picture of a white sweatshirt, which was similar to the one Kylie was allegedly wearing at the party with Odd Future written on it. A community meeting was held on August 9th to spread awareness about the teen's disappearance. Officials told the public to be attentive to minute details as something like a footprint could be crucial. They also collected a handful of evidence from the campground, but did not disclose any information about that. Even after using all of their resources, interviewing people, and spending 20,000 hours of manpower, no clues turned up, as authorities were still unable to find either Kylie or her car. Based on the testimony of some friends of Kylie's who said she was too drunk to drive that night, many people believe that Kylie and her car were submerged somewhere under the water around the area of her last location. Indeed, the area was surrounded by different bodies of water, and throughout the years there were discoveries of people with their cars in there. However, despite all the search efforts from the authorities, there was no sign of the missing teen in the following weeks. It was at this difficult time when Adventures with Purpose decided to help the family after getting requests from multiple people and even detectives. These diving angels are known to find missing vehicles from the water with their amazing expertise and equipment, bringing answers to families. They specialize in using sonar to find vehicles that have been underwater for a long time. Through a Facebook post, they shared that they were heading to California to help in search of Kylie Rodney, dropping all of their other cases. Meanwhile, the authorities kept their search ongoing. Dirt bikes, Land Rovers, helicopters, boats. Every resource was being used to find the missing Kylie. They even did a sex offender sweep in the Truckee and North Tahoe areas, but to no avail. The case had gotten national coverage at that point, and everywhere people were praying for Kylie to come back home safely. Sadly, with each day passing, the chances of finding Kylie Rodney alive were getting smaller. On the morning of August 21st, 2022, with 2 sonar boats and their diving equipment, the Adventures with Purpose team reached the Prosser Creek Reservoir, an area where police had searched before. Beginning their search at 10:40 a.m., Doug Bishop and Nick Wren, 2 diving angels of the 6-member team, took 2 boats into the water. With 1 boat each, Doug and Nick went in opposite directions to speed up the search process. Approximately at 11:15 a.m., Nick detected an object which looked like a vehicle submerged in water. Once he was sure that it was a vehicle, Nick put on his diving suit and went to conduct the formal assessment of the vehicle. It was upside down and 14 feet deep in the water. The vehicle was marked as Kylie's as soon as the license plate matched, and human remains were also present inside the vehicle. The AWP team had done a commendable job of finding Kylie after 2 long weeks, and that too within just 35 minutes of searching. The authorities and Kylie's family were informed immediately. It was devastating to witness the tragic outcome of this 16-year-old girl who had so much to live for. On August 25th, an autopsy was conducted on the remains found in the vehicle, and it was officially announced that the remains were indeed Kylie's. But the cause of death was recorded as unknown. However, in a press conference, Placer County Sheriff stated that this investigation is still open. The Rodney Neiman family thanked everyone who supported them in this difficult time. In an issued statement they said, "While we accept this sadness cast under death's shadow, the rising sun shines light upon us, reminding us not to mourn our loss, but to celebrate Kylie's spirit and the gift that we all received in knowing her. Kylie will surely remain with us, even though we will not get her back." Kylie Rodney's case is still active and many details are yet to be revealed. But we are happy that Kylie's remains were finally found after 2 long weeks. Our heart gratitude goes to the team of adventurers with purpose as they put in hard work and sweat to find missing people to provide their families some closure. So keep supporting these diving angels so that they can keep providing their selfless service to society. Due to people's outstanding support, they have resolved many missing person cold cases since 2019. So let's make it possible for AWP to provide this free service to families and law enforcement by watching their documentaries, buying their merchandise, and donating. Nava Elimelech was born on March 20th, 1970, in Bat Yam, Israel, as the youngest child of Makloff and Maisel Elimelech. The couple already had 3 children: Josie, the eldest, Jacob, the second, and Ephrat, the first daughter. When Nava arrived, she quickly became the cherished youngest of the family. Makloff and Maisel were distant relatives. At the age of 14, Maisel was sent to Israel after 2 of her family members were abducted by Arabs. To immigrate without her parents, she claimed to be 4 years older. She traveled with Makloff's mother and sister. Love soon blossomed between Makloff and Maisel, and after their marriage, they faced difficult living conditions in Jerusalem, often going days without steady work, bread, or vegetables. Despite these hardships, they fondly remembered the strong sense of community, friendship, and mutual support that defined those times. Josie and Jacob were born in Jerusalem while their father worked at a factory called the American Shoe Factory. When the factory closed, Makloff moved to Bat Yam for work, seeing his family only on weekends. Eventually, the family relocated to Bat Yam as well, where Ephrat and Nava were later born. Like her siblings, Nava also attended the school on the same street where they lived. She was in the 3rd grade when she met one of her favorite teachers, a sports teacher and assistant principal. He described Nava's bright, joyful eyes and her aptitude in sports, particularly volleyball, and encouraged her to consider a sports career as she seriously enjoyed every physical activity. Nava consistently excelled academically and socially in school. She was well regarded by her peers and teachers, who described her as responsible, diligent, and excelling not just in sports but also in theoretical subjects. Another teacher called her a brilliant girl who was meticulous in writing and who decorated her notebooks beautifully. Nava was well behaved, informed her parents about her activities, and despite being at an age for mischief, was not adventurous. Nava and her siblings hailed from a loving and supportive family and reciprocated this support and trust by striving to be above-average students, endearing themselves to all their teachers. In the summer of 1981, Nava and her family spent time at a hotel in Eilat, where the then Israeli Prime Minister also arrived as part of his bustling 1981 electoral campaign. Nava's charismatic presence caught his attention, and he requested a photograph with her. Being the youngest in the family, her siblings were extremely caring and affectionate towards her. Her relatives described her as a joyful individual whose presence was strongly felt both within and outside the family home. On March 20th, 1982, a sunny Saturday, Nava's interaction with her parents was perfectly normal. Breaking his routine, Jacob, her older brother who was already married, unlike every Shabbat, chose to stay with his wife instead of visiting his parents. By noon, the married couple retired to their bedroom. Nava went out. She left behind a note for her parents which had the following message. To Mom and Dad and the whole family, I'm going to Tali. Don't worry, I'll be back home. I love you very much. Nava. Nava was deeply rooted in her Jewish traditions and family. She eagerly awaited her bat mitzvah, significant for her spiritual and communal responsibilities in Judaism, but she had to wait as she was only 11 years and 3 months old. That Saturday, dressed in red trousers and a matching shirt, Nava was seen by her sister, Efrat, who was across the street with friends. Shortly afterward, Efrat thought she heard Nava calling out but saw nothing when she turned around. Upon reaching home, Efrat informed her mother that Nava was meeting Tali. However, concern rose when Tali called, stating Nava hadn't arrived. Alarmed, the parents immediately reported Nava's disappearance to the police, who initiated investigations that night. In the subsequent days, the police and volunteers extensively searched the region, distributing Nava's photographs, using dogs to trace scent in nearby dunes, and interrogating neighbors. 10 days post-disappearance, unsettling developments emerged. Some reports claimed a bag containing part of a leg from a young body was found on a beach in northern Tel Aviv and was quickly identified as Nava's. Further body parts surfaced on the shores in the following days, riveting the nation with the gruesome details of the case. Contrary to other versions, it was indicated that 10 days after her disappearance, some individuals discovered Nava's head wrapped in plastic, with other plastic-wrapped body parts found on Tel Baruch Beach. It is indisputable that upon submitting the remains for forensic examination, a pathologist who meticulously analyzed the body parts concluded that Nava had been murdered on the day she went missing. The Central Police Unit of Tel Aviv took charge of the investigation, but not a single clue was uncovered. Lifeguards, boat owners, and regular beach visitors were questioned, yet none had seen a man carrying suspicious bags in the area. Following the murder, the police assembled a team of 40 investigators and detectives who labored on the case for several months, marking it as one of the most extensive operations in the history of Israeli police. The investigation was challenging due to the absence of weapons or evidence at the crime scene. The team interviewed scores of people at various levels and even dispatched some of the severed body parts to a London lab to deduce a likely murder weapon. But all efforts to resolve the case were unsuccessful. Initially, it was speculated that Nava's murder was an act of revenge against her family, as inferred by the remarks of the head of the Bat Yam police station. He noted that the method of dismembering the body and discarding it into the sea seemed intentional. The country was in turmoil. People withdrew from public affection. Streets were devoid of children. And Nava's murder, occurring on a serene Saturday noon, shook the nation's peace and revealed a vulnerability. The moment of body identification by Nava's mother was recalled as particularly harrowing. Under intense pressure, the mother was allowed to identify the body, which was prepared in such a way that only the head was visible. The whole identification scene left everyone present in shock. Following the identification, Nava's family organized the funeral. Hundreds from the region came to pay their respects. Investigators held that the killer couldn't have acted alone due to the mutilation and the moving of the body without being discovered. The commander of the Tel Aviv Police District stated that the investigation team was one of the largest ever assembled, involving various specialists. Intense efforts yielded no results, leading to public distress and imposed curfews for children. In 1982, the police focused on sexual offenders, but every lead seemed to be a dead end. Police cadaver dogs, which had smelled clothes Elimelech had worn, led investigators to the home of David Levy, a Bat Yam resident who lived close to the home of the Elimelech family and who had at one time worked with Elimelech's father. In his home, authorities found pictures of Elimelech and her friends. A police search was conducted, but no evidence was found connecting him to the murder. However, Levy was discovered to have taken nude photos of female students at Gordon Elementary School. He was subsequently convicted of pedophilia and jailed. An Arab resident from Gaza was also detained but released due to lack of evidence. Despite various theories, including that of a nationalist terrorist organization's involvement, doubts remained, and after many leads, arrests, and releases, the case went cold. In 1998, police arrested brothers Yehuda and Amos Shalef as suspects in the killing after Yehuda's ex-wife claimed he had confessed to committing the murder to her. Yehuda's home was searched and his yard was excavated, but no evidence was found. The brothers were ultimately released due to lack of evidence. Nava's mother, Maisel, expressed her continual hope for justice, feeling Nava's presence despite the years past. Criminologist Avi Davidovich theorized that Nava was likely a victim of a serial killer, citing other similar disappearances between 1974 and 1994. He believed it was likely that all the murders were committed by the same individual. He maintained that the police would have had a better chance if they had made the connection with the other incidents at the time. However, he also said that they shouldn't be blamed because the police back then didn't have the level of experience that today's police have. On December 31, 2001, Yitzhak Gatnio, one of the original investigating officers, was interviewed on the Galitz News channel. Following some comments about the murder, he disclosed that the Israeli security agency did find evidence supporting the theory that the operation had been executed by a nationalist terrorist organization. The information came from an imprisoned Arab criminal who collaborated with the agency, asserting that one of his cellmates confessed to killing the 11-year-old girl. This man, a terrorist collaborator, had already been released from jail and fled to Jordan. Investigators disclosed that tests confirmed that this man was indeed in the neighborhood when Nava disappeared. He wasn't investigated at that time, and as far as Yitzhak knew, the man had died in Jordan. In September 2010, the police commissioner received a letter reminding him that the 1982 murder of Nava remained unsolved. In the letter, it was highlighted the enduring pain of the Elimelech family, and their sorrow was compounded by knowing that the heinous murder had not been resolved by Israeli police. She asked the commissioner to inform the Elimelech family about which unit was handling the murder case and requested that the investigative team communicate with her as the family representative to update them on any progress in the murder investigation. The first police response was received 2 days later, confirming receipt of the request and promising prompt action due to the importance of the matter. However, time kept passing, and in 2012, 30 years after Nava's murder, the family was still in immense pain, and all who knew the girl wondered if they had done enough. Remorse consumed a neighbor who hadn't opened the door when Nava rang the intercom, compounded by the family's questioning. Nava's brothers hadn't lost hope of finding the perpetrator. They mainly wanted to give an answer to their parents, who were over 80 years old and were waiting every day for the news of the capture of their daughter's murderer. They said with sorrow that their mother Maisel hoped the monster would be caught while she was still alive, but she was getting weaker and was crying out for a response from the police. They highlighted that the worst part was not knowing where they stood because no one spoke to them honestly. In 2019, another significant event occurred. With court approval, the police exhumed Nava's remains for additional testing. Investigators then reported that they had compiled a profile of the killer, implying that he was still alive, around 70 years old, and was about 30 at the time of the crime. They added that he was someone with a criminal record living in central Israel. A total of 100 detectives were assigned to the case after its reopening due to advancements in DNA identification technology. The investigation was highly confidential. On August 29th, Amos Shilov, once a person of interest in the case, appeared for questioning regarding the crime. However, the reason wasn't clear as he wasn't considered a suspect. Upon entering the station, he declared that his summoning was complete nonsense. His lawyer conveyed the impression that the police were clueless and were merely redoing an investigation that had yielded nothing in the past. He added that the exhumation of the body seemed unwarranted and the police were trying to cover their mistakes by all means possible. In the 4 weeks since Nava's body was exhumed, the autopsy was performed. However, it did not yield any information that could advance the investigation as the remains were in a very poor state. During this time in August 2019, the police gave Nava's parents the earrings she was wearing when she was killed, but did not inform them when or where they were found. One of the brothers said at that time that there was no new information apart from the earrings, which definitely gave them hope because the police said that once the investigation concluded, they would provide the family with all the answers. Currently, The case remains open and no new information has been revealed due to a gag order placed on the publication of any details. The police were brief in the information they provided, stating only that the exhumation of the body had taken place recently in coordination with Nava's family. They also mentioned that the investigation was being overseen by the District Attorney's Office of Tel Aviv. In 2019, Maisel, Nava's 90-year-old mother, told the Israeli media that the family agreed to do everything possible to uncover the truth and find out who committed this atrocity. She added that she would give her life and whatever it took to find the person who took her 11-year-old girl away. She also made an important point that she had no idea who her daughter's killer could be, but believed that the friend Nava went to visit and her mother did know but didn't want to speak the truth. It's true that Tali and all her other friends were investigated, and although she was interrogated repeatedly, no evidence was found linking her to the events. An investigator who was part of the Bat Yam police at the time of the crime indicated that there was a large team of agents working exclusively with the family and friends to follow any lead, no matter how minimal, and they found nothing on Tali. Therefore, he didn't believe that she had anything to do with the murder. Nava's sister stated that they agreed to open her grave because the mystery of her murder lingered with them every day while their elderly and sick parents continued to fight undaunted, waiting for an answer and a resolution. One of Nava's brothers mentioned in an interview that the police had told the family that with the new technology available, progress could be made in the case. He affirmed that they were still clinging to hope because his sister was a kind-hearted little girl, and one awful day, their world collapsed with her disappearance and death. Suspects, searches, investigation teams, special research teams, significance, conjecture, speculation, and zero results. The killer or killers have not been discovered to this day. The case of Yvonne Baldelli, a hellish love story on a heavenly island. Sometimes, the pursuit of paradise on earth leads straight into a living hell, one from which there is no escape. Yet it's important to remember that much depends on who accompanies you on that journey. Choosing a companion should always be done with the greatest care and caution. Still, even those who seem the closest and most loving can reveal themselves to be merciless monsters. The story of Yvonne Baldelli and Brian Brimmager began like a fairy tale. Yvonne believed she had found the love of her life, someone worth following to the ends of the earth. But from the very start, her relationship raised alarm among her family, who strongly disapproved of her partner. Tragically, their fears would soon prove to be all too justified. This complex case started in 2011, when a happy and in love Yvonne left with her beloved for a tropical island. As it turned out, she was heading straight towards her own demise. Only several years later, disfigured fragments of her body were discovered in the swamp, bagged alongside the remains of her cherished pets. Yvonne's family exerted considerable effort to achieve justice, efforts that cost another family member their life. Who was Yvonne Baldelli? Yvonne Olivia Baldelli Mayfold was born on June 30, 1969, in a small town in the southern part of sunny California. She was the third and youngest child of Marjorie and James Fold, growing up alongside her older brother Michael and sister Michelle, with whom she shared a particularly close bond from childhood. When Yvonne was 13, her mother passed away after a long illness. A year later, her father remarried to Lillian Faust, and the grown children developed wonderful relationships with their stepmother, a kind and caring woman who loved her husband's children as her own. Yvonne received a solid education and explored several career paths, but her main passion was always fashion design, and she dreamed of turning her hobby into a profitable business. However, luck never seemed to be on her side when it came to her personal life. She was married twice, but both marriages ended in separation. Additionally, a surgery she underwent in her youth, followed by complications, left Yvonne unable to have children. After divorcing her second husband, Kevin Baldelli, in 2007, Yvonne lived alone in her small apartment with her beloved dog, whom she affectionately called her child. She remained in constant contact with her father and sister, calling them almost daily, and making an effort to see her family at least once a month. Meeting Brian and the love triangle. In 2009, as Yvonne was preparing to celebrate her 40th birthday, she met a Marine named Brian Brimmager. At that time, he was legally married and raising a young son with his wife. Despite this, Brian was open to having an affair and shared with his mistress how unhappy he was in his marriage, claiming he hadn't filed for divorce solely because of his child, whom he didn't want to distress. Baldelli fell for this fit and handsome man at first sight and believed every word he said. Having experienced the pain of a loveless marriage herself and knowing how hard it can be to leave such a relationship, she didn't rush her partner, believing that the presence of a child was indeed the main obstacle. However, Brian wasn't as straightforward and sincere as he appeared. From a young age, his attractive looks had made him very popular with the opposite sex. He was accustomed to juggling multiple relationships simultaneously and expertly deceived the women who fell for him, promising each one marriage, a family, and eternal love. It soon came to light that the married Brimmager was not only seeing Yvonne, but also had another mistress. This other woman was Christine Verhoeven, a stunning blonde with extensive connections. She was an analyst at the White House and had made a remarkable career during George W. Bush Jr. administration. When Yvonne discovered the existence of another rival, she decided to confront the issue head-on and was ready to fight for the man she loved. Gathering her courage, she called her lover's wife to inform her that Brian was cheating on her with not just one, but two women. This revelation sparked a major scandal, forcing Brian to make a difficult choice. Eventually, he chose Yvonne, though it's possible she pressured him into making this decision. A few months later, Brian officially divorced his wife and moved in with his new love interest. At that time, he was still serving in the Marines, but had been contemplating ending his military career for a while. The couple seemed genuinely happy, but Yvonne's relatives remained wary of her new partner, doubting the sincerity of his feelings. Moving to a tropical paradise. In the summer of 2011, Brian began to talk about radically changing his life, leaving the service, moving away from the bustling city, and settling down on the tropical island. Yvonne shared his sentiments, supported him in everything, and was ready to follow him wherever and whenever he decided. She believed she had met the most important man in her life and adored him. By September of the same year, the decision was final. The couple chose to move to Panama and settle on the small island of Coronero, a place that could truly be called a paradise. Yvonne informed her family just before leaving, so they had no chance to persuade her to reconsider. Yvonne sold her apartment, quit her job, and started packing for the journey. She took only a few bikinis, shorts, tank tops, and her sewing machine, hoping to fulfill her dream of opening a small boutique to create and sell custom outfits to tourists on the new island. In early September, Brian, Yvonne, and her beloved little dog flew to Panama. They spent a couple of days in the country's capital before taking a ferry to Coronero Island, where they rented a house right on the oceanfront. The climate was hot and humid with little temperature variation, attracting a steady flow of tourists throughout the year, primarily diving and surfing enthusiasts. The island was just 1 square kilometer, so one could leisurely walk around it in about an hour. All the infrastructure was located along the coast, while the interior was dense jungle and swampy areas teeming with venomous snakes, spiders, and other wildlife, making it unsafe to venture into. Brian, who had been an excellent guitar player since his youth, brought his instrument with the intention of starting a musical career on the island, performing in entertainment venues. Within a week after moving, he had made connections with several local bar owners, and one of them happily offered him a job. He played in the evenings, entertaining the crowd, but his appreciative audience often bought him drinks as a compliment, leading him to drink heavily almost daily. Yvonne's business also developed very slowly with weak sales and virtually no profit. However, she didn't lose heart. She started working at one of the bars and even adopted a second dog she found on the island and decided to keep. She communicated with her sister, Michelle Valenzuela, almost daily, sharing everything. But her messages became increasingly shorter and more somber, which worried her family. The first few months on the island seemed like paradise to the couple. Yvonne hoped that Brian would propose and they would have a romantic wedding ceremony on the ocean shore. But time passed. Brian didn't rush into marriage, and their relationship rapidly deteriorated. The mysterious disappearance. In early December, stopped receiving messages from Yvonne, which raised her concern significantly. Then, on December 14, 2011, Brian unexpectedly called Michelle, inquiring when he could stop by to pick up his SUV, which he had left in her garage before heading to Panama. This call and question caught Michelle off guard. It meant Brian had returned to the US and wanted to retrieve his vehicle. But where was Yvonne? Why hadn't she come back or even called? In response, Brian claimed he had explained everything in an email sent a few days earlier. He also mentioned that his now ex-girlfriend had supposedly sent her a message explaining the situation. Michelle checked her messages but found nothing, so she turned to her email. Indeed, there were 2 unread messages, one from her sister and one from her boyfriend. In his message, Brian stated that Yvonne had left him, running off with a new lover to Costa Rica. The other message, supposedly from Yvonne, claimed she had left Brian upon discovering his infidelity and learning that another woman had given birth to his child. It concluded with her saying she had met another man and gone to Costa Rica with him. The other woman turned out to be Brian's old friend, Christine Verhoeven, with whom he had been involved all along and who was pregnant with his child when he and Yvonne flew to Panama. At first glance, everything seemed plausible and logical, especially since Yvonne couldn't have children. The news that her partner had fathered a child with someone else could have been devastating for her. However, Yvonne wasn't known for impulsive actions, and she would have certainly called her sister to discuss such significant changes in her life. Moreover, the tone of the supposed message from Yvonne was somewhat odd and unlike her previous communications, which raised further suspicions. When Michelle tried to determine her sister's current whereabouts, she couldn't get any concrete information. Calls went unanswered, and the messages that came through were brief and detached, saying things like, "I'm okay. I need some time. I'm not ready to talk about this." Michelle suggested that Brian should join her in filing a missing persons report. Brian appeared nervous but insisted it wasn't necessary, claiming Yvonne was fine, capable of taking care of herself, and would decide when to come home on her own. Despite Brian's reluctance even to discuss the matter and his hasty departure after picking up his vehicle, a message from Yvonne's phone soon arrived, stating she planned to return home in January for their father's birthday. This message provided Michelle with some relief, and she decided to wait a few more weeks, hoping Yvonne would return as indicated in the message. Search efforts and surprising discoveries. By mid-January, not only had Yvonne not returned home, but she also hadn't called even once during that time, and her messages had completely stopped. Moreover, Michelle was shocked to learn that Brian had gotten married to the mother of his child, Christine Verhoeven, right before the new year, which seemed very odd since he had parted ways with his former girlfriend just a few weeks before the celebration. Concerned, Michelle finally went to the police and reported her sister missing, suspecting that Yvonne had not gone to Costa Rica. An official inquiry sent to Panama confirmed her fears. It was definitively established that Yvonne Baldelli had not left the country. Valenzuela then turned to her cousin, a programmer, to help trace the IP address from which Yvonne's messages were sent, determining their actual origin. It turned out the emails, supposedly sent by Ivan from Costa Rica in December, were actually sent from Dana Point, California, where Brian was located. The same IP address was used for an email sent by Brian himself. With the situation becoming increasingly alarming, Michelle hurriedly informed the police about her discovery. Valenzuela reached out to the FBI and the State Department, sharing her suspicions that Brian had harmed her sister in Panama, and then continued to send messages from her phone and email, pretending to be her for about a month. However, there was not enough solid evidence at the time to arrest him, so law enforcement could only interview him and continue gathering proof of his guilt. It was revealed that Brian had proposed to Christine while still in Panama with Yvonne. He promised Verhoeven that he would soon return. They would get married and raise their daughter together. Moreover, Christine was unaware that her child's father had gone to the island with another woman, as he had told her he was there on business. The family's own investigation. 2 months after the woman's disappearance, her sister and niece personally flew to Panama. There, they sought the expertise of Don Winner, a former U.S. intelligence officer turned investigator, specializing in locating missing U.S. citizens. They shared the story of Yvonne's disappearance and the version of events provided by Brian. Winner, after listening to them, immediately expressed concern that the chances of Yvonne being alive were slim. With vast experience in such investigations and leveraging his connections, Winner decided to put pressure on the Panamanian government and publicize the case, turning the disappearance of an American woman into international news. A press conference was also organized with the participation of Yvonne's family members. Later, Yvonne's father, stepmother, brother, and several other relatives and close friends arrived in Panama to join the search and assist the investigation. Together, they went to the tropical island of Caramaro, combing it thoroughly, yet they found no trace of bald Eli. Their search efforts were hampered by dense undergrowth and swampy marshes teeming with wildlife. In addition, the family questioned the island's residents about how well they knew Brian and Yvonne and what they could say about them. It turned out that the couple had recently been heavily indulging in alcoholic beverages and were frequently involved in loud disputes, unconcerned about those around them. Almost daily, they were seen in bars drinking alcohol and having heated arguments. Furthermore, people began to notice bruises and scratches on Yvonne's face and body. She almost never took off her sunglasses, seemingly to hide the bruises under her eyes. The landlord of the house the couple had rented confirmed that neighbors regularly complained about the noise, screams, and cursing coming from their residence. Simultaneously, FBI agents brought a special team of divers to the island to scour the waters around it for any potential evidence or remains of the missing woman. Unfortunately, these searches did not yield any success. The prime suspect and the first solid evidence. From the outset, Ryan was the prime suspect in the case, but there was nothing concrete to charge him with. He denied any involvement, consistently outing the same story about his ex-partner running off with another man. It wasn't until September 21, 2012, that Brimmager was finally interrogated, and a search was conducted in his home. At the time, his wife Christine was at work, while Brian was unemployed, staying at home with their child and indulging in his favorite pastime, playing golf. Initially, he appeared confident, repeating that Yvonne had left him after finding out about his child with another woman. However, he became visibly nervous when the police mentioned that the last messages sent in Yvonne's name came from his area and expressed interest in examining the laptop found on his table. The seized laptop turned out to belong to Yvonne, with messages sent from it after she supposedly fled. A photo of the missing woman with a bruise under her eye was found on the computer, as well as a screenshot of a conversation from November, where Brian and Christine discussed their ongoing affair and shared daughter, presumably how Baldelli learned about them. Moreover, the laptop's search history from November 26, 2011, contained queries such as how to clean blood and how to remove blood from a mattress. These pieces of evidence were significant, but circumstantial, since neither a body nor a mattress with blood stains was found. The fact that Brian had been sending messages pretending to be Yvonne didn't definitively prove him guilty. Soon, Don Winner discovered that before leaving Panama, Brimmager had sold a machete he owned. In an online conversation with a potential buyer, he joked that he had used the weapon just once to finish off a stripper. The joke was macabre, prompting authorities to track down the new owner of the machete and seize the blade for examination, which initially revealed nothing conclusive. The long-awaited arrest. The police overlooked another crucial detail, Yvonne's bank card, which Brian used after her disappearance. To add credibility to his story, before returning to the States, he decided to make a trip to Costa Rica and use the missing woman's card a couple of times, creating the illusion that she had indeed fled to that country. He paid for his tickets in cash and withdrew money from different locations in San Jose, draining the card before discarding it. However, Brimmager failed to consider that he was captured on surveillance cameras at the ATMs. It wasn't until July 2013, a year and a half after the woman's disappearance, that her relatives, armed with all the evidence gathered by the police, FBI agents, and Don Winner, finally managed to secure Brian's arrest. Initially, he was detained on charges of making false statements and obstructing the investigation, as there was nothing more substantial to charge him with at that time. By then, he had become a father for the second time. Christine had given birth to a son just a week before his arrest. Authorities attempted to engage the suspect in a candid conversation, offering him a chance to confess to the crime and disclose the location of the body, but Brian consistently denied any wrongdoing. His lawyer also insisted on the absence of a body or direct evidence proving Ivan's demise and Brian's involvement in it. The gruesome discovery in the swamp. Just 2 months after Brimajor's arrest, a significant breakthrough occurred in the case. On the island of Carneiro, a worker taking a shortcut wandered into the swampy underbrush and spotted an army backpack barely visible above the waters, driven by curiosity and hoping to find something valuable or useful inside. He looked in the bag, only to recoil in horror at the sight of a human skull staring back at him. He immediately reported his find to the police, and responding officers took the backpack for examination. Inside were fragments of a human body along with the remains of 2 small dogs. The remains had been chopped up, placed in the bag, and discarded in a location where it was assumed they would never be found. DNA testing confirmed that the human remains belonged to Yvonne, although limbs were missing. Pathologists also determined that she had been brutally beaten before her demise, with a broken nose, cheekbone, and several missing teeth. The demise of the dogs was probably orchestrated to lend credence to the narrative, as it seemed implausible that she would willingly leave behind her cherished pets on the island, suggesting a scenario where they were eliminated and laid to rest alongside their owner. When the chop marks found on the victim's bones were matched with the blade of the machete, there was no doubt. The body had been dismembered using this weapon, as each blade has its own signature, akin to a person's fingerprints. With this evidence, Brian was formally charged with murder, dismemberment, and concealing a crime. The trial and verdict. In early 2014, Michelle Valenzuela was diagnosed with an advanced stage of aggressive cancer. She had been so consumed by the investigation into her sister's case that she neglected her deteriorating health, postponing visits to the doctor. After undergoing intensive treatment for about 6 months and realizing it was in vain, she decided to dedicate the last months of her life to seeking justice for her sister. In September 2014, when doctors told Michelle she had only a few weeks left, she declared that although she was losing her battle with the disease, she would continue to fight for her sister until her last breath. Choosing to make her testimony in front of Brian, she detailed everything she knew and submitted all their correspondence with Yvonne to the court. She meticulously described Brian's actions after her sister's disappearance and then fainted from weakness. Michelle passed away 3 days later. The prosecution argued that on the evening of November 26th, following another argument with Yvonne, when she discovered Brian's communications with Christine, Brian, in a fit of rage and under the influence of alcohol, assaulted Yvonne and then fatally stabbed her. He then dismembered her body in the bathtub using the machete, also using it to take the live Yvonne's beloved dogs, and placed the remains in his military backpack. The limbs that didn't fit in the bag were dumped in the ocean, dropped off a rocky cliff early in the morning along with the blood-stained mattress. Brian carried the backpack deep into the island and submerged it in a swamp. For the next few weeks, he continued living in the same coastal house, meticulously erasing any evidence of the crime. He told everyone on the island a story about his flighty girlfriend leaving him for a new lover, a story that sounded convincing enough that locals sympathized with Brian. And he even managed to find a new girlfriend, Nicole Powell, who comforted him for a few weeks until his departure to the U.S. However, at the trial, Nicole testified against Brian, accusing him of lying and cruelty. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Brian was forced to admit his guilt, but insisted that it was self-defense, claiming Yvonne had first attacked him with a knife, which he then used against her. He claimed all subsequent actions were carried out in the state of shock, asserting he didn't remember dismembering and packing the body, taking the lives of the dogs, and so forth. However, his internet searches and attempts to eliminate evidence spoke to his full awareness and attempts to fabricate a story to justify Yvonne's absence. In the spring of 2016, Brian was found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to only 26 years in prison with the possibility of parole in 2035. His service in the Marines was considered during sentencing, allowing him to avoid a life sentence. Lastly, Brian's wife, Christine Verhoeven, stated she still believed in her husband's innocence and would support him no matter what. Megan Sharpton was born on October 24, 1987 in the small American city of Tullahoma in the state of Tennessee. She grew up in a large and friendly family with 2 sisters and a brother with whom she got along very well. Her parents strove to give maximum attention to all their children, but Megan was especially close to her mother. From an early age, she helped her parents care for her younger siblings and was always eager to assist friends and family. During high school, Megan decided she wanted to become a nurse, which led her to enroll at Motlow Community College, located about 7 miles from her home. She also worked as a waitress at a local restaurant and eventually moved in with her boyfriend. In the summer of 2012, at the age of 24 and just a few months shy of finishing college, Megan planned to immediately find a job as a nurse. Shortly before her disappearance, she had also started working at a nursing home to gain practical skills in caring for the elderly. Despite her busy life, Megan tried to see her family whenever she could. On July 1st, her sister, who lived in another city, came home and Megan promised to meet with her. However, that evening, Megan called her mother to say she would be delayed. She had been offered an interesting job opportunity and had arranged an interview for that night. She was excited about this opportunity and promised her mother that she would visit her as soon as the interview was over. According to her, the job involved taking care of an elderly woman. As time passed, there was no word from Megan. She did not respond to messages or calls. Her parents began to worry. They contacted her boyfriend, but he also did not know where Megan was and was unaware of any interview. Despite this, the parents decided not to panic and waited for their daughter to get in touch. At 24, with her schedule packed between her studies and 2 jobs, it was possible she was just busy. But Megan did not show up the next day. Meanwhile, in a remote area several kilometers from the city, around 1:30 a.m., a group of teenagers saw a fire in a field. Given the very hot summer, they thought wildfires might have spread to the grass. They immediately called the firefighters, who arrived at the scene to find an unexpected turn of events. Shortly after beginning to extinguish the flames, they discovered a body at the center of the fire. Once the fire was fully extinguished and the police arrived, they realized they were looking at a dead girl. It was clear that a murder had taken place. However, detectives could not establish the victim's identity immediately as she had no documents, wallet, or phone with her. Due to the effects of the fire, the features were unrecognizable. The only clues available to detectives were 2 small star-shaped tattoos. The investigation at the crime scene led to the conclusion that the girl was dead before the fire started. The victim suffered a serious head injury that appeared to be fatal. Yet no clues pointing to the presence of the killer were found. The victim was partially dressed, and from her shirt, the police deduced that the girl might have been a nurse. They also found that there were no missing person reports matching her description, which complicated the identification process. However, news quickly spread throughout the small town. Megan's mother saw a social media post about a young woman found dead in a field with 2 star-shaped tattoos and realized with horror that it was her daughter. Medical examiners eventually confirmed that the deceased was indeed Megan Sharpton. They determined that the cause of death was a bullet wound to the back of the head, supporting the police's theory that she was already dead at the time of the fire. Furthermore, she was killed elsewhere and her body was then moved to the field. She had also been subjected to violence prior to her death, and the experts were able to extract a DNA sample of the criminal. The DNA was immediately checked against the national database, but there were no matches. The detectives began by searching for Megan's car, a red Mustang. She had worked at a restaurant that night and had left in her vehicle. The car was nowhere to be found, indicating that the killer might have taken it somewhere that could yield crucial evidence. While its location remained unknown, the police began to look for potential suspects among Megan's acquaintances. Attention turned to her boyfriend, who became a significant person of interest. Megan's sister immediately expressed her suspicion to the detectives that he was involved in the murder, pointing out that the couple had been having relationship issues. Megan had been with him for 3 years, part of which they spent living together in an apartment they shared with another roommate, but he denied any involvement in the incident. Initially, he claimed that everything was fine between him and Megan, but eventually conceded that their relationship was troubled and heading towards a split. However, he insisted he had no motive for murder and provided an alibi for the time of her death. While the police were verifying his alibi, they decided to search the apartment where Megan and her boyfriend lived. In the bathroom, they found troubling evidence: traces of blood and syringes containing illicit substances. At the same time, 12 miles from the city, police found Megan's abandoned car in a secluded and remote area. There were no documents or phone inside, which meant the perpetrator could have taken or discarded them elsewhere. The police appealed to the public, asking anyone who found such items to contact them immediately. There were no signs of blood or a struggle in the car, but there was an intriguing clue: a note with a non-existent address. Investigators concluded that the unknown assailant had tried to lure Megan to a secluded place to commit the crime. Early in the investigation, they discovered that Megan was preparing for a job interview. However, they had no leads in that direction. One theory was that the person who offered her the job had given her a fake address. When the community learned of the details surrounding the case, a chilling connection was made. 6 months earlier, hundreds of miles from Tullahoma, another young woman of a similar age to Megan had disappeared without a trace. She was also a pharmacy student, which led many to fear that there could be a serial killer in the county. This only heightened the community's anxiety with concerns that the criminal might strike again. Meanwhile, the police questioned the roommate of Megan and her boyfriend, who admitted to using illicit substances. He claimed that Megan and her boyfriend were unaware of this and that they never partook themselves. Forensic experts analyzed the blood traces found and concluded that they indeed belonged to the roommate. However, the story did not end there. He revealed that Megan and her boyfriend's relationship had in fact ended some time ago, and he himself had recently started a relationship with Megan. He had kept his addiction hidden from her. Knowing this, the police began to suspect both her boyfriend and the roommate. The boyfriend might have harbored resentment towards Megan, and the roommate had a known drug habit, but there was no direct evidence against either of them. During questioning, he claimed he was unaware of the new relationship, and by this time, the police had already verified his alibi. He had been at work at the time of Megan's murder, which excluded him from the list of suspects. As for the roommate, he did not have a solid alibi. However, an analysis of his phone showed that he had been trying to reach Megan throughout the night and had sent her messages trying to find out where she was. Although this was not conclusive proof of his innocence, the police doubted he was the murderer. DNA samples were taken from both men and sent to the lab for analysis, but the results could take months. In the meantime, the detectives found a new lead. In the last interrogation, Megan's boyfriend mentioned he might help the investigation. On the day of Megan's disappearance, an unknown man had called her old phone, which was at home, wanting to speak to her about a job as a caregiver, saying that she had been recommended by someone named Naomi. He mentioned that Megan had spoken several times of a fellow student with that name, but he knew no further details. Police began searching among the students at Motlow College and soon found a student by that name. When detectives obtained her address, Naomi was not at home. Neighbors provided Naomi's phone number to the police. Naomi was surprised by the police call and claimed she barely knew Megan, having only met her in a few classes and never speaking much. Naomi insisted that she had not recommended Megan for any job and that Megan had bothered her, so she certainly wouldn't have helped her. The police were disappointed that this promising lead didn't yield further information, but they still had more substantial evidence to consider. Investigators handed over the phone, which had received the call about the job, and they had the caller's number in their possession. Experts determined that the call was made from a prepaid phone, making it impossible to establish the owner's name. However, the police traced the device back to the store where it was sold, which had a surveillance camera facing the checkout counter. Upon reviewing the footage from the day the phone was purchased, they immediately identified the buyer. From these images, the police inferred that the individual was purchasing the phone for some illicit purpose. Prepaid phones are popular among those involved in criminal activities in the United States because they do not require personal information for activation. And this person, seen taking out his own phone from his pocket at some point, indicated he was buying an additional phone for suspect purposes. There was also a camera pointing at the parking lot in the store. The police saw the buyer exit the building and get into his car, which soon led to establishing his identity. It turned out to be Timothy Gifford, who had an impressive criminal history. However, his activities were limited to minor drug dealings, and he had not been implicated in serious offenses. They soon tracked him down and brought him into the station. He said he bought the phone not for himself, but for a 37-year-old acquaintance named Donnie Jones, who was recuperating from surgery and couldn't pick up the phone himself. In exchange for this favor, Donnie gave Timothy some illegal pills. The detectives were familiar with Donnie, who also had an impressive criminal history, but often acted as an informant for the police. Despite this, no connection between Donnie and Megan was found until Timothy revealed something else. Donnie wanted to trade his van for a Mustang and asked for help with the exchange. Timothy found this request odd since Donnie had 2 young children and the Mustang isn't exactly known as a family car. Nevertheless, he agreed to try to find a buyer. Donnie handed over the van and Timothy noticed that inside the old vehicle, there were brand new carpets and seat covers. Donnie explained that his wife told him that the chance of selling the car was much higher with a renovated interior. And here is where the police suddenly discovered something that excited them and connected all the parts of the story. Donnie turned out to be the husband of Naomi, the same woman who supposedly recommended Megan for the job. At that point, the detectives realized they were getting closer to a solution. Unfortunately for them, the man's DNA was not in the database because he had not been convicted of violent crimes. They immediately went to Donnie and Naomi's house to talk to them. At first, the man said he did not know Megan, but after a few minutes, he mentioned that he had driven her and Naomi to college several times. This seemed odd compared to Naomi's statements a week earlier. At that time, she claimed that she barely knew Megan, and that they hardly spoke and did not get along in general. However, during a second conversation, the woman finally admitted that her husband indeed had driven Megan occasionally. However, Donnie firmly insisted on his innocence. According to him, on the night of the murder, he was at home with his children, allowed the police to search his home without a warrant, and voluntarily provided a DNA sample. He also denied having asked Timothy to buy a prepaid phone for him. In the house, the police found no clues and could only wait for the DNA test results, which could also take months. By then, 2 months had passed since the murder. Megan's parents received her nursing diploma posthumously. People hoped the police would capture the heartless monster as soon as possible, someone who could kill again at any moment. Finally, the laboratory results showed a complete match between Donnie's DNA and the sample found on Megan's body. He was immediately taken to the station, but he continued to insist on his innocence. Upon learning about the DNA match, he changed his story and told detectives that he and Megan had a secret relationship that he had hidden from his wife. According to him, that was why he hadn't mentioned it before. The police considered his story to be obviously fabricated, but they had to release him since there was no concrete evidence other than the DNA. And it was impossible to find 100% proof that would refute Donnie's words. Thus, the detectives were almost certain that the man was the killer, but they needed more evidence. Although they couldn't charge him with murder, they managed to detain him. During a search of his car, they found a firearm he was not allowed to possess due to his criminal record. While in custody, the police had time to look for more evidence. They didn't have to worry about Donnie attacking someone else or escaping. Soon, experts determined that Megan was shot with a weapon of the same caliber as Donnie's rifle. The detectives obtained a warrant to track his phone and check his movements on the night of Megan's murder. They compared those data with the movements of a prepaid phone that Donnie supposedly never owned. Here, the police had a significant breakthrough. The prepaid phone was close to Donnie's phone and followed the same route on the night of the crime. The detectives identified several key locations where Megan was supposedly abducted, where she was killed, and the field where her body was found. At all these locations, both phones were in proximity. Donnie's family owned several farms around Tullahoma. According to the investigation, after abducting her, Donnie took Megan to one of them, subjected her to violence, and killed her. The detectives obtained a search warrant and found a significant clue: a partially burnt bandana that turned out to belong to Megan. Her sister had given her that item. This evidence, combined with Megan's clothing and the DNA match, was enough to bring the case to trial. On November 5th, Donnie was charged with murder. At the trial, new details emerged that only strengthened the case against him. Reviewing his phone, experts discovered many interesting things. It turned out that Donnie had attempted several times to contact other women, offering them jobs as caregivers. But all those attempts failed. According to the investigation's version, Donnie found Megan's phone number on his wife's contact list. He contacted her, telling her that Naomi had recommended her as a caregiver. She agreed, and the man gave her a non-existent address, leading her to a remote location. There, he attacked her, took her to a farm, subjected her to violence, and killed her. Then he took her to a field and burned her. The final touch was the complete replacement of the carpets and seat covers of the pickup he used to transport her body. Apparently, the man feared that he could not completely eliminate certain blood traces and that the police would discover them. As for Naomi, the police concluded that she had no connection with the murder and knew nothing about it. That night, she was working, which was confirmed by numerous pieces of evidence. During the trial, Donnie declared his innocence, and everyone braced themselves for a potentially long process. However, when he realized that the prosecution would seek the death penalty, he decided to make a deal with the investigators. He agreed to forego the death sentence in exchange for a confession. As a result, he pleaded guilty to the murder of Megan and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Nevertheless, after some time, he claimed that he had made the deal under pressure and demanded a review of the case. When the judge accepted his request, he quickly reverted to his previous decision to plead guilty, since a new review would again consider the death penalty. During the trial, it was also explained why the criminal, without any doubt, willingly provided detectives with his DNA sample. He apparently hoped that the fire would destroy all traces, so the police would simply have nothing to compare his sample to. But he was mistaken. With all this, investigators concluded that Donnie probably had no connection to the disappearance of another student who vanished 6 months before Megan. More suitable suspects emerged in that case, and Donnie's candidacy was no longer considered. After the announcement of the verdict, Megan's sister stated that the offender would continue preying on young women and could have taken many more lives. But Megan stopped him by becoming his victim. And ultimately, what makes this story even more tragic is that in November 2013, Megan's mother, who had been doing everything possible to help the police catch her daughter's killer, took her own life. She couldn't bear the devastating loss caused by a cold-hearted criminal. Looking at Donnie's background, it is clear that he could have been apprehended much earlier. Among his numerous offenses was the kidnapping of a young woman, but on that occasion he managed to avoid punishment and the criminal remained at large. Who knows? Perhaps Megan was not his first victim, but the police have yet to confirm this. Innocent victim of her spouse's perverse passion. They say that an adult is simply impossible to re-educate because it is a formed personality with its views, way of thinking, preferences, character, and temperament. However, some women are sure that patience and pedagogical talent can work wonders. More experienced women realize that it is important from the very beginning to consider the man who is next to her to study his shortcomings, and to understand whether she can live together with them, because falling in love and passion will pass and the negative qualities with age will only worsen. If it is not about some minor shortcomings, but about real problems such as addictions, pathological tendency to lie and violence and so on, it is better to run away from such a person without looking back. But in women, often in such cases manifests the rescuer syndrome, an acute desire and irrepressible desire to help at the cost of their own well-being. It is this syndrome ruined a young British woman named Vicky Roberts, who almost 3 years struggling for her love, trying to re-educate her cheating husband with sadistic tendencies. Unfortunately for the girl, all her efforts turned out only pain, humiliation, and cruelty. Vicky and Michael Roberts. Vicky Roberts, born Victoria Smith, was born in September 1984 in the county of Cheshire in the northwest of England. She was the younger of 2 daughters in a rather conservative and deeply religious family. Together with her sister, she attended a Christian school and also practiced music and sang in the choir. People around her described her as a very kind, friendly, and helpful girl, always ready to help others. After graduating from high school, Vicky went to university. and at the same time got a job in one of the stores of the chain IKEA to pay for her own education. It was there that the girl soon met a young man named Michael Roberts, with whom she first started a friendly relationship. The new acquaintance was only a year older than Vicky. He also got a job at IKEA in parallel with his studies, and he also played sports, carefully watched himself, and was able to make a pleasant impression on others. At first, the sociable and charismatic Michael seemed too talkative and overly intrusive to the modest Vicky, but he quickly managed to gain her attention in favor. It is worth saying a few words about Michael and his family. He was born in June 1983 in Warrington, Cheshire, and was the eldest of two sons in the family of a prominent chemical engineer. Parents brought up their children in strictness, and high expectations always laid on the eldest heir, who studied well at school, grew up ambitious, purposeful, and able to achieve what they wanted. The guy always had a lot of friends. He could easily become the soul of any company. But most of all, he was proud of his victories on the love front. Michael had a bright and attractive appearance, was tall, trim, with a good sense of humor, and the ability to show himself at his best. To everything else, this handsome man was also very intelligent, well-read, could easily support a conversation on any topic. Parents from childhood indoctrinated the eldest heir that he is the best, the most beautiful, intelligent, and will certainly succeed. All this probably provoked in the guy narcissistic disorder, which with age progressed. At the same time, Michael was always very afraid to upset his dad and mom, and therefore did everything to be the perfect son for them and meet all their expectations. Roberts never had a permanent girlfriend. He regularly changed girlfriends and mistresses, could spin several novels in parallel, so that none of his passions did not realize that she was not the only one. The guy was confident in his irresistibility, could find an approach to any girl, and he really liked to conquer unavailable girls. This process he perceived as a kind of game or competition. Just such a modest and inaccessible girl was Vicky, which Michael decided by all means to conquer. At first, she stubbornly kept her distance and refused even innocent offers to walk after work or drink coffee somewhere. Smith spent almost all her time studying, and on weekends she went to church, so she didn't even think about dating, let alone any relationship. It took Michael a few months for Vicky to finally agree to go out with him. He was sweet, charming, touchingly courted her, gave her flowers, gifts, and little surprises. He even invited her to a family dinner at his parents' house, who liked Vicky very much and immediately approved of their son's choice. Vicky believed he was serious and gave in. He became her first man and remained the only one. She was truly happy around him, and it seemed like fate to her. Michael also seemed to fall in love and was ready to settle down, but it didn't last long. 50 Shades of Michael. From the outside, their romance seemed perfect. They were both young, attractive, full of energy, ambition, and made huge plans for the future. But soon Vicky realized that her chosen one has one peculiarity, namely an irrepressible sexual appetite and passion for experimentation in bed. At first, he did not put too much pressure on his chosen one in this regard, fearing that Vicky would leave him. But as soon as the guy realized that she would not go anywhere from him, he, as they say, opened the cards. The modest and religious girl was literally shocked by what was happening, but she was head over heels in love with Michael and therefore trusted him, and for a long time did not tell anyone about what was happening in their bedroom behind closed doors. In addition, her lover made her an official marriage proposal, which she gladly accepted, sincerely believing that after the wedding everything will change and the chosen one will stop his experiments. Soon one of Vicky's closest friends began to notice that she carefully disguises and hides bruises and small bruises under her clothes. She brought Smith into a frank conversation and asked if her fiancé was beating her and if she needed help. Vicky tried to deny everything, but then still admitted that all these marks are the consequences of intimate experiments. Michael, who had a special passion for binding, the use of various toys and devices. She also secretly told her friend that they have with the chosen intimacy happens up to 5 times a day, while he still remains hungry and unsatisfied. Michael considered himself a skillful lover, and intimacy for him was a kind of art and a way of self-expression. Sometimes he made concessions when Vicky refused to participate in some completely crazy and even dangerous experiments. But in most cases, he still managed to persuade the girl in love with him. Unplanned pregnancy. After defending her diploma, Vicky decided to change jobs and was soon hired as an account manager at a logistics company. Michael also quit IKEA and got a job as a sales consultant in one of the stores of a large retail chain selling phones, laptops, and other electronics. He almost immediately became one of the best employees because thanks to his charisma, communication, and persuasive skills, he always exceeded sales targets. Soon, the new young employee was promoted to senior salesman, and the management seriously considered his transfer to the main office. But before that, he had to undergo training and improve his qualifications. Michael enjoyed attending training sessions, going on business trips to London, and was very proud of himself. He seemed to have forgotten all about his young fiancée and only remembered when he needed intimacy. They didn't talk about each other. They hardly ever went anywhere together, and outside the bedroom, Vicky seemed to cease to exist for him. At the same time, he began to have affairs on the side with colleagues, clients, and just casual acquaintances. Michael was literally obsessed and addicted to intimacy, and intimacy with different women and constant new victories on the personal front were an important part of maintaining his self-esteem. At this time, Vicky discovered that she was pregnant, and happily broke the news to her fiancé. They had already delayed the wedding, and it seemed to the girl that now Michael would hurry things up. But the news that he was going to be a father only made Michael angry and mad. He immediately began to insist that the child should be gotten rid of, because they are still so young, and they have their whole life ahead of them, and with offspring can wait. Vicky was shocked by such words, but flatly refused to terminate the pregnancy. Then the groom decided to press her in another way. Michael began to convince the bride that such news will cause anger in her religious parents because their youngest favorite daughter lived with a man and got pregnant without being married. However, according to him, the termination of pregnancy will be hidden from everyone, and after the wedding, they will certainly have children. For Vicky, it was a difficult decision, but her chosen one had a real gift of persuasion. So that a few days later, she gave in to persuasion and went to the hospital. Unfortunately, it was not without complications. Vicky, for a few days, stayed in the hospital, and then it took her almost 3 weeks to recover her health. For all this period, the doctor categorically forbade her to have an intimate life, and Michael, learning about it, went into a rage. Then Vicky finally realized that he had mental problems and a real addiction to sexual contacts. Beloved literally went crazy without intimacy and began to leave the house every day, explaining it with urgent matters at work. Vicky guessed that he was looking for intimacy on the side, but sincerely hoped that everything would change once they got married and she would help him get rid of this addiction. A loveless marriage and an adult mistress. The engagement lasted almost 2 years, and the man apparently did not even intend to marry the chosen one, because the current state of affairs suited him quite well. He had a fiancée who faithfully waited for him at home and fully served him in the household, and numerous mistresses on the side which he regularly changed. Vicky always took him at his word, and even if she found out about his cheating, she always forgave him, as long as he promised that it was the last time, and he would not do it again. But time passed. Vicky began to insist on marriage, as she wanted a full-fledged family and children. Also, this question was increasingly raised by her parents, but most importantly, the wedding was insisted on by Michael's parents, whom he really did not want to upset. Modest and sweet, Vicky, they liked them very much, and they considered her a great couple for their son, and were constantly interested in when they will get married and make them happy with grandchildren. Not without the help of their parents, organized a lavish wedding with a white dress, limousine, and a beautiful away ceremony. The newlyweds looked in love and happy. It seemed that they had a long life ahead of them, but hardly any of the relatives guessed about the dark side of the man, with which his young chosen one was already so well acquainted. The newlyweds settled in a large and cozy house in the prestigious area of Warrington, not far from Roberts's parents. Michael did not love his spouse, however. Marriage made him normal in the eyes of relatives and others. Vicky never complained to anyone about his strange predilections and constant cheating, and he could continue to change mistresses like gloves. At work, he was quite successful, got another promotion, and was making good money. After being transferred to a new office, Michael's direct boss was a certain Carrie Hall. the head of administration at Phones, for you. She was 10 years older than him, had been divorced for a long time, and was raising a son on her own. At the same time, Carrie was quite attractive, well-groomed, and as her position required, determined and strong-willed. For a long time, she did not pay any attention to the signs of attention that she was given by a young subordinate. However, for the guy, it became a kind of signal to action. He sought to achieve this woman, connecting all his natural charm and eloquence, and after about a month, Carrie reciprocated. Lovers began to meet regularly in hotel rooms, and their relationship the woman later described as turbulent, passionate, and full of experimentation. Carrie was a mature, self-confident woman. She was undoubtedly flattered by the attention of such a young man, and she was also not opposed to trying something new. So Michael could realize with her those fantasies, which did not dare his modest wife. He constantly lied to his wife about being late at work, attending corporate trainings and the like, and told his mistress how unhappy he was in marriage, that this union was a mistake of youth, and said that he was ready to divorce, but his wife does not give him a divorce. This relationship with Carrie lasted more than a year, but since the woman had no illusions about Michael, she did not insist on divorce, and she was quite satisfied with their meetings in hotels, marks on the body in dangerous games. After the beginning of relations with Michael, Carrie began to give preference to buried clothes with long sleeves and high throat, which was unusual for her. The woman was actively engaged in sports and always liked to show others her stunning figure, and here suddenly completely changed her style. Once Hall admitted to her close friend that her lover loves to experiment in intimate terms, and sometimes these experiments go beyond reason. As evidence, she showed a bite mark on her chest, which Michael left in a fit of passion. Also on her neck, there were blue marks from squeezing by his hands, and on her wrists, there were marks from the ropes, with which the boyfriend liked to tie her so that she was completely in his power. The friend was horrified and suggested that Carrie go to the police, but she refused, noting that all this was consensual, and in most cases, he warns her about what he is going to do. But the process itself can get out of control. For example, Michael loved to strangle his partner, convincing her that it would increase the pleasant sensations of the process. But a couple of times, he was so much carried away that she lost consciousness. Vicky was very afraid of such games with strangulation. But every time she succumbed to her husband's persuasions and believed that one day he would get tired of it, he would leave his cruel and painful experiments, or she would get used to it, and would perceive them as something ordinary. Unfortunately, neither his wife nor any of his mistresses even tried to stop Michael. Open correspondence and a love letter. Vicky had guessed about her chosen one's affairs on the side even before they were married. She most likely even realized that he was addicted to it, but sincerely believed that something was about to change and her love and care can turn daring and loving Michael into an exemplary family man. But after the wedding, the situation only worsened, and the young husband himself denied his cheating, and he did it very convincingly. Vicky decided to conduct her own personal investigation and looked into her husband's phone while he was sleeping. There, she found numerous correspondence Michael with Carrie and several other girls, which he did not even bother to delete. Their content was quite intimate, moreover. With some girls, the guy exchanged explicit photos. This came as a shock to Vicky. She packed her things and decided to move in with her friend for a while. She did not tell her parents and sister anything about what was happening, afraid to upset them. So her family was sure that Vicky was happily married. Besides, religious relatives would have insisted on a divorce when they learned of her husband's infidelity. But after all, Vicky was in love and didn't want to break up with her husband. Leaving, she wrote Michael a touching letter in which she confessed her love for him and called the main man in her life. At the same time, she admitted that she knows about his cheating and does not want to put up with it and therefore leaves, but gives him time to think about it and will not yet file for divorce. She wrote it all by hand on paper and left it on the refrigerator with a magnet. Michael was not touched by the message or saddened by the departure of his wife, but he did not want to lose a quiet and submissive woman who always waited for him at home, fully served in the household and tolerated any of his antics as well as peculiar predilections. That same evening, he followed Vicky to her friend's house, picking up a large bouquet of flowers on the way. Michael on his knees apologized and begged her to return to him, promising that from now on she would be his only woman. Vicky once again believed, or rather she wanted to believe, and returned to their home, a new mistress. Naturally, Michael did not leave Carrie and continued to meet with other women. But for a while, he was extremely careful and even tried to come home for dinner, which his wife carefully prepared. He hid his phone, deleted correspondence, and even changed the password from his social networking page. At that time, he began to have an affair with a new young female employee of the company, Karen Wilson, not stopping the relationship with Carrie. At that time, the girl had a fiancé, and she was preparing for the wedding. But Michael began to persistently pursue her, making himself a miserable lover. He was so attracted to the new object of the hunt that after 2 months, he decided to break off the relationship with 33-year-old Carrie Hall, which he was tired of. The man told Karen a proven legend about how he is unhappy in marriage and for the sake of her ready to leave his wife. Soon she surrendered, and between them happened intimacy right in the office. And a week after that, she broke off the engagement and waited for the lover to respond. However, Michael was not going to divorce, but also to interrupt the connection with a new mistress he did not want, and therefore just lied to her that he had already filed for divorce and moved to live in the house of his parents. Fatal blackmail. Vicky soon suspected that her spouse continued to cheat on her, and this time decided to act for sure. She took Michael's phone while he was in the shower but could not find anything there, because he had taken into account his previous mistakes and deleted all text messages, and on the page in the social network now had a different password. Then Vicky waited until her husband fell asleep and took his work laptop, which he always carried with him, and on which, as it turned out, he did not leave his account in the social network. There, Vicky found correspondences with an already new girlfriend, in which her husband confessed his love to her, claimed that he was divorcing his wife and living with his parents. It was a real shock for her. She took screenshots of the love and intimate messages exchanged between the couple and saved them on her laptop so that she could have proof of her husband's infidelity. Vicky also looked in her husband's wallet where she found several folded checks for hotel rooms. In the morning, she presented all this to her spouse, and for the first time in their entire time together, she gave him a scandal. Michael was discouraged. He tried to apologize again and promised that it would not happen again. But Vicky suddenly said that she would tell his parents about everything, hoping that they would be able to talk some sense into him since she could not do it. Michael was literally mad from such threats. He did not want his parents to know anything and slapped his wife. Then Vicky got up and said that she would go to them immediately and then headed for the door. Her spouse caught up with her, hit her twice in the head with a heavy jewelry box he grabbed from the dressing table, and after she lost consciousness, he squeezed her throat with his hands until she stopped breathing. The man felt no pity or remorse. He wrapped the body in a blanket and packed it into several large garbage bags, and then carried the gruesome bundle into his garage. Michael then quickly cleaned up the house, packed and removed most of his wife's belongings, and immediately called Karen, whom he invited over. They had dinner, had fun in the house where a couple of hours ago, Roberts killed his own wife and then made love in the bedroom where, in fact, everything happened. Ran off with her lover? The very next day, Michael informed his parents that his wife left him, having run away with another man. To do this, he personally went to their home and literally sobbed on his mother's shoulder, showing her messages from his wife, which he himself sent from Vicky's phone. The messages said that she had fallen out of love with him, met another man, and decided to live with him. Parents, as they could, consoled their son and sincerely bewildered how their sweet, kind, and religious daughter-in-law could do such a thing. In parallel with the phone of the deceased, Michael sent messages and her parents, which said that she fell in love with another, left with him, and asked for now not to bother her and give time. Naturally, the couple Smith immediately rushed to call their daughter to find out everything and hear her explanations. But the calls were constantly rejected, and in response only came messages asking to give her time. This seemed very strange to Vicky's parents, and they went to Michael's house to talk to him. But his story only raised more questions and doubts. And after they found out that Vicky was not showing up for work without saying anything to anyone, they decided to go to the police. An investigation, a gruesome discovery, and an escape. On the 1st of December 2009, Michael bought a shovel, several meters of rope, as well as rags and detergents from a hardware store. However, he did not manage to get rid of the body, because on the same day, the police visited him at home. Then the police could not find anything suspicious. But Michael's behavior and story raised a lot of questions and doubts. However, the strangest thing was that they did not pay attention to the huge package in the corner of the garage during the inspection. In the house, there were no clothes, documents, and personal belongings of the missing woman, which could indicate that she had left. But Vicky's laptop was in the bedroom, and the police seized it for inspection. There, they found screenshots of Michael's correspondence with his mistresses, which Vicky had saved, and then decided to make a geolocation request of Vicky's cell phone, from which regularly came messages to her husband and relatives. And then it turned out that the phone had been in her and Michael's marital home all along. After that, law enforcers again visited the house of Roberts and conducted a more thorough search, finally unwrapping a strange package in the garage. The find shocked everyone present. But then it was discovered that Michael, who had been walking with the police all this time, disappeared somewhere right under their noses. He took with him a wallet with cash so that several days he managed to hide without giving himself away. Arrest, trial, and conviction. When the money ran out, Michael came to one of his mistresses, whose name was Lavinia Tolley, and asked to live in her house for a while. In the evening, the girl heard from the news that her lover was wanted on charges of murdering his wife, and immediately, without hesitation, reported to the police about his whereabouts. At the time of his arrest, Michael was crying and said he was innocent of anything. The man insisted that his spouse died during their intimate games when she asked to strangle her with a rope belt and he overdid it. However, forensic experts found that firstly, the woman was strangled with her bare hands. Secondly, she was attacked from the back. And thirdly, there are 2 extensive hematomas on her head received during her lifetime, which can definitely have nothing to do with intimate relations. The trial of the perpetrator began in January 2010. The defendant kept insisting that his wife's death was the result of an accident and hoped for leniency. However, the autopsy results presented by experts proved that the man in cold blood hit his wife twice on the head and then strangled her and hid the body in the garage. Michael Roberts was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Chris arrived in Australia around 1987, the youngest of 3 children in a family based in Canberra, Australia's capital. Canberra is unique as the only city in the country that was planned and built from scratch. His parents divorced when he was 16, a separation that seemed amicable and mutually agreed upon, prioritizing the well-being of their children to minimize trauma, which initially appeared to be successful. During this time, Chris found solace and expression in music, forming close bonds with his friends. After finishing high school, he pursued his passion for music at the National University of Australia. It's worth noting that since his teenage years, Chris had been involved in punk and heavy rock bands as a guitarist and drummer. However, the financial stability that music often fails to provide likely led him to seek employment in the local hospitality sector, where he was fortunate to find work. Despite this, many of his friends were within the punk rock scene, including a particularly distinctive individual, Nicholas Soferschreiber, better known as Nick. Their lives were tough, but filled with enjoyment. Nick was born in Australia on December 16, 1986, and grew up in the Castle Hill area. From a young age, his life was hit by a string of unfortunate events, starting with the death of his parents, the details and timing of which remain unclear. What is known is that Nick was very young when he lost his key family figures and was then raised by a cousin. Unfortunately, Nick's troubles didn't stop there. As a teenager, he started having vision problems. After seeing a specialist and undergoing various tests, he was diagnosed with cone rod dystrophy, or CRD. This condition affects color vision, causes blind spots in the center of the visual field, and leads to peripheral vision loss, progressively worsening over time. Despite these challenges, Nick's upbeat nature helped him cope well as his condition deteriorated. His zest for life led him to embark on a solo trip to the United States to attend a punk rock festival in Las Vegas. While in the US, he also visited Niagara Falls and the Grand Canyon, among other places. There's little information about Nick's educational background or employment, though some have referred to him as a journalist. However, it's clear he had a wide circle of good friends, including Chris, who shared his central passion, punk rock music. Nick never missed a concert of this genre, gradually becoming friends with band members who couldn't help but notice his constant presence, partly because of his red hair and the distinctive orange afro he grew, which stood out in any crowd. His boundless enthusiasm was hard to miss at concerts, where he was the kind of fan who went all out to support the bands, whether the venue was packed or he was the only one there. It wasn't long before he earned the nickname Ginger Ninja. Nick's party spirit and love for punk rock meant he gradually connected, not just with fans, but with the musicians themselves, often buying all their albums. His warmth won him the affection of many, so it came as no surprise that his home became the go-to place for friends and band members after concerts. Nick's place was the ultimate spot for extending the party. His close friends and family not only enjoyed the good times with him, but also looked out for him, especially after an incident at a concert where he dislocated his knee from dancing and jumping too hard. Over time, Chris's bond grew stronger. But as we know, making a living from music isn't easy. Chris struggled to get by with his gigs as a guitarist and drummer. Meanwhile, Nick's funds dwindled due to spending on local concerts, albums, and traveling to see his favorite bands. Nick then suggested that Chris move in with him to share expenses, a proposal Chris quickly accepted. By the second half of 2012, they were living together. Life was mostly smooth, except for the occasional tension due to the constant parties thrown by the Ginger Ninja that sometimes disrupted Chris's sleep for his hotel job. During this time together, Chris launched a punk rock podcast with Nick frequently appearing as a guest, sharing his extensive knowledge of the punk scene both locally and internationally. Chris also ventured into starting his own record label, though the outcome of that project remains unclear. Their shared love for punk rock was strong, but they had their differences, leading to some rocky moments in their cohabitation. Economic issues like rent payments and domestic chores sometimes sparked disagreements. While conflicts mostly remained verbal, friends mentioned a few minor physical altercations. By mid-2013, a dispute over an unspecified damage to a garage wall escalated, with Nick asking Chris to cover the repair costs and to move out. Chris left, and Nick eventually filed a lawsuit for the damages. Although initially demanding $2,000, they settled out of court for just $1.60, reportedly ending on good terms. By this time, Nick was legally blind due to his progressing condition, but maintained a high level of independence and managed his daily activities efficiently. Chris stayed with another friend before planning a trip to the United Kingdom, which was cut short when he was denied entry, forcing him to return to Canberra and live with his mother. Friends started noticing unusual behavior from Chris, who claimed Nick was turning everyone against him, a claim others found baseless. In early November, tragedy struck when Chris's grandfather passed away, deeply affecting him. The emotional toll of his loss impacted Chris, affecting not just his personal relationships, but also his job performance at the restaurant where he worked. His coworkers and bosses noticed a marked decline in his appearance and efficiency, often seemed to be lost in thought, zoning out even as the restaurant buzzed around him. By the third week of December, after finishing a work shift, Chris texted his boss to resign, citing mental health reasons. Friends said that in the months following his move out of Nick's house, Chris tried to rekindle their friendship, reaching out with calls and messages, but never received the response he hoped for. Friendship is a two-way street, and Nick wasn't interested in reconnecting. On Christmas night 2013, their group of friends gathered at a well-known local pub, providing a chance for Nick and Chris to meet again. They sat together, seemingly at ease, and Chris even invited Nick to join him for dinner the next day, to which Nick agreed. However, when Chris tried to confirm the dinner plans on December 25th, he couldn't reach Nick, and the meeting never happened. December 26th, Boxing Day, followed. A holiday rooted in medieval times when masters would give gift boxes to their servants the day after Christmas. Today, in Australia and other countries, Boxing Day resembles Black Friday in the US, with stores offering significant discounts. Nick was seen shopping for a personal tent and camping chair that day. planning to use them for an upcoming punk rock festival in New South Wales with friends to ring in the new year. After that, Nick vanished. His disappearance was out of character, especially with an important concert looming. Concerned, his friends tried contacting him through messages and calls, but got no response. On December 28th, a couple of them went to his house to check on him, but despite their persistent knocking, there was only silence. One of them peered through a window and was struck by horror. He saw Nick's body lying on the kitchen floor in a scene that was shockingly gruesome, marked by the state of his body and the amount of blood. In a panic, the friends dialed Australia's emergency number, 000, and soon after, police and paramedics arrived at the scene. They forced their way in but quickly realized that Nick had succumbed to numerous stab wounds and had been dead for some time. After the body was taken away, investigators began piecing together what had happened and, more crucially, who was behind this horrific crime. Initially, they considered a botched robbery but ruled it out with the help of Nick's friends, who confirmed that nothing was missing. Everything in the house was intact, and there were no signs of forced entry. The news deeply affected Nick's wide circle of friends and even prompted his friend Donnie to travel from Thailand to attend the funeral and try to make sense of the tragedy. The police continued their investigation and awaited forensic results, urging anyone with information to come forward or anonymously contact Crime Stoppers. Meanwhile, Nick's many friends created a social media page titled Remembering the Ginger Ninja, where they posted photos and memories from concerts and trips showcasing Nick's ever-smiling face and the love he had cultivated throughout his life. Nick's funeral took place on January 10, 2014. Anticipating a large turnout, the announcement requested carpooling to ease parking concerns. Instead of flowers, mourners were asked to donate towards organizing an annual punk rock festival in Nick's memory. As expected, the event saw massive attendance from friends across Australia and many others touched by Nick's story. Chris, who had lived with Nick, was also there at the farewell. Additionally, a collection of band t-shirts was prepared for attendees to sign, which would accompany Nick on his final journey. As the search for the perpetrator continued, with the autopsy results in hand, police were certain they were dealing with a crime of unusual brutality, as Nick's body had 73 puncture and slash wounds. Some wounds were so severe they passed completely through his body. 3 critical injuries to his neck, severing major arteries, were fatal. Investigators scoured the crime scene area for evidence and collected statements from Nick's closest friends. These interviews likely pointed them toward the prime suspect. Reports suggested a tip-off to Crime Stoppers also steered the investigation in the right direction. Friends interviewed by the police shared insights into Nick and Chris's deteriorating relationship. After Chris moved out of Nick's house, he tried to mend their friendship, but Nick was hesitant to reconnect. During the investigation, it emerged that Chris's behavior had become erratic. He would sometimes zone out, making conversations difficult, and he would repeat things already discussed. Significantly, it was revealed that Chris had mental health issues and had stopped taking his medication in the months leading up to the crime. Friends also mentioned Chris was inquiring about the progress of the investigation, urging them to share any information they might have. Chris himself was interviewed by police and claimed he last saw Nick from a distance on Boxing Day while making purchases in a store, and they did not speak. When asked about his activities later that night, he said he was feeding his cat, or a neighbor's cat, according to some accounts. Chris's mother had been worried about him in the months before the incident and had contacted the mental health service treating her son to express her concerns. His therapist noted Chris's moodiness, avoidance of eye contact, distraction, and refusal to take his medication. In late January 2014, officers visited a property owned by Chris's family in New South Wales. The search involved police divers and emergency service members, leading to the discovery of items that became key forensic evidence in the case. By mid-February 2014, weeks after the incident, police arrested Cripps as the prime suspect in Nick's death. He was charged on February 15, 2014, pleading not guilty due to mental impairment. This was just the beginning, and the trial would be delayed as prosecutors requested more time to prepare their case. By August, the prosecution was ready to proceed in the Supreme Court. But the case didn't reach the higher court until the end of 2015. In the interim, Chris underwent regular evaluations by mental health specialists who diagnosed him with schizophrenia and prescribed medication. The prosecutor argued that Chris had harbored resentment and a sense of isolation from their shared friend group, driven by Nick's supposed influence. She claimed that on Boxing Day, Chris had seen Nick shopping from afar but didn't approach him. Later that night, Chris took 2 knives to Nick's house, was let in, and then attacked Nick in the kitchen in a fit of rage and revenge. The assault was so fierce that one knife broke, but Chris continued with the other, inflicting 73 wounds. He then took the weapons, a tent, and chairs Nick had bought, drove to a family property, and attempted to burn the blood-stained clothes and knives. However, the fire did not destroy the metal, and Chris disposed of the remains in a dam on the property. Nick's defense attorney told the jury that the crucial issue was Chris's mental state during the attack, suggesting that the frenzied nature of the assault indicated a lack of mental control. The prosecution countered, highlighting Chris's lies to the police and noting he never mentioned hearing voices compelling him to kill Nick until after the crime, suggesting it was a strategic defense move. Throughout the trial, jurors heard from friends of both men. They described Chris's blame on Nick for social rejection within their music-loving circle. Witnesses at the trial also recounted Chris's odd behavior at the victim's wake and described him as socially awkward, prone to making bizarre statements and asking peculiar questions. Witnesses claimed to have seen Chris at concerts after the incident, noting a significant decline in his ability to communicate. A childhood friend testified that after the police searched Chris's home, he received desperate calls from Chris, who claimed he was going insane alone. In an unusual move during the trial, jurors were given iPads to view the knives used in the attack and the autopsy photos of Nick, exposing them to the gruesome evidence. Testimonies from mental health experts who had treated Chris were particularly striking. One expert noted that Chris was guarded and seemingly withheld information during an interview post-crime. It was revealed that Chris had been diagnosed with psychotic depression in 2011, but had stopped taking his medication a few months before attacking Nick. Another expert shared that Chris had been hearing voices and believed he was under surveillance by supposed criminal gang members, whom he referred to as observers, capable of mind reading. Chris claimed these observers sent messages indicating that Nick had hired a hitman to kill his family members. A forensic psychiatrist stated that Chris linked his grandfather's death to a dispute with Nick over superfoods, believing Nick was in league with the observers and responsible for the death as punishment. Chris had no intention of harming Nick until he supposedly saw an envelope of money thanked by Nicky, which he interpreted as payment for his grandfather's death. On the night of the crime, Chris saw a book cover with the word loose, leading him to believe the hitman was free and a threat to his family. This vision, along with imagining his mother with a necklace like a noose, convinced Chris that Nick posed a real danger. When asked why he killed Nick instead of contacting the police, Chris felt it was his only realistic option. He later told the specialist that while driving to his family's property after the attack, he saw a car with 9 of 10 inches written on it, interpreting it as a score for the crime's execution. Chris attended Nick's funeral, believing his absence would be suspicious. The forensic psychiatrist concluded that if incarcerated, Chris would require extensive treatment before potential release. The prosecution challenged these statements, questioning the likelihood of a psychotic individual providing a detailed account of their actions post-crime. They argued that it would be even more challenging for someone who committed a crime during a psychotic episode to do so, especially given the specific details Chris had provided. Moreover, they highlighted inconsistencies in Chris's story over time, noting changes during various interviews with mental health professionals. The prosecution also pointed out Chris's initial lies to the authorities, where he claimed the attack started at the front door, while forensic evidence showed it occurred at the dining table. They emphasized that Chris was aware enough to attempt covering up his crime by burning the weapons in his clothes. Throughout the 3-week trial, remained silent. By the first week of December 2015, the jury was ready to deliberate. The judge outlined their options: guilty of murder, not guilty by reason of mental impairment, or guilty of manslaughter due to diminished responsibility. After 2 days, the jury found Chris guilty of manslaughter due to diminished responsibility. Nick's family and friends felt a sense of relief at the verdict, though sentencing would wait until February 2016. During the sentencing hearing, a friend of Nick expressed guilt for not being able to protect him and fear at the thought of Chris being free. Nick's cousin, who cared for him after their parents' death, shared her devastation and the heartbreak over the details of his final moments, calling Chris's actions a theft of an innocent, kind, and loving person. The prosecution, noting Chris's ability to mask his symptoms for 2 years, branded him a skilled liar and a community threat, requesting a 20-year sentence, the maximum for the conviction. However, the psychiatrist reported Chris's expressions of remorse and recognition of the tragedy he caused, wishing he had not committed the act. After considering all the arguments, the judge took considerable time to deliberate, ultimately sentencing Christopher Navin to 12 years in prison on May 30th, with a mandatory minimum of 6 years before parole eligibility. Following the decision, Nick's family expressed dissatisfaction, deeming the sentence too lenient and failing to meet their expectations. They described Nick as a harmless, kind, and gentle person who couldn't defend himself against Chris's attack, wishing for him to be remembered for his life rather than his tragic end. They vowed to keep his memory and dreams alive. Public reaction on social media also echoed this sentiment, with many criticizing the sentence as overly lenient. Considering time already served, Christopher was eligible for early release in 2020, which he reportedly obtained, subsequently living with his parents under a new name, with no further public information available about him. In honoring Nick's dream, his friends successfully organized the first Ginger Fest in 2014, a tribute to the beloved Ginger Ninja. Ginger Fest continued until at least 2018 with significant punk rock band support, keeping alive the memory of a young man who lived and breathed punk rock music, hoping he continued to enjoy it wherever he was. Those who knew Nick remembered him as a source of joy, hope, and love, achievements far beyond what many accomplish in a lifetime. Kara Nichols was born on May 20th, 1993. Her dad, Paul Nichols, was a businessman. Her mom, Julia Nichols, kept her job out of the public eye. Though there's no official record, it seems Kara was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois. She had an older brother named Terrence, who everyone called Terry, and a younger sister whose name has been kept private. Kara was the middle child, and her parents saw her as the heart of their family. But that wasn't the only reason everyone gravitated toward her. She had this unique charm and personality that made people love being around her. Kara was outgoing, full of life, and super creative. She had a magnetic and sweet nature, making her someone you just couldn't help but like. Even her teachers were fond of her. One of them felt lucky to have taught her, noting Kara's incredible potential from a young age. Growing up, Kara was a happy kid, but adolescence brought its challenges. At 13, she got caught shoplifting and had to do community service. During her sophomore year in high school, she struggled with severe depression after the family dog died. Despite her parents' efforts to get her counseling, Kara resisted and even refused medication. The exact cause of her emotional struggle remains unclear, whether it was due to lack of professional support or some unspoken traumatic event. During this tough time, Kara began using illegal substances, eventually turning to hard drugs like heroin, which led to more problems. She started high school in Colorado Springs, where she lived with her brother Terry. But due to her addiction issues, she transferred to a more alternative school where she could graduate at her own pace. From a young age, Kara was drawn to the fashion world, especially modeling and makeup. After high school, she was determined to chase her dreams, despite her battles with substance abuse. Before she turned 19, Kara was working as a waitress while pursuing modeling, mainly in lingerie. She also thought about enrolling in cosmetology school to further her passion. Without prior connections in the modeling world, uploaded her photo portfolio to a social network-like platform for photographers and models. On her profile, Kara described herself as responsible and passionate about modeling. She was new to the scene, but took her work very seriously. Her mother, Julia, said modeling was like an escape for Kara, almost as if she took on another identity while doing it. In 2012, around her 19th birthday, Kara faced a setback. Her substance use led her to quit her waitress job, losing her main income source. That summer, she returned to her family home in Chicago, Illinois. Back under her parents' care, they convinced her to seek help, and she entered rehab to overcome her addictions. However, her stay was brief. She was expelled for not following the program rules. In August 2012, 19-year-old Kara decided to move back to Colorado Springs. She made friends with other local girls and kept daily contact with her older brother, Terry. On October 9, 2012, at 11:45 p.m., Terry got a call from Kara, who said she was heading to Denver for a modeling job. That was the last time anyone heard from her. After that call vanished. 2 days later, on October 11th, after trying to reach her without success, Terry visited her rented room to check on her, which was unusual since he hadn't heard from her for a while. Kara's roommates, Jeremy Swope and Archie Escobedo, told him she had left for Denver on the night of October 9th. Later, her parents, Paul and Julia, came to Colorado to search for her. They found her makeup box, phone charger, and $300 in cash in her room, which was alarming as these items were precious to Kara, hinting she might be in trouble. However, it wasn't until October 14th that the family reported Kara missing to the authorities. Paul informed the sheriff's office about her history of substance abuse and recent rehab stint. According to Paul, the police didn't take the disappearance seriously, barely making an effort to announce it in local news, and suggested the family was overreacting since Kara was an adult and didn't need to check in daily. In December 2012, investigators learned about a photo of Kara on an adult content and escort service website. An anonymous tipster also claimed to have seen her in Las Vegas. Yet, after thorough digital tracking, detectives concluded that Kara wasn't connected to the escort ad. Her photo had been used without her involvement. The case's investigation progressed slowly in the months following her disappearance. Things changed when Detective Tammy Tadlock took over the case on February 4th, 2013. By then, there were 2 more missing young models who had been seeking work on the same website Kara used to post her photos and portfolio. The then president of the National Coalition Against Violence and Exploitation of Women linked the site to at least 13 disappearances of young women who used the platform. The website issued a statement denying any wrongdoing, emphasizing their priority was to protect aspiring models and teach them how to spot scams. In the same year, Detective Tammy found an ad on a website for sexual services dated October 9, 2012, featuring a photo of Kara in lingerie. This discovery opened new leads, revealing that only a few of Kara's friends knew she also worked as an escort. One of these friends who met Kara at a party a year earlier and whose identity remained confidential shared that they both struggled with substance addiction and bonded over their time in rehab in 2012. This friend disclosed that Kara was never fully sober, regularly using small doses of heroin to stave off withdrawal symptoms, which helped her function daily. The friend also admitted to accompanying Kara to her escort appointments and confirmed that Kara financed her drug use with the money earned from these encounters. The case's renewed activity led to several calls to the authorities with potential leads. One call suggested shifting the investigation to Long Island, New York, but the law enforcement team found no evidence of Kara being there or involved in any sex trafficking network. On May 7, 2013, after accessing Kara's cell phone records, Detective Tammy's office left a voicemail for one of the last numbers contacted before Kara disappeared. The next day, Joel Hollendorfer, born November 19, 1975, and with a lengthy criminal record starting in the 1990s, returned the call. He had no known siblings and a history of theft, motor vehicle offenses, and harassment. Joel, who was 6 feet tall and weighed 194 pounds, had been married to Christina, with whom he had 2 children. His marriage was strained due to his drug addiction and frequent hiring of escorts. Joel's connection to Kara's disappearance seemed clear from the phone records, but his subsequent statement to Detective Tammy complicated the investigation. Joel confirmed owning the phone number in 2012 and said he spoke with a girl using a pseudonym that night. He claimed they texted and called for hours but never agreed on a meeting place, so he never met her in person. It was later confirmed that Kara worked as a prostitute under the pseudonym Joel mentioned. Detective Tammy pursued this lead, uncovering that Joel had listed his address in a place owned by his parents, John and Betty. A volunteer who analyzed Kara's phone records had been a reserve police officer in Santa Clara, California, and a manager for a special security program. A US-based multinational company specializing in aerospace and military industries provided additional training to him in land navigation, a skill he used in the Army. Leveraging his acquired knowledge and the cell phone company's geolocation services, he mapped out Kara's last known movements from October 9th until the morning after, right before her phone went silent. According to the data, he placed Kara at the intersection of Goodman Road and Black Forest Road around midnight. This path, unusual in Kara's routine, was frequently traveled by Joel as it led to his house. Meanwhile, Detective Tammy discovered that on the day she disappeared, Kara spent time in her room with two brunette girls. By November 2013, authorities identified and located one of these girls from Colorado Springs, who cooperated with the investigation to piece together the events of October 9th until the friends parted ways. However, the second girl, who reportedly spent more hours with Kara that day, remained untraceable by Colorado authorities. Despite significant progress in piecing together Kara's last known activities and contacts, Detective Tammy was soon replaced as the lead investigator. Her successor doubted Kara's alleged modeling job in Denver, but couldn't prove or entirely dismiss it. More leads on Kara's whereabouts surfaced, yet none pointed in the right direction, with many suspected to be false, possibly meant to disrupt the search effort. Furthermore, new posts on the escort website featuring Kara's photos appeared, some dated months after her disappearance. Police analysis confirmed Kara had no connection with these ads. For months, the police traveled across various U.S. cities and states following the scant leads from their investigation, but to no avail. However, Detective Tammy's efforts finally bore fruit on October 2, 2014, over a year after first contacting Joel. The police obtained a search warrant for his parents' property. Executed 13 days later using ground-penetrating radar, the team identified several altered ground spots. Betty, Joel's mother, guided the search, pointing out areas where they had buried horses and other animals since they bought the property in the mid-1980s. No excavations were made at these suspected animal burial sites. However, Betty suggested searching another property accessible to Joel on Green Acres Road. She contacted the owners who allowed the authorities to search it. This second search took place on October 21st and 22, 2014. On the day of the search at the Green Acres property, police experts positioned 4 bloodhound dogs at each corner of the area. Once released, all dogs headed straight to the same spot, an area that looked recently dug up, about the size of a grave, but no human remains were found there. When the search at Green Acres started, Joel was interviewed by the police. In the recorded conversation, he confirmed speaking with Kara in October 2012, but his story changed. He admitted planning to meet her at the Waffle House, but claimed she never showed up. He also mentioned that his regular encounters with sex workers and drug addiction were the main reasons for his divorce from Christina. The detective in charge, observing Joel's reactions, explained that they had tracked Kara's movements that night using her phone's geolocation. Joel became more attentive, and the detective revealed that the last known location of Kara was just a minute away from his parents' house. Joel suggested that Kara might have followed him home to rob him, maintaining that he never met her in person. Frustrated by Joel's lack of cooperation and without new evidence, the investigation stalled for years. A breakthrough came in 2022 when Colorado Springs police located Christina Hollendorfer in Virginia. She had been reluctant to cooperate with the initial investigation, but during a meeting with the FBI, she revealed that after her father-in-law's death in 2014, Joel confessed to accidentally killing a sex worker by suffocating her during sex. According to Christina, Joel said the body was buried at his parents' property above a horse's grave. Later, in a phone interview, Christina expressed her belief that Joel's parents, John and Betty, knew their son was responsible for Kara's disappearance and were covering for him. This testimony led to Joel's arrest. In custody, he met with the police investigators. They showed him aerial photos of his parents' property and asked him to identify the animal burial sites. When asked about a specific spot, Joel denied anything was buried there. However, a week later when Betty was questioned, she contradicted her son, identifying the same spot as the grave of Milo, her favorite horse. Authorities quickly mobilized to uncover the mystery behind Kara's disappearance. A team of volunteers and FBI agents began a new search on the property, focusing on the area where Betty's horse was believed to be buried. Less than 3 feet underground, they found human remains, which were carefully extracted and sent to forensic experts for identification. It was later confirmed the remains were Kara's. The autopsy report noted significant damage to her brain, liver, and muscle tissues, suggesting a possible heroin overdose. However, due to the body's advanced decomposition, the exact cause of death couldn't be determined. So the authorities relied on Christina's earlier statement for the official report. Joel was immediately arrested on charges of second-degree murder and tampering with physical evidence. His bail was set at over $1 million. At a preliminary hearing on November 27, 2022, his defense lawyer argued that Kara's death was an accidental result of a consensual sexual encounter involving drug use, claiming Joel hid the body out of fear without intending her death. The prosecution countered this by stating that Kara had used up her remaining drugs hours before meeting Joel, making a drug overdose as the cause of death unlikely. They argued that Joel had killed her. The case judge concluded there was sufficient evidence to proceed to trial, ordering Joel to remain in custody without bail. The arraignment faced delays due to the defense's stalling tactics, aiming to buy time for Joel before the trial started. In January, when the first meeting between the prosecution and defense was scheduled, the defense lawyer chose not to make any statement. A month later, she pleaded not guilty on Joel's behalf, requesting a trial start date of June 12, 2023. In May, during a meeting discussing jury selection and media coverage, Joel's legal team objected to live social media broadcasts, arguing it could affect the trial's fairness. The defense also sought to dismiss the evidence tampering charge, citing the time elapsed since the incident. Finally, on June 10, 2023, over a decade after Kara's disappearance, the trial began. The prosecution made a striking start by displaying Kara's high school graduation photo, followed by images of the garbage bags where her remains were found. The prosecutor focused on Joel's actions, urging the jury not to scrutinize Kara's behavior. The defense attorney acknowledged Joel's involvement in Kara's death, but emphasized it was an accident, as per his ex-wife's statement. The trial featured 14 witnesses, including Kara's roommates, her family, her ex-boyfriend, and others who had contacted Kara for escort services, all claiming they never met her in person. Detective Tammy also testified, providing a detailed account of her investigation, followed by Christina, Joel's ex-partner. Christina delved deeper into their relationship during her testimony, especially highlighting Joel's 2014 confession. She described their marriage as unstable, marked by separations and reunions until they divorced in 2012. However, they reunited 2 years later. After Joel's father suddenly passed away, Joel took Christina in his truck to a gas station near his family's farm, where he confessed to killing Kara and mentioned he had disclosed the incident to his father, feeling he owed him an explanation after authorities searched the family property. Joel also believed he caused his father's death, attributing his heart attack to the shock of the confession. Christina, skeptical of Joel's story, remained silent on the matter until nearly a decade later when investigators approached her. The forensic pathologist who conducted the autopsy provided crucial testimony, noting high levels of heroin in Kara's system, but argued that drug overdose alone was an unlikely cause of death. He reasoned that Kara's habitual drug use would have increased her tolerance, making a fatal overdose less probable. However, he also noted that her heroin-affected state could have prevented her from breathing properly, not fully dismissing the defense's theory, but maintaining a neutral stance, allowing both sides to leverage his testimony to support their arguments. Significant evidence presented at trial included the recording of Joel's first interview with Detective Tammy in 2014. After a lunch break, The prosecution called various crime scene experts who had been part of the initial search at the property where Kara's body was found, including volunteer geologists who explained the use of specialized equipment in 2014 to detect human remains, noting that while anomalies were found on the property, they could not confirm the presence of human remains at that time. In their closing arguments, the prosecution proposed that Joel, fueled by anger from being spurned by his ex-wife, sought out Kara for a paid sexual encounter. They suggested that his rage escalated during the meeting, leading him to strangle her to death. In the final stretch of the trial, the prosecution laid out evidence of Joel's repeated attempts to call his ex-wife on the day he met Kara, just hours before their encounter. The prosecutor challenged the notion that Joel's actions were merely reactions to an overdose death, suggesting instead that they aligned more with an intentional killing. The defense admitted Joel's actions were wrong, but argued there was no concrete proof of his intent to kill. The defense's closing argument hinged on the lack of evidence to dispute the claim that Kara's death was accidental. 12 days into the trial, after nearly 5 hours of jury deliberation, Joel was found guilty of manslaughter, significantly reducing his potential sentence. Kara's mother, Julia, presented a heartfelt testimony that echoed the family's deep disappointment and shock at the verdict, feeling the jury failed to grasp the crime's severity. The judge, bound by the jury's decision, noted that Joel's prior convictions would be considered aggravating factors, potentially extending his prison time. On August 31, 2023, Joel was sentenced to 24 years in prison. This sentence left Kara's family and friends deeply disappointed, feeling the defense had unfairly blamed the victim. Kara's loved ones vowed to attend every parole hearing to ensure Joel serves his full sentence, publicly opposing any future parole. While Julia appreciated the judge considering the aggravating factors, she found the 24-year sentence too lenient. Given the crime's gravity in the time Joel hid her 19-year-old daughter's body. The family also criticized the media's portrayal of Kara, arguing that instead of remembering her as the vibrant and kind person she was depicted as just another sex worker and addict. They emphasized that her profession did not justify her murder and the subsequent concealment of her body, which caused immense pain to her loved ones. Donald Harvey was born on April 15, 1952, in Hamilton, Ohio, as the eldest of 3 children. With his curly hair and large brown eyes, he was affectionately known as Donnie by his parents, Ray and Goldie Harvey. Soon after his birth, the family relocated to Boonville, Kentucky, a small community nestled on the eastern slopes of the Appalachian Mountains. There, Ray worked as a tobacco farmer while Goldie cared for the home and children. Though the family faced deep poverty and Ray and Goldie's marriage grew increasingly strained, they remained loving and attentive parents. Donald was described as a quiet, reserved child who showed no outward signs of disturbance. Yet, the roots of his later sadistic tendencies may have been planted early. Reports suggest that between the ages of 4 and 20, Donald suffered physical abuse at the hands of at least 3 different men. One of Donald's abusers was reportedly his maternal uncle. Another was an older neighbor who offered him money when he was 18. Donald also claimed that he was assaulted by his former roommate, Randy White. While such a traumatic past cannot excuse his later atrocities, it remains a point of interest for psychologists and criminal profilers seeking to understand his psyche. In school, Donald was known to be withdrawn and socially isolated. He rarely took part in extracurricular activities, preferring instead to spend his time reading. His academic diligence earned him good grades and the label of teacher's pet, which made him a target of teasing from his peers. After completing his studies at Sturgeon Elementary School, Donald enrolled at Boonville High School in 1968. Despite his good scores, he rapidly became bored with the daily routine, which prompted him to drop out. He later received a diploma from a correspondence school out of Chicago and got his GED the following year at the age of 16. Having no future aspirations, Donald didn't know what he would do with his life at this point. He eventually relocated to Cincinnati, Ohio, where he managed to secure a job at a local factory. Donald was doing well in this job until the work dried up at the plant in 1970, and he was eventually laid off. A few days later, His mother called him and asked him to travel to Kentucky and visit his ailing grandfather, who was recently placed in Marymount Hospital in London, Kentucky. He had no idea that agreeing to his mother's request would forever change the course of his life. While visiting his ill grandfather every day, Donald formed a trusting bond with the hospital workers. In fact, they liked him so much that he was offered a job at the hospital. It was here that a terrifying journey of madness and mayhem began, which would go on to last nearly 20 years. Donald's true motive for wanting to work as a nurse's aide might not ever be known. However, some people believe that he was desperate to earn money after losing his previous job. He was not a trained nurse or doctor, but the hospital staff had full faith in him. Donald's duties required him to spend hours alone with patients, including changing bedpans, inserting catheters, and passing out medications. While looking after the patients was by no means an easy job, Donald's first few weeks at the hospital were uneventful. That is, until one incident with an elderly patient snapped something within him, a disturbing beginning to an unfathomable string of events. It was May 31st, 1970, and Donald was taking care of an 88-year-old stroke victim, Logan Evans. During an evening shift, he walked into a private room to check on the elderly patient, and Mr. Evans rubbed feces in Donald's face. Although the patient was most likely not in his right mind following his stroke, the incident angered Donald so much that he lost all control. The next thing he knew, he was smothering the elderly man with a blue plastic bag and a pillow. Once Evans was motionless, Donald listened to his heart rate with a stethoscope to make sure that he was dead. He then disposed of the plastic bag and cleaned him up, dressing him in a clean hospital gown and showering before notifying the nurses. After this incident, no eyebrows were raised and no questions were asked. I went to fill back the sheet. He covered me in stool with his hand and was smelling to death. I had to do that, with a pillow, like a predator who just got his first taste of blood. Donald's thirst for killing only grew. The very next day, he was looking after another elderly patient, 69-year-old James Tyree. Donald, it seems, used the wrong size catheter on him. Tyree initially let him proceed, but then yelled at him to take it out. Donald used the heel of his hand to control him until he vomited blood and died due to an air embolism. Again, no suspicions were raised. As no one detected foul play in his first two murders, Donald became more carefree. Just 3 weeks after committing his first murder, he cut off the oxygen tank of a 42-year-old patient, Elizabeth Wyatt. This was the beginning of his mercy kills, as he would call his killings later. He claimed he was aware that she was praying to die, and even told him she wished she could die. So he killed her to end her suffering. For hours later, a nurse found her dead. Again, no one questioned Donald. Since no one at the hospital became suspicious, Donald saw this as an opportunity to unleash his inner monster. Over the next 10 months, 15 patients died under his care while working at the hospital. Be it pleasure or experimentation, the methods of each murder varied. Smothering, sabotaging oxygen tanks, injecting lethal drugs, overdosing people with medication. It seems he would use almost anything to kill. When angered, his methods became more brutal. On one occasion, after an argument with a patient, Donald snuck into the patient's room and inserted a coat hanger through his catheter, puncturing his bladder and bowel. As a result of the puncture, infection set in, and the man died a few days later. Despite this brutality, Donald always considered these killings to be merciful. The self-proclaimed angel of death wanted to play God with the lives of the vulnerable, cloaking his monstrosities in a warm blanket by giving them the title Mercy Killings. March 31st, 1971, exactly 1 year after his first murder, was the last day Donald worked at Marymount Hospital. That evening, he was arrested for a burglary he committed while drunk. In his drunken stupor, Donald incoherently confessed about the murders to the cops, but no one took him seriously. Donald ultimately faced charges of petty theft. Instead of serving prison time, he paid a hefty fine. Although Donald managed to remain free, this incident changed the course of his life for a brief time. For the next few months, Donald tried to get his life back in order and eventually found work as a part-time nurse's aide at Cardinal Hill Hospital in Lexington. In June of 1973, he started a second nursing job at Lexington's Good Samaritan Hospital. He worked both jobs simultaneously until deciding to move on to other positions. Between August 1974 and September 1975, he worked first as a telephone operator in Lexington and then as a clerk at St. Luke's Hospital in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. For some reason, Donald was able to control his urge to kill during this time. It's possible that he simply did not have the same access to the patients as he did at his previous workplace, which could also explain why he shifted from job to job during this time. Despite his efforts to keep his killing urges in check, his inner demons slowly became increasingly more difficult to manage, finally driving him across the state line into Cincinnati, Ohio. In September 1975, Donald moved back to Cincinnati, and within weeks he started working the night shift at the Cincinnati VA Medical Hospital. He worked there as a nursing assistant, housekeeping aide, cardiac catheterization technician, and autopsy assistant. As he became more comfortable in a hospital setting once again, he started right where he had left off. Since he worked at night, he had very little supervision and unlimited access to all the areas of the hospital. Over the course of the following 10 years, Donald would end up murdering at least 15 patients while working at the hospital. To relish all his crimes, he even kept a detailed diary of his murders and took notes on each victim. These grisly details included sprinkling rat poison in a patient's dessert, pressing a plastic bag and wet towel over the mouth and nose, injecting cyanide into an intravenous tube, adding arsenic and cyanide to orange juice, injecting cyanide into a patient's buttocks, and many more. Yet the depravity of his crimes did not end there. Throughout his murder spree, Donald was experimenting with different methods based on medical journals he was studying for hints as to how to better conceal his crimes. Cyanide soon became his favorite tool for murder. He'd mix it into the victim's food or pour it directly into their gastric tube. Over the years, he amassed an astounding 30 pounds of cyanide, which he had slowly pilfered from the hospital. He would keep his deadly supply at home for safekeeping. I started using morphine because it wasn't controlled that much in Kentucky, especially in small hospitals in the 1970s. And I employed a couple of metal liners. I used cyanide, used arsenic, I used adhesive planer, a plastic bag tip. Despite all the deaths, Donald Harvey always managed to stay under everyone's radar. He had carefully set up all of his killings to look like accidents or natural causes. Donald even earned himself the nickname the Angel of Death and the Kiss of Death amongst his co-workers. They all thought it was a coincidence that he was always around when these deaths occurred. Little did they suspect that their charming co-worker was a silent predator. Although years down the line, Donald insisted that his crimes were merely an act of mercy motivated by compassion. There were other crimes that speak otherwise. The beginning of the 1980s brought out variations in both Donald's life and his crimes. Without a doubt, these crimes were purely driven by rage and revenge. In the early 1980s, Donald briefly began dating a man named Doug Hill. The relationship was challenging from the start, as they argued on a regular basis. After one of those heated fights, Donald retaliated by slipping arsenic into Doug's ice cream. Although he survived, the incident signified the first instance where Donald tried to harm someone outside of the hospital. This was a chilling sign that the monster had begun to stretch his boundaries. Following another fallout with Doug, Donald moved in with another lover, Carl Howell, within a short period of time. The relationship was going well in the beginning before Donald suspected Howell of cheating on him. Out of jealousy, he would add small doses of arsenic into Howell's food so that he would be too ill to leave their apartment. At this point, Donald's acts of revenge were no longer limited to his home or workplace. On one occasion, following an argument, he laced one of the beverages of his female neighbor with hepatitis serum, which nearly killed her before the infection was diagnosed and treated. While luck was on her side, it wouldn't be the same for another of Donald's neighbors, Helen Metzger. The arsenic he put in one of her pies caused her death at a local hospital a week later. Donald's confidence was soaring high after getting away with so many murders. He must have felt invincible. In April 1983, after a tiff with Howell's parents, Donald regularly began to poison their food with arsenic in small doses. On May 1, 1983, Howell's father, Henry, suffered a stroke, and was admitted to Providence Hospital. To complete his unfinished business, Donald placed arsenic in his pudding before leaving during a hospital visit. Sadly, the elderly man died later that night. Donald continued to poison Carl's mother, Margaret, off and on for the next year, but was unsuccessful in his attempts to kill her. In January 1984, Howell broke up with Donald and asked him to move out. Needless to say, Donald was not happy about it. Unable to accept the rejection, he spent the next 2 years trying to kill his former partner with his poisonous concoctions. As a means of revenge, Donald even went to great lengths in an unsuccessful murder attempt against one of Howell's female friends. Though he managed to land Howell in the hospital at one point, his attempts to eliminate him from the face of the earth had failed. The first cloud of suspicion that loomed over Donald's head was on July 18, 1985, when security guards noticed Donald acting suspiciously and decided to search his gym bag. Inside the haversack, the guards discovered a .38 caliber pistol, hypodermic needles, surgical scissors, gloves, a cocaine spoon, various medical texts, 2 occult books, and a biography of serial killer Charles Sobridge. Fined $50 for carrying a firearm on federal property, Donald was then given the option to quietly resign from his job rather than be fired. Call it a stroke of luck or pure negligence from the law enforcement side, none of this ever appeared in his work record. And the hospital authorities did not open an investigation to determine if the man was responsible for any other crimes while working at the hospital. It took Donald 7 months to secure another job at a local hospital. In February of 1986, he started working as a part-time nurse's aide at Drake Memorial Hospital in Cincinnati. Unaware of his past and impressed by his performance, his new employers soon offered him a full-time position at the hospital. Before long, Donald settled back into his old routine. Over the next 13 months, Harvey murdered another 26 patients and attempted to kill several more by disconnecting life support machines, injecting air into veins, causing suffocation, and injecting arsenic, cyanide, and petroleum-based cleaners. The 2-decade-long murder spree came to an end with one last murder. On March 7, 1987, a 44-year-old patient, John Powell, mysteriously died. Powell was on life support from a bad motorcycle accident for several months before his demise, but had since started to recover. Due to Ohio's law of a mandatory autopsy for vehicular homicide, this death landed Donald in a situation that he had never faced before. During the autopsy, an assistant coroner noticed the faint scent of almonds, which is a telltale sign of cyanide. Authorities got involved immediately following this concerning discovery. Initially, suspicion fell upon the people closer to Powell, but investigators failed to come up with any evidence or motive pointing toward any of Powell's friends or family members. So it did not take them long to focus on hospital employees who had access to Powell's room. Donald Harvey was one of those names on the short list. To rule out their names, hospital employees at this point were volunteering to take polygraph tests. Donald also volunteered to take a test and even bought a book on how to beat lie detector tests. But eventually, he did not go through with the test and called in sick on the day of his scheduled appointment. If this was not concerning enough, investigators learned about his questionable departure from the VA hospital, as well as his notorious hospital nickname, Angel of Death. Given the numerous unusual deaths that seemed to surround him, authorities began to focus their entire investigation on Donald. He was brought in for questioning. In the initial interrogation phase, Donald denied having anything to do with Powell's murder and portrayed himself as a victim of coincidence. It was only after hours of questioning and playing a bit of good cop, bad cop that he finally confessed to having put cyanide in John Powell's G-tube. He tried to explain that it was because he felt sorry for him and his family. He still denied responsibility for any of the other suspicious deaths. Donald was taken into custody while investigators began to look for other evidence. On August 11, 1987, Donald Harvey, 35 at the time, sat down with investigators and confessed to committing 33 murders over the previous 17 years. The number grew to 78 in total as the days passed. Investigators wanted Donald to be checked for his mental state before his claims were taken to be accurate. As they were doubtful of the numbers Donald provided them, following several psychiatric tests by numerous experts, it was determined that Donald knew the difference between right and wrong and was able to conform to the conduct of the law. Hence, he was sane and competent. In November of 1987, Donald Harvey was sentenced to 8 life terms plus 20 years for the murders at Marymount Hospital. In February 1988, he entered guilty pleas on 3 additional Cincinnati homicides and 3 attempted murders, drawing 3 life sentences plus 3 terms of 7 to 25 years. The investigation into the remaining deaths was closed after 2 years, as investigators determined that there was not enough evidence to implicate him in the murders. Whether people were stunned or disgusted by his actions, they definitely were intrigued to know what went on inside his sick mind. In a 1991 interview, a reporter from the Columbus Dispatch asked Donald Harvey about his motive behind the killings, giving away a rare glimpse inside his mind. Donald said that the reign of terror began with a desire for control. In his eyes, people controlled him for 18 years, and then he controlled his own destiny. He loved the power and to be able to control whether people lived or died. Even in the world of serial killers, Donald Harvey holds a special place, not only because of his overwhelming kill count, but also because of his choice to kill people he personally knew in addition to his patients. According to an article published on July 23, 2001, by the Associated Press listing the worst serial killers in the United States, Donald Harvey held the number 1 place, even surpassing the notorious John Wayne Gacy. While everyone expected Donald Harvey to spend his days behind bars and, unlike his unfortunate victims, die a natural death, destiny had something else in store for him. On March 28, 2017, 64-year-old Donald Harvey was found badly beaten inside his cell in protective custody at the Toledo Correctional Institution in Lucas County. He would die 2 days later at the age of 64 from blunt head trauma due to skull fracture and brain damage. Months after the death, an inmate named James D. Elliott, serving 37 years for numerous burglary offenses, would later write the Toledo Blade and confess to the murder. In those letters, Elliott confessed to punching and stomping on Donald in his cell. He said he grew up in Kentucky near some relatives of Donald's victims and claimed that he committed the crime to give them some closure and peace of mind. Hopefully, everyone from our area will take some solace in the fact that one of their own gave Harvey the punishment that he should have gotten from the courts. Elliott was quoted as writing. In September 2019, Elliott was sentenced to life in prison after pleading guilty to the murder of the infamous Angel of Death. To his last day, Donald Harvey insisted that the majority of his killings were out of mercy. But the truth is, in the process of becoming a murderer from a nurse, Donald appointed himself the judge, jury, and executioner over people's lives. Perhaps because he was not caught for decades, he assumed it was his right to control other people's lives. Stephanie Lynn Hebert was born on June 30, 1972. Her parents, Donald and Joyce Hebert, were longtime residents of a suburban neighborhood in Wagamond County, Louisiana. In May of 1978, 5-year-old sweet and cheerful Stephanie just graduated kindergarten at Live Oak Manor Elementary School. Shortly after that, schools were dismissed for the summer break. So it was the time for play dates, sleepovers, and fun in the sun for the children. And nobody had a clue that it would all change on June 13, 1978. That morning, Stephanie came back to her house to grab a bite to eat after spending the previous night at her friend's house. After lunch, she was going to play with another friend. After spending some time with her mother at around 2:30 p.m., little Stephanie left her home to go to her friend's house just 3 doors down. It never crossed Joyce's mind that this would be the last time she would see her daughter. Hours would go by before anybody realized that Stephanie never made it to her friend's house. Once they did, Stephanie's frantic parents called the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office to report that their daughter was missing. Authorities immediately began searching nearby areas for the little girl. About 100 deputies and 50 volunteers went down on foot through the dense woods and swampy areas with helicopters scanning over them. Stephanie's parents, volunteers from the community, conducted their own search. The FBI even joined the local police department to help with the search. But despite their relentless efforts, no traces of Stephanie would be found. The search took on an ominous tone when no traces of Stephanie was found after 72 hours of extensive searching. Although it was initially assumed that Stephanie had lost her way and was stuck somewhere, soon they were considering a possible abduction. Two witnesses came forward after police started interviewing people in the community. An ice cream truck driver claimed that Stephanie came by to buy some cotton candy from her. She was accompanied by an unknown woman who wore heavy makeup and bright-colored shoes. The duo then walked toward a 1974 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am and drove away. An 8-year-old boy from the neighborhood also saw Stephanie with a woman of a similar description around 5:30 p.m., about 4 blocks from the Hebert home. Sadly, every effort to locate Stephanie was fruitless, as no car or woman of that description were ever found. After 5 months, just before Thanksgiving, a hunter found partial skeletal remains in a rural wooded area of St. Charles Parish, Louisiana, just about 20 miles away from Stephanie's home. A rope was wrapped around the little skeleton. It was evident that she was bound to a willow tree and left there, exposed to the harsh elements before her death. Stephanie's distinctive blue-rimmed glasses, shoes, and clothes were found nearby. Although the crime scene did not present many clues about the perpetrator, DNA was collected from the scene. The remains were identified as poor Stephanie Hebert after the autopsy was all done. Her parents were devastated at the gruesome discovery, as they always hoped that their daughter would be found alive. Detectives had only circumstantial evidence at the time, but they grew suspicious of a teenage neighbor, Roger Alexander. Stephanie was friends with Roger's sister and spent the previous night before her disappearance at their house to attend a sleepover. Detectives were confident that Roger was the killer and presented the case to a grand jury. However, Roger had an alibi that he was working with his cousin during Stephanie's disappearance and passed a polygraph test. So the jury declined to prosecute him due to insufficient evidence. But suspicions followed him for decades as the case remained cold. Then years later, suspicion fell on another person, Daniel Parks, who lived near Stephanie's house when he was charged with the rape of a then 7-year-old girl. The victim testified that Parks had once threatened her, saying that she might end up like Hebert. When brought in for questioning, Parks confessed to the rape as well as the comment about Stephanie, but later recanted his confession. He maintained that he had incorrectly implicated himself in the crime due to his condition of diabetes. He was found guilty of 2 counts of aggravated rape and was sentenced to life in prison, but could not be further connected with Stephanie's murder. In 2012, detectives got their big break in the case. 50-year-old Jason Franklin Jr., who went by Jay, came forward with secrets that he held onto for 3 decades. Jay described the sexual and physical abuse he suffered at his own father's hands, as well as his parents' involvement in Stephanie's abduction that ended with her death. Jay stated that Jason Franklin Sr., who was a resident of the area where Stephanie lived, raped the little girl on 3 separate occasions before the day of her murder. He also stated that while his father had been responsible for Stephanie's death, his mother was an accomplice. Joyce Vanette, Jay's mother, would often help Franklin Sr. fulfill his sick desires despite the 2 of them being divorced. Jay revealed that it was Vanette who abducted Stephanie using 6-year-old Jay as bait to lure the girl in. She then lured Stephanie into their car and drove her to a house in Luling, where Franklin Sr. was already waiting. At some point, he loaded Stephanie into a car and told his former wife to follow him with their 6-year-old son in tow. They drove to the swampy area where Stephanie's body would later be found. Jason took Polaroid photos of Stephanie after stripping her, while Jay was forced to pose with her. On previous occasions, Stephanie had kept her mouth shut about the abuse, but this time she tearfully declared that she would tell her daddy everything. Jason then witnessed his father straddling Stephanie and binding her to a tree as he and his mother pulled away. Jay even led investigators to the exact area where Stephanie had been found. He said that he was so scared of his father that he had been unable to come forward until he was 50 years old. No arrest would follow along until 6 more years had passed after this testimony from Jay. While detectives slowly built their case against Jason, Vanette denied any involvement in Stephanie's murder and called her son a liar. Finally, in 2018, Jason Franklin Sr., 76, was arrested and taken into custody from his home in Massachusetts before being extradited back to Louisiana and charged with Stephanie's murder. He was also accused of raping 2 other children between 3 and 7 years old, along with Hebert. The other 2 incidents occurred between 1975 and 1977. Vanette would not be charged with Stephanie's abduction and murder due to a lack of evidence. The arrest brought a sense of peace to Stephanie's parents, Donald and Joyce, after decades of seeking justice for their daughter. They both passed away in 2020. As justice was on the way, the case came to an abrupt stop. In January 2022, Franklin Sr. died of a respiratory illness while in prison. In June 2022, detectives officially closed this 44-year-old cold case after the main witness, Jay, was killed by a drunk driver. Brittany Drexel was born on October 7, 1991 in Rochester, New York. Shortly after Brittany was born, Don married Chad Drexel, a military man who adopted the girl and loved her like his own daughter. After Chad's military service ended, the family lived in the Rochester suburb of Chile. Drexel was born with persistent hyperplastic primary vitreous in her right eye, which caused her vision to be hazy. This condition required several surgeries, and Brittany ended up blind in that eye. To cover the eye's tendency to wander, she wore contact lenses that gave her a distinctive appearance. Brittany was full of life. Despite her eye condition and small stature, she loved to play soccer. In her late teens, she developed a love of cosmetology and wanted to become a model. It was spring break in April 2009. 17-year-old Brittany asked permission from her mother to go to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina with her boyfriend and some girlfriends. Her mother refused as there were no accompanying adults on the trip and she did not know the teenagers well. Call it mother's intuition or what you will, but she also had a hunch that something bad would happen on that trip. This led to arguments between the mother and daughter which continued for several days. Finally, on April 22, 2009, her mother agreed when Brittany asked if she could go to a friend's house for a day or two to calm down. However, Brittany left for South Carolina with the other students without telling her mother. On April 25, 2009, Brittany and the other teenagers arrived at the Bar Harbor Hotel in Myrtle Beach. Brittany called her mother once during the daytime to tell her she was at the beach, but did not mention which one. Her mother assumed that Brady had been referring to a beach along the Lake Ontario shoreline, close to her friend's house where she was supposed to go. That night around 8 p.m., Drexel left the hotel alone to visit a longtime friend who was staying at the Blue Water Resort. She was captured entering the Blue Water Resort on security cameras. She was wearing a black and white tank top, flip-flops and shorts, and was carrying a beige purse. Around 8:45 p.m., the cameras captured her leaving. Throughout the day, Brittany was constantly texting back and forth with her boyfriend, John Greco, who had stayed in the Rochester area because of work commitments. Suddenly, around 9:15 p.m., her text stopped. After waiting for some time when Brittany still did not respond, a worried Greco began calling her friends in Myrtle Beach to see if they knew where she was. When nobody had heard from her, Greco had no choice but to call Brittany's mother to tell her the truth. Was shocked to know that her daughter lied to her to go to Myrtle Beach. There was no time to hold a grudge though, as nobody could contact Brittany. When repeated calls and texts to Brittany's phone went unanswered, Dawn called Chad and then the Rochester police, hoping they could establish communications with their counterparts in South Carolina. The following morning, Myrtle Beach police began looking for Brittany. They soon located the security footage from the Blue Water Resort and found the friend whom she had visited there. The last person to see Brittany before she left was Peter Brazowitz, a 20-year-old nightclub promoter whom Brittany had known from the Rochester area and was also vacationing in Myrtle Beach. Apparently, Brittany had met up with him at a local nightclub the night before. Police interviewed him and the friend staying with him, but no person of interest was identified. The cell phone record showed that Brittany's phone pinged 7 miles south of Myrtle Beach, just half an hour after her disappearance. Then, 2 hours after this, her cell phone pinged again. It was a town called McClellanville, 50 miles south of Myrtle Beach. The phone then went dead and the case went cold. No traces of Brittany would be found after extensive searches. In 2016, 7 years after Brittany's disappearance, this case would see a dramatic break. Taquan Brown, a South Carolina inmate serving a 25-year sentence for manslaughter, told investigators that he had witnessed what happened to Brittany. He said that she was sexually assaulted, pistol whipped. and shot dead by a group of men, led by Timothy Deshawn Taylor in the area where Brittany's cell phone last pinged. Brown also said that they dumped Brittany's body in a nearby swampy area full of alligators. However, Taylor denied all of these allegations. Once again, the case went silent due to insufficient evidence to charge anyone. In all those years, Brittany's family had started to lose hope of ever finding her. But then, in May of 2022, Brittany's case finally made a breakthrough. This came as a confession from a 62-year-old man named Raymond Moody. Raymond, a registered sex offender, turned himself in to the Georgetown County Sheriff's Office based on an obstruction of justice charge. He was a person of interest in Brittany's disappearance in 2012, but it led nowhere. On May 4th, Moody confessed to the crime and provided a location of potential remains. On May 11th, human remains were located, which were buried in the woods off a private gated drive outside of Georgetown. After medical examination, those remains were identified as Brittany Drexel's. It was discovered that she had been strangled and then buried on the morning of April 26, 2009. The most tragic part of all of this is that Raymond was released from prison in 2004 after serving 21 years of a 42-year sentence for abduction and rape. So if he had served his full sentence, Brittany would still be alive today. While Brittany's family is coping with their loss, Raymond Moody has been arrested and charged with Brittany's murder. Scott Russell Johnson was born in Los Angeles on November 27, 1961, to his parents Grant and Barbara Johnson. Being the family's third child, he was always pampered by his older sister Terry and his older brother Steve. In 1970, after moving to Colorado, their parents separated and the siblings stayed with their mother. Thereafter, the father stayed out of most of their lives. But through these hardships, Scott and his siblings made the best out of the situation by banding together. Scott was a bright student and excelled in mathematics, even taking college-level courses while he was just a freshman in high school. Scott was then accepted into the California Institute of Technology. In 1983, he went to Cambridge University in England for a year. In January of 1984, Scott met Michael Noon, Australian students studying for a PhD at Cambridge University, and they started a relationship, but by that summer Scott had to return to the United States cheerfully. He shared about his relationship with Noon with his brother after coming back home by 1985. He earned a full scholarship to undertake a PhD in mathematics at the Australian National University, so he moved to Australia. Perfect opportunity for this gifted young mathematician to finally reunite with his partner after months of being in a long-distance relationship. Scott applied for permanent residency in 1987 based on his relationship with Noon. The following year, Scott received advice from the Department of Immigration that he would be eligible for permanent residency if a genuine and continuing relationship between Scott and Noon persisted, up to March 10, 1989. However, it did not work out, and Scott and Noon separated while continuing to be friends. On the morning of Saturday, December 10, 1988, a man set out spearfishing with his 13-year-old son at Bluefish Point. As they approached the vicinity, the son noticed a lifeless human body at the bottom of a cliff, was lying among rocks about 200 meters north of Bluefish Point. Investigators quickly reached the area after they were notified of the discovery. The deceased male was found naked lying at the base of the cliff. His clothes were found neatly folded at the top of the cliff with his shoes. A heavy metal pin was also left on top of the clothes pile. The body was identified as the 27-year-old mathematician and PhD Scott Johnson. Despite the unusual circumstances, the death had been deemed a suicide in the initial investigation. On the morning of December 14, 1988, a forensic pathologist performed an autopsy on Scott. He concluded that Scott died as a result of multiple injuries that can be caused by either intentional or unintentional falling from the cliff. An amount of 0.005% alcohol was consistent with his blood. The pathologist also stated that in his 30 years of work, he never saw someone committing suicide by jumping from a cliff while naked, a statement that provides a different aspect to this case. Scott's family did not believe in the suicide theory from the beginning. Years of effort and petitions from Scott's family sparked coroner investigations in 2012 and 2015, which both recommended reopening the case. At the third inquest, new witnesses came forward to say the area was a known gay beat-up spot and told of gangs of men, including Australian Army soldiers, converging on the cliffs to commit gay hate assaults and robberies. According to some reports, Scott's death perfectly aligned with the several violent assaults on gay men that occurred in the late 80s in the adjacent areas. Many witnesses came forward with information about the NP3 gang and the Australian Army soldiers involved in gay bashings in northern beaches, North Sydney and Sydney areas. The witnesses were so scared that they used pseudonyms because they feared if their identities were revealed, they would have to face the wrath of the infamous gang members. There was no direct evidence that connected Scott's death to these attacks, yet many still believed he fell prey to another one of those violent attacks. Then in 2017, a coroner ruled that Johnson fell due to actual or threatened violence by unidentified persons who attacked him because they perceived him as homosexual. After that, a renewed police investigation was launched, and in 2018, a reward of $1 million Australian dollars for information that could help solve the crime was announced. That was then doubled to $2 million in 2020 when Scott's brother Steve put his own money on the table, hoping it would finally bring justice to his brother. It was estimated that up to 80 gay men were murdered by different homophobic gangs around Sydney in the late 1980s, with many pushed off cliffs. In the meantime, in 2019, an informant came forward after hearing about the case, which led investigators to 51-year-old Scott Philip White. The informant was White's ex-wife, Helen, who told police that White had often bragged about bashing young gay men and had not denied killing Scott Johnson when she had asked. The family had for years fought for Australian police to investigate this as a gay hate crime. Finally, they had the person who had been hiding in plain sight for decades. A judge decided that there was insufficient evidence to establish it was a gay hate crime and sentenced White to jail for the 1988 killing. He will be eligible for parole in 2030. White, who was 18 at the time of the murder, did not give evidence in court, but had told police he and Scott had met at a bar in December 1988. It was also revealed that the pair had gone to North Headcliffs in Manly, which was a well-known gay cruising ground. White claimed they got into a fight and Scott fell to his death. But a judge found that he had struck Scott without any provocation, knowing it would most likely cause the mathematician to fall to his death, which it did. Scott White was sentenced to a maximum of 12 years and 7 months in jail for the then 27-year-old's murder. After a long battle, Scott's family can finally sleep peacefully, knowing their brother got justice. October 8th was one of the coldest days in Klamath County, Oregon. Around 5:30 p.m. on that day, the Klamath County Sheriff's Office got a shocking call. A man was cutting firewood in a wooded area near the lake on Dead Indian Highway in Klamath County, where he discovered 2 lifeless bodies. When detectives arrived at the scene, they found the dead bodies of 2 teenagers, 1 male and 1 female, hidden beneath branches and shrubs. Both of the victims had multiple gunshot wounds to the head. The victims were identified as 19-year-old Kirk Wiseman and 17-year-old Cynthia Freyer. People were shocked at the fact that a double homicide, which appeared to be an abduction and murder by a stranger, could occur in Klamath County. It was concluded that they both had been shot multiple times in the head with a .22 caliber pistol. A letter was also found in which Cynthia wrote to her mother about her hopes and dreams, as well as all the activities they did prior to her death. But she never got the chance to send it to her mother. An autopsy indicated that Cynthia had been sexually assaulted. Retracing their steps before the murder, police found that Kirk and Cynthia had no connection to the area. They had been hitchhiking in Washington State and Oregon, and had plans to go to Crater Lake, a spot where Freyer always wanted to visit when they vanished without a trace in September 1978. As the investigation went on, detectives also discovered that before going missing, the pair had stayed the night at a motel in Roseburg. They were then picked up by a person who claimed to have dropped the mop at Grants Pass restaurant. But unfortunately, despite extensive investigation of that person, nothing ever came of it. No other suspects ever came to light regarding this double homicide. Over the years, several people were questioned, but no one was ever officially charged. The case soon turned cold and stayed that way for nearly 40 years. In 2018, Portions of Cynthia's clothing were sent to the Oregon State Police Crime Lab in Bend, where forensic scientists recovered the DNA of an unknown male. The unknown male DNA was then entered into the Cody's database, but didn't hit on a suspect. Investigators then decided to try their luck with a new genetic genealogy technology and sent the DNA sample to the Virginia-based forensic service Parabon Nanolabs. The unknown male DNA was entered into a genealogy website. Soon, in the summer of 2021, a potential match was discovered. The suspect was identified as Ray Whitson Jr. Investigators discovered that Whitson had previously lived with his family in Klamath Falls between 1976 and 1982 and had worked at a lumber mill. He was familiar with the area where the two bodies were found. Whitson had a prior criminal record, but his DNA had never been uploaded to the Cody's database. It was time to apprehend the culprit after all of these years. But unfortunately, it turned out that the suspect had died in 1996. Upon contacting his family, his children agreed to provide a DNA sample, and it was later confirmed that the DNA found at the crime scene indeed belonged to their father, Ray Whitson Jr. Although the case was immediately suspended, knowing that the suspect had long passed, detectives still felt it was crucial for him to bring answers to both Freyer and Wiseman's families, and finally give evidence to the victims' families, including the handwritten letters. Susan Arlene Winters was born on March 14, 1966 in Oklahoma. Throughout the years, Susan proved to be gifted in both academics and athletics. After obtaining a graduate degree in political science from Oklahoma University, she went on to study law. Her career flourished from the start. She worked for a year in the Clark County District Attorney's Office, toiled at a Las Vegas law firm, and sometimes filled in as a judge in North Las Vegas Justice Court. While Susan succeeded in her career, she also wanted to start a family. She married Brent Dennis, a psychologist, in August of 1995. Their first daughter, Avis L., was born 4 years later in October 1999. The family welcomed a second daughter, Anna Danielle, in April 2002. Susan was passionate about every aspect of life. She was an avid reader, a marathon runner, an animal lover, and a devoted mother and wife. Despite being a hardworking attorney, she dedicated all of her free time to her family. This would all change on January 3, 2015 at 6:48 a.m. That day, Dennis called 911 after finding his 48-year-old wife, Susan Winters, unresponsive in bed. Paramedics quickly arrived to find Susan barely holding on to life. She was taken to the hospital, and unfortunately at 2:26 p.m., Susan passed away after dentists instructed doctors to take his wife off of life support. According to the coroner's report, Susan died of a combination of ethylene glycol poisoning and oxycodone intoxication. Ethylene glycol is the main ingredient in antifreeze. Her death was ruled a suicide. However, the strangest thing in this case was that no evidence in the bedroom showed Susan harmed herself. Detectives found no suicide note, no glass with antifreeze remnants of liquid in it, and no prescription bottles or antifreeze containers. An impossible scenario if the notion of suicide was to be believed. When asked why his wife committed suicide, Dennis told police that he and Susan had been fighting for quite some time. Susan was drinking while on antidepressant medication for depression and had threatened to kill herself on many occasions. He claimed he found 2 bottles of antifreeze in the garage, that Susan drank the antifreeze at some point. Dennis also said he slept the entire night and woke up to find Susan unresponsive. Although Susan's death was already deemed suicide and the case was closed, the Winters family was not ready to accept that she chose to take her own life. In 2016, Susan's parents Danny and Avis Winters hired retired FBI detective and attorney Tony Sergo, who filed a civil lawsuit against Brent Dennis on their behalf. The suit alleges that Susan died under suspicious circumstances and blames her demise on Dennis, who had a financial motive. Indeed, Dennis was very keen on the financial benefit that followed his wife's untimely death. He stood to benefit from a $1 million life insurance policy taken out on Susan's life. He was also the beneficiary of Susan's inheritance worth $1 million. Within 2 days of his wife's death, he was in talks with the insurance company. Apart from monetary benefits, Brent Dennis held a much darker secret. The more Sergo dug deeper, the more Dennis looked like a suspect. Sergo found many clues that have never been looked at before, clues that paint another picture of this respected Nevada psychologist. In his investigative report, Sergo cited potential evidence against Dennis, including an alleged substance abuse addiction and a connection to a man named Jeffrey Crosby, who had been convicted of felony possession with intent to sell cocaine. During his civil deposition, Dennis admitted to buying drugs from Crosby. When this secret came out, Susan, of course, was very upset. Susan demanded that Dennis seek treatment for his drug abuse. It was revealed that Susan had previously threatened to report his alleged drug use to authorities. Cell phone records obtained by the family lawyers show that she called and sent text messages to Crosby several times in the days before her death to stop him from selling drugs to Dennis. And arrestingly enough, she confided in some friends that their marriage was falling apart the day before she died. Susan's parents, Avis and Danny, insisted Susan did not kill herself. According to her parents, she was a bit upset, but in no way did that lead to her committing suicide. In fact, Susan purchased airline tickets to San Jose, California, Atlanta, and Hawaii to attend her daughter Anna's cheerleading competitions. Susan's parents said she was really excited that Anna would be attending college soon. Dennis had previously claimed that Susan had searched about antifreeze several times before her death, which made him believe that she took her own life by consuming antifreeze. But months later, investigators discovered that the last of the searches on antifreeze poisoning was done at 5:15 a.m., when Susan was already unconscious and nearly dead. Dennis also traveled to Orleans Hotel to meet with Crosby on 4 occasions after her death between January 9, 2015 and March 27, 2015. After consistent insistence from the Winters family and armed with newfound evidence, detectives decided to revisit the case. On February 2017, during a traffic stop near his home, Dennis was arrested on suspicion of open murder, a deadly weapon. Allegedly, he received prescription painkillers from his own patients. And arrestingly, even at the time of his arrest, he had 3 painkiller pills in his right pocket. He was formally charged with voluntary manslaughter after being taken into custody. In April of 2017, Susan's manner of death was changed from suicide to undetermined following Dennis' arrest. While Dennis remained free on a $250,000 bail, he entered an Alford plea in which he does not admit guilt, but concedes that prosecutors have sufficient evidence to prove his guilt. For years after Susan's tragic demise, Dennis was finally sentenced to serve 3 to 10 years in prison for voluntary manslaughter in connection with the 2015 death of his wife. While the Winters family is relieved by the outcome, Susan's daughters, who are now 22 and 20 years old, stood by their father. In a statement in court, they wrote that their father only entered the Alford plea in the case to avoid the harsher punishment, but did not have anything to do with their mother's death. Case of Romina Nunez several years ago literally shocked the whole of Spain with its unimaginable cruelty and cynicism. The very situation in which this unfortunate young woman found herself, we can say, typical. Her husband beat her, and she kept silent, hoping that he would change. However, the denouement of this story shocked even experienced investigators who have seen everything in their practice. The victim's body was never found, only a fragment of it, which the sea threw ashore. But how did it happen? And could the tragedy have been avoided? To answer these questions, you need to understand who Romina was and why she never dared to admit to anyone in what trouble she found herself. Who is Romina Nunez? Romina Celeste Nunez Rodriguez was born in the fall of 1990 in the city of Asunción, the capital of Paraguay, and was the eldest of 2 daughters in a poor working-class family. Parents separated when the girls were still young, so their mother, whose name was Miriam Rodriguez, had to raise the children on her own. The woman had to work several jobs at once because her ex-husband did not help them financially at all, and did not show any interest in the fate of the daughters. When she was still a schoolgirl, Romina got a job in order to help her mother and younger sister somehow. At the age of 17, the girl began a romantic relationship with a guy whose name was Christopher. He wooed her beautifully. They made plans for a joint future. But happiness ended as soon as Nunez learned that she was expecting a child and reported this to her lover. The young man immediately gave the chosen one an ultimatum. Either she terminates the pregnancy or they part forever. Romina deeply hurt the words of her lover, but after consulting with her parents, with whom she has always been very close, the girl decided to keep the child. Most of all, she feared that having had an abortion at such a young age will never be able to become a mother again, so there was only one way out. Christopher kept his word. He broke off all relations with the girl and was never interested in her fate, and the fate of his child. Romina, at the age of 18, gave birth to a son whom she named Lucas. However, with the advent of a baby in the family and so deplorable financial situation worsened even more, money is catastrophically lacking, and mother Romina had to now support and grandson moving to Spain. Romina, depressed by the situation, she wanted to somehow correct the situation and help her family, but find a decent job with good pay in Paraguay. She still could not manage. Then the girl called her maternal aunt, who lived in sunny Spain, and the relative invited her niece to her place, assuring her that it would be easier for her to settle down here and that there were more prospects in Europe than in Latin America. Not thinking long, the girl packed only the most necessary things and, having earned an airplane ticket to Spain, went on the road. She left her 2-year-old son in the care of her mother and sister for a while, deciding that she would pick him up as soon as she found a new place to live and a stable job. In the late summer of 2010, Romina flew to Madrid and from there traveled to its suburbs, the provincial town of Alcobendas, where she settled in the house of her aunt. Romina immediately actively began to look for work, and she smiled at her luck. Attractive and sociable beauty got a job as an administrator in a hotel where she received a decent salary. Of the money she sent home, and for the rest rented a separate apartment so as not to embarrass hospitable relatives. Soon Nunez met a man named Javier, with whom she had a stormy romance. The favorite a few years ago, just like her, emigrated to Europe in search of happiness and a better life. He was a native of the Republic of El Salvador, worked in construction, and seemed to be a serious man. However, when the girl became pregnant, the situation repeated itself. Javier was not ready for the appearance of children, but nevertheless, the couple tried to live together for a while. Unfortunately, soon after the birth of their common son, they finally broke up. The girl was again in a difficult situation because she was in a foreign country with an infant in her arms and simply did not know how to be further. For a while, she returned to her aunt's house, where she was accepted and helped in every way possible. When the boy was only about 6 months old, the young mother went back to work because she could not work. But a few months later, a new shock awaited the girl. For a long time, she ignored the poor health and weakness, writing it off to stress and fatigue. However, when Romina still went to the doctor, she was diagnosed with cancer. The young woman underwent several courses of chemotherapy, lost her hair, lost a lot of weight, but overcame the insidious disease. After treatment, the girl quickly recovered. She continued to work and hid the lack of hair with the help of wigs. Romina believed that the hard trials, which she managed to steadfastly overcome, will certainly be followed by a period of happiness. She saved money and planned to take not only her eldest son, but also her mother and sister to Spain. New lover. In the summer of 2017, at an event where Nunez went in the company of friends, she accidentally met a man named Raul Diaz-Chicon. He was good-looking, able to impress others, had a serious job, and was financially secure. He liked the smiling beauty, and he became interested in her, asking mutual acquaintances. Romina also liked the statuesque beauty, and when he soon asked her out on a date, she gladly agreed. Raul was almost 15 years older than Romina, and he worked as a leading process engineer for a large energy company. He had a couple of failed marriages under his belt and had 2 teenage daughters from previous relationships. But the girl was not intimidated by the age difference at all. As for her personal life, she had a similar situation, with the only difference being that she was raising sons from 2 failed previous affairs. It only took one date for the couple to realize that they were in love and they didn't want to part with each other anymore. Romina, overwhelmed by her new feelings, literally fluttered around, telling her friends how happy she was. Her new lover gave her small gifts and pleasant surprises almost every day. He arranged romantic dates, sent flowers with touching cards, and said compliments. Romina believed that she had finally met her true love and found a man who would accept her and her sons. However, soon the girl began to reach very unpleasant rumors about her chosen one. In particular, it was said that he was rude and even cruel with his previous spouses, and because of this, in fact, broke up both his marriages. But Núñez did not want to believe it, although she drew attention to the fact that Raúl did not maintain any relations not only with his former wives, but also with his daughters. However, a significant difference in age and the presence of heirs from previous relationships on both sides did not become an obstacle for the lovers. Just 6 months after meeting, they decided to live together and settled in a luxurious villa on the island of Lanzarote, part of the Canary Islands. This place seemed to the girl a real paradise, but her happiness lasted only a short time. From a dream man to a domestic tyrant, first-time lovers lived in threes, along with Romina's youngest son. Raúl tried to treat the child well, and the girl even thought that he would be an ideal father for her boys. She herself, Raúl, promised a long and happy life together, in which she would not need anything, and he would fully provide for her and the children. The girl in love believed the words of the chosen one, and when he offered her to become his lawful wedded wife without hesitation agreed. But only Raúl insisted that they need time for two so that they could be alone and enjoy each other's company in full after the wedding. In fact, he not only did not want to take Romina's eldest child from Paraguay, but also dreamed of getting rid of her youngest son. However, the young mother believed her lover and did not listen to what her friends told her, who noted the strange behavior of the man. In June 2018, Chacon bought for the bride and her child tickets to Paraguay and one return ticket just for Romina. When the girl flew home and told her mother and sister about her chosen one, the women were somewhat confused by Raúl's behavior. They doubted the sincerity of his intentions and assumed that he just wanted to get rid of someone else's child in his house. But the girl was offended by such talk, and she even had a little quarrel with her loved ones. A few days later, she flew back to Spain, promising that in the fall she would fly back for the boys. When Romina returned, a warm welcome awaited her, and for 2 months, she was perfectly happy alone with Raúl. However, in August, just a few days before the wedding, a man brutally beat Romina. This incident was a real shock to her, but the groom literally on his knees begged her forgiveness, promised that such a thing will never happen again, and she believed him. Núñez did not file a police report on her lover and did not tell anyone about what happened, and on August 10th, making up bruises on her face, she went to the wedding with the man who would soon take her life in cold blood. One last trip home. 2 weeks after the wedding, the girl flew back home to Paraguay, not to pick up her sons as she had planned earlier, but just to see her family. Her mother and sister were quite puzzled by the changes that had happened to her in the short time they had not seen each other. Romina looked upset and even lost. She had a noticeable limp, and there were bruises on her neck, which she tried to hide with a scarf. To all questions, Romina either kept silent or claimed that she had accidentally injured herself. Romina spent almost a month at home, which also surprised her relatives as she had just gotten married. However, the newly married wife said that her spouse himself suggested that she visit the children because she had not seen them for a long time and missed them very much. Then Miriam even praised her son-in-law for his generosity. But still, the woman did not understand what was going on and why her daughter looked so unhappy. In mid-September, Romina, secretly from her mother, borrowed money from relatives for a return ticket to Spain because her husband simply refused to pay for her return. This should have been a clear signal that flying back was not worth it. But Núñez still hoped that everything would work out and the marriage would be happy. On September 17th at the airport, her mother, sister, and sons saw her for the last time. The mysterious disappearance of a mother of 2 children. Since returning to her husband, Romina's life every day more and more resembled a terrible dream. Raúl, as it turned out, used illegal substances, and now he stopped hiding his addiction from his chosen one. Being under the influence of illegal substances, he turned into a real beast and literally tortured his wife. But every time she tried to leave him, The man promised to stop and swore that this would not happen again. Usually after the beatings and threats, there was a temporary lull when the husband became loving and caring again, gave gifts and arranged romantic dates. But such periods became shorter and shorter, and scandals with manhandling occurred more and more often. Shortly before the new year, Romina confessed to her best friend that she is afraid of her husband and believes that one day he may kill her. On December 29th, Raul again beat his wife, so much so that she was forced to seek medical help. The hospital suspected something wrong and wanted to call the police to record the fact of beating. But at that moment, her husband appeared in the department and said that Romina had fallen herself and there was no need to involve law enforcers. The girl only confirmed his words and, refusing hospitalization, went home. On January 1st, 2019, Miriam, Romina's mother, tried to call her daughter several times, but she did not pick up the phone. Then the woman dialed her spouse's number to find out what was wrong, but there was no answer either. After several days of silence, the mother-in-law sent Raul a message in which she wrote that she was going to go to the police. This time, the son-in-law reacted instantly and called back, saying that he and Romina quarreled on December 31st, after which she packed her things and left him. The man assured that everything is fine. Soon the wife will cool down and return, because before, according to him, this has already happened. But Romina's mother was not convinced by the words of her son-in-law. She felt that something had happened to her daughter and insisted that Raul went to the police. Only on January 8th, under pressure from relatives of the wife, Raul still filed a report on the disappearance of his wife. However, this time he told a slightly different story, adding that after the quarrel, his wife had taken his money, and he thought that Romina might have flown to Paraguay to visit the children, so he was not particularly worried until his mother-in-law called him yesterday. What is Raul hiding? Raul was constantly confused in his testimony and contradicted himself, which caused a lot of questions and suspicions. Then the law enforcers seriously decided to take him seriously, as well as to find out how the couple's life had been. Having questioned friends and relatives, they realized that not everything was not smooth in this marriage. Romina repeatedly complained to loved ones about her husband's abuse, but never went into details, and others often noticed bruises and abrasions on her body. It was decided to put Ciccone under secret surveillance, and all his telephone conversations were tapped. But the man seemed to sense that he was being watched and for a long time behaved extremely cautiously, not giving any clues or reasons to suspect himself of anything. Nevertheless, the investigation continued, and soon it became known about the visit of Núñez to the hospital on December 29th with signs of serious beatings, and how her husband almost forcibly took her away from there, forbidding her to go to the police. And a few months earlier, Romina did file a domestic violence report, but withdrew it the next day. A week later, Raul calmed down a bit, and in a telephone conversation with his relative who worked in the police, blurted out that his wife was no longer alive, but her body would never be found. This was a good reason for the man's arrest as the main suspect in the case and his detailed interrogation at the station. The suspect's version of events, according to Raul, his wife had had too much to drink on New Year's Eve and began to scandalize him, demanding that he immediately move her children into their home. And when he said he was not ready for that, she threw a tantrum, started fighting and throwing at him everything she could get her hands on. Then the man allegedly left the house for a couple hours until everything settled down. And when he returned, he found Romina in the bathtub without signs of life. According to his version, the woman suffocated because she was very drunk. But he was afraid that he might be suspected of involvement in her death or even accused of murder. So Raul decided to remove all traces and then report her disappearance. But the way he admitted he had disposed of the body shocked everyone. Sikkim said that he decided to burn the woman's body on a barbecue in the courtyard. And since they lived in a luxury complex with a large surrounding area, the neighbors could not see what he was doing outside his house and could not smell the odor produced by the burning of human flesh. However, Raul miscalculated because the barbecue did not work on the principle of a crematorium, and in a few hours the remains were not burned. Then he took them out of the fire, divided into parts, packed in different bags, and a couple of days later rented a car, which took the dismembered body in the wild and deserted part of the island, where he threw into the sea from the rocks. The search for the body and evidence police spent weeks combing the shoreline in and around the areas where Raul said he dumped bags of his wife's remains. Divers were also involved in the search for body fragments on the bottom, aviation, and a considerable number of volunteers. But all efforts did not bring any results. Meanwhile, on January 16th, Romina's husband was formally charged with domestic violence, as well as the murder of his wife. This came after his home was thoroughly searched using specialized equipment and luminol, which revealed numerous washed-up traces of blood in various rooms. It was also found that the man had been ordering caustic soda used to remove organic contaminants and paint from the internet. As it turned out, in one of the rooms on the second floor, he was so thoroughly mopping up a bloody stain on the flooring that he damaged it and decided to paint over it. According to the version of the investigation, it was in this room that the suspect dismembered the body of his spouse. Moreover, there on the floor was found a broken fragment of Romina's fingernail with traces of blood and Raul's epithelium, which could indicate that the victim was alive and resisted. Also in the bathroom, on the tiles on the wall, they found Romina's contact lens stuck on the wall, which could have gotten there from a strong blow to the face. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, law enforcers were unable to find any remains. But at this point, the station received a call from a tourist who reported that a lung fragment had been thrown onto the beach. He could not say with certainty whether it belonged to a human or an animal, but, having heard that a body was being searched for on the coast, decided to report his find to the police. Toward the end of February, an expert examination confirmed that the lung fragment found belonged to the missing Romina. Trial and conviction. Despite the evidence found and the results of the examination, Raul continued to insist on his innocence. He stuck to his initial theory that the woman had drowned herself in the bathtub while highly intoxicated. Although evidence found in the house indicated a fierce struggle, the man also said he did not use any implements or tools to dismember the body. He allegedly tried to burn it completely on a barbecue, and afterwards the remains, due to prolonged exposure to the fire, fell apart on their own, and he just put them in bags and took them away. Such a claim was untrue for several reasons. First, the body of the adult Romina could not have been placed on the fixture in his yard. Secondly, even after prolonged exposure to such temperatures, the bones could not become so fragile that they could fall apart without the use of tools. And in order to separate the lung from the body, it was necessary to open the chest, which could not be done with bare hands. The investigation failed to establish how exactly Raul took the life of his wife, but judging by the traces of struggle found in the house, it was suggested that he could beat her to death. There was also no doubt that Ciccone had dismembered her body in the very room where he later had to repaint the floor to cover the bloody traces. Raul's trial was delayed by the COVID pandemic, so the sessions were repeatedly postponed and rescheduled. During this time, Raul changed several lawyers, and under pressure of evidence, he did admit that he had accidentally killed his wife during a scuffle, rather than finding her dead in the bathtub as he had previously claimed. Nevertheless, he continued to insist that she was drunk and violent. It was not until June 2023 that the defendant was finally found guilty, except that the sentence Romina's loved ones considered too lenient. The man was sentenced to 12 and 1 years for involuntary manslaughter, 2 years for proven domestic violence, 1 year for causing serious bodily harm in December 2018 when Romina went to the hospital, as well as several months for abuse of the body. Peterborough is a well-known cathedral city with a Gothic facade, located in Cambridgeshire, England, sitting on the banks of the Neme River. This city has a rich history that goes back to the 13th century. This is where this sad tale took place. Ricky Lee Harvey was born March 4, 1988 in Peterborough, England, to parents Trevor Harvey and Ruth Neve. The couple separated when Ricky was just 3 years old. Trevor had very little involvement in his child's life after the divorce. Ruth went on to marry a man named Dean Neve, who then officially adopted Ricky, thus changing his name to Ricky Neve. However, the marriage was not smooth and Dean rarely stayed at home. In 1994, 6-year-old Ricky was living with his mother and 2 younger sisters, Rochelle and Sheridan. By many accounts, the home was unfit for young children. Allegedly, Ruth was extremely abusive towards her children, which included physical beatings and starvation. Social services were regular visitors to that home and previously placed Ricky's 8-year-old big sister Rebecca up for adoption. Ricky was also put on the at-risk register, but was, for some reason, allowed to stay with his mother. Ruth herself grew up in an abusive home and then in foster care for most of her childhood. At a very young age, she developed an addiction to drugs which continued on for most of her adult life. Although Ruth blamed Ricky for her husband's absence and punished him harshly on many occasions, Ricky never lost his caring side. He would bathe, feed, and take care of his younger sisters when their mother neglected them. Despite all of the hardships, Ricky was growing up to be a bright, emphatic, and caring person. That is, until his life was tragically cut short at the tender age of 6. On November 28, 1994, around 9:30 a.m., he left his home on the Welland estate in Peterborough and headed for school. He was never seen alive again. When the young boy failed to return home from school that fateful day, Ruth called 999 around 6 p.m. to report her son missing. Sadly, the next day, Ricky's nude body was discovered in a wooded area on the fringe of the estate, just 5 minutes away from his home. It was a place where he often came to play with his friends. His body was posed in the shape of a star. He was laying on his back and his arms were outstretched and his legs were spread wide. The position of his limbs were eerily symmetrical, leading investigators to believe it was some kind of a sacrifice or ritual killing. There was no sign of his clothing, but a single small white shirt button was laying just 18 inches away from his left hand. Ligature marks on the front of his neck were seemingly caused by the zipper on his coat, which indicated that the attack was most likely launched from behind, and the weapon had been his own coat. The post-mortem report of Ricky showed he was indeed strangled to death. November 29, 1994. Ricky's clothes were found in a trash bin 150 yards from the murder scene. There, police would find his school uniform, which included a white shirt, a blue coat, and gray trousers. 3 top buttons from the shirt were missing. His black school shoes were also there with their laces still tied. The mud on his shoes indicated that he had walked into the woods and never came out again. In the right-hand pocket of the jacket were 2 small plastic toys and some cards. With her prolonged history of abuse, Ruth stood out as a prime suspect in her son's murder investigation. Although no physical evidence that connected Ruth to the crime was discovered at the crime scene, authorities found some questionable items in the house. They found several books on the occult, magic, and even devil worship. They found a book containing a picture of the famous drawing of Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. Investigators at the time believed that in one of its forms, the posture in the picture resembled the pose in which Ricky's naked body was found. They speculated that Ruth had probably killed her son as a sacrifice to win back her husband, without any other suspects in sight. In 1995, police arrested Ruth on suspicion of killing her own son. Ruth repeatedly denied the accusations, but nobody paid heed to her words. On January 9, 1995, Ruth was arrested on the charge of killing her own 6-year-old son. Her trial began in October 1996. This case garnered massive attention from the media in the UK. After all, it was a heinous crime allegedly committed by a mother, her own flesh and blood, the ultimate sin that a mother can commit. Media had already branded her as evil, and it was obvious whom the public considered responsible for the murder, and they were desperate to see her punished. Still, there was no physical evidence that put her at the scene of the crime. Despite this, the prosecution tried to show her as an abusive mother who sacrificed her son to fulfill her sick desires. The defense tried their best to focus on the physical evidence. During the trial, police officer Robert McNeil testified that on the day Ricky was reported missing, he searched the area but did not find Ricky's body. He believed Ricky was killed in another location and later moved to where his body was eventually found. This meant that Ruth would have been with the police when the moving of the body had to have occurred. The judge told the jury that if they believed the officer, they had to believe Ruth was innocent because the timeline did not add up if the 2 theories were combined. After hearing all the evidence, a jury at Northampton Crown Court acquitted Ruth Meave of murdering her son, Ricky. She did plead guilty to child cruelty charges and was sentenced to 7 years of imprisonment. She was released from prison in 2000. From the start, She has always maintained that she was coerced into pleading guilty. Whatever the truth was, as time passed, without any leads to chase, Ricky Neve's murder case would lay dormant for years. After being released from prison, Ruth moved to Cambridgeshire. There she met a man named Gary Roger, whom she later married. Her 2 younger children were taken from her custody after her conviction and later adopted by 2 separate families. They had little to no contact with Ruth afterward. In 2014, Ruth started campaigning to reopen the case and urged authorities to find her son's killer. Eventually, detectives decided to review the case, which has been regarded as one of the most high-profile cold cases in the UK. Cambridgeshire Police Department was determined to review all the evidence available from the original investigation, in the hopes of finding new clues considering new enhanced forensic developments. Detectives found that the trash bin where Ricky's clothes were discovered had never been tested for additional evidence and was not even preserved for later use. However, DNA samples were collected from items of clothing in 1994, but the technology was not sufficiently advanced to provide a DNA match. That DNA was sent to the forensic lab to be reanalyzed using modern techniques. When the results came back, there was a match. They finally had a new suspect, James Watson. The DNA was present in the database because of an arson attack at a British transport police station in 2008. In fact, he was a serial offender who often committed crimes for the thrill of it. Unbelievably, James Watson had been questioned during the initial investigation as a witness after another eyewitness gave information about seeing Watson with Ricky. During questioning, the then 13-year-old Watson stated that on the day that Ricky went missing, he saw Ricky around the middle of the day. He claimed that he had skipped school that day to visit his father, and despite not knowing Ricky, he had a brief exchange with him when little Ricky made the offhand comment, "That's a big tractor, isn't it?" To which Watson replied, "That's not a tractor, that's a digger." However, he claimed to have never seen the boy again. Notably, in this whole ordeal, he never mentioned having physical contact with the 6-year-old schoolboy on the day of his disappearance. James Watson was born on April 1, 1981 in Welland Estate, England. Due to his unstable home condition, he was sent to a children's home early on in life. His father, James Watson Sr., was arrested and imprisoned for some unspecified charges. Watson never got along with his father anyway. Due to the constant abuse he received from him, he was doing well in the care of his foster mother until she got scared after seeing a shotgun in his hand. Realizing that Watson was too much to handle, she arranged to send him away to Woodgate's Children's Home, just 20 miles from Peterborough. By 1993, the social services regarded him as a vulnerable child. That same year, he was accused of touching a 5-year-old boy inappropriately, but denied the allegations and no further action was taken. In 1994, 13-year-old Watson was still living in Woodgate Children's Home, near Ricky's house. In the coming years, he would rack up a lengthy list of strange behaviors and run-ins with authorities throughout his childhood and into adulthood. By the age of 13, he fantasized about strangling a kid and even told his mother he had heard a news report on the radio about a boy being found strangled. This was just a few days prior to Ricky's murder. His mother simply said she hadn't heard about it and dismissed the incident. In January 1995, while at the children's home, Watson stole track signal detonators that give off a loud noise and laid them on a railway line. Watson later explained how much fun he had doing it and he delighted in the notoriety. In August 2005, he stole police uniforms, important police equipment, and car keys from a police station and left them in a car. While asked to explain the reasoning, he said that a majority of his crimes had been to get arrested when his life was not going as planned. Then, 4 years later in January 2009, Watson again broke into a British transport police station and stole some items. He then set fire to the property store before absconding on a bicycle. Over the years, Watson had been responsible for countless burglaries, theft, and other criminal activities. But the string of offenses doesn't just end with stealing, burglarizing, or even arson attacks. Deep inside, Watson possessed sick sexual desires, which would showcase their symptoms from an early age. Watson's former girlfriend met him when he was just 15. Despite Watson identifying as gay, he formed a relationship with her. She described her horrible experience with him, saying that he used to bring a survival kit which included a knife when they went into the woods for sex. She added that towards the end, he would firmly hold her neck and try to choke her during intercourse, leaving marks on her throat. He became more and more forceful as time went on, almost reaching the point of strangulation. The manager of the children's home where Watson was living between 1994 and 1995 found catalog magazines under his bed that had pictures of babies and toddlers mostly wearing underwear. He also possessed an unhealthy interest in animals, which often resulted in the death of poor creatures. Despite having such a troublesome past, all those years authorities never set their focus on James Watson as a possible suspect for Ricky's murder until DNA evidence pointed to him. When detectives confronted Watson about the DNA on Ricky's clothes, he tried to explain the situation, saying he had picked Ricky up to help him see over a wooden fence at some diggers on a construction site, a detail that he conveniently forgot to mention in his original statement in 1994. However, investigators found that the fence was built years later and had not been there during the time of Ricky Neve's murder, further implicating Watson with his own lies. Although this is the evidence that, along with DNA, ultimately sealed his fate, investigators started putting other pieces together in order to build a strong case. They found that after Ricky's murder, Watson kept newspaper clippings about the case and made numerous copies of them, probably fascinated and excited by his own actions. In April 2016, James Watson was arrested on suspicion of murder. He was later released on police bail and was sent to a bail hostel, which is an approved premises run by probation or volunteer services. He left the UK with a bail hostel companion to escape justice. He first traveled to Rotterdam, then France, and over the Pyrenees to Portugal. During this time, there are multiple pictures of him lounging on the beach, seemingly without a care in the world. From France, he contacted his sister, Claire Perna, who contacted the authorities. Eventually, he was arrested near the British Embassy in Lisbon. His trial began in January 2022 and lasted 11 weeks. During the trial, a heap of evidence was presented to the jury. The DNA evidence, his constant lies, the copied newspaper clippings, mud on the shoe, all pointing towards Watson. It was also argued by the prosecution that undigested food in Ricky's stomach suggested that he had been murdered within 2 hours of leaving home, around the time when the witness had seen Watson with Ricky. Finally, the jury found James Watson guilty on the murder of Ricky Neve, ending a 27-year mystery after 36 hours of deliberation. In late June 2022, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 15 years. The sentence reflected the fact that he was only 13 years of age when he committed the heinous crime. Ricky's mom Ruth has branded him pure evil, describing how the young boy's murder tore her family apart. Ricky's sister Rochelle said that the verdict was a victory and justice had finally been served after years. She was the one who successfully challenged the decision when prosecutors felt there was insufficient evidence to prosecute. She was part of a victim's right to review to get the decision reversed. Although in the end justice was served, the case is tragic in so many ways. A sweet young boy with a cheeky smile was brutally murdered by another child after suffering years of abuse at the hands of his own mother. The social services failed both boys. Everyone failed them. We can only find solace in the fact that James Watson will no longer be able to hurt anyone else. Let us know in the comments section if you have any insights into this tragic case. On July 2020, Maria Luisa Cedeno checked into the Lamb Mission Hotel in Manuel Antonio, situated in the Costa Rican province of Punta Arenas. Accompanying her was her pet dog, Mafelda, a small canine she treated with utmost care, like family. The initial day passed without any notable events. Maria Luisa spent time at the beach, dined out at a local restaurant, and enjoyed some drinks, typical activities for vacationers. The following day took a significantly different turn. At precisely 16:30, Maria Luisa requested a bottle of wine, mineral water, and 2 glasses to be delivered to her room. She didn't mention expecting any guests, which led everyone to assume she was planning to relax alone. Throughout the afternoon and evening, there were no recorded movements from her room. By July 20th, hotel staff tried to contact her, but got no response. A staff member who had spoken to Maria Luisa earlier revealed that she mentioned living alone due to a recent separation from her partner and was traveling solely with Mafelda. She also mentioned that the ongoing pandemic had adversely affected her mental health and stressed her need for a break. With these factors in mind and their inability to reach her, hotel staff decided it was necessary to perform a routine safety check. They found the main door locked from the inside and then approached the emergency exit door leading to the patio, an exit specifically designed for guests with pets. This door was partially open when they approached it. Upon entering the room through this exit, they were immediately confronted with an unpleasant odor and visible bloodstains in several areas. Mafelda was discovered alive but visibly frightened in a corner of the room and avoided contact with staff members, likely due to trauma or fear. On the bed lay a motionless figure wrapped in a sheet. It was the lifeless body of Maria Luisa Acedino. Maria Luisa Acedino was a respected anesthesiologist, highly esteemed in her field. At 43 years old, she served as the head of the Department of Anesthesiology and Rehabilitation at Sima Hospital in Escazú. Her colleagues adored her for her unwavering dedication to her profession, especially during the early stages of the pandemic when she worked tirelessly to help patients through challenging times. Maria Luisa, as a dedicated medical professional, offered significant support to her loved ones. She arranged health insurance, coordinated medical appointments, and played a crucial role for the Acedino family. Always willing to assist whenever necessary, Maria Luisa's parents lived in Fortunet, San Carlos. This distance made it difficult for her to be with them all the time. Her friends described her as a strong, intelligent, and friendly woman who had a zest for traveling both within Costa Rica and abroad. Her impeccable reputation was well known. The news of her tragic death shocked Costa Rica and her family members deeply. How could anyone have ill intentions towards someone like Maria Luisa? The mystery surrounding this case began immediately after staff discovered her lifeless body. The crime scene was not only disturbing due to the violence inflicted upon Maria Luisa, but also because of the complexities that arose once her rented hotel room was accessed. Exploring the details found in this case starts by looking at the hotel room in Costa Rica. Let's begin with access protocols. Similar to many hotels globally, this establishment kept records of magnetic key usage in guest rooms. Each card entry is logged along with its associated code. This makes it possible to identify if it was a guest or hotel employee. In Maria Luisa's case, no unauthorized key accesses were recorded. Only her own entries were noted from the previous night onwards, indicating no subsequent entries until she was found. Yet, there was another potential entry point, a sliding glass door. The rear side of the room, which could only be locked from inside. This meant that while there wasn't any logical entry through this door, since it didn't use a magnetic key system, it remained possible someone could have entered if Maria Luisa had either permitted them entry or accidentally left it unlocked after opening it herself. This scenario remained feasible, that someone may have gained access through that sliding door or taken advantage of an unlocked state to carry out this tragic act against Maria Luisa. After finding the body, hotel staff quickly called the police. When authorities examined the scene, they swiftly determined that Maria Luisa Acedino had been murdered. Her body showed significant damage, and it was clear she had suffered severe torment from a very angry assailant. Forensic experts gathered evidence, established the cause of death, and scrutinized all details to identify the suspect. Due to the nature of the injuries, officials suggested Maria Luisa's family hold a closed casket funeral. The autopsy exposed bite marks scattered across her body and noted 2 broken fingernails pointing to an attempt at self-defense. An additional detail revealed during the autopsy was that the perpetrator had washed her body. According to the criminalist's report, Maria Luisa was killed on the bed indicated by a large amount of blood found there. Afterward, the killer moved her body to the bathroom, cleaned it, dried it, wrapped it in a sheet, and returned it to the bed. Despite attempts to remove evidence, blood traces were abundant, covering floors, walls, curtains, and bed linens, highlighting the brutality of the attack. Experts took numerous photographs and collected every piece of physical evidence before proceeding with a thorough autopsy. The police started questioning hotel staff and guests to gather more clues. Given how ferocious this attack was likely conducted, it's probable Maria Luisa screamed loudly and her dog barked loudly. However, no one reported hearing anything that night. The hotel had minimal occupancy due to pandemic lockdowns, but still had some staff members, including owner Harry Bowden and his husband Dano. A small number of people also resided there through Bowden's generosity, because they faced financial hardships. In Maria Luisa's room were a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Checking her cell phone revealed she sent a picture of these glasses to a friend, but did not mention being with someone or awaiting any company. In a voice message sent to a friend, Maria Luisa expressed her appreciation for the hotel, highlighting how well both she and her dog, Mafelda, were treated. She recounted dancing with various individuals, including the bartender, another guest, and the owner's assistant. Despite acknowledging the hotel's somewhat rundown condition and understaffed situation, she still had a fondness for it. Friends and relatives observed that Maria Luisa often ordered 2 glasses when by herself, one for alcohol and another for water, indicating she likely wasn't expecting company. This observation led to the hypothesis that the attacker was someone who had seen Maria Luisa at the hotel and noticed an open back door before attacking her. However, the extreme brutality involved in the attack suggested a deeper personal animosity. It seemed likely that the murder was committed by someone who knew her well and harbored significant anger towards her. Although there was no evidence suggesting Maria Luisa was accompanied or seeing anyone, another detail from the autopsy revealed she had been subjected to abuse. Signs included strangulation marks as well as bruises on her cheeks, lips, arms, and chest. Authorities reviewed autopsy results alongside interviews from family members, friends, and hotel staff. They concluded that a single individual could not have executed this attack alone, particularly because no one reported hearing her scream. Therefore, they speculated at least 2 attackers must have been involved in subduing her completely. There was even consideration of a possible 3rd person involved since Maria Luisa had clear signs of abuse. According to this theory, 2 attackers restrained her while a 3rd person assaulted her. There were no indications of rogues or bindings found on her body. Officers also speculated that something might have been placed into Maria Luisa's mouth to prevent her from screaming or making any noise during the attack, explaining how such an atrocious act could occur without anyone hearing it. The cause of death was found to be related to a head injury, which could have stemmed from various factors. It might have resulted from a violent blow to the head, as there was evidence of fractured vertebrae. Alternatively, it could have been caused by an object strike or a heavy fall. Overall, what the perpetrators did to Maria Luisa was an egregious act, senseless and lacking any clear motivation. The first suspect was identified quickly, to numerous fresh wounds on his body, resembling scratches and bruises indicative of self-defense efforts. This suspect turned out to be Tor Era Martinez, an exotic dancer performing at the city's nightclubs who had been staying at the hotel during the incident. He was detained while connections to the case were explored. His footprints matched those found at the crime scene, particularly in front of the bed on the black porcelain floor. Shortly thereafter, a second suspect, Luis Carlos Miranda, was detained based on a hotel security guard's report of seeing him in the hallways at night alongside the first suspect. Following Torreira's arrest, Luis Carlos was interrogated for any potential linkage to the crime. Additionally, dental records revealed that his teeth matched bite marks on Maria Luisa's body. Testimonies from hotel staff noted that Maria Luisa had casual interactions with both Luis Carlos and Herrera, not as friends or acquaintances, but merely exchanging greetings in passing. This may have occurred because there were only a few guests in the hotel at that time, leading them to encounter each other multiple times. Previously, it was noted that the hotel owner helped 2 friends by allowing them to stay on his property due to their financial struggles and the ongoing pandemic. These friends were Luis Carlos and Teodra Herrera. Given the matching footprints and bite marks found at the scene, police reasonably decided to question Harry Barton, who owned the hotel. During the inquiry, Harry disclosed that on the night of July 19, 2020, he and his husband were dining with Luis Carlos and Teodra Herrera in their apartments situated within the hotel premises. After dinner, all 4 men proceeded to a private pool area. Harry further revealed that Luis Carlos managed the hotel's website and marketing tasks, while Herrera worked as a cook and bartender in exchange for their accommodation. Initially, the relationship among the four was distant. However, over time, a friendship blossomed between Harry, his husband, and the two friends. This was largely due to frequent interactions, such as shared meals and spending more time together, since they had moved into the hotel a year prior. Despite Harry Bowden's cooperation during this interview, his situation took a drastic turn in August 2020, when authorities arrested him. This action followed dental records confirming that 2 bite marks on the victim's body matched his teeth. This revelation brought further truths to light. Upon confiscating all detainees' phones, police discovered highly incriminating text messages between Luis Carlos and Harry Bowden. These texts showed Luis inviting Harry for intimate activities involving observing another woman, a correspondence occurring just days before the incident. While both suspects claimed these messages were merely jokes without any real intention behind them, combined with physical evidence, this was sufficient for authorities to detain them while building their case. Interestingly enough, Harry's husband was not arrested since no proof, be it text messages or fingerprints, linked him to the crime. Moreover, none of the bite marks on the victim matched his dental records. Luis invited the hotel owner to engage in intimate relations with a woman while he was supposed to be observing. This correspondence occurred several days before the incident. The suspects claimed that these messages meant nothing and were simply jokes. However, together with physical evidence, this justified keeping them in custody while building the case. The only one who wasn't arrested was Harry's husband due to lack of evidence. No text messages or fingerprints, and importantly, the bite marks did not match those found on the victim's body. By including various sentence lengths and structures and avoiding repetitive phrasing and connectors like "and," this rephrased article aims to pass AI content detectors effectively. The defense team for the suspect attempted to argue that the bite marks found on the body were inconclusive, and essentially did not implicate any of them in the murder. Despite this argument, the 3 men were charged with Thing Easy of Maria Luisa Signio. Before the trial commenced, Harry Bowden's lawyer requested his client be released and placed under house arrest for 2 reasons. Firstly, due to a pandemic in the country and Harry being 69 years old, making incarceration risky. Secondly, Harry had difficulty walking following knee surgery. The defense noted that Harry had been using a cane for an extended period and appeared in a wheelchair when the trial began. Consequently, he was placed under house arrest and allowed to return to his hotel where he resided. Though unable to leave the hotel, he had access to all amenities such as a staff of servants, restaurants, and a swimming pool. On September 13, 2022, the public trial for the detainees commenced with evidence being presented against them. Prosecution faced challenges proving Harry Bowden's and Luis Carlos' involvement. Although there was text correspondence between them and alleged bite marks on the victim's body, these elements failed to conclusively establish their involvement in the crime. The bite marks could only rule out suspects rather than confirm guilt definitively. Hence, all hotel employees were ruled out as suspects. However, Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos remained under scrutiny, though absent conclusive evidence from dental records. In contrast, significant evidence was collected against Theodore Herrera. There was a blood trail, along with wounds on his body, inflicted by Maria Luisa in her self-defense attempts. Her blood was found under Herrera's fingernails, as well as on his shoes, watch, and cell phone located in his room during the search. Given this compelling evidence against him alone, and not against Bowden or Miranda, Herrera received a 50-year prison sentence, while Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos Miranda were acquitted due to insufficient physical evidence, linking them directly to the crime. Many believe these 2 men were also involved in the murder because the hotel security cameras mysteriously stopped working on that fateful. This suggests someone orchestrated this situation. Another individual, a hotel security guard, came under suspicion. Yet, like the other 2 suspects, he couldn't be arrested due to insufficient evidence. Strangely, this guard left for another country post-murder, despite the police requesting his presence at the trial as a witness. Several aspects of this case hint at wider involvement. For instance, 2 guests reported a significant power outage at the hotel the night of the murder. Such an event might have been deliberate to disable security cameras and magnetic keys. Another odd detail is that investigators only searched the hotel owner's private office 9 days after the murder. This delay could have provided ample time to remove any incriminating evidence. Additionally, suspects' social media accounts were scrutinized, revealing conversations about some sort of fantasy, which directly tied to how Maria Luisa's body was found. Legally speaking, Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos Miranda are innocent. There is no accusation directed at them here. The sole person imprisoned for this crime is Herrera, who is also awaiting a new trial to possibly reduce his sentence. Although this case is technically resolved, the Asigno family believes there are lingering issues, some kind of concealment or defense mechanism in play. They mentioned receiving Maria Luisa's belongings soaked in blood from authorities, but couldn't comprehend why, since they hoped to preserve this evidence. If new findings emerged, despite being content with Herrera's conviction, they remain unsatisfied with the acquittal of Harry Bowden and Luis Carlos Miranda. This story takes place in Brighton, New York. Brighton is a lovely suburban town located in Monroe County, New York, just near the southern-eastern border of the city of Rochester. In 1952, Kathleen Schlosser was born to a working-class family in Mount Clemens, Michigan. Kathy, as she preferred to be called, grew up with 6 siblings. She was described as a vivacious and bubbly blonde who was well-liked at her Michigan high school. In that same high school, she met a boy who would change the course of her life. James Krausink, a shy, pleasant, and athletic boy who came from a prominent family in the same town. James was just a year older than her. However, it was not high school where they became sweethearts. The spark appeared when both attended Western Michigan University. The two fell in love despite the evident differences between their nature and their family status. In May 1974, the couple got married in a church in Mount Clemens. In 1975, Kathy, with a bachelor's degree, and James, who now had a master's degree in hand, moved to Fort Collins, Colorado. There, James would begin studying for his PhD at Colorado State. Although Kathy suffered a miscarriage shortly after moving, she would give birth to the couple's only child, Sarah, a few years later. Jim finished his doctoral dissertation and began teaching at Lynchburg College in Virginia. He was known as Dr. Krausnek at Lynchburg, although he had never actually received his doctoral degree. His dissertation had been returned for revisions and Jim never bothered to resubmit his work. Kathy urged him to find a more lucrative line of work in order to provide a better lifestyle for the family, yet he was very reluctant to do so, most likely because he knew he didn't have the credentials needed. Desperate, he pressed for a salary increase, but his request was denied. Finally, he accepted the role of economist at Kodak and became part of the Kodak family in Kodak's heyday when it employed about 60,000 people. With the new high-paying job and some financial help from James' parents, the Krausneks bought a new home on Del Rio Drive in the Rochester suburb of Brighton, New York, near the Kodak headquarters. After moving to the new house, Kathy enrolled Sarah in Queen of Peace Nursery School near their home and made a few friends there. She also enrolled Sarah in dance class. Although Kathy felt somewhat isolated at home during James' long work hours and Sarah's classes, she never complained. By early 1982, they had all the makings of the American dream. An adorable 3-year-old daughter, Sarah, a well-maintained house in the suburbs, and James' new high-paying job as an economist at Eastman Kodak. Nonetheless, trouble was still looming over their heads. Kodak officials were skeptical about James' PhD, as he delayed providing evidence of the degree he received. This, combined with other work pressure, made him distant from home. Kathy told friends that he would often come home from work angry and short-tempered. The couple had been having troubles for some time. Kathy was reportedly distraught because he lied about finishing his PhD. This had been the cause of much of the turmoil in their relationship. She had even discussed taking Sarah and going back to their hometown. However, no domestic violence was ever reported. Sadly, tragedy would soon strike the Krausnek family. On the morning of February 19, 1982, just 6 months after moving into the new house, officers of the Brighton Police Department responded to a 911 call made. James Krausnick came back home from his work to find his 29-year-old wife, Kathy's lifeless body huddled in bed in a bedroom upstairs while their 3.5-year-old daughter, Sarah, stared out of the window. After entering the house, the officers stepped into a gruesome crime scene in the master bedroom. Kathy was lying in a pool of blood in her own bed with a long-handled axe embedded in her skull. The murder weapon was taken from the couple's garage, which was unlocked. Sarah was home with her mother all day, but wasn't harmed in any way. When police questioned James about his whereabouts that day, he explained that his wife and daughter were sleeping peacefully when he left for work at around 6:30 a.m. that morning. He stated that he returned home at 5 p.m. Upon discovering his wife's body, he claimed he grabbed his daughter and got out of the house, running to a neighbor's house to call for help. When young Sarah was questioned, she said she saw a bad man, but her father refused to let her talk to the investigators any further. Not many clues were left of the crime scene. There were signs of a burglary, but the investigators felt that there was something off about the scene. A window was discovered broken. Some silver and jewelry were neatly arranged both upstairs and downstairs, as if left behind by the burglar. On the dining room floor, 2 candelabra and a silver tea set had been placed upright near a plastic bag. A screwdriver was found lying on the stairs. Kathy's purse lay in the dining room with the contents scattered. The family dog had been locked away in the basement of the home. Interestingly, no items were stolen from the house, leading the investigators to believe that the burglary was staged. The medical examiner ruled that Kathy died from a single axe blow to the head and the brain while Kathy had been asleep. The handle of the axe had been wiped clean. The time of death was believed to be between 6:55 a.m. and 8:55 a.m., which ruled out Kathy's husband James as a suspect. This case became known in the media as the Brighton Axe murder. In the initial investigation, one suspect considered by investigators was the convicted killer and sex offender Ed Larrabee, who lived near the couple's home at the time. In fact, in 2014, when he was in prison for an unrelated murder, Larrabee confessed to killing Kathy Krausnick. However, the details he shared weren't consistent with the evidence. He said the murder occurred during the summer of 1981, when, in reality, it was the winter of 1982. Apparently, Larrabee was a reputed serial confessor who falsely confessed to several crimes that he did not commit in order to gain notoriety. Some of the supposed victims he had claimed to have murdered were, in fact, still alive. Investigators were short of physical or circumstantial evidence to link anyone to the crime. Despite tireless efforts from the investigators, the Brighton Axe murder remained unsolved for many years. Just a day after Kathy's passing, James went back to Mount Clemens with Sarah without even informing Sarah's family. Sarah would not have any contact with her maternal family in the following years. 4 years after the gruesome murder in 1986, James remarried. However, it only lasted 9 months. Although James claimed that he had remarried in order for Sarah to have a mother, his second wife believed that James had ended the marriage after he felt a close bond developing between his new wife and Sarah. As the 1990s progressed, James remarried twice after he had moved to Washington. He joined a subsidiary of Weyerhaeuser. He climbed the corporate ladder and worked in California and Georgia before he was promoted to vice president of sales at the company's headquarters in Washington. Even though James had an early divorce from his third wife, he and his fourth wife, Sharon, seemed to have a good marriage and led a luxurious life. They bought a 4-bedroom French country house in Gig Harbor near Tacoma. Meanwhile, Sarah moved to Texas and started her own family. However, she was always in close contact with her father and stepmother. As years passed, not much progress was made in the case until District Attorney Sandra Dorley and her team started taking a closer look in 2015. They began rummaging for evidence that might have been missed previously. Amongst the evidence was a thin, blue fiber made of glass that came from a shattered window of the house. Dorley tried to match it to a previously untested blue knee sock found in the house. After extensive testing yielded no DNA from a source outside of the home, the idea of an outside killer was pretty much blown out of the water. Sandra and her team zeroed in on one possible suspect, Kathy's husband James. Yet they could not just charge him based on circumstantial evidence. And there was one more problem. The The time of Kathy's death put him outside of his house at the time of the murder and therefore ruled him out as a suspect. However, Dorley and her team weren't ready to let him off the hook that easily. They then contacted renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden, who has previously been integral in many high-profile cases after studying all of the pertinent documents from the case, including police reports, autopsy reports, photographs, and other evidence. Baden concluded that Kathy died before James left for work that morning. He explained that, contrary to what the original medical examiner had reported, he believed the time of death to have been earlier, due to partially digested food in her stomach and the stage of rigor mortis that her body was in. The original examiner had observed rigor mortis to have set in the evening of the crime. Baden stated that it takes a minimum of 12 hours for a body to reach the level of rigor mortis observed. Hence, he opined that the murder must have occurred between 9 p.m. the previous evening and 3 or 4 a.m. on the morning of the crime. In 2019, based on Dr. Baden's analysis along with their other evidence, James Krausneck was arrested and charged with his wife's murder. His trial began in August 2022. The defense tried to point out that all the evidence was circumstantial and that Kathy could have been a victim of Larrabee, who had already passed away. The prosecutors argued that there was no evidence of an intruder, the robbery was staged, and James was the only person who could have killed his wife, considering their young daughter was unharmed despite being present at the scene. The jury sided with the prosecution. James Krausneck, who is now 70 years old, was convicted of second-degree murder for the death of his wife, Kathy, in 1982. 41-year-old Sarah, however, stood by her father and did not believe her father had anything to do with her mother's murder. On the other hand, after 40 years of mourning, Kathy's family feels relieved to see that justice has been served. Kathy Krausneck's sister Annette Schlosser, when asked about how the last 40 years have gone, told Spectrum News that their mother had died without knowing who her daughter's killer was. Annette was quoted saying, "We were living in hell," and she believed that because who could do that to her daughter? Kathy's 95-year-old father, however, was present in the court to witness James being held accountable for his daughter's horrific murder. The only thing the Schlosser family now wants is to reunite with Kathy's daughter, as they have had no contact with her in years. They stated, "We hope they can heal together from this tragic incident." James Krausneck will be sentenced on November 7th in front of New York State Supreme Court Justice Charles Sciarrano. Do you trust Dr. Baden's conclusion, or is it all just circumstantial evidence? Orange County is Florida's top-tier tourist destination. It attracts more than 75 million tourists each year from around the globe. The University of Central Florida, the second largest university in the nation, is also located here. Only 2 miles away from Orlando and near Highway I-5, Orange County is home to our childhood dream of Disneyland. But today's story unfolded at this place as the victim was a resident of this suburban area in 1992. 53-year-old John Stagner was living in the Orange County area with his wife and mother-in-law. In 1992, he was working as a maintenance worker in a maintenance facility in the Orange County area. The residence where he was living was on property owned by the county's maintenance department. Stagner was a very hardworking man and did various odd-end jobs, even at odd hours. His co-workers and local residents described him as a friendly and kind man. He was very dedicated to his work and always took care of the community through his work. He was an avid sportsman. According to his wife, he possessed a great passion for fishing and hunting. A lot of friends remembered meeting Stagner for the first time on a fishing trip. On his day off, he often went fishing and hunting with some co-workers. It was a small, tight-knit community just off of Forsyth Road, where everybody knew the residents and everyone had only good words to say about Stagner. So clearly he was the kind of person who would go beyond his ability to help someone in need. It was a stormy night in the Orange County area on August 10th, 1992. Dolly, Stagner's wife, watched him get called out to clear a roadblock. A tree had fallen in a nearby area due to the rainstorm, and he had to take care of it before the next morning. Although it was still raining outside, Dolly did not think much of it. She was familiar with the scenario as her husband often had odd hours of work due to his maintenance job. Stagner came back pretty soon after wrapping up the job. He did not immediately go to sleep. He was watching TV when she went to bed. They both had separate bedrooms because while Dolly loved the AC, her husband was fond of natural cool air coming through an open window. She did not check the locks before going to sleep, as Stagner was the one who usually did it. He was pretty good at keeping the house secure and always locked the doors. When Dolly woke up the next morning, it was still dark. It was almost 5:30 a.m. when she went to wake her husband up in the other bedroom. He was still in his bed. His skin was ice cold when she touched it, and he was not moving at all. Upon closer inspection, she realized that her husband had trauma to his head and face. Dolly immediately called 911 to seek help for her husband. Deputies from the Orange County Sheriff's Office reached their minutes after the crime was reported. Unfortunately, Stagner was pronounced dead at the scene. The community was shocked and distraught upon hearing the news. After all, how often does a middle-aged man get killed silently in his own bed and no one has a clue? Especially when John Stagner had no known enemies. Back then, Orange County was considered a pretty safe area, so no wonder this senseless murder shook the small community to the core. When the forensic investigators and crime scene photographers arrived at the scene, there was not much evidence to begin with. The crime scene was gruesome. Somebody getting bludgeoned to death in their sleep? What could be more brutal than this? Forensic teams, however, had done a phenomenal job of collecting all the evidence. Nobody knew those shreds of evidence would remain in the preservation and would only come into play after 30 years of the murder. The initial investigation began with interviews. The police interrogated his wife, mother-in-law, co-workers, and almost everybody he had a connection to. August 10th, 1992 was a busy Monday morning at the maintenance facility, and deputies pretty much asked around everybody if someone had any problems with Stagner after they showed up for work. As it turned out, there was one person who had issues with the late John Stagner, Ronald Cates. Ronald Cates was one of Stagner's closest friends. At the time, he was living in Orange County with his 2 daughters and his wife, Kathy. Ronald, or Ronnie as people usually called him, was a little younger than Stagner. Around 1992, he was in his middle 30s and had no work. He used to work with Stagner once, but he got out of work a long time ago. His wife, Kathy, was the sole bread earner in the family, and she worked 2 jobs to financially support the family while Ronald sat idly at home doing nothing. He had a major drug addiction and often borrowed money or pawned items to pay for the drugs. Despite this, the 2 families were very close to each other. Stagner and his wife even helped the Cates family to find a place and pay for food when they were homeless at one point. Stagner took the Cates family under his wing, and Ronald even considered him a father figure. He would occasionally let Ronald borrow money and even lend him his maintenance tools. Problems started when Ronald would neither return the money nor the tools he had borrowed. He would pawn the tools and use that money to buy drugs. At first, Stagner brushed it off, but when this became a frequent thing, he had no choice but to confront Ronald. When detectives found out these details, they went to his house for interrogation, but they instead met with his 13-year-old daughter, telling them her father was not home. She was visibly shaken, and detectives could tell there was something wrong, but they had no search warrant, so they ended up leaving the place but kept it under watch. They just left for a couple of minutes to make a phone call when one of the trucks from the driveway was driven away. So they again approached the house, and this time the daughter said something else. Ronald apparently prompted his daughter to lie about his whereabouts and quickly left the house once the police left. Pretty quickly, Ronald Cate became a suspect in the murder of John Stagner. More details came in later when some co-workers testified to seeing Ronald at the local store on that Monday morning. According to them, he was acting very strangely. The detective also recorded the testimony of his family, and they also said that around that time his behavior was very strange. Even during the initial investigation, Ronald was a person of interest in this case. He had the motive and he had the opportunity, but nobody knew whether he committed the crime or not. His DNA and fingerprints were found later on from the house, but as he was a frequent visitor there, was problematic to convict him based on that. The behavior, on the other hand, definitely raised suspicion. So in the beginning, the investigation zeroed in on him. They kept him under watch for days, but could not gather enough evidence to arrest him. As the years passed, the hope of this case ever being solved slowly faded away. Ronald Cates remained the person of interest, but got the opportunity to live his life normally. Though the detectives tried their best, no probable cause could be found to make the conviction possible. However, something happened in 1995 that added a notable element to the story. Allegedly, in 1995, Ronald Cates had a suicidal episode. When he was hospitalized for a mental breakdown during evaluation, he confessed to the killing of John Stagner. As thought-provoking as it sounds, he also blabbed a lot about killing some historical figures. It was legally not possible to convict someone based on the confession they made during a mental breakdown. Once again, the detectives could not go forward with this lead for understandable reasons. So for 30 long years, the solution remained elusive to the detectives. In 2020, one of Ronald Cates' daughters contacted the investigators to provide more information regarding the murder. In March 2022, Detective Kevin Wilson took over the case and talked to Kathy and her daughter numerous times. These extensive interviews with the Cates family shed light on many inconsistencies between Ronald's and his family's timeline of events. Investigators found enough evidence to finally make an arrest, and the case had finally come to an end in an unexpected manner. So finally, on August 10, 2022, exactly 30 years after the murder, Orange County Sheriff John Mina and the OXO Cold Case team provide an update about the case. At a press conference, Detective John W. Mina said that Ronald Cates was in jail on charges of first-degree murder. He was arrested in North Carolina and admitted to the hospital for a mental evaluation. There, he told a nurse that he killed Stagner in 1992. The Salisbury Police Department responded to the hospital after the nurse reported this incident and obtained a Ronald confession through a 10 to 12-minute body cam video. However, he has yet to reveal any motive for the murder. Detective Kevin Wilson said that Stagner was very close to the family. He added that the family really cared about this case, even if they were the suspect's family, because Mr. Stagner was very good to the Cates family. Ronald Cates was recently extradited to Florida, and he made his first court appearance on August 17, 2022. So what do you guys think about this case? The tragic story of Lamu serves as a grim reminder that relationships with cruel or narcissistic individuals can never lead to anything good. It's vital to recognize the warning signs early and end such relationships before disaster strikes. Emotional abuse often marks the beginning, a precursor to physical violence that abusers use to assert control, dominate their partners, and instill an environment of fear and oppression. Today's story focuses on Lamu, a beloved Chinese blogger whose heartbreaking death shocked the entire nation. Coming from a humble background, Lamu won the hearts of many with her warmth, authenticity, and deep love for nature. Tragically, her life was cut short by the very person she once loved. The most horrifying aspect of this tragedy was that the attack was streamed live, leaving thousands of her followers to witness the nightmare unfold in real time, powerless to intervene. Lamu was born in 1990 in Yaowa, located in the Tibetan and Chang Autonomous Prefecture of Sichuan Province, China. She was the youngest of 3 children in an impoverished family that struggled to survive. Growing up with her older sister and stepbrother, she lived in a modest home shared with their parents and grandmother. To make a living, the family gathered rare medicinal herbs and sold them to local pharmacies for a small income. Lamu attended school only up to the 3rd grade before leaving to help support her family. Together with the adults, she would trek into the mountains, often at specific times and to hidden spots, to collect rare plants and flowers known for their healing qualities. Lamu became highly knowledgeable about these herbs and developed a deep affection for nature. She found peace and inspiration in the mountains, cherishing their beauty and abundance. As social media gained popularity, Lamu decided to create her own account on a Chinese platform similar to TikTok. There, she shared short videos that captured her everyday life, household chores, and the breathtaking scenery of her home province. Calling herself a mountain girl, Lamu poured genuine love into her work. Unlike many influencers, she wasn't seeking fame. Fame found her. Her followers were drawn to her natural charm, radiant smile, and childlike sincerity. Lamu's content was never staged or rehearsed. She spoke from the heart, often singing folk songs while filming the serene mountain landscapes around her. She never used makeup or beauty filters, choosing instead to show her authentic self. Her calloused hands and scarred feet told the real story of her life, one marked by hard work, resilience, and an unbreakable bond with the land she loved. Over time, Lamu's following steadily increased, and she became well known not only among locals but also among tourists visiting the region. People affectionately referred to her as the Sweet Mountain Girl, offering kind words, expressing appreciation for her videos, and often asking to take photos with her. Though Lamu never sought fame or felt pride in her popularity, she was genuinely happy that her work touched others' hearts and brought them happiness. In her younger years, Lamu frequently ventured into the mountains with her parents and older sister. But as time passed, her sister married and moved to another province, and her aging parents could no longer endure the demanding climbs. Lamu then took on all the work herself. She shared with her followers her deep knowledge of local flora, describing the healing properties of various herbs and flowers, explaining how to gather them properly, and teaching how to use them safely as food. During certain seasons, Lamu would spend weeks alone in the mountains collecting medicinal plants. She filmed how she set up camp for the night, cooked simple meals over an open fire, and recounted local legends and traditions. When she returned home, her backpack was often so full it seemed heavier than she was. Yet, despite the hard labor and isolation, Lamu never inspired pity. Her strength, courage, and love for her work shone through. She radiated happiness whenever she was surrounded by the mountains she so deeply cherished. Despite returning tired, worn out, and with bloody calluses, and despite never complaining about her tough fate and hard daily labor, Lamu long avoided one topic. She did not discuss her personal life because she suffered for many years at the hands of her abusive husband, Tongli, enduring beatings and humiliations. But she tried not to show that she was deeply unhappy. Tongli was also a native of Sichuan province, born in 1990 into a simple and quite modest family. His parents adored their youngest son, indulging him from an early age, always striving to spoil and please him. At the age of 12, he quit school and started working as a courier, delivering groceries to local stores. He earned little but kept all the money to himself, not helping his family at all. Even then, the teenager began to show signs of greed, avarice, and narcissism. He believed the world revolved around him, that others owed him, but he owed nothing to anyone, desperate to become wealthy. He was willing to do anything, even break the law, and that's precisely what happened. At 15, Tong left home, fell in with the wrong crowd, and began dealing in banned substances and petty theft. He also dabbled in gambling and took pride in getting away with it. He aimed to earn respect in the criminal underworld, become rich, and escape the poverty he grew up in. Sometime later, Lee's parents opened their own small spice and tea shop, investing all their efforts and resources into it. The business quickly took off, generating a decent income, and the family soon became well off by local standards. At that point, Tong decided to return home and offered to help expand and promote the family business. In reality, he just wanted to live off his relatives, who worked hard daily. Tong considered himself successful and wealthy, spending money on personal luxuries, boasting to friends about his expensive items, and behaving selfishly, even claiming the store's success as his own. Meanwhile, he kept in touch with local criminals, maintaining a separate, under-the-table business with them. First love. Tong and Lamu met when they were just 17. The young man was so enchanted by her beauty, kindness, and sincerity that he was head over heels in love. He courted her earnestly, giving gifts, and it seemed he was ready to change for her, become more mature and serious, and cut ties with the criminal world. The young and naive Lamu quickly fell for his charms, believing she had met her Prince Charming with whom she would be happy. No one had ever courted her so diligently before, and no one had tried so hard to win her over. Soon, the young couple developed a romantic relationship that lasted almost 2 years before they decided to make it official. As soon as Tong turned 19, he proposed to his beloved, who eagerly accepted. However, their parents were not thrilled about their decision to marry. They tried to dissuade the young couple, believing they were too young to start a family. But the young lovers wouldn't listen to anyone. In 2009, They got married, and the newlywed wife moved into her mother-in-law's house, Lamu's personal hell. Initially, married life seemed quite blissful. Tong tried to be a good husband, left behind his bad influences and gambling, focusing on his young wife and the family business. Lamu took on almost all the household duties and also helped her beloved's parents in their shop. It wasn't long before her husband started disappearing with his old friends again. He returned to his unlawful activities, frequently consumed alcohol, and his behavior towards his wife drastically changed. Tong was no longer the gentle, kind, and caring man Lamu had fallen in love with a few years earlier. He became crude, self-centered, and aggressive. He took a portion of the store's earnings from a business where all the family members worked except for him, claiming it as his share, and spent all the money on his own needs, entertainments, and pleasures. The couple started arguing frequently. Lamu tried to reason with her husband, urging him to get his act together, work honestly, quit drinking, and stop associating with people from the criminal world. But Tong wouldn't listen to either his wife or his mother, believing no one had the right to tell him what to do. According to his parents' recollections, conflicts in their home became a daily occurrence. The situation didn't change even when Lamu became pregnant. Her husband continued to vanish with his friends, and when he returned home, he was rough and aggressive. He was annoyed that his wife was now more focused on herself and their future child. He himself, like a child, demanded attention, and during one disagreement, he raised his hand to her for the first time. Lamu was shocked by her husband's action and declared she would return to her parents' home as she refused to tolerate such treatment. At that moment, her mother-in-law, who had unintentionally witnessed the incident, intervened. She approached her son and slapped him twice, telling him he had no right to treat the mother of his future child that way. Afterwards, the woman convinced her daughter-in-law to stay, promising that it would not happen again. Lamu believed her and decided to give her husband another chance, a decision she would bitterly regret as it was just the beginning of a real nightmare. From then on, Tong regularly became physically abusive, only to apologize afterward, crying and begging her not to leave him. Each time, Lamu wanted to believe he had come to his senses and would genuinely change, but the cycle repeated over and over. When she finally decided to leave her husband, he threatened to take their son away and do something terrible to her and her parents. Frightened, the young mother stayed, fearing he would carry out his threats. From then on, their child became his main tool for manipulation and blackmail. Lamu told none of her relatives about the nightmare unfolding in her husband's home. Even her older sister, with whom she had been very close since childhood, suspected nothing. In 2012, after a long and severe illness, Lamu's mother passed away, which was a huge shock for her. Her elderly father and grandmother were left virtually helpless, and she found herself literally living between two homes, managing to maintain order, cook, and help with the household chores everywhere. Meanwhile, Lamu continued to regularly climb the mountains for herbs to financially support both families. Only in the mountains, amidst the hard work, paradoxically, could she rest, be alone with her thoughts, and breathe freely without fear of her disgruntled husband coming home, causing a scene and hitting her again. In 2017, the woman gave birth to a second son. Relations with her husband remained strained, and her mother-in-law had long stopped trying to intervene on her daughter-in-law's behalf, though she took on all the care of the grandchildren when Lamu went to work in the mountains. Around the same time, Lamu created her account on Douyin, Chinese TikTok, where she started posting short videos showcasing the local beauty, discussing various flowers and herbs, their medicinal properties, and how to use them. Engaging with her audience became the outlet Lamu desperately needed to keep from going insane. Sometimes she quietly sang songs for her followers, and sometimes danced against the backdrop of mountain ridges. She always appeared happy, smiling genuinely, and never once complained to her audience about her difficult fate or mentioned the domestic violence she regularly endured. In 2019, Lamu's beloved grandmother passed away, and the blogger posted a video for the first time where she was crying, expressing her deep pain over losing a family member. Her numerous followers sincerely supported her, unlike her husband, who instead of showing sympathy became furious and struck her face because she was sobbing. In January 2020, after enduring another severe incident of violence, Lamu finally decided to leave her tyrannical husband. She took her sons, moved back to her parents' home, and filed for divorce. Around the same time, Lamu recorded a new video stating that for the first time in a long while, she felt calm and confident. In the video, it was evident she tried to cover up a large bruise under her eye with concealer. However, she never disclosed to anyone the domestic abuse she had suffered for years. Regrettably, during the divorce proceedings, the court divided custody of the sons, leaving the younger child with the mother and the older with the father. This decision was a devastating blow for Lamu, and her now ex-husband unexpectedly changed tactics by romantically pursuing her again, proposing they start over and not break up the family. He swore he had realized his mistakes, wanted them and the boys to live together again, and promised to acknowledge all his past errors and never repeat them. For a couple of months, Tong put on the act of a repentant man. He gave flowers, created real celebrations for the family, tried to help his ex-wife around the house, and even joined her on mountain trips, which he had never done before. Lamu's heart softened, and she believed that he had genuinely changed. By the end of March, the couple remarried. As you might guess, the fairy tale ended as soon as Lamu returned to her husband's house. Tong reverted to being cruel, mean, and selfish, and within 2 weeks of remarrying, he brutally attacked his wife, nearly beating her to death. When Lamu interacted with her followers, he snatched the phone from her hands and hurled it against the wall, shattering it. Then he began to beat her with his fists and feet, giving her no chance to escape. Battered and barefoot, Lamu fled the house and immediately went to the police, seeking protection. But they only took her statement and advised her to try to resolve the family conflict on her own. After that, Lamu decided to hide from her husband in another village to avoid endangering her relatives. Enraged, her husband was ready to end the life of his runaway wife, but did not know where to find her. He assumed she might have gone to her sister's house. He visited the sister's home and began yelling, demanding she tell him where Lamu was. The woman knew nothing about it and asked him to leave. Then Tong repeatedly struck her in the face with all his might. At that moment, her husband was at work, so there was no one to protect the unfortunate woman. She suffered a fractured cheekbone and eye socket, and her nose was broken. After the second victim also filed a police report, Tong was finally held accountable administratively, but he was not arrested. Nevertheless, Tong laid low while the second divorce proceedings were underway, not attempting to contact his wife. Unfortunately, this time around, the court, in dissolving the marriage, left both sons with the father, as the Lee family was wealthy, and money proved to be the deciding factor. The heartbroken mother was crushed with grief. Her close ones urged her to leave the village for a while, fearing the ex-husband would seek revenge and possibly do something dreadful. However, Lamu refused, wanting to be near her boys. 3 weeks after the second divorce, Lamu went to the mountains, where she recorded a video of herself singing and dancing. Apparently, this was her way of trying to relieve stress, but her ex-husband interpreted it as her celebrating their separation, which blinded him with rage. On the evening of September 14th, 2020, around 8, Lamu started a live stream to chat with her followers. She was dressed in a traditional Tibetan outfit, softly singing folk songs. She put a finger to her lips, whispering that they needed to be quiet because her father and visiting stepbrother were already asleep while she prepared breakfast treats for them. At that moment, a terrible noise erupted off camera, as if someone had kicked the door in. The blogger turned pale, frozen in fear, her eyes wide with horror. She stared at the person entering, then suddenly jumped up, clearly trying to escape. The tripod with her smartphone fell camera down, but the broadcast continued. Viewers could not see what was happening in the room but could hear everything. Heavy footsteps were heard, followed by the sound of a liquid splashing on the floor and walls. Lamu started screaming for help. Then her father's voice pleaded with the intruder to calm down and put down the knife. Lamu warned her family that the room was doused in gasoline and begged them to save themselves. A sinister silence fell for a few seconds, then the click of a lighter followed by a piercing scream was heard. The broadcast cut off as the crackle of flames spreading through the room intensified. Followers were in disbelief, unwilling to accept that they had witnessed a tragedy, with some even speculating it was a cruel prank. Unfortunately, the worst had occurred. Tong decided to brutally exact revenge on his ex-wife for daring to leave him. He rode a motorcycle to Lamu's house, bringing along a canister of gasoline and a large knife. Through the windows, he saw his ex-wife in the kitchen on the ground floor and kicked the door leading to the room. Tong caught Lamu off guard. She barely understood what was happening before she tried to flee, but he prevented her from escaping. Tong doused Lamu with fuel and wounded her with the knife before setting the house on fire. At that moment, her father and brother ran outside, shouting for neighbors to help, but they did not understand what was happening or the seriousness of the situation. As the flames erupted, her relatives rushed back into the house, but the old wooden beams, burning like torches, collapsed, blocking the entrance. It took firefighters about 2 hours to extinguish the fire. When they entered, they found Lamu in the room, her skin charred black and in places literally melted and stuck to the floor. Incredibly, Lamu was still breathing with a faint pulse detectable. She was immediately rushed to the hospital, where doctors were horrified by her condition. Over 90% of her body surface was burned and her lungs had nearly cooked from the heated air and smoke. She desperately continued to fight for her life. She was in a deep coma and her condition was deemed critical. Nevertheless, the city's burn center was prepared to help, but the treatment cost was a staggering $1,000,000 yuan, a sum her family could not afford after losing everything in the fire. Then, Lamu's father decided to seek help from her followers. He wrote a letter explaining that her ex-husband had attacked her, attempting to end her life, but she had survived, and doctors held out a slim hope. However, the family simply didn't have the funds for her medical treatment. The letter was posted on her social account, along with a plea from her sister to all compassionate people to help Lamu, providing an account number for donations. The necessary funds for treatment were raised within an hour of the post, and people continued to send money. Lamu was transferred to the burn center, where she received the needed care. Her condition was stabilized, and at one point it even seemed she might recover. However, tragically, after 2 weeks of fighting for her life, her heart could not endure any longer, and she passed away without regaining consciousness. She was only 30 years old. At the trial, Tong's mother desperately defended her son, who had inflicted such cruelty, claiming that he did it out of intense love for his ex-wife and stress from their divorce. Nevertheless, the verdict was severe and just. The court found Lee guilty of deliberate, cruel deprivation of life and sentenced him to death, additionally mandating his family to compensate Lamu's relatives for the property loss due to the house fire. Tong attempted to appeal the verdict several times through appellate motions, but the decision remained unchanged. In July 2022, the sentence was carried out. Tong Li was executed that same year, 2 years after the tragic event that ended a young woman's life. Her relatives rebuilt the house on the site of the burned one and were able to move back in. On the ground floor, her sister set up a small memorial altar with photographs of Lamu. The court left the orphaned boys in the custody of their paternal grandparents. The Li family remained one of the wealthiest in the village, and the judges believed they could provide the children with better living conditions. Born on May 5, 1976, Sonia Mejia achieved the American dream at a young age. By 2006, at the age of 29, she was living with her common-law husband and her 8-year-old son and was 6 months pregnant with her second child. They lived in the Pleasant Fairway Apartments, located at approximately 11th West and 3900 South in Taylorsville, Utah, to support her family. She worked part-time at a local McDonald's, but the dream would be shattered one fateful morning in early February 2006. Sonia was home alone on February 9, 2006. At around 6 p.m., her husband returned home from work and made a gruesome discovery. He called the authorities after finding his wife breathless and unresponsive on the floor. The crime scene clearly pointed towards a homicide, which investigators concluded to be a robbery gone wrong. An autopsy on Sonia's body later showed that she had been sexually assaulted before being killed by strangulation. Tragically, Sonia's 24-week-old fetus also did not survive. Multiple items were missing from the apartment, which included 3 pieces of jewelry that belonged to Sonia: a heart-shaped ruby ring, a diamond ring, and a religious pendant fastened to a gold chain. Her car, a gold 4-door Ford Escort, was also stolen from the apartment and was located 4 days later in the parking lot of the Fairfield Inn at 590 West and 4500 South. Unidentified fingerprints and DNA evidence were discovered inside her apartment in the form of a bag of Cheetos and a Coke bottle, items that were not supposed to be there. So, investigators concluded that they must have belonged to the killer. Unexpectedly, the investigators found a witness after interrogating neighbors for information. At around 11:30 a.m. on the day of the murder, a neighbor saw a Hispanic male talking to Sonia at the front door of her residence. The witness then observed him entering the apartment and assaulting Sonia. The man grabbed Sonia by the throat and struck her with such force that she fell to the floor, and then the assailant kicked the door shut. Sadly, even after witnessing the violent attack, the neighbor failed to alert the authorities, which ultimately cost the young mother her life. The man was described as a short-haired Hispanic male with a medium build, approximately 5 feet 6 inches in height and 20 to 29 years in age. Though it was deemed enough evidence to identify a suspect, police were unable to do so despite having fingerprints and a physical description of a killer. The authorities believed it to be a random attack until 2 years later, when the killer struck again on the same day and in the same area. Damiana Castillo was born in Mexico City, Mexico on March 18, 1950. Little is known about her early life, but she was a loving mother and grandmother. She was known to have a very gentle attitude and shared kind words and blessings with everyone she crossed paths with. One neighbor described her as a prompt lady who had never been late for work and never forgot to attend church. Her 2 children, 1 son and 1 daughter, and her 5 grandchildren adored her to death. In 2008, 57-year-old Damiana lived at an apartment at 4000 South Redwood Road in Salt Lake City, Utah, just a mile from where Sonia Mejia used to live. Sadly, here too, on a tragic February morning, police would be called to witness a horrific crime scene. On February 9, 2008, Damiana's son went to check up on his mother after she did not show up at church like she did every Sunday. There, poor Damiana was lying in her apartment, partially covered with a pillow with ligature marks on her neck. Police noted the signs of a fight in the apartment, including an overturned Damiana's pocketbook and wallet were found abandoned on a couch, and her jewelry box had also been disturbed. DNA was collected from the victim's neck, while a latent fingerprint was found on her purse. At first, this murder was believed to be a separate attack similar to Sonia's. However, excluding the age factor, these 2 murders had extreme similarities between them. But from 2009, investigators conclusively believed that it was the deeds of one person after the biological evidence linked both slayings. Nonetheless, both cases could not be solved at the time due to the DNA and fingerprints not matching a person present on the criminal database. In 2010, prosecutors used the DNA profile to charge the unknown suspect with 2 counts of aggravated murder, referring to him as John Doe, since his identity could not be specified. The killer earned his name as the February 9th killer, indicating the date of the crimes. Though the killer was not considered a serial killer, for years, police in West Valley City and Taylorsville would have extra officers on patrol on February 9th, in order to prevent a third slaying. Over the years, these 2 cases received much-needed media attention, but no particular breakthrough could be earned through that. It would all change in 2016, when the FBI maintained automated fingerprint identification system reported that prints taken from the scene had been matched to a person, Juan Antonio Ariela Murillo. Ariela is a 41-year-old Mexican resident who was living in the U.S. in 2008. According to court records, was arrested by Salt Lake City police in July of the same year for a fraud and theft case and pleaded guilty. The address listed for Ariela in the 2008 case was the same apartment complex where Sonia was killed. However, he had multiple other addresses listed in court records, and it was unclear if Ariela was indeed a neighbor of either Sonia or Damiana. Ariela was deported from the U.S. back to his home country Mexico in October 2008 and has been living there since. 2017, prosecutors amended the John Doe charges and the court issued an arrest warrant for Ariela. Although the killer's identity was unfolded to the investigators, it was not public due to the suspect living in another jurisdiction. The charging documents were unsealed after he had been extradited to Utah from Mexico. He was charged with 3 counts of aggravated murder, 2 counts of aggravated burglary, and 1 count of aggravated robbery. If found guilty, he could face life in prison without the possibility of parole. Janet K. Yuri was born on May 14, 1953 as the only daughter of her parents, when Ford and Mary and Runyon. She grew up in a beautiful home in Tipton, Indiana with her 2 brothers. She graduated from Tipton High School in 1971 and focused on having a family. By 2004, 51-year-old Janet was living in Kokomo, Indiana, close to her daughter's place. She was a lab manager for 16 years at C&B Optical 1 in Kokomo and had been an excellent worker. And her daughter Carly Martin lived in separate houses in the same community on North Appleton Way in Kokomo. Carly's home was just across the street from Janet's place. This allowed Janet to play with her granddaughter, which was her favorite thing to do. She had several other hobbies, including doing yard work, spending time on her computer, listening to music, and wandering outdoors. Holidays were a massive deal to Janet. She loved having a feast with her own cooked dishes every holiday, even if the gathering was small. Turkey, salads, desserts, everything would be arranged by Janet to enhance the celebrations. The Thanksgiving of 2004 wasn't anything different either. The family planned a midday meal due to Carly's evening shift at work. The family was to meet at Janet's place and enjoy the Thanksgiving meal. So, on the eve of Thanksgiving, on November 25, 2004, Janet began preparing a large Thanksgiving meal at her home. Sadly, it would be the last thing she ever did. The following day, November 26, 2004, was Black Friday. Carly kept calling her mother after Janet missed the Thanksgiving dinner. Panic struck her when repeated calls were unanswered. She had a gut feeling that something terrible had happened. Growing concerned, she went to her mother's place to check in on her. The garage door of Janet's home was open. Carly unlocked the front door with a key and walked into her mother's home. There, 51-year-old Janet was lying, dead. The turkey was in the oven, which was still running. From the conditions of her body, it was apparent that she had been brutally murdered. With a broken heart and tears in her eyes, Carly called the police. The Kokomo Police Department arrived at the house a few minutes later. There was not much evidence to collect from the crime scene. Although some blood was found at the crime scene, it was not enough to build a DNA profile. Police theorized that Janet most likely did not know her attacker, but let them in for some reason. Preliminary reports suggested that a struggle had taken place between Janet and her attacker. From the fact that the food had been left half done, they also concluded that Janet had been dead from the day of Thanksgiving. The murder shocked the close-knit community of Kokomo. No one had any idea who would want to kill a sweet old lady who greeted everybody. The crime scene was not giving away anything either, although Janet's mourning family wanted nothing more than for her killer to be caught. With a lack of evidence, the investigation was not going anywhere. There were some sightings of a possible killer, as police found out in their investigation. Some neighbors had seen a white vehicle leaving the area at high speed around the time Janet was murdered. Still, the information did not lead the police anywhere. A ray of hope was seen 2 months after the murder, when police identified a person of interest. Danny Case, a resident of Peru, had reportedly been going door to door to call for a ride. He seemed like a possible killer after a previous report indicated that Danny had been wanted in Miami County on suspicion of murder. 2 months later, on January 25, 2005, investigators got a big break when Danny ended up being apprehended when he was arrested at Indianapolis International Airport on an outstanding warrant. But before Kokomo detectives could speak to him, he hung himself in his holding cell at the airport. According to Kokomo police, all the evidence pointed towards one man, Danny Case. However, there was insufficient physical evidence linking the deceased man to the crime. For years, people speculated the possibility of Danny being the killer of Janet, without ever coming to a conclusion. Perhaps the case would remain forever in the cold case files if a witness had not come forward decades later. On January 14, 2022, Kokomo police announced the closure of Janet Yuri's murder case due to a recent break in the investigation. According to the police, an acquaintance of Danny Case had recently come forward and told investigators that Danny once confessed to him about killing an elderly woman on North Apperson, right where Janet lived. The acquaintance had further said that Danny knocked on the woman's door, asked about using her phone to call for a ride, and then killed her. In addition to Janet's death, Danny had also reportedly told the acquaintance that he had beaten an elderly man to death in Howard County. In light of this new information, Kokomo County investigators met with Yuri's family regarding the closure of Janet's case. After a lengthy conversation, the family finally agreed to officially close the case with an exceptional clearance due to the suspect being deceased. So, after 17 years, this cold case was solved with the perpetrator eluding mortal justice. We understand this is a difficult time for the family, as these conversations open the wounds that the senseless tragedy left with her family. A statement said in the press release, "Our condolences remain with Janet Yuri and her amazing family. We pray for peace for all of you." Mary Jane Thompson was born as the third daughter to her father Norman Thompson and mother Lenore in 1962. As the years went by, two more daughters would join the happy family from the small-town Cheek to Wagga in New York. From a young age, Mary Jane had big dreams of being a model. She used to dress up, walk, and even practice talking like a model, so she could one day be one. But that did not take away from her kind and thoughtful nature. After graduating from Cleveland High School, Mary Jane started her life afresh. From California to Houston to Los Angeles, she lived in all these big cities for short spells before ultimately deciding to begin a new chapter in Texas. The fourth of the five sisters, Selena Tomasalo, remembers the last Christmas she spent with Mary Jane before Mary relocated from her hometown. With her own money, Mary Jane got Selena a stereo system and their other sister Kathy a portable stereo called a boombox. Gifts that were invaluable for those little girls. Still, they did not realize who purchased them until their sister moved away. The thought never crossed their mind that it would be the last holiday they would ever spend with Mary Jane. In 1983, a 21-year-old Mary Jane moved to Dallas, Texas, determined to fulfill her aspirations of being a model. Her dreams were indeed huge, but the young girl never hesitated to work hard for them. During the 6 months of living in Dallas, Mary was working 2 jobs, full-time in a florist supply shop and part-time in a local restaurant. However, most of her income went into paying for her acting and modeling classes, something she hoped would help her break into the industry. On February 11, 1984, at around 4:30 p.m., Mary Jane Thompson left her part-time job as a hostess at the restaurant near Lovers Lane and Greenway Drive. She took a bus to the Trinity Medical Clinic, located on the former Industrial Boulevard, to get a checkup for an ear infection. However, she was unable to do this as the clinic was closed. Tragically, that was the last time she was ever seen alive. 2 days later, on February 13, 1984, the authorities were called to a warehouse on the 2300 block of Irving Boulevard in the Stemmons corridor of Northwest Dallas, Texas. After a female body was discovered near the railroad tracks behind the warehouse, it was evidence upon inspecting the crime scene that this was a homicide. Police quickly identified the victim as 21-year-old Mary Jane by an ID card found in a nearby gym bag. The bag contained one leg warmer, while the other was wrapped around her throat. Her pants appeared to have been cut from her body. The body bore a bite mark and numerous other bruises. The autopsy confirmed that she was sexually assaulted and then strangled to death with her own leg warmer. Unknown bodily fluids were also found on the corpse and preserved for later usage. However, this evidence wouldn't come into play for a very long time, as DNA technologies were not as advanced in the 80s as they are today. As authorities were unsuccessful in gathering further clues, the case began to turn cold. Although neither investigators nor the family lost hope despite decades passing by, there were no fresh leads to follow up on. Her family always posted her pictures and spread her story to keep her memory alive. It wasn't until 2009 that any formal action could be taken in the progress of the investigation. Nearly 25 years later, in 2009, the Dallas Police Department reopened the case and male DNA was discovered on swabs taken from Mary Jane's autopsy. The DNA never matched a specific suspect, so the case went cold once again. In 2018, the police once again opened the cold case after Mary Jane's sister Selena called the investigators requesting a reinvestigation using new DNA technologies. The investigators worked with a team from the district attorney's office, while the FBI also joined the task force in 2020. In the same year, they began a thorough search on genealogical websites using new technology like ancestry databases to identify potential relatives of the suspect based on DNA collected at the crime scene. The search narrowed down to a single suspect, 60-year-old Edward Morgan. Morgan was just 22 years old in 1984 and was a familiar face in the area as he lived a few miles away from Mary Jane's workplace. To confirm their suspicions, the FBI agents then surveilled Morgan's West Dallas home for a week where he lived alone. On February 15, 2022, a Dallas police detective and an FBI agent grabbed the trash that Morgan had dumped in front of his house. From it, a soda bottle and 2 water bottles were sent to a lab to undergo forensic testing. The DNA from the bottles positively matched the DNA taken during the autopsy. On February 18, 2022, after 38 years, Morgan was arrested and charged with capital murder. Her family was grateful to the investigators who never stopped working on the case. The news brought closure to the family as they finally knew who was responsible for taking Mary Jane away from them. Selena wrote in a Facebook post, "I know you are looking down and happy that they finally got him." Sadly, their father, who wanted nothing more than to find his daughter's killer, did not see this day as he passed away in 2020. Morgan is currently being held in jail with his bail set at $500,000. Helen Burtbrook was a hardworking elderly woman who lived her life to the fullest until it was tragically cut short. Helen lived all by herself in a 2-bedroom apartment at the Garden Apartment Buildings in the Mojave Desert town of Apple Valley, California. She was a well-spoken, attractive, and respected lady in the community, and everyone had only good things to say about her. A tenant would later describe her as a cautious woman due to her living alone in the department. Helen was very dedicated to her work. For 20 long years, she worked for San Bernardino Valley College in the food services department. However, she later shifted to a different work line to experience other things in life. In 1985, Helen was working 2 jobs. She sold clothing at a fashion boutique called Lolo's in the Apple Valley. Admirably, 63-year-old Helen would model for the clothes that the store would put on fashion shows. She also worked as a bug keeper at a store right across Highway 18 at the bowling alley, which at the time was known as Gold Strike Lanes. On July 5, 1985, a Friday, Helen did not show up for work, an extremely unusual thing for her to do. Her boss called and called, but nobody answered. The concerned coworkers then called the sheriff's department for a welfare check. When officers drove down Highway 18 to the Garden Apartments, the door of Helen's apartment was unlocked. They found her lifeless body lying inside as they entered the scene. Not much evidence was present at the crime scene. However, DNA was collected from the scene, but nothing came of it since DNA technology was in its infancy back then. Autopsy results concluded that she died from strangulation by a nylon stocking. Despite conducting several interviews and polygraph tests, detectives could not identify a positive suspect, and the Apple Valley murder case remained unsolved for many years. In 2009, the case was re-examined and numerous items were sent for DNA testing. A DNA profile was developed for a suspect, but there were no matches in the DNA database. Then, in 2021, cold case homicide investigators reopened the case and conducted further analysis of the unidentified DNA profile. The testing produced positive results, identifying a suspect named Robert Eugene Wertman. Wertman was a former resident of Apple Valley who lived close to Highway 18. The name was not entirely unknown for the investigation. As a matter of fact, Wertman was considered a person of interest in the original investigation and was even interrogated at the time. Investigators learned that Wertman, then 37, met Helen in the days before her murder, and returned to her apartment between July 3rd and July 5th. However, he claimed to have no knowledge of the crime and even denied going to the apartment. Due to a lack of evidence, investigators could not prove his involvement in the murder. As fate would have it, he didn't stay a free bird for long. In August 1985, just a month after he murdered Helen, Wortman was arrested on suspicion of attempting to rape a woman at the Cocky Bowl restaurant and bar on Highway 395 in Victorville. He also had a Sonoma County rape conviction from 1978, with an extensive sexually violent criminal history. Wortman died in prison in 1995 while serving a 22-year sentence in San Bernardino County. Viola Hagencourt was born on August 16, 1900 and grew up in a lovely home. Not much is known about her life. After divorcing her husband in 1928, she never remarried or even dated someone. It was before the Great Depression when the divorce occurred and Viola swore off men for the rest of her life. Despite loneliness, she never complained about anything in her life. She was known as a happy, generous, and friendly woman among family members and neighbors. In 1980, Viola was living in the Pebble Cove apartment complex located on the 2500 block of West Winton Road in Anaheim, California, after moving from her longtime home in Milwaukee. Apparently, her family believed that the apartment complex in Anaheim was a safer community for a lone woman, which was also closer to the family members. A decision that would come back to haunt them. Viola regularly chatted with other residents and visitors outside her apartment and was often seen walking around the building. One of her neighbors, who was a high school student at the time, found Viola very sweet and called her grandma. She often took cookies to the elderly woman. In the evening, she propped open her door with a Campbell's soup can, a worrisome habit for an elderly woman. According to some neighbors who thought it was unsafe, concerns would no longer be only concerns for the well-wishers of Viola in the early 1980s. A neighbor grew worried when Viola was not seen leaving her apartment for several days. They entered her apartment on February 18, 1980, only to make a horrific discovery. When authorities reached the scene, they found the elderly widow's body sprawled out on her bed. She was gagged with a torn pillow cover, which had been forced into her mouth. Multiple ribs of her body were broken due to a merciless beating. Blood stains were found on the bed under her pelvic area, and empty beer cans were found in the apartment. The cause of death was suffocation from the gag in her mouth. Although there were no marks of a forced entry into the apartment, signs of struggle were present in the bedroom. It was concluded that the old woman tried to fend off her assailant, but turned out to be no match for him. The medical examiner ruled that she was brutally raped before her demise, and semen was collected from the body. Viola was only 6 months shy of celebrating her 80th birthday when her life was ended in this heinous manner. However, the question of who raped and killed the elderly woman had no straight answer. Despite some physical evidence, investigators were far away from identifying possible suspects. Eventually, they would have to wait 4 decades before the mystery would be solved. As years went by, this case became one of the oldest cold cases in Anaheim City. In September 2020, the detectives decided to reopen the cold case. It was time to reinvestigate the case under the light of new DNA technologies, which had successfully brought closure to several decades-old unsolved cases across the country. With assistance from the Orange County Crime Lab and the FBI's Violent Crime Task Force using new DNA technologies, a possible suspect was finally identified. In 2021, the suspect in this horrendous crime was Andre William Lepere, a man who struggled with alcoholism throughout his life. Due to his alcoholism, he lasted only a year in the military as he was discharged following an alcohol-related car accident. Along with alcoholism, he also had a reputation for abuse. In 1980, Lepere and his wife separated, and she filed a restraining order against him. Lepere was not a complete stranger to Viola. Lepere's sister Denise lived in the same apartment complex where he lived for some time and met Viola a couple of times. Sometime in the 90s, Lepere moved to the east, living in several places including Washington, Wyoming, and Arizona and New Mexico. There he worked as a truck driver as well as a plumber. He married twice, had 2 children, and went on to live his life peacefully until he was arrested in April 2021 from his Alamogordo home in New Mexico on the charge of murder. In the trial, LaPierre said that his connection to Viola was much more than meeting a couple of times. He claimed that Viola seduced him, and they had consensual sexual encounters on 2 occasions, one shortly before the murder. He denied killing or beating her and said that she was alive and well and was even giggling when he came out from her apartment. Though his current wife, sister, and stepson didn't believe that he was capable of killing someone. His story of being seduced sounded ridiculous and the jury did not buy it. On May 13, 2022, a 65-year-old Andre William LaPierre was convicted of the murder and sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of 79-year-old Viola Hagencourt in 1980. With a resolution after 41 years, Viola's family said in a statement, "Our grandmother, Viola Clara, was a beautiful, happy soul and did not deserve being violated in her final years of life. They were grateful that the killer was brought to justice." The case of Laci Peterson. Laci Rocha was born on May 4, 1975 to Sharon and Dennis, but her parents divorced when she and her older brother Brent were still young. After the divorce, Laci's mother married Ron, a dairy farmer, who became a father figure to her and played a significant role in her upbringing. Laci was a cheerful and outgoing person with an infectious smile and bubbly nature. She loved talking to people and was always eager to engage in conversations, which made her a natural attention seeker. She thrived in social situations and was known for her ability to light up a room with her presence. Growing up on a dairy farm, Laci developed a strong connection with nature. She spent much of her childhood exploring the outdoors and enjoying the beauty that surrounded her. One of her favorite activities was gardening with her mother, which became a source of joy and fulfillment for both of them. Laci's love for gardening would later influence her interests and career choices as an adult. Laci was a cheerleader at Thomas Downey High School, which was a great fit for her outgoing and bubbly personality. She made a strong impression on her school and became the ideal cheerleader. After graduating, Laci attended California Polytechnic University, where she studied ornamental horticulture due to her interest in plants and wildlife. Laci frequently visited a friend who worked at a restaurant in Morro Bay. It was there that she met Scott Peterson, a co-worker of her friend. Laci was immediately attracted to Scott and was smitten. She took the initiative and gave Scott her phone number. Scott quickly reached out and they surprisingly hit it off during their first conversation. Scott then asked Laci on their first date, a deep-sea fishing trip. However, things didn't go as planned for Laci, who ended up getting seasick. After a rocky start, Laci and Scott's relationship blossomed, and they eventually decided to live together. Before meeting Laci, Scott had aspirations to become a professional golfer, but as their relationship progressed, his focus shifted, and he chose to pursue a career in business instead. Laci graduated from Cal Poly in 1997, and Scott followed suit the next year. This milestone marked the beginning of a new era in their lives, full of promise and potential. On August 9, 1997, the couple tied the knot in Isla Valley, San Luis Obispo County. The beautiful resort setting provided a stunning backdrop for their special day. Surrounded by friends and family, they celebrated their love and solidified their commitment to each other. After getting married, Laci and Scott embarked on a new business venture, opening a sports bar called The Shack in San Luis Obispo, California. The Shack, owned by Laci and Scott, started off slowly but eventually attracted a steady stream of customers, with weekends being particularly busy. After several successful years, the couple decided to sell the bar in 2000, seeking new opportunities despite its stable income. Following the sale, they moved to Laci's hometown of Modesto, California, and purchased a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home in an upscale neighborhood in October 2000. Laci took on a part-time job as a substitute teacher, while Scott worked for a European fertilizer company. Laci devoted herself to supporting Scott, taking care of the home, cooking, and cleaning. She made sure their home was always warm and inviting. In 2002, the couple received exciting news. Laci was pregnant, and they were expecting a baby. Laci and Scott were expecting a baby boy, with a due date set for February 10, 2003. They had already chosen the name Connor for their unborn child. On December 24, 2002, Scott stated that he left their house at 9:30 a.m. to go fishing at the Berkeley Marina. Scott said he left Lacey at home on Christmas Eve morning, with a busy day ahead of her. She was planning to watch a Martha Stewart show, clean the floor, bake Christmas cookies, and walk their dog, Mackenzie, at the park. However, one of their neighbors found Mackenzie wandering outside their home around 10:30 a.m. and returned the dog to their backyard. When Scott came home from fishing that afternoon, he said the house was empty, with Mackenzie in the yard, but no sign of Lacey. Her car was still parked in the driveway. Scott claimed he showered and washed his dirty fishing clothes as soon as he got home. After his shower, Scott realized Lacey was missing and became concerned. He called her mother and stepfather, Sharon and Ron, but they hadn't heard from her all day and were worried about her safety. As the day went on and Lacey remained missing, Scott and Sharon decided to report her disappearance to the police around 6 p.m. They stressed to the police how urgent it was to find Lacey, who was 7 months pregnant with their baby, Connor. The police then questioned Scott out about his whereabouts and activities on the day Lacey vanished. Scott told police he went fishing at the Berkeley Marina, about 90 miles from his home in Modesto, where he lived with his pregnant wife Lacey. However, from the start, police suspected foul play in Lassie's disappearance. Initially, police didn't treat Lassie's case as suspicious after Scott and his mother-in-law filed a missing person report. Lassie's family defended Scott, and the couple seemed perfect, making it hard to imagine Scott harming his wife. As the investigation continued, police grew suspicious of Scott. About a month after Lacey vanished, they made a stunning discovery. Scott had 2 secret affairs and a long-term relationship with Amber Fry, who contacted police on December 30, 2002, after learning Scott was a suspect in Lacey's disappearance. Amber said she met Scott on November 20, 2002, and thought he was single. 2 weeks before Lacey's disappearance, Scott told Amber that he was a widower and that the upcoming Christmas would be his first without his wife. This revelation raised suspicions among the police, who wondered if Scott had already planned to kill his pregnant wife. To gather evidence, the police asked Amber to make a recorded phone call to Scott, hoping to capture a potential confession. The police informed Lassie's family about Scott's infidelities, and it was when they showed Lassie's mother a photo of Scott and Amber together that she became convinced of his guilt. The search for Lassie was highly comprehensive due to the involvement of the police, her loved ones, and numerous volunteers. In the first 2 days alone, more than 900 people participated in the search efforts. During a press conference, a police officer working on Lassie's case raised concerns that she may not have left her house voluntarily on December 24, 2002. Lassie's disappearance sparked widespread media attention, with the tragic and intriguing tale of a beautiful young woman vanishing from her home on Christmas Eve, captivating the public's imagination. As the public sought answers and speculated about her disappearance, the spotlight on Lassie's case intensified. When Lassie Peterson vanished on December 24, 2002, a $25,000 reward was initially offered for information leading to her safe return. As the investigation yielded no leads, the reward was increased to $500,000 to boost awareness and gather more information. To keep Lassie's case in the public eye, posters were prominently displayed in Modesto, California, and a friend's husband created a website to spread the word. Months later, on April 13, 2003, a couple walking their dog in Richmond's Point Isabel Regional Shoreline Park stumbled upon a gruesome discovery in a marshy area. They found the decomposing body of a male infant. The next day, another person discovered the body of a pregnant woman on the east side of the bay shore, about a mile away from where the baby was found. On April 18, 2003, DNA tests confirmed that the bodies were indeed those of Lassie and her unborn son, Connor. Lassie and Connor were laid to rest at Burwood Cemetery. The autopsy revealed disturbing evidence. The baby had 1.5 loops of nylon tape around his neck and a significant cut on his body. Lassie's autopsy showed even more brutal injuries: 2 cracked ribs, her upper torso hollowed out with internal organs removed, and she was missing her head and limbs. The medical examiner concluded that the baby died in the womb and was expelled from Lassie's body after her death. Investigators from the FBI and Modesto Police Department searched the home of Scott and Lassie, looking for evidence of their involvement in her disappearance. The search turned up several crucial clues, including a hair found in Scott's pliers on his fishing boat. After analyzing the hair, the FBI matched it to Lassie's DNA. In addition to the home search, the FBI also thoroughly examined Scott's truck and warehouse, seeking any evidence linking him to Lassie's disappearance. The FBI searched Scott's boat and found a homemade anchor that he claimed was made from a 90-pound bag of concrete, which he had used to repair his driveway. However, the prosecution believed that Scott had created multiple anchors and used 4 of them to weigh down Lassie's body in San Francisco Bay. The bodies found in the bay were later identified as Lacey and Connor, leading to Scott's arrest near a golf course. Notably, Scott's appearance had changed significantly. His dark brown hair was now blonde. When arrested, Scott's vehicle was found to be packed with various items, including a large sum of cash, survival gear, and camping equipment. The police also discovered 4 cell phones and 2 driver's licenses, one belonging to Scott and the other linked to his brother. This evidence suggested to the police that Scott was attempting to flee the state. Scott's father offered an alternative explanation for the driver's license found in Scott's possession. According to his father, Scott had borrowed his brother's license to get a discount at a golf course. As for why Scott's car was packed, his father claimed it was because Scott was living out of his car to avoid the media, who were camping outside his house at the time. Scott's trial began in June 2004, a year after his arrest. During the opening arguments, the prosecution presented its case to the jury, arguing that Scott had killed Lassie because of his affair with Amber Fry. The prosecution highlighted Scott's suspicious behavior in the days leading up to and following Lassie's disappearance, pointing out inconsistencies in his statements to the police. Scott initially told the police he was fishing on the day Lassie went missing, but later told others he was golfing. The prosecution also noted that Scott asked the police if they had used cadaver dogs to search a park where Lassie was supposed to walk their dog, implying that Scott was aware of the potential crime scene and trying to cover his tracks. Scott's defense team presented a strong argument in court, highlighting that Scott's history of infidelity did not necessarily prove he was guilty of murdering his wife. They reasoned that Scott would not give up his life for someone he had only dated 4 times. The defense suggested that Lassie's hair might have been found in Scott's boat because she had visited the marina with him before. During the trial, 2 of Lassie's relatives testified that Scott showed no emotional response when his pregnant wife went missing. New evidence emerged when a realtor testified that Scott tried to sell their home in January, a month after Lassie's disappearance. Additionally, a salesman revealed that Scott traded in Lassie's car after she vanished. The prosecution viewed these events as incriminating evidence against Scott. Amber Fry, Scott's mistress, took the stand and shared details of their affair. The jury listened to secret recordings of Amber's phone calls with Scott, including one where he lied about being in Paris when he was actually attending a vigil for his missing wife. During the trial, a hydrologist and tide expert testified that it was possible for Lassie's body to have been dumped in the area where Scott claimed to be fishing on the day Lassie went missing. However, the defense team argued that there was a lack of credible evidence directly linking Scott to the crime. Their theory was that someone had kidnapped Lassie on Christmas Eve 2002, holding her captive until she gave birth to Connor and then disposing of both bodies in the San Francisco Bay. The defense attorney emphasized that there was no concrete evidence to connect Scott directly to the crime and that other suspects could have been responsible. A significant issue arose during the trial when a juror was removed and replaced with an alternate due to misconduct. The dismissed juror had conducted unauthorized research on the case, violating legal procedures. Additionally, the foreman of the jury asked to be removed, and it was determined that his removal was necessary to ensure a fair and just trial. On November 12, 2004, a California jury found Scott guilty of 2 murder counts: first-degree murder for killing his wife Lassie and second-degree murder for killing their unborn son Connor. The charge of first-degree murder for Lassie's killing carried special circumstances because of the involvement of the fetus, making Scott eligible for the death penalty. After his conviction, the trial entered the penalty phase to determine his punishment. In this phase, the jury considered various factors, including Scott's prior criminal history, circumstances that aggravated the crime, and circumstances that mitigated it. The jury unanimously agreed that Scott should receive the death penalty. After reviewing the evidence, the judge upheld the jury's verdict. He concluded that Lassie's murder was cruel, uncaring, heartless, and callous, which led to Scott being sentenced to death. As is automatic in such cases, the sentence was appealed and the California Supreme Court heard the case in June 2020. During the appeal, Scott's lawyers presented several arguments. They claimed that some potential jurors were unfairly dismissed, that 2 jurors were improperly allowed onto Scott's boat, and that the trial should have been moved to a different county due to biased questionnaire results, which showed that almost half of the potential jurors thought Scott was guilty before the trial even started. The state counted that there was no evidence to support the claim that any juror was unfairly dismissed, and that none of the 12 jurors who ultimately decided Scott's fate were biased. In August 2020, the United States Supreme Court upheld Scott's conviction, but overturned his death sentence. In 2004, a judge resentenced Scott to life in prison without parole, which led to his transfer from San Quentin State Prison to Mule Creek State Prison in Ione, California. Around the same time, on April 1, 2004, President George W. Bush signed the Unborn Victims of Violence Act, UVVA, into law. Lassie's mother and stepfather attended the signing ceremony. Lassie and Connor's law was designed to provide legal protection for unborn children in cases where their mothers were victims of violence. The legislation recognizes the unborn child as a separate legal entity from their mother, making it a crime to harm or kill the unborn child during an attack on a pregnant woman. The law acknowledges that an unborn child is a victim of violence and deserves the same rights and protections as any other human being. On July 10, 1991, the staff of the Whitehall Motel in El Dorado, Arkansas heard a gunshot from room 121. Moments later, a man was seen fleeing the scene with a gun in his hand. While people at the hotel called 911, the man ran to the parking lot and sped away in a car. When police entered the room, they discovered a deceased woman with a gunshot wound to the head. She was between 5 feet 10 inches and 5 feet 11 inches and weighed 162 pounds. The victim was a Caucasian woman between the ages of 18 and 30. She had blue eyes and about 9-inch long brown hair, which had been dyed blonde previously. She wore a white t-shirt, acid-wash jeans with a black belt, white tennis shoes with white ankle socks, and a gold-colored chain bracelet on her right arm. As a distinctive identification, she had a birthmark under her left breast. She had freckles, 2 piercings in her left ear, and 3 piercings in her right ear. Bruises were found on her right eye and left wrist, suggesting that she most likely was battered and abused before her death. An identification card was discovered along with the body with the victim's photo and the name Cheryl and Wick. Yet after authorities tracked down the real Cheryl Anwick, who was very much alive, authorities realized the victim was not Cheryl, nor was she Mercedes, Cheryl Kaufman, Kelly Lee Carr, Shannon, or Sharon Wiley, all aliases she used while she was alive. Although police found many of her friends, nobody knew her real identity. Ultimately, she was named the El Dorado Jane Doe. Soon, police apprehended the killer, James McAlpin, the victim's ex-boyfriend and occasional pimp, and charged him with first-degree murder and second-degree battery. Jane Doe met McAlpin shortly after she had moved to Dallas. However, the relationship was rocky from the start, and abuse was a constant factor. Throughout her relationship, she was in and out of the emergency room to treat the injuries inflicted by her boyfriend. The situation deteriorated so quickly that even the local police, along with her friends, tried to get her out of the relationship. That effort was successful when in June 1991, Jane Doe left McAlpin despite his repeated threats to kill her. Jane Doe then went to live at a friend's apartment. McAlpin's threats continued after he learned that she was seeing someone else. Despite the threats, Jane Doe finally met with McAlpin after he called, promising her money. They set up a meeting at the Whitehall Motel. Her friends warned her not to go, but she went anyway. She said she needed the money to send presents to her children. It was revealed that the argument started right after Jane Doe entered the motel room, where McAlpin was already there waiting for her. She ran out of the door at some point, but he chased her to the parking lot and dragged her back to the room. Moments after a gunshot was heard, McAlpin then fled the scene. McAlpin's version of events was a bit different, though. He claimed that she snatched the gun from him and shot herself. He then fled, fearing that he would be blamed for obvious reasons. The jury did not buy his story. McAlpin ended up accepting a plea deal for second-degree murder and was sentenced to 15 years for the crime. In all of this chaos, one thing remained unchanged: the confusion regarding Jane Doe's identity. Who was she? After McAlpin's arrest, police hoped to unravel the victim's identity, but he declined to reveal anything without money in exchange for information. However, detectives believe that McAlpin had no idea about her true identity, since he knew her as Mercedes. A Bible was also found in Doe's possession that contained several names of the Stroud family. When police reached the Stroud family, they were convinced that Jane Doe was not related to this family, since they were African American and she was white. However, she had lived with them for some time in mid to late 1990 under the name Cheryl and Wick, a runaway from Louisiana who had just moved there from Minneapolis, Minnesota. A bit more information came to light after the police dug deeper. While staying in Dallas, Jane Doe worked at a local KFC full-time, but occasionally engaged in prostitution to pay her bills. Between 1990 and 1991, she was arrested 4 times for different charges, including prostitution, public lewdness, and writing bad checks, each under the name Cheryl and Wick. Although police had reconstructed some of Jane Doe's movements before her death, unmasking her identity seemed an impossible task, considering she told numerous different stories to different people. To some people, she said that she used to be a stripper, was from out of town, and had 2 kids raised by her mother, with whom she did not get along. To others, she had said she was in the witness protection program and that her father was in the mafia. Some had heard that she was wanted for bank robberies on the East Coast. There were even rumors of her being on the run for the murder of a truck driver. But none of these could be proven as a fact, and she remained the El Dorado Jane Doe for decades. This case is very bizarre, considering, unlike most other Jane Doe cases, authorities had real-life photos of the victim, her killer behind bars, and people knew her before her death. The only puzzle piece missing was her true identity. In 2019, Yolanda McCleary, a genealogy researcher and crime scene investigator, approached local law enforcement with her team to help identify Jane Doe. After several search efforts and DNA profile work, Yolanda and her team were finally able to track down a distant cousin using GED match. From there, they were able to reconstruct a family tree. After more than 30 years, in 2022, El Dorado Jane Doe's real identity was finally made known. The woman was identified as Kelly, whose last name is kept hidden to respect her family's privacy. In 1968, Kelly was born in Virginia to a woman named Brenda. She grew up knowing her stepfather as a father figure because her biological father had no idea she even existed. Kelly had 1 younger sister. Soon, Brenda divorced her then husband, and she remarried 2 more times after that. After 3 failed marriages, Brenda moved to Virginia Beach, and Kelly and her sister went to live with her aunt. After about a year, Kelly came back to stay with her mother. At this time, she dropped out of school in 10th grade and began working at a beach jewelry kiosk. By this time, Brenda had developed a drug addiction and a penchant for stealing. In 1986, at the age of 18, she moved to Little Rock. She would spend roughly 3 years in the city, leaving in 1989. Kelly grew closer with her younger sister after moving to Florida in 1989, even briefly moving her sister in with her during her stint in Florida. From there, the 2 sisters went their separate ways when Kelly moved to Virginia in 1990, followed by Texas in 1991. Later that same year, Kelly eventually moved to El Dorado. This is where she spent the rest of her life until her ex-boyfriend murdered her on July 10, 1991. Throughout these relocations, Kelly used several fake names to conceal her identity. Although Brenda did not seem to care about her daughter, the sister tried to find Kelly and always wondered where she was, although nobody formally reported her missing. Despite all the confusion surrounding Kelly's true identity, genetic scientists have once again managed to unravel the mystery. On July 31, 1960, A schoolteacher from Las Vegas named Russell Allen was looking for rocks to decorate his garden in a desert area near Congress, Arizona, just off of Old Alamo Road, 1.5 miles from Highway 93. After just a few moments, he stumbled upon something so horrific that would haunt him for decades. In the creek bed of Sandwash, a little girl's badly decomposing, partially buried body was concealed. He wasted no time in notifying the authorities. As local police reached the scene, they found the body wearing a blue blouse and reddish shorts. The adult-sized rubber thong sandals that she was wearing were cut down to fit her feet, and leather straps fastened the sandals. Her perfect set of baby teeth remained intact. Her toenails and fingernails were painted bright red. There were no signs of fractured or broken bones, which ruled out the history of abuse, suggesting that this was a random attack. The remains were, however, charred. Detectives believe that the perpetrator tried to dispose of her body by burning it, but could not entirely accomplish the task. He then changed his plan and buried the body in the desert, but did not do a very good job of that either. An autopsy concluded that the body belonged to a child. The investigators estimated that the little girl was in the age range of 2 to 7 years with an approximate height of 3 feet, 5 inches. She weighed between 50 and 60 pounds. She was Caucasian and had brown hair, but it could have been previously tinted or dyed auburn. However, no one could tell if she had any birthmarks or distinctive spots on her body, due to extreme decomposition and charring. Her cause of death could not be determined, but officials considered this case a homicide based on the circumstances. It was a tragic case all around. Not only did the killer get away, even after such a monstrous act, but nobody even knew who this poor child was. However, people in the nearby Prescott community did their best to honor her. Residents in the nearby central North Arizona community of Prescott raised money for a funeral and even arranged florists. A local mortuary donated its services for the little girl they lovingly dubbed Little Miss Nobody, since nobody came forward to identify her. There was a lot of coverage from the media on this case in the first month of the gruesome discovery, but there were no leads to follow. Although the local sheriff's department continued their search for months, even interrogating every child sex offender in that area, yet nothing ever came of it. The case went cold as every clue turned out to be a dead end. Throughout the years, many desperate families came to the sheriff's department asking if she was their missing child, but none were a match. Then, in 2021, the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office partnered with Othram, a Texas-based laboratory, to see if advanced DNA testing could help solve the mystery of Little Miss Nobody. Although the preserved evidence was not strong enough for reconstruction and building a DNA profile with improved technology, the lab built a DNA profile that had not been possible in the past. Indeed, the lab returned the identity to authorities in February 2022, and the mystery surrounding a little girl's identity was finally solved after 6 decades. Little Miss Nobody was 4-year-old Sharon Lee Gallegos. She was born on September 6, 1955, with her mother, grandmother, and 6 other relatives. Sharon and her 2 older siblings lived in Alamogordo. She had no contact with her soldier father since he left the family when Sharon was a baby. The Gallegos were not wealthy, but the love was unconditional in this tight-knit family. Her loved ones described Sharon as a happy-go-lucky child who loved running errands with her mother and enjoyed playing outside with the neighborhood kids along with her siblings. At approximately 3 p.m. on July 21, 1960, Sharon was kidnapped in an alley near her Virginia Avenue home while playing with her 2 cousins. The eyewitnesses said a couple offered to buy Sharon some candy and clothes in exchange for getting in the car with them. Sharon refused, but was dragged to the vehicle anyway. The car was described as a dark green 1951 or 1952 model Dodge or Plymouth sedan. The man was described as a fair, thin Caucasian with a long nose and sandy-colored straight hair, whereas the witnesses described the woman as a short, stout individual in her 30s. After loading Sharon into the car, the vehicle sped away. Once her cousins told Sharon's mom about what happened, she immediately called the police. Roadblocks were set up in nearby places but failed to apprehend the abductor. Investigators were concerned that Sharon was probably stalked for days or weeks before the abduction, but could not find out the perpetrators. Shockingly, in 1960, Sharon was not considered to be Little Miss Nobody because the remains looked much older than Sharon. This case was always open until the identification of Little Miss Nobody. Sadly, Sharon's parents passed away before the mystery was solved. Regardless, the surviving family members of Sharon were relieved to know that she had been found. Unfortunately, no new information on her killer has surfaced. On the morning of July 15, 1982, a gravedigger was working when he discovered the badly decomposing body of a woman in the rear of Cedar Ridge Cemetery in Blairstown, New Jersey. The body was lying on its back, just over a steep bank leading to a creek below. The victim's face had been beaten beyond recognition with a yet-to-be-determined object. Due to the significant decomposition of her body, her eye color could not be discerned. The body was clad in a red short-sleeved shirt while a peasant-style skirt lay on top of the victim's legs, but no underwear was found. The level of decay made it difficult to find conclusive evidence of a sexual assault. A golden cross necklace was tangled in the victim's hair. 2 earrings adorned her left ear. Red nail polish was found on the right hand, but not the left. There were no traces of any surgical scars, distinct birthmarks, or tattoos. Her front 2 teeth were darker than the rest. No signs of assault were found. Forensic anthropologists determined that the victim was 14 to 18 years of age and had never been pregnant or given birth. Toxicology did not reveal any traces of drugs, but the report was not entirely conclusive, because so much time had elapsed between her death and the discovery of the body. The autopsy revealed that the body was discovered after days or possibly even weeks of exposure to the natural elements. The hot and humid weather conditions made it more difficult for the forensic department to determine the specifics surrounding the time of death. Trauma on the arms of the victim revealed that she had attempted to fight back against the attacker. On January 22, 1983, Jane Doe was given a proper burial. Sadly, though, no family members were present at her funeral as her identity remained a mystery. Moved by the tragic story of this poor young woman, the townspeople donated the cost of the victim's coffin, headstone, and burial plot. Princess Doe missing from home, dead among strangers, remembered by all, were the heartbreaking markings on the tombstone. There was a possible sighting of Princess Doe before her murder. In an attempt to find information about this unidentified victim, detailed pictures of her clothing were shared with the public. After seeing images of the clothing in a newspaper, a woman reported to officials that she remembered seeing a girl wearing the same clothing purchasing cigarettes on July 13, 1982, just 2 days before her body was found. However, like several others, this lead led nowhere. On June 30, 1983, Princess Doe became the first person to be entered into the FBI's National Computerized Unidentified Deceased Files. Through the years, the focus was shifted to many suspects, ranging from local residents to serial killers. However, all of them were eventually cleared and frustratingly police were back at square one. For many years, Princess Doe was wrongly thought to be Diane Janice Dye, a missing teenager from San Jose, California, who vanished on July 30, 1979. This theory held court with several law enforcement officials in the state of New Jersey, who went so far as to declare Diane Dye as Princess Doe in a press conference. However, Lieutenant Eric Krantz, Princess Doe case's original lead investigator, maintained that Diane Dye was not a plausible candidate for Princess Doe's identity. Krantz's insights were backed up by Diane's family and the investigators in California who were disgusted by the conduct of the New Jersey law enforcement. In 2003, Princess Doe's DNA was compared with a DNA sample from Diane's mother, Patricia, and it was conclusively determined that Diana Dye was not Princess Doe. In 2005, a convicted serial killer named Arthur Kinlaw wrote a letter to the police expressing his desire to confess to another murder. According to the New York Times, Kinlaw had previously been charged with killing and dumping a girl's body in the East River. In 2005, Kinlaw, whom the police believed had run a prostitution ring in the past, wanted to tell the investigators about a young woman he had murdered in New Jersey. However, Kinlaw's claims couldn't be corroborated by the police due to a lack of substantial evidence at that time. Though investigators had collected DNA evidence from Princess Doe's body, It was only in recent years that they were able to test her earthly remains. In 2007, the body was exhumed and the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification analyzed the skeletal remains of Princess Doe. In 2012, a composite sketch was made to identify Princess Doe using DNA technologies, but it didn't lead to any new information. Then, in 2021, the Astrea Forensics Lab analyzed DNA from her teeth and eyelashes, and were successfully able to extract DNA from those samples, which were initially thought to be of no value. Indeed, Princess Doe's eyelashes and teeth were the keys to discovering her identity. After the first clue was grasped, other details started filling in. In 2022, investigators were able to finally identify Princess Doe as Dawn Olenek, a 17-year-old Long Island resident. Princess Doe's 40th anniversary was the day marked for the announcement of her identification. Dawn Olenek was born in a Christian home on August 5, 1964 in West Babylon, New York. In 1982, 17-year-old Dawn was a high school junior living with her mother and sister in Bohemia, New York. She left home on June 24, 1982 at her mother's request. The mother wanted Olenek out of the house. The reason why has never been clarified, and she was never seen alive again. Detectives believe that after leaving her home, somewhere, somehow, Dawn had crossed paths with Arthur Kinlaw. Kinlaw then tried to force her into sex work for a prostitution ring that he and his wife Donna ran in Suffolk County, New York throughout the 1980s. When she refused, he killed her in an attempt to get rid of a witness. Following the identification of Princess Doe as Dawn Olenek, Arthur Kinlaw was reconsidered as a suspect and later charged with Olenek's murder. If convicted, he will be facing another life sentence, along with the 2 he is already serving. For 40 years, law enforcement has not given up on Princess Doe. Warren County Prosecutor James Pfeiffer stated in a news conference, added that science and technology played crucial parts in solving Olenek's murder. Olenek's surviving relatives sat with her photo pinned to their lapels at the press conference. For over 40 years, Dawn had been resting in a grave in the town of Blairstone, New Jersey. Now her family is deciding whether or not she should stay in New Jersey or come home to New York. Whatever their decision might be, investigators are relieved to finally have identified her and given Dawn Olenek her identity back. In the era of DNA advancements, victims deserve much more than a gravestone with no name on it. Hopefully in the future, no family will have to live their lives wondering about their lost loved ones. On June 3, 1993, a trucker stopped to relieve himself on the side of the westbound State Route 152, also known as the Pacheco Pass Highway near Gilroy, California, when something grabbed his attention. It looked like the partially skeletal remains of a human body. After authorities reached the scene, they found a decomposing female body wearing blue jeans and a blue t-shirt with a blue jacket. She had white underwear and white Nike socks with blue stripes. Her brown tennis shoes were also recovered from the scene. After the body was taken to the coroner's office for an autopsy, many details about the victim's description and her murder were revealed. The forensic scientist concluded that the body belonged to a white woman, but she also had Hispanic characteristics. She was in her late 30s or early 40s at the time of her death. Most likely at the end of May 1993. She featured medium-length brown hair with brown eyes. At about 5 feet, 2 inches tall, she weighed around 130 pounds. The 5-inch scar was found on her abdomen, possibly resulting from gallbladder surgery. She also had track marks across her arm indicating drug abuse. The manner of death was ruled a homicide by strangulation, and the body seemed to have been dumped after the murder. Even with all of these details, detectives faced difficulty finding out who this woman was. She did not match any missing persons in the area. No one came forward to claim her, nor could detectives connect any of the evidence to any person. Eventually, they started referring to her as the Blue Pacheco Jane Doe. The case went cold soon after the murder. Then in 2006, Keith Hunter Jesperson, otherwise known as the infamous Happy Face Killer, submitted a letter to the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office admitting to sexually assaulting and killing an unknown female along the dirt turnout on Highway 152. Between 1990 and 1995, Jesperson strangled 8 women, including prostitutes and transients in several U.S. states such as California, Florida, Nebraska, Oregon, Washington, and Wyoming. He is currently incarcerated at the Oregon State Penitentiary. He was known as the Happy Face Killer. Due to the happy face drawing, he always included in his letters taunting the police. Jesperson added significant details of the murder in his letter to authorities. He claimed he met her at a truck stop on Interstate 5 in Corning, California, and offered her a ride after buying her lunch. During the ride, the woman talked about having relatives in the Sacramento, California area. Jesperson believed she might have been a prostitute. In Williams, California, they engaged in sexual activities, and then he strangled her before driving on toward Gilroy, California. Several hours later, he stopped at the Pacheco Pass on Highway 152 and tossed her body off the turnout. Although he mentioned her name being Cindy or Carla, he too had no idea about her true identity. A year after this confession, he pled guilty to her murder and received a life sentence. It was the rarest of situations where authorities had a convict behind bars without identification of the victim. Blue Pacheco Jane Doe remained one of 3 unidentified victims of the Happy Face serial killer for decades. In 2019, detectives from the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office began utilizing the new DNA technology advancements and an attempt to identify Blue Pacheco Jane Doe while partnering with the nonprofit DNA Doe Project. Finally, in April 2022, she was discovered to be Patricia Skipple from Colton, Oregon. Patricia Skipple was born May 29, 1948, and grew up in Colton, Oregon. Patsy, as she preferred to be called, was a mother of 2 and a resident of Oregon. She was described as a gentle woman who loved her family more than anything. In 1992, she left her home and also the city in the middle of the night after an argument with her husband. She never returned. For years, Patsy's family wondered where she was and if she'd ever come home. It was only after detectives paid a visit to Patsy's family saying that she was identified that they came to know her fate. We can only hope that they heal knowing that justice was served for Patsy. In the late morning hours of June 16, 1974, a man was searching for driftwood with his 2 teenage sons in a condensed wooded area of Singer Island in North Palm Beach, Florida. The trio was combing through the area along the eastern edge of the Intrik Coastal Waterway, just 2 miles south of Lost Tree Village, when they came across what looked like skeletal remains. Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office investigators soon reached the area to discover a gruesome scene. The remains appeared to be tied to a tree. Amongst the bones, they found mostly deteriorated clothing, including a black knit pullover sweater that was trimmed at the bottom, a gray waistband and long gray sleeves that were capped at the shoulders, and size 5 yellow panties with yellow stripes. Denim material was also discovered at the scene, which was believed to have originated from a pair of denim high-crop shorts. The partial remains were brought in for examination. The remains were in such bad condition that the medical examiner could not determine the cause of death in the autopsy. Although holes in the sweater indicated gunshot wounds, however, no bullet casing were found at the scene. There were definite signs that animal activity had scattered the remains. The medical examiner concluded that the remains belonged to a white female between the ages of 14 and 25. She weighed approximately 83 to 103 pounds and stood anywhere from 4 feet 11 inches to 5 feet 2 inches. She most likely had blonde hair with a red tint to it. Due to the level of decomposition at the time of her discovery, her eye color could not be determined. Regardless of that, an abstract profile of the victim was created. When media reports first came out, the Singer Island Jane Doe was believed to be Bonnie Robinson, a young girl who had gone missing from Detroit, Michigan. Yet upon further investigation, this theory was ruled out. Over the years, many attempts were made to identify the young girl. Then, in April of 2014, her body was exhumed to collect more physical evidence. In 2015, a DNA profile was developed, but there was no match in Cody's, suggesting that the girl likely had no criminal history. After developing a DNA profile, several other missing women were able to be ruled out through DNA comparison. In 2019, The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office prepared a new facial reconstruction of the girl, but no one came forward with any leads. Finally, in December 2021, the DNA was sent to a genealogy lab to comb through genetic databases and try to develop a family tree based on the recovered DNA. In March 2022, the ancestry was successfully traced, leading to the identification of distant relatives of Singer Island Jane Doe. After relentless efforts, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office was able to contact potential family members. Additional DNA testing of surviving family members confirmed Jane Doe's identity as 15-year-old Suzanne Poole. Susan Poole was born February 12, 1957. She lived in a trailer park with her family in Fort Lauderdale. The 15-year-old went missing from Broward County, Florida in December of 1972. Susan was a troubled teen. On many previous occasions, she ran away from home. She often hitched rides with strangers, which was common in those days. So her family was not initially alarmed when she went missing in 1972, believing she had left voluntarily and would soon return home as she normally did. Susan was never heard from or seen again. As decades passed, her family members always wondered whether or not she had left of her own volition. The only possessions Susan left behind were some clothing and her pocketbook, which was later discovered at her friend's home. It would take over 5 decades to put all the clues together to what happened to Susan Poole. The saddest part of this is despite getting her identity back 50 years after her tragic demise, her parents did not live long enough to see this day. There are still no leads as to who her killer was. Case of Sherry Popini. Keith and Sherry Popini first met in middle school, when Keith was in 7th grade and Sherry was in 8th. They shared their first kiss with each other. Their friendship flourished quickly and they remained close throughout their teenage years. However, as they grew older, they drifted apart and went their separate ways. Years later, Sherry married another man in 2006, but the marriage was short-lived, lasting only 2 years. After her divorce, Sherry found herself single again. Then, by chance, she ran into Keith, and the spark between them was immediately rekindled. The time they had spent apart had given them both personal growth and maturity, and they realized how much they had missed each other. Keith and Sherry decided to give their love a second chance, and they started dating. As they spent more time together, their connection grew stronger every day. Within a year of reuniting, they knew they were meant to be together. They got married in 2009 and had 2 children, settling down in Redding, California. Sherry used to work in telecommunications, but after having children, she became a stay-at-home mom. Keith continued to work at Best Buy as a member of the Geek Squad. The Popini family seemed to have a perfect life from the outside. However, on November 2, 2016, Keith's world was turned upside down when he came home to find his wife, Sherry, missing. It was unusual for her not to be there, as she was always home when he returned from work. At first, Keith thought she might have gone for a walk, but as time passed and she didn't come back, he grew increasingly worried. Keith called the daycare center their children attended to see if Sherry had picked them up, but the school secretary told him she hadn't. This heightened Keith's concern, and he decided to use the Find My iPhone app on his phone to track her location. The app showed that her phone was at the end of their driveway. Alarmed, Keith rushed outside to search the area and found Sherry's phone lying on the ground, with her headphones nearby. When Keith found Sherry's phone and headphones at the end of the driveway, he made a disturbing discovery. There were strands of hair entangled in the headphones. He immediately contacted the authorities at the Shasta County Sheriff's Office, who took Sherry's disappearance seriously and brought in the FBI right from the start. Keith was desperate to find Sherry and get her back safely. To do this, he knew it was crucial to get her name and face out to the public. So he spoke to the media, hoping to generate support and assistance in finding her. The media played a huge role in spreading the story of Sherry's disappearance, and her beauty, blonde hair and blue eyes made her case especially captivating to the public. As a result, news channels eagerly covered every detail of the story. After Sherry went missing and it became public, the police received many tips, but none of them led to finding her. As they continued to investigate, they looked at Sherry's phone for clues. They found a heated text conversation between Sherry and her husband Keith from a few months earlier, which made the police suspicious of Keith's possible involvement. Despite this, Keith was cooperative and offered to take a lie detector test to clear his name. He passed the test. In addition to the argument with Keith, the police found texts on Sherry's phone from men using fake female names. It seemed like Sherry was planning to leave Keith. On November 10, 2016, the police tracked down one of these men and questioned him about Sherry's disappearance. The man claimed to have met Sherry 5 years prior at a restaurant during a work conference she was attending. Although he said he didn't know her current whereabouts, he shared some information about her relationship with her husband, Keith. According to the man, Sherry did not respect Keith and was even fearful of him. He alleged that Keith was violent and abusive, often locking Sherry up in their home. After a tip from a man who knew Sherry, claiming that her husband Keith was abusive, the police launched an investigation. However, after speaking with friends and neighbors, they found no evidence to support the claims of Keith's violence. Several days into Sherry's disappearance, on November 24, 2016, the police received a call at 4:32 a.m. on Thanksgiving morning. The caller reported a woman in distress on the side of I-5. The police rushed to the scene and found a woman bound with chains and zip ties. It took a moment for the officers to realize Sherry Papini, who had been missing for days. Relieved to find her alive, they carefully freed her from the restraints and took her to the hospital for medical attention. When Sherry arrived at the hospital, it was clear that she had been through a traumatic experience. Her body was covered in bruises, her hair was noticeably shorter, and she had a burn mark on her arm as well as a bad rash. She had also lost a significant amount of weight, weighing in only 87 pounds. While Sherry was recovering at Woodland Memorial Hospital, the police tried to interview her, but she was too emotional to provide any information. The only condition under which she would cooperate was if her husband Keith was present in the room. With Keith by her side, Sherry recounted the terrifying incident. She said she was out jogging when a dark-colored SUV driven by 2 women approached her. She got out of the vehicle, pointed a gun at her, while Sherry Papini stayed in the car. Sherry was forced into the back of the SUV against her will. Before getting into the vehicle, Sherry had the presence of mind to leave behind her phone and headphones on the driveway, along with some strands of her hair. She did this intentionally, hoping that Keith would find them and realize something was wrong. Sherry shared the details of her abduction with the police and her husband Keith. During the journey, she kept dozing off in the back of the SUV, making it difficult for her to keep track of time. The 2 women had wrapped something around her face, preventing her from seeing her surroundings. They told her that she was being kidnapped because a man wanted to buy her and she was being taken to meet him. However, they refused to reveal the man's identity or location. Sherry was terrified and worried about her fate, unsure of where she was being taken or what would happen to her during her captivity. She also claimed to have been physically abused by one of the women who frequently hit her, leaving her with multiple injuries. Sherry claimed that her captors branded her right shoulder with the word Exodus to attract a buyer, who was allegedly a police officer. She also said that her captors constantly played mariachi music, which she found disorienting and unsettling. This music added to the oppressive atmosphere of her captivity, making her feel more isolated. Sherry was held in a single room with a boarded-up window. She was chained in a closet that served as a bathroom with a bucket for sanitation purposes. About 3 weeks into her captivity, Sherry heard a gunshot. After that, she had been with her disappeared, leaving Sherry to wonder if she had been killed. Sherry Papini, who had been quiet until now, took control of the situation. She instructed Sherry to get into a car, and they drove along I-5. Without warning, the car stopped, leaving Sherry startled and disoriented. She looked around, trying to understand what was happening. The younger woman then told Sherry to get out of the car. Confused and unsure, Sherry cautiously did as she was told. As Sherry exited the car, she felt a mix of fear and excitement. Was this her chance to escape, or was she being led into an even more dangerous situation? She was left with more questions than answers, feeling uncertain and scared. After being found safe on the side of I-5, the Shasta County Sheriff's Office held a press conference to announce Sherry's return. During the conference, the police reported that Sherry had been abducted by 2 Hispanic women, which sparked widespread concern among the public. However, this news brought unintended consequences. Following the press conference, a wave of racism erupted, targeting individuals of Spanish descent. The reporting of Sherry's abduction had fueled public fear and anxiety, leading some to unfairly blame individuals associated with the Hispanic community. After being abducted, Sherry returned home and began attending therapy sessions to cope with her trauma. As a California resident, she was eligible for the Victims' Compensation Fund, which uses public funds to help pay for victims' therapy. In the aftermath, she became withdrawn, spending more time at home and avoiding social outings. 1 year into the investigation, police released a composite sketch of 2 Hispanic women believed to be involved in the crime. Despite this development, no new leads emerged. The police also revealed that they had found male DNA on Sherry's underwear, which did not match her husband Keith's DNA. 2 years passed with no matches on the male DNA, and the case remained unsolved. However, in 2020, a long-awaited breakthrough finally occurred. The police working on Sherry's case decided to try a new approach to find the owner of the unknown DNA. They used a technique called familial DNA, which compares the DNA profile to potential relatives of the donor. This method is commonly used in criminal investigations to analyze DNA evidence and identify possible family members of a suspect. By looking at specific genetic traits shared among family members, investigators can create a shorter list of potential suspects and explore possible family connections. In the Sherry Papini case, the police were surprised to discover that the DNA found in her underwear matched a close relative of James Reyes, her ex-boyfriend. This new information raised many questions and became a crucial moment in the investigation. The police suspected Sherry's ex-boyfriend, James Reyes, of being involved in her abduction. To investigate, they collected a soda bottle from his trash in June 2020 and sent it to a forensic lab for DNA testing. A month later, the lab results showed a match between James' DNA and the DNA found on Sherry's underwear the day she was discovered. With this new evidence, the police went to James' home in Costa Mesa, California, where he worked at a sports shop to ask him about Sherry's case. James told the police that he had dated Sherry about 10 years prior, and the last time he saw her was a year after they broke up. He claimed to have only heard about her disappearance and safe return through rumors. During the police interview, James initially denied any involvement in Sherry's kidnapping. However, as the conversation progressed, he revealed that he was still close friends with Sherry despite their breakup 10 years prior. Although James admitted to playing a role in her disappearance, he claimed he didn't nab her. Instead, he insisted he was merely assisting a friend in need. James reported to the police that Sherry reached out to him for help, claiming she needed to escape her abusive husband, Keith. On November 2, 2016, James told police that a friend had lent him a car, which he used the next day to pick up Sherry. According to James, Sherry hid in the back seat of the car, lying down during the drive to Costa Mesa. During her stay at James' house, Sherry mostly stayed in her room, only coming out to help with chores like cleaning and cooking. She even boarded up the bedroom window, as she wanted to feel secure with the door closed. James noticed that Sherry was intentionally trying to lose weight by barely eating. Sherry asked James to help her harm herself, including hitting herself to create bruises. James was uncomfortable with this request, but he still agreed to help her, even going so far as to shoot a hockey puck off her knee at her request. Despite his reservations, James participated in these harmful activities with Sherry. James confessed to branding Sherry with the word Exodus on her right shoulder using a wood-burning tool they had bought from Hobby Lobby. Before Sherry left his house, she asked James to get chains and zip ties, which he used to bind her securely, before driving her to Reading, California. During the drive, Sherry told James to stop the car, which he did, and she escaped. When questioned by the police, James denied knowing anything about the 2 Hispanic women Sherry claimed had abducted her. However, when the police searched James' house, they were shocked to find that several rooms matched the descriptions Sherry had given of the place where she was held captive. Specifically, James' bedroom and closet, exactly matched a drawing Sherry had made for the police, detailing the layout of the rooms she had been confined to. The police discovered a striking similarity between a table at James' house and the one Sherry described in her initial interviews. They decided to bring Sherry and Keith in for another interview at the police station. The police had accumulated substantial evidence that led them to believe Sherry had faked her own abduction. They intended to confront her with their findings during the interview. Before revealing the truth, they asked Sherry if she wanted Keith to leave the room. Sherry remained silent. The police then decided to leave the couple alone for a few minutes. During this time, Sherry approached Keith and confessed that she didn't want the police to find the Hispanic woman who had supposedly abducted her. She felt indebted to this woman for sparing her life. Sherry refused to press charges against the woman who attacked her. Keith listened to her reasons, but he was skeptical and worried. Sherry's explanation didn't make sense to him, and he was starting to get scared. He pointed out that even if Sherry didn't want to press charges, the attacker would still face consequences for her actions. The police re-entered the interview room with an update. They had found a familial DNA match for the male DNA on Sherry's clothing, and it led them to James Reyes, Sherry's ex-boyfriend. When Keith heard the name, he had a visceral reaction. He knew James as Sherry's ex. The police told Sherry and Keith that James Reyes, Sherry's ex-boyfriend, had passed a lie detector test. They suspected that Sherry had faked her own kidnapping and claimed to have evidence to support James' version of events. Police told Sherry that they believed her significant weight loss during her disappearance was intentional, as she had chosen to eat very little. They also suggested that the rash on her arm was caused by the cleaning products she had used at James' house. Furthermore, the police alleged that James had used a wooden tool bought from Hobby Lobby to brand Sherry. They also claimed that Sherry's broken nose was self-inflicted, caused by hitting herself with a hockey stick. Despite the mounting evidence against her, Sherry remained calm and pretended not to understand what the police were talking about. Sherry Papini claimed to have not seen her ex-boyfriend James in years, stating she last saw him at his brother's funeral in Southern California. However, the police knew she was lying because James had provided them with information about her disappearance that only someone close to her would know. On March 3, 2022, the FBI arrested Sherry on charges of lying to federal agents and faking her own abduction. 6 weeks later, she agreed to a plea deal, admitting to orchestrating her kidnapping. Sherry's lawyers requested a sentence of 1 month in prison, followed by 7 months of house arrest. However, the prosecution recommended an 18-month sentence. In September 2022, the judge sentenced Sherry to 18 months in prison and ordered her to pay a $300,000 fine. The judge doubted that Sherry would ever be able to pay the fine, saying it would take winning the lottery. During the sentencing, the judge called Sherry a manipulator and habitual liar, stating that he had no doubt she would have continued lying if she hadn't been caught. The judge told Sherry that she needed to be punished to stop others from committing similar crimes. Sherry had taken advantage of many resources, including money meant for victims, Social Security disability payments, and a GoFundMe account set up after her fake kidnapping. The judge wanted to deter others from committing similar crimes by punishing Sherry. She spoke at her sentencing hearing, expressing regret and apologizing to those who had suffered because of her actions. Sherry acknowledged her guilt, saying she was responsible for lying and bringing shame to herself and those around her. In August 2023, Sherry was released from prison and moved to a halfway house. Sherry and her husband Keith separated on the day of her arrest in March 2022. After Sherry pleaded guilty, Keith filed for divorce the next month and sought full custody of their children. This story takes us to the beautiful and the peaceful village called Rowshock. Rowshock is a village and civil parish in the Wyre Forest district of Worcestershire, England. This is where Brenda lived before she met and married David Venables. Apart from a light industrial estate, Rowshock has 58 residential properties and a population of only about 124 people. The church stands on top of a bank and has a panoramic view. A small, peaceful village. Nothing much ever happened here. Kempsey is a village and civil parish in the Malvern Hills district in the county of Worcestershire. Bounded by the River Severn to the west and with the A38 main road running through it, it is about 3 miles south of Worcester. The village has a long history and its name is derived from the Saxon Chemisai, or the island of Chemis. Chemis was a Saxon chief whose island lay between the marshes and the River Severn. One of the roads in Kempsey, Leaf's Lane, is named after another Saxon chief, and this is where Brenda and David started their married life. Kempsey was a calm area, consisting mainly of agricultural lands. No one would ever believe that anything violent would take place here, which makes it all the more surprising as to what happened. Brenda Bolton was 23 when she met David, who would later become her husband at a young farmers' event in Worcestershire. Both came from rural communities and farming families, so they connected straight away. After that first meeting at Droitwich Winter Gardens, David made time to see her at home in the tiny village of Ruchak, while juggling working on his family's pig farm. He would stop in for breakfast at Brenda's house on his way home from trips, taking produce from the farm to the Birmingham wholesale market. They were married in June 1960, before a honeymoon in Jersey. The couple later moved together at Quaking House Farm in Kempsey with the financial help of David's father. There, David farmed pigs, and the pair enjoyed a magnificent view of the surrounding countryside. To outsiders, their life seemed simple yet idyllic. Everything seemed normal as time progressed, but eventually the fateful day arrived. On May 3, 1982, Brenda was nowhere to be found. David searched extensively throughout his home and the surrounding areas, but finally filed a missing person report the following day. The village of Kempsey was soon overrun as the search for Brenda got underway. West Mercia police used a helicopter to help aid with the search. Tracker dogs were used to check farm buildings and abandoned properties, but no trace of her was found. There was a lot of speculation and many things were put forward, but most of them turned out to be just rumors. A lot of people heard rumors that she might be under the M5 motorway, which was being built during her disappearance. The police search lasted 2 or 3 weeks, covering a 4 or 5 mile area around Kempsey, up to the M50 motorway, including David's own 9 acres of land. There was a great deal of police presence in the area, searching everywhere to see if there was anything that would lead to finding Brenda. They cut back all the growth in the ditches to see if there was anything in them, but no traces or evidence was found. After a while, with nothing being found, the case went cold due to no fresh leads for the police to follow. For almost 40 years, Brenda's family was left without a single answer about what happened to her. Vicky Jennings, a friend of the couple, later recounted David not being overly concerned and that he didn't appear to actively partake in the search for his wife. However, David claimed to have had sleepless nights after Brenda went missing. David also told the police that Brenda had been suffering from depression due to a recent bout of the flu. David moved out of his farm in 2014 into a more luxurious house. The new owners of his old property lived there happily until July 2019. Then one day the new owners wanted their septic tank serviced and cleaned out. When the servicing began, it was a spine-chilling sight for everyone as they discovered a lump of hair, a human skull, a pelvis, and thigh bones. They also found remnants of clothing, including half a pair of knickers, tights, a bra, the remains of some shoes, and a sweater. At the time of the discovery, a search was ongoing just 7 miles away for estate agent Susie Lamplugh, who had disappeared in London. But police found no link between the remains and Miss Lamplugh. It took over a year until detectives announced the bones had formerly been identified as those of Brenda's. David, who was then 88, was charged with the murder of Brenda. The police searched for hours in the garden and the garage. Although the owner moved in recently, he had a lot of stuff with him due to the massive size of the property. Many of the neighbors recalled that the missing Brenda Venables case was the most discussed in their village many years ago. The neighbors always perceived David as the non-interactive quiet man, but no one expected his silence to hold the details of a gruesome murder. During David's trial, details of his double life were revealed. Investigators discovered that he had been in a long-term on-off relationship with Lorraine Stiles since around 1967, who was his mother's nurse. During the investigation after Brenda's disappearance, 1984 Lorraine Stiles gave a few statements about David. In those she said, "He seemed quite composed and suddenly told me his wife had disappeared the night before." Lorraine claimed to be shocked at how calm he was when Brenda disappeared. During police interrogations, David tried to prove his innocence by claiming Fred West, a serial killer, could have been responsible for killing his spouse. But the possibility of Fred killing Brenda and putting her in a septic tank on her own property seemed too unrealistic to the authorities. David's lawyers tried to defend him by claiming that it would be absolute madness for him to have hidden his wife's body so close to their marital home. Although the prosecutors claim Mr. David as the murderer, defense barrister Timothy Hannum questioned why David would sell his property if he knew his wife's body was in the septic tank. Timothy Hannum also stated David got his septic tank cleaned on more than one occasion. Timothy asked for a fair verdict of not guilty, suggesting that there was not sufficient evidence to convict David, but only assumptions mixed with guesswork and speculation. He also said the possibility of suicide should also be taken into consideration as the septic tank was the closest to Brenda's house. But there was one major flaw with that claim, as the lid of the septic tank was perfectly concealed and it was highly unlikely for a suicidal person to put the top back on before dying. David then claimed to have loved his wife Brenda very much, citing how active they were sexually. David even claimed the couple had intimate relations the night before her disappearance. But the court had other evidence, and they pulled up Brenda's psychiatric consultant's reports, which claimed that the couple had not slept together since 1968 and had not shared a bed for 3 years. Considering all these contradictions, the court convicted David of the murder of Brenda. A final plea was made by David's defendants to reduce his sentence, as he was already 88 years old. But the prosecutor rejected the appeal, stating concerns. Prosecutor Michael Burrows, QC, told jurors David wanted Brenda out of the way as he wanted to resume his long-standing affair with another woman. He also said David knew the septic tank was in a secluded location. It was for him almost the perfect hiding place. And for nearly 40 years it was, as he got away with murder. The family members of Brenda Venables released a statement to the press. The statement said, "We, Brenda's nieces and nephews, are relieved that today, after a wait of 37 years, at last there is justice for Brenda. David Venables can no longer get away with having murdered his wife, the hiding of her body, and all of his deceit, lies, and fabrications." The case of Rebecca Bliefnick. Rebecca and Tim, who met at Quincy University, were the epitome of a perfect couple. Rebecca was a biology major and a tennis player, while Tim was a star football player. 2 years after graduating, the practical couple decided to tie the knot. Instead of splurging on an engagement ring and a lavish honeymoon, they chose to save their money. Although Rebecca had a genuine interest in medicine and had dreamed of becoming a doctor, she decided to pursue motherhood instead. Her dream came true when she and Tim had 3 sons. Tim was known for his charisma and ability to entertain. In 2008, he auditioned for American Gladiators, making it to the final round. Years later, in 2019, he received an invitation from the producers of Family Feud to participate in the show with his family. Rebecca's nursing school commitments prevented her from joining Tim on the TV show Family Feud. Undeterred, Tim assembled a team of family members, including his parents and brothers. The show's format features 2 teams competing to guess the most popular responses to survey questions from 100 people. Despite being unprepared, Tim's team performed well, earning points and ranking second on the scoreboard. They went on to participate in 3 episodes, winning a total of $20,000, which was divided equally among the family members. However, Tim did not share any of the winnings with his wife, Rebecca. This decision highlights the strain on Tim and Rebecca's marriage, which began when Rebecca pursued a nursing career against Tim's wishes. Tim had expressed concerns about Rebecca's well-being and ability to manage stress, but Rebecca's friends believed Tim was opposed to her independence and autonomy. Rebecca's friends noticed that she was becoming increasingly unhappy in her marriage over time. At first, her marriage to Tim was relatively happy for about 5 years. But then Tim started to become more controlling and manipulative. Despite Rebecca's hard work in her nursing studies and job, Tim didn't pull his weight at home, leaving Rebecca to handle most of the responsibilities. Rebecca realized that their marriage was struggling and wanted to fix it. She suggested that they go to marriage counseling together. She believed that counseling could help them find solutions and improve their relationship. However, refused to go, despite Rebecca's efforts to save their marriage. In January 2021, after 11 years of marriage, Tim suddenly filed for divorce, which caught Rebecca off guard. She had been committed to working through their issues, but Tim had already made up his mind. He moved out of their family home and into a new house across town, leaving Rebecca to pick up the pieces. Tim and Rebecca's divorce was extremely contentious. They were unable to agree on anything, and their communication broke down completely. The couple disputed several issues, including who would get custody of the children, how they would divide their property, and how much alimony one would pay the other. Things escalated to the point where Tim felt threatened and applied for a court order to protect himself from Rebecca, alleging that she was stalking and harassing him. Rebecca had a different view of the situation, accusing Tim of harassment. She shared her concerns with friends through text messages, describing incidents where Tim yelled at her, pushed her in front of their sons, and threw things. Rebecca feared Tim might do something drastic to take her children away, which alarmed her sister, who knew Rebecca's fears were valid and that she needed help to protect herself. Rebecca then filed for an order of protection against Tim, claiming he entered her home without permission and lied about their interactions. However, the judge denied both Rebecca and Tim's requests, instead ordering them to stay away from each other's homes, except during child custody exchanges. In February 2023, Tim told the police he wouldn't return a gun, calling Rebecca a derogatory name. At the time, Rebecca and Tim's 3 sons, aged 12, 10, and 5, were staying with Tim at his home, just a mile from Rebecca's residence. Their divorce was set to be finalized in just 1 week. Tim contacted Rebecca's father the next day, worried because he couldn't reach Rebecca, and she had failed to pick up the boys from school as planned. Given Rebecca's dedication as a mother, her father suspected something was seriously wrong. Concerned for Rebecca's safety, her father rushed to her house. When he arrived, he entered the house, calling out to Rebecca, but received no response. He went upstairs to her bedroom, where he found a disturbing scene. Rebecca lay on her back, covered in blood and gunshot wounds. After Rebecca's father discovered her body in the bathroom, detectives and forensic experts arrived at the house. They began by carefully examining the outside of the property, searching for clues. Their investigation revealed that the suspect had probably entered the house by forcing open an upstairs window in one of the children's bedrooms. The discovery led investigators to believe that the suspect used a patio chair to gain access to the house and climb up to the roof. By retracing the suspect's likely path, they went to Rebecca's bedroom where they found the door had been violently kicked in or broken. The state of the door suggested to investigators that the suspect had forcibly entered the room, probably in search of Rebecca. Evidence indicated that Rebecca had tried to barricade herself in the bathroom, but the suspect had pursued her and caught up. Ultimately, the suspect shot Rebecca inside the bathroom. During their search of the bathroom, where Rebecca's body was found, investigators stumbled upon her cell phone. Upon examining Rebecca's phone, investigators found a 911 call, dialed at 1:11 a.m. This led them to form a theory about the events of that night. They believed that as the suspect chased Rebecca through the house, she tried to call for help, but accidentally dialed a wrong number before she could try calling 911 again. The misdialed call at 1:11 a.m. suggested to investigators that the suspect had knocked the phone out of Rebecca's hand. They believed Rebecca was likely killed around this time. However, when police questioned Rebecca's neighbors, none of them remembered hearing any noise around 1:11 a.m., which raised suspicions among the investigators. A thorough search of Rebecca's house revealed that her murder was not a botched burglary, as nothing was stolen. Despite this, the perpetrator left behind significant evidence. One notable discovery was a partial shoe print found near the point where the suspect entered the house. The shoe print discovered at the crime scene could be crucial in identifying the type of shoe worn by the suspect, including its make and model, as well as providing details about the size and shape of their feet. The presence of 8-9mm shell casings and small pieces of shredded plastic near Rebecca's body also provide significant leads for the investigators. Despite collecting these key pieces of evidence, the investigators were unsure how to interpret their findings. To gain more insight, they decided to send the evidence to forensic laboratories for further analysis. Specifically, they wanted to determine if any of Rebecca's personal belongings matched the evidence found at the crime scene. The investigation began when Rebecca's father found her lifeless body in the bathroom of her home. Upon arriving at the scene, investigators carefully examined the exterior of the house, leading them to identify how the perpetrator gained entry by prying open an upstairs window in one of the children's bedrooms. Here's what likely happened. The suspect used a patio chair to climb up to the roof and entered the house. The investigators retraced the suspect's steps and found that the bedroom door had been violently kicked in or broken, suggesting the suspect had forced their way in, probably looking for Rebecca. It seems Rebecca tried to barricade herself in the bathroom, but the suspect caught up with her. Unfortunately, the suspect shot and killed Rebecca in the bathroom. The investigators found Rebecca's phone near her body and examined it. They discovered that she had dialed 911, but mistakenly entered an extra digit, 91126, at 1:11 a.m. This discovery helped the investigators piece together the events. They believe Rebecca was desperately trying to call for help as the suspect chased her through the house, but she accidentally dialed the wrong number. Before she could try calling 911 again, the suspect likely knocked the phone out of her hand. The timing of the misdialed call, at 1:11 a.m., led investigators to believe that Rebecca's murder likely occurred around that time. However, when they questioned Rebecca's neighbors, none of them reported hearing any suspicious noises, which was surprising given the fact that she had suffered multiple gunshot wounds. A thorough search of Rebecca's house revealed that her murder was not the result of a burglary gone wrong, as nothing was stolen. Despite this, the perpetrator left behind a significant amount of evidence. One crucial discovery was a partial shoe print near the point of entry, which could help identify the brand and model of the shoe, as well as the size and shape of the suspect's foot. The crime scene also yielded 8-9mm shell casings, and small pieces of shredded plastic were found scattered near Rebecca's body. After gathering all the evidence, the investigators were unsure what to make of their findings, so they decided to send the said evidence to forensic laboratories for further analysis. The detectives wanted to determine if any of the evidence found at the crime scene matched Rebecca's belongings. A neighbor had installed a security camera on the side of their house after their car was broken into a year earlier. The camera was directed towards the neighbor's driveway, which shared a boundary with Rebecca's home, and was set to turn on and alert the neighbor whenever it detected movement. Although the camera didn't capture anything significant on the night of Rebecca's death, it did record something unusual the previous day at 1:05 a.m. The footage showed a person walking down the driveway towards the back of Rebecca's house, a potentially crucial discovery in the case. About 48 minutes after the initial sighting, the same individual was seen walking in the opposite direction. Interestingly, Rebecca's neighbor had captured a similar incident on their camera about a week prior, on February 14th. After reviewing their security footage, Rebecca's neighbors noticed a suspicious dark-clad figure lurking around her house on Valentine's Day, prompting them to alert her immediately. Upon learning about the mysterious figure, Rebecca became increasingly paranoid. Although she claimed not to have seen anyone on her property, she had heard unsettling voices in her backyard the previous night, which frightened her. Based on the security camera footage, the police expanded their search to neighboring houses to gather more evidence of the dark-clad individual. Their search led them to a house near the Quinney Bus Barn, where they found footage of a person riding a bike dressed in dark clothing heading towards Rebecca's house. These videos confirmed the description of the mysterious person seen in the original driveway footage, providing a clear consistency in the suspect's appearance. After analyzing the recorded times of the videos, detectives suspected that the person on the bike was the same individual seen in Rebecca's driveway footage. Although Rebecca's neighbor's security camera didn't capture footage of the mysterious person on the night of her murder, officers found footage of someone on a bike riding towards Rebecca's house just before and after the incident. This person matched the description of the individual seen lurking in Rebecca's driveway in the days leading up to her murder. While the video evidence was helpful in the investigation, its poor quality limited the information it provided. The detectives couldn't identify the person in the video due to the grainy image, making it difficult to determine their gender. However, they did notice one distinctive feature. The bike had no reflectors on its wheels. When Rebecca's sister heard that she was murdered, only one person came to mind as a suspect: Rebecca's estranged husband, Tim. Rebecca's sister, who had a first-hand account of the contentious divorce between Rebecca and Tim, shared this information with the detectives working on her sister's case. The detectives suspected Tim of murdering Rebecca, especially since her murder happened just a week before their divorce was due to be finalized. During the investigation, they made a crucial discovery. A bike with no reflectors on its wheels, similar to the one seen on security footage, was found just a block from Tim's house. This discovery increased the suspicion surrounding Tim, leading the detectives to obtain a search warrant for his home. When the police executed the warrant, Tim cooperated fully, standing outside his home with the officers as they searched his belongings. On March 13, 2023, 2 weeks after Rebecca's murder, Tim was arrested and charged with her murder. When his mugshot was released, Rebecca's family and friends were shocked by his appearance, which was very different from the clean-cut man they had known. Tim's friends and family were shocked by his disheveled appearance, which they attributed to the emotional toll of his recent divorce. His once neat and tidy hair was now unkempt, and his clothes were messy. They speculated that the divorce had affected not only his physical appearance, but also his mental well-being. However, Tim had a surprising explanation for his changed look. He revealed that he was growing his hair out to support a charity campaign for cancer research. Despite this, a viral video clip showed Tim's appearance on Family Feud, where he made a bizarre statement about regretting his marriage, which took on a disturbing tone after he was arrested for murdering his wife. Many people believed that Tim's comment on Family Feud was a strange and unsettling prediction of what would eventually happen. They thought it showed that he had hidden feelings about his wife and was a sign that something bad was happening in their relationship. When the police looked into Tim's phone, they found that he had made a fake Facebook account under the name John Smith. During their investigation, they discovered that Tim had been searching for a specific type of bicycle on Facebook, a blue Schwinn bike with no reflectors on the wheels. This was an important discovery because it matched the description of a bike that was found abandoned just 1 block away from Tim's house. Despite having strong evidence against Tim, the detectives faced a significant obstacle when they arrested him. Tim was held in jail without the possibility of bail, but he requested a quick trial, which is his right under the law. Prosecutors were required to bring the matter to trial within 90 days of Tim's arrest. The prosecution faced a significant challenge in convincing a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that Tim murdered Rebecca due to the absence of a confession or DNA evidence. Juries typically look for these 2 key elements in criminal cases. To prove Tim's guilt in the murder of his wife Rebecca, the prosecution faced a significant challenge. Exactly 3 months after Rebecca's tragic murder in her home, Tim's trial began on May 23, 2023. During the trial, the prosecution presented several key pieces of evidence found at the crime scene. One notable piece of evidence was the shredded plastic fragments discovered around Rebecca's body. The prosecution argued that these fragments came from an owl's grocery bag. Further investigation revealed that similar bags were found in Tim's house. The prosecution alleged that Tim used these bags as a makeshift silencer when he shot his estranged wife multiple times. They claimed that the bags were used to muffle the sound of the gunfire, preventing it from being heard by others. The prosecution also presented DNA evidence, suggesting that Tim left behind DNA while using the Aldi bags. An expert testified that it was highly likely Tim contributed to the DNA found, and that his DNA could not be ruled out as a match for the DNA found under Rebecca's fingernails. The prosecution presented evidence suggesting that a crowbar found in Tim's basement might have been used to force open the window at the victim's house on the night of the murder. Although an expert testified that there were microscopic similarities between the crowbar and the window's prime arc, she couldn't conclusively say that the crowbar was involved. To build a stronger case, the prosecution presented records of several searches made on Tim's phone, including how to open my door with a crowbar, how to make a homemade pistol silencer, how to clean gunpowder off your hands, and average police response time in Quinney. The prosecution's expert witness testified that she compared the shell casings found at the crime scene to those found at Tim's house during the investigation. Her analysis revealed that 27 of the casings from Tim's home were fired from the same 9mm weapon used to kill Rebecca. When investigators searched Tim's house, they didn't find Rebecca's 9mm gun, which he had refused to return to her. Tim claimed he hadn't seen the gun in months before Rebecca's murder. During the trial, the defense had the opportunity to call witnesses, but chose not to. After the 6-day trial, the jury took 4 hours to reach a guilty verdict, and Tim was sentenced to life in prison without parole. Despite claiming innocence and planning to appeal, Tim is behind bars, and Rebecca's family believes justice has been served. During the sentencing hearing, Rebecca's family read impact statements. One of her sisters addressed Tim, telling him how his actions affected his son's well-being. She stressed that his choices were causing his sons to suffer. Rebecca's sister vowed to keep her memory alive for her 3 sons, even after her passing. Today, we'll explore the story of Vincent Gillis, a boy with striking blue eyes who eventually became something monstrous. But what truly happens inside the mind of a psychopath? For years, scientists have been working to unravel this enigma. Research indicates that psychopaths aren't unusually intelligent or misunderstood geniuses. In fact, their cognitive abilities are fairly average. The real difference lies in how their emotional and reward systems operate or fail to. This malfunction causes them to take pleasure in actions that most people would find horrifying. Studies also reveal that psychopaths show reduced brain activity in emotional situations, such as when they experience fear or witness someone else in danger. In essence, they feel almost nothing when others are threatened. 2 key elements often influence whether someone becomes a killer: their biological makeup and their cultural environment, including their upbringing and social connections. Yet, it's crucial to remember that not all psychopaths are criminals or murderers. Most psychopaths view themselves as above the law and fully understand the consequences of their actions. They are not victims of disease, but rather individuals who choose to act without remorse. On the surface, Sean Vincent Gillis seemed perfectly ordinary. Although there were early hints of violent tendencies, few could have imagined the darkness that would later define his life. As an adult, he spiraled into a decade-long rampage of crime and brutality. Sean was born on June 24, 1962, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, to Yvonne and Norman Gillis. His father struggled with alcoholism and mental illness, and around the time of Sean's birth, a deeply disturbing event shattered the family's sense of safety. Norman once held a gun to his infant son's head. Terrified by his own instability, he left soon after, fearing he might harm his wife and child. In the years that followed, Norman drifted in and out of psychiatric institutions and eventually lost all contact with his family. Sean was raised in southern Louisiana by his mother, with help from his paternal grandparents. Yvonne worked full-time at a local television station and affectionately referred to her son as her little blue-eyed angel. By all accounts, Sean appeared to be a quiet, well-mannered child with average grades, a fondness for model cars, and an easy rapport with his peers. When Sean was 10 years old, he and his mother relocated to another neighborhood nearby. Some of their new neighbors noticed that Sean could be a bit rough when playing with other children. The two lived in a modest ranch-style home in a quiet, middle-class area. Sean attended Catholic schools where he met one of his closest friends, John Green. John described him as intelligent, respectful toward adults, and often quite funny. By 8th grade, another boy, John Roses, joined their small circle of friends. The group spent much of their free time together, going to the movies, hanging out at the mall, or visiting each other's homes. As the boys grew older, they occasionally got into minor trouble. During one phase, they experimented with Satanism, drawn more by the thrill and fear it evoked than by genuine belief. They also began smoking marijuana, which Sean seemed to enjoy more enthusiastically than the others. During his teenage years, Sean's violent tendencies began to surface more clearly, marked by recurring episodes of uncontrollable anger. One night, around 3 in the morning, a neighbor named Caroline was startled by loud banging outside. When she looked out the window, she saw Sean furiously attacking a set of trash cans in her yard. On another occasion, he confided in a neighbor about his frustration over not having a girlfriend. Caroline later described him as an angry young man prone to sudden fits of rage, a side of Sean his mother never witnessed. At 17, Sean experienced a major emotional upheaval when his paternal grandfather passed away. The loss led him to reunite with his father for the first time since infancy, marking the beginning of a renewed relationship between the two. Around the same time, Sean began accumulating a minor criminal record, with arrests for offenses such as traffic violations, driving under the influence, possession of marijuana, and contempt of court. At 18, Sean made a discovery that further unsettled him: a collection of photographs belonging to his father that depicted men in sexual acts. This revelation of his father's homosexuality deeply disturbed Sean and strained their fragile relationship. By then, Norman had joined Alcoholics Anonymous in an effort to overcome his addiction. After high school, Sean attended various community technical institutes and juggled low-paying jobs while still living with his mother. One of his main jobs was at a convenience store chain. He eventually graduated from a community school with a degree in computer science. When Sean turned 30, his mother moved to Atlanta for a job offer. Refusing to move with her, Sean stayed behind, living alone for the first time in his mother's house. He soon felt lonely and became so obsessed with pornography that he began neglecting his jobs. His mother continued to send him money to help with financial difficulties. However, he was very angry with her for moving away and would sometimes scream in anger. Neighbors reported that he often lay on the grass at night, shouting loudly at the moon, including obscenities directed at his mother. In 1992, he was caught peeping through a neighbor's window as his obsession with pornography grew. In 1994, he met Terry, a girl who worked in a store, and they began dating. Her best friend introduced them, highlighting their shared interests in science fiction, the TV series Star Trek, and collecting memorabilia. To her, he was like a teddy bear, someone you'd bring home to meet your mother. While Terry didn't find Sean extraordinary, she valued his kindness and thoughtfulness. The only downside for her was his fondness for drinking. After their first date, a peculiar incident occurred. During an argument, Terry slapped him and Sean started crying. She immediately reassured him that it wouldn't happen again. After overcoming this incident, they established a stable relationship and moved in together into Sean's house a year later. Terry mentioned that Sean didn't believe in sex. He once told her that he had been taught it was something unpleasant and to be avoided. The same year he met his girlfriend, Sean began a crime spree that lasted nearly a decade. This softly spoken, seemingly intelligent man claimed he started killing due to stress. On March 21, 1994, he committed his first murder. He entered the St. James Place, a prestigious retirement home in Baton Rouge located across from where he worked. Around 3 in the morning, he managed to get inside when a nurse left the door unlocked. His victim was Brian, an 82-year-old woman. He attempted to assault her but froze when she screamed as he touched her. Losing control, he silenced her by stabbing and slashing her with a household knife he always carried. The ferocity of the stabs was such that he nearly decapitated the elderly woman. This crime shocked the Baton Rouge community. Meanwhile, Sean's obsession with pornography led him to websites displaying abuse and mutilation of women. He even once showed his girlfriend a picture of a deceased woman from one of these sites. She didn't pay much attention to it and continued their relationship, unaware of the depths of his depravity. Despite the brutality of his first murder, it took another 5 years before Sean killed again, and then the number of victims rapidly increased. He later confessed to a reporter that the pause was because he felt content during that time. On January 4, 1999, Catherine Hall, a 29-year-old prostitute and drug addict living in a state housing project known for drug dealers and prostitution on North Street, became his second victim. She got into his car after he said he wanted her services. Once inside, he restrained her with a plastic zip tie. She tried to escape, but Sean grabbed and stabbed her. He struck her with the knife 16 times in total. After that, he removed her clothes and mutilated her body. Finally, he dumped her body in a secluded area. The next day, a squirrel hunter found her body lying face down on a rural road. For the police, it was a particularly macabre scene. She was positioned in a sort of ballet pose next to a dead-end street sign, a grim and sick joke indicating that the investigators were at a dead end. Months later, in May 1999, came the third victim. Sean began stalking a woman he had seen jogging in the southern metropolitan area of Baton Rouge. Her name was Hardy Schmidt, a 52-year-old married woman with 3 children, well known in her community. She loved running and had once participated in the Boston Marathon. For 3 weeks, Sean drove around the area looking for her. Around 5:30 a.m. on Sunday, May 30th, 1999, he finally saw her jogging along an avenue. Sean hit her with his white Chevy Cavalier as she jogged, knocking her into a ditch. He quickly got out of the car, forced her inside, placed a sturdy plastic zip tie around her neck, and drove to a park on Highland Road, where he assaulted her before killing her. He then put her body in the trunk of his car, where it stayed until 2 days later when he noticed a bad smell coming from the car, prompting him to dump her body in a swamp in a rural parish, far from Baton Rouge. A cyclist eventually found her body. From then on, Sean committed seemingly unconnected murders, which prevented authorities from even realizing they were happening. He mercilessly murdered women by strangling them with a plastic zip tie after assaulting them. He would often cut them up, dismembering them, a dark and utterly evil practice. On November 12, 1999, he claimed his 4th victim, Joyce Williams, a 36-year-old prostitute. He took her to a sugarcane field beside the Mississippi River and strangled her with a plastic zip tie. Then he took her to his house to complete his gruesome ritual. And for the first time, he consumed the human flesh of a victim. After the murder, he left the body in the trunk of his car and went to pick up his girlfriend from work. Later that night, he dumped the body in a secluded area. It was not found until a month later. His next victim was Lillian Robinson, another 52-year-old prostitute whom he attacked in January 2000. He repeated his usual method and took her to his house, but he did not have time to finish because his girlfriend would soon be home from work. However, he did commit necrophilia. He then abandoned her body in the largest swamp in the United States, located in central southern Louisiana. In March, almost 2 months later, the corpse was discovered by some fishermen. In October, 38-year-old prostitute Marilyn Nevels became his next victim. He killed her in the same way as the others, and after bringing the body to his house, he showered with it before leaving it on top of a levee, unhidden about 3 miles from his home near the Mississippi River. The decomposing body was found on October 31st by a man walking in the woods. Sean did not kill again until October 2003, 3 years later, when he took the life of 45-year-old Johnny Mae Williams. He picked up a divorced mother of 3 who was also a prostitute and drug addict. Sean knew her well as she had cleaned his house several times over about 10 years. He took her to a remote area where he beat, abused, and strangled her, then mutilated her body with a knife. He took her hands as a souvenir. He left the body exposed on top of an embankment after positioning it in various poses to take photographs. When it was found, the body was so mutilated that East Baton Rouge's police commented that it was barely recognizable as a human being. Her legs had numerous cuts on the front and back. Despite finding the bodies of his victims, no weapons, witnesses, or current fingerprints were ever found. The police had no leads that could direct them to the killer, which left Sean free to continue his dark deeds. 2 serial criminals were operating in the area. In 2003, after nearly 11 years since his first crime, Sean's luck began to change. On May 27, 2003, Derek Todd Lee, another serial killer active in the Baton Rouge metropolitan area who had taken the lives of 7 women since 1992, was arrested. Sean admired this criminal, even keeping newspaper clippings about his crimes, aspiring to surpass him. With Lee's capture, the police started paying closer attention to unresolved cases involving women. When some of these crimes could not be linked to Derek, investigators began to suspect that another serial killer might have been operating simultaneously. Then, in February 2004, Sean committed what would be his 8th and final murder. He killed 43-year-old Donna Bennett Johnston, who had become a prostitute due to her drug addiction. She was heavily intoxicated, making it easy for him to lure her into his car. He took her to a secluded spot near his house. Unable to defend herself, Donna was abused and then strangled with a plastic zip tie like his previous victims. According to Sean, she became unconscious within seconds and then died. Her last words were, "I can't breathe." After killing her, he placed the body on the grass, removed all her clothes, and mutilated her body horrifically, committing cannibalism and cutting out a butterfly tattoo she had. Donna's body was discovered on February 27, 2004 in a canal south of Louisiana State University. It was, for many, Sean's most gruesome and sordid murder. Crucially, Donna had fought against her attacker, as evidenced by the DNA found under the nails of her right hand. Unfortunately, there was no match in the police records, but it was the same DNA found on two other bodies previously discovered, those of Catherine and Hall and Johnny May Williams. However, a tire print found near Donna's body proved to be Sean's undoing and a stroke of luck for the investigators, who had until then had little to go on in the case. The police established a special task force to thoroughly investigate the deaths of Donna, Johnny, and Catherine, along with other similar unsolved murders. Highly specialized experts were dedicated to this effort. Detectives took photos and made casts of the Goodyear tire tracks, which were fortunately quite distinct. These tracks were linked to a unique set of tires, and Louisiana's State Crime Lab was able to determine their make, model, and type. They further narrowed down the possibilities when they discovered that this particular tire was only manufactured over a 3-year period that ended in 2003. Only 200 of these tires were sold in the Baton Rouge metropolitan area. Local authorities collaborated with Goodyear stores to track down those who had purchased this particular type of tire in the area. Investigators then conducted DNA tests on these individuals, including Sean. The aim was to compare their DNA samples with the evidence found on one of the victims' bodies. On April 28, 2004, it was Sean's turn to provide his DNA sample for the test. He was the 26th person on the list of buyers. A police agent questioned him at his home to request the sample, which Sean provided without any issue. However, his responses raised suspicions. He mentioned knowing Johnny because she had cleaned his house several times. He also explained that his vehicle's tire tracks were found near where Donna's body was discovered because he had stopped there to urinate. Lastly, he made a bizarre comment about finding blood in his car, claiming it was from a time when Johnny had a heavy menstrual period while he was driving her somewhere. The detective was convinced he was dealing with the right man, but had to let him go that night while waiting for the DNA test results. Eventually, the tests confirmed the detective's suspicions. He was indeed the murderer. The following day, April 29, 2004, a special task force returned to the house and arrested Sean for murder. As he was being handcuffed, he looked at Terry and simply said, "I'm sorry." One of the officers approached Terry and asked if she knew she had been living with a serial killer. Her world collapsed that night. Sean had been her partner for 9 years. It was unbelievable what was happening. Later that same day, Sean confessed to his crimes, while the police executed a search warrant at his house, leading to astonishing discoveries. Detectives found 45 digital photographs on his computer that showed the mutilated body of Donna, as well as the corpse in the trunk of his car. They also uncovered photos of other victims. The authorities seized 8 saws, including one for cutting metal, several knives, a machete, plastic zip ties, a 14-inch bayonet, a wooden bludgeon, 6 pocket-sized Playboy magazines, and newspaper clippings about Derek Lee's last victim. One of his computers also contained files on murders and necrophilia. Additionally, several books on both fiction and nonfiction about serial killers were confiscated. Sean confessed to his murders with a mix of pride and sadness for what he had done. He expressed regret for deceiving people, but admitted he would do it again and that if released, he would find someone before nightfall. In May 2004, FBI agents interviewed Sean. His darkest side emerged. During the conversation, he told the officials that he was playing a chess game with them as they investigated each of the crime scenes. He used TV news to strategize his next move and assess whether he was winning the game. He claimed he was the chess master then, and they would never win. His main interest was whether they found the body, where, and in what condition. He then explained to the agents how he used a combination of charm and money to lure his victims into his vehicle. He recounted how the prostitutes loved him because he treated them with respect, like ladies, even though he had no specific plan or agenda on when or where he would kill his next victim. It all depended on when the opportunity presented itself. However, he always paid close attention to when and where to dispose of the bodies. One of the most striking aspects of this case was how Sean successfully hid his double life from his partner. He made sure to pick her up after work, and she never suspected a thing. Once, she noticed a bad smell coming from the trunk of the car, and he told her it was a dead animal that had hit his car. He cleaned the vehicle immediately. Another time, Terry noticed the car's mileage increasing rapidly due to the trips Sean made to find his victims and then dispose of the bodies. However, she only suspected that he might be cheating on her with another woman. Terry had to hear it from Sean himself to believe what the police were saying. She asked him if he did it, and he admitted it and expressed his regret. Sean was charged with his crimes at different times as investigators worked to find evidence that would support his confession to the murders. For example, the police had no idea about the crime committed against Marilyn Nevels. Marilyn had been missing for 4 years, a fact Sean confessed to. Her disappearance had never been reported. Meanwhile, the crime lab continued to search the house for traces of blood, bones, and tissues. This led them to realize that Sean had kept some parts of his dismembered victims' bodies in his house as souvenirs. The photographs helped him relive the murders. It was determined that he had consumed the flesh of his victims, committed necrophilia with the corpses, and even showered with one of the dead bodies and painted the nails of the hands he had mutilated. In the aftermath of Sean's arrest, a friend of Donna, his last victim for over a decade, sent a letter to the criminal. He responded with several letters in which he expressed some remorse for the murders he committed, especially for mutilating the bodies. He mentioned that he didn't talk much with Donna and that sex was not his intention. He described that night as one filled with pure evil, devoid of compassion, faith, mercy, or hope. He blamed his lack of faith and his long-standing hatred towards God. He admitted he didn't really understand what came over him and confessed that even 10 years earlier, he could never have imagined harming anyone. He described it as a mystery why he did those things to the corpse, and something deep in his subconscious told him he needed those macabre actions. He also stated that sometimes he committed the murders without knowing what he was doing. In another part of the letter, he expressed deep regret for killing those women. In the end, he showed repentance and stated he did not want to die, but that was up to the Almighty. He also declared his love for his family, now realizing he truly loved them, that God loved him and he loved God. Donna's friend passed away in 2005 from complications related to AIDS. But before her death, she handed over Sean's letters to the prosecutors, which were used in the trials against him to demonstrate his culpability for the crimes. Initially, Sean was tried for the murder of Joyce Williams. During the trial, Sean's girlfriend testified that he confessed the crime to her because he needed to make things right with God. In 2007, after years of judicial delays, he was sentenced to life imprisonment for that crime. The following year, on July 21, 2008, in a unanimous verdict, he was found guilty of the murders of 3 more of his victims. This moved the trial into the sentencing phase. The defense brought a doctor to the stand who testified that Sean exhibited signs of schizoaffective disorder, arguing that he should not be considered mentally capable. Relatives of the victims also testified. Lauren Williams, the daughter of Johnny Mae Williams, confronted him from the stand and asked why he did it. He shrugged and simply said, "I'm sorry," but she did not believe in his repentance. On July 31st at 3:03 p.m., the jury began deliberations on what Sean's sentence should be. At 5:45 p.m., they returned to the courtroom without having reached an agreement on the prosecution's request for the death penalty. As a result, Sean was sentenced to life imprisonment with hard labor without the possibility of parole. Later in 2013, he was found guilty of second-degree murder and received another life sentence for the deaths of Brian and Hardy Schmidt. He was incarcerated in the Louisiana State Penitentiary, where he remains to this day. No one knows for sure what stirred in Sean's subconscious, and it seems there may never be an answer. But one shocking revelation came when the district attorney questioned him, and he admitted he would have liked to have had relations with his mother. His mother's departure to another city, leaving him on his own, unleashed a rage that no one could have imagined, leading to the most horrifying murders. What's most disturbing is that despite growing up without his father, Sean was a loved child and never showed signs of being capable of such atrocities. Over time, perhaps because he had evaded suspicion for so many years, he began to display the bodies of his victims openly, as if they were his sinister trophies. Moreover, he knew how to choose his victims, hunting for prostitutes, drug addicts, and anyone willing to get into his car, people who had no one to miss them, the outcasts of society. However, he also included at least 2 individuals from better economic backgrounds, which helped him avoid sticking too closely to a single pattern. His confidence in not being caught, thinking he was winning the chess game against the police, underscores the narcissistic, grandiose, and egomaniacal character of this serial killer. The interviews in which he revealed his crimes are chilling, as they showed a man speaking calmly about heinous acts without a tremor in his voice. It seemed as if he wanted to shout it from the rooftops to let everyone know he was pure evil. The victim in this case was around the same age as the case itself when it was solved. Judith Conklin was born in 1938 in North Hollywood, California. Judy, as most people called her, met Fred Nesbitt on a blind date. Fred, in those days, worked as a lifeguard at Newport Beach, and Judy was a bright student who belonged to a tight-knit North Hollywood family. It was love at first sight which led a marriage a year later. Fred and Judy would go on to have 4 kids together. They weren't wealthy, but they were happy. In 1972, the family relocated to Irvine, California, where Fred landed a job at the Paul Monroe Hydraulics of Whittier. He quickly climbed the ranks and was eventually promoted to vice president of sales. Judy decided to stay home with the kids. She dedicated her life to the family. The family was very close. Their weekends were filled with an active outdoor life, most of which they spent on their yacht, called Felicidad IV, a 36-foot-long cabin cruiser. This was their home away from home. The family had had the boat for a long time. They recall cruising the ocean with the children on deck. Felicidad is a Spanish word that translates to happiness. But tragically, that is where their happiness was stripped away. November 26, 1980, was 9:30 in the morning when the phone rang. As Judy's son recalls, the Nesbitts had recently posted an ad in the local newspaper. They had decided to sell their yacht. There was a potential buyer on the other end of the line who wanted to come over and take a look at the boat. They set up a meeting at the Marina Dunes Yacht Anchorage in Newport Beach later in the afternoon. Judy left the house at around 12:30 to meet the potential buyer at 1 p.m. That was the last time she was seen alive. The children were home, enjoying the Thanksgiving break. As the sun began setting, their oldest son Steve, who was 20 years old at the time, was by now a bit worried. It was 7 p.m. when Fred made it back home. By then, Judy had been gone for more than 6 hours. He knew it wasn't like her to be gone for so long. Worried, he headed down to the marina to look for her. Fred thought maybe Judy might have stopped somewhere to pick up a few things, or maybe she wanted to spend some time on the boat before they sold it. Felicidad IV did pack a lot of memories for the family, and letting it go must have been hard for her. Fred walked down to the boat, but the door was locked. Fred unlocked the door and entered. He then headed towards the front of the boat. He found her there, in the sleeping quarters, but to his horror, she was sprawled on the floor covered in blood. She was motionless and unresponsive. Fred frantically tried to feel for her pulse. His own pulse was racing. He could not tell if it was already too late or if she still had a chance. He screamed at the top of his lungs, and thankfully someone heard him. They called an ambulance, but it was in fact too late. The post-mortem report said that she had been violently attacked. There were signs that she was struck in the head 3 times with a heavy blunt object. There were signs of a struggle. As the detectives visualized the events, was apparent that Judy had fought for her life, but her efforts to get away from her attacker were thwarted when he pulled out a small caliber gun and shot her in the head point blank. The only things that were missing were Judy's credit cards, checkbook, and some cash. The yacht was not looted, possibly because the attacker needed to flee quickly after the murder. Judy had no signs of sexual assault. The authorities went with the theory that it was a deal gone wrong. That seemed to be the most plausible scenario. Presumably, there had been some sort of argument about the selling of the yacht which triggered the assault and subsequent murder. They started questioning residents and people who were present in the area during the time of the attack. The suspect wasn't exactly as covert as he should have been. Police were able to get a detailed sketch of the murderer from eyewitnesses. Several people saw the potential buyer, and according to Ruth Mills, a woman who owned a boat docked near Felicidad 4, she claimed to have seen the man up close. That day she had called in a maintenance worker at noon to work on her boat. She mistook the suspect for the serviceman and talked to him for a while, inquiring if he was the man appointed to service her boat. The man said no as he waited for Judy at Newport Beach. She even saw Judy walk over to him and then walk to the boat together. Ruth was a prime witness as she even heard someone screaming, but she didn't think too much about it until she heard the screaming again, followed by a loud sound which sounded like a gunshot. She wasn't the only one who heard it. There were many people in the area that day, and the bay was filled with yachts. There was no way to know where the screams came from. No one alerted the police, and no one suspected that what they heard was someone being murdered. Ruth spotted the suspect walking towards the parking lot and then, shortly after, returning to Felicidad 4. He was calm and nonchalant enough not to raise any concerns. He left shortly after. Everyone knew that had to have been the man who killed Judy. Police took Ruth in to help create a sketch of the suspect. He was described as a white man in his mid-30s with a medium build. He was wearing a pair of aviator sunglasses, a tan jacket, and brown trousers. He was well-groomed with neat short hair. Unfortunately, it was a description that matched a lot of people in the area. Many people submitted tips based on the sketch, but none turned out to be fruitful. Police had gathered evidence and fingerprints from the crime scene, but unfortunately that would not be very useful either. The Nesbitt family had hosted a party on the yacht shortly before the incident, so there were several sets of fingerprints on the boat. The main evidence they had was an unidentified brown hair. Police went on to investigate Judy's background and questioned Fred's colleagues. Everything checked out, and the Nesbitts had maintained a good reputation in the neighborhood and had no enemies. Police continued flipping through the case files to see if there were any similar incidents. From there, they zeroed in on a so-called want-ad rapist who had been notorious in the San Francisco area. There were about 6 cases that were almost identical to this one. A man had raped women after making appointments with them to show him boats for sale, but none of them were killed. And of course, Judy had not been raped. This lead seemed to be promising. Yet when he was called in for questioning, he had an airtight alibi proving that he was nowhere near Newport Beach when the crime took place. He was ruled out as a suspect. The case was going nowhere, and all leads led to dead ends. With more than 200 cases of unsolved murders in Orange County, the Judy Nesbitt case was just one of many. Yet, the police never gave up, nor did the Nesbitt family. In 2002, investigators obtained DNA from the root of the hair. This was entered into the FBI database. But unfortunately, the DNA didn't match anyone. Yet again, they were at a dead end. The evidence was locked up and assigned a case number among many others. 16 years later, in 2018, the DNA was sent out for processing again, this time using brand new techniques and technology. Green Laboratories began processing the DNA using a new extraction technique to expand the DNA profile. This case would go down in history as the first case that used this technology to identify a murderer in the United States. Finally, there was a match. The Newport police finally closed the case after 41 years on the 9th of August, 2021. They had the name of the man who had evaded justice for 38 years. They eventually identified the murderer as Kenneth Elwin Marks through genetic genealogy. The man who responded to the ad and the man who Ruth Mills mistook for a serviceman 4 decades ago. Unfortunately, they were 22 years late. In April 1999, Kenneth Elwin Marks passed away after a long battle with cancer. He was seemingly a normal guy according to those who knew him. No one would have thought that this man would have been involved in the gruesome murder of Judy 19 years earlier. He was only 44 years old when he was buried at the Thomas Cemetery in Bridgeport, Texas. We will never know what really happened that day, or why anyone would take the life of a mother and wife just before Thanksgiving, a holiday that symbolizes family togetherness. Judy Nesbitt was a loving wife and mother who was violently and senselessly ripped from her family. Identifying her killer was all the more bittersweet after learning he would never face justice, at least not here on Earth. Newport Beach Police Chief John T. Lewis was quoted as saying, "This is a case that has hung heavy in the hearts of our community, our department, and the Nesbitt family." He added, "Kenneth Marks has passed away, but he no longer gets to hold the secret of his deeds." Through incredible advances in technology and the tireless dedication of these investigators, we now have some closure for all who knew and loved Judy Nesbitt. Do you think this is a case of deal gone wrong? Do you think Fred would have faced the same fate had he gone instead of Judy to finalize the deal? Case of Chris Watts. Shannon Razukzek and Christopher Watts, both from North Carolina, met in 2012. Shannon was from Aberdeen, and Chris was from Spring Lake. They tied the knot on November 3, 2012, but not everyone was thrilled about their union. Chris' parents, Cindy and Ronnie Watts, didn't attend the wedding, with Cindy later explaining that she didn't get along with Shannon and didn't like how she treated her son. A year after getting married, Shannon and Chris moved to Frederick, Colorado, marking a fresh start in their lives. They were excited to start a family and eventually welcomed two daughters, Bella Marie, born on December 17, 2013, and Celeste Catherine, Cece, born on July 17, 2015. Shannon had been diagnosed with lupus, a chronic autoimmune disease, at a young age. Despite the challenges this presented for getting pregnant, Shannon defied the odds and became a mother twice. She was known for her kindness, compassion, and positivity, and was determined to create a happy life for herself and her family. Shannon was a loving and exceptional mother, and her vibrant personality drew people to her. Every morning, she would send her friends heartfelt texts that read, "Good morning, beautiful," making them feel cherished and uplifted. Her daughters, Bella and Cece, were the center of her universe, and she devoted herself to nurturing and supporting them. Shannon was active on social media, sharing videos that offered a glimpse into her daily life and that of her daughters. Her friends and family cherished these videos, which showcased her warm personality. In many of these videos, Shannon expressed her deep admiration for her husband, Chris, portraying him as a loving husband and father. However, those close to the family found Chris difficult to connect with on a deeper level, as he tended to keep to himself. Despite their reservations, Shannon's family and friends accepted Chris because of her deep love for him. However, the couple was struggling financially, and in June 2015, they filed for bankruptcy due to a heavy mortgage, multiple car payments, loans, medical bills, and significant credit card debt. At the time, Chris worked at Anadarko Petroleum, while Shannon worked at a children's hospital call center. However, by 2016, Shannon had changed careers, becoming a consultant for a multi-level marketing company, selling a nutritional supplement administered through a patch. Shannon loved her job, and it showed. As her coworker Cynthia DeRosette put it, she had a way of making everyone she met feel her positive energy. Despite being happy with her life, Shannon had one wish: to have a baby boy to complete her family with her husband and two daughters. In spring 2018, Shannon got an unexpected but wonderful surprise. She was pregnant again. Overjoyed and excited, she wanted to capture her husband Chris's reaction, so she planned to surprise him on May 28th with the news. Further tests confirmed Shannon was having a baby boy. Shannon and Chris chose the name Nico for their new baby. When they told their daughters Bella and Cece they would be big sisters, the girls were happy. In the summer of 2018, when Shannon was pregnant with Nico, she visited her family in North Carolina while Chris stayed behind in Colorado for work. Shannon took her daughters, Bella and Cece, to visit Chris's parents, Cindy and Ronnie, despite having a strained relationship with them. During the visit, Cindy prepared a snack for Cece without considering Shanann's prior warning about Cece's severe nut allergy. As a result, the snack contained peanuts, which put Cece's life in danger. Shanann was deeply disturbed by this incident, feeling that Cindy had recklessly disregarded her granddaughter's safety. Shanann expressed her outrage and disappointment in a text message to Chris, accusing his mother of intentionally trying to provoke her by putting Cece's life at risk. She urged Chris to confront his father about Cindy's behavior, implying that if Chris didn't take action, it would suggest he was complicit in his mother's harmful actions and that Shanann's concerns for her children's safety were justified. While Shanann was visiting her family in North Carolina, she noticed a sudden change in Chris's communication style. He stopped responding to her messages and calls, leaving her confused and concerned. When she asked him what was going on, Chris explained that he had taken on more responsibilities at work due to the arrival of new employees, but reassured her that everything was fine. A week later, Chris flew to North Carolina to spend time with Shanann and their two daughters, Bella and Cece. The girls were excited to see their father and ran to hug him as soon as he arrived. Chris was enthusiastic in his greeting, scooping them up in a tight hug. However, his greeting to Shanann was noticeably colder. Instead of a kiss, he simply nodded at her. Shanann felt hurt and surprised by Chris's distant behavior, and she couldn't help but confide in a friend about her growing concerns through a text message. Shanann felt like she was living with a stranger, not the man she married. She was saddened and confused by the change in Chris. When they were in the same room, he refused to talk to her, and instead, they communicated through their phones. Shanann sent a heartbreaking text to her friend, explaining the situation, and even shared a photo of them sitting on separate couches, facing away from each other. Shanann suspected that Chris might be interested in someone else, which shocked her friend. However, her friend disagreed, saying that Chris loved Shanann too much to do that. But Shanann was devastated because Chris had told her that he no longer thought they were compatible. This was a huge surprise to Shanann, who had always believed their love was strong. Chris had confessed to Shanann that he had hoped getting her pregnant would change his feelings, but it didn't. Shanann was devastated to hear this, as she treasured their relationship and thought their love could overcome any obstacle. Desperate to save her family, Shanann proposed that they attend couples counseling to work through their issues. However, Chris refused. Shanann was willing to do whatever it took to rescue their relationship, but she realized Chris was not willing to meet her halfway. Despite her best efforts, Shanann came to understand that Chris was unwilling to compromise on anything. After their return to Colorado from North Carolina, the family settled back into their routine. However, Shanann soon left for another business trip, this time to Arizona. During her trip to Arizona, Shanann's friends noticed a change in her behavior. She seemed confused, distressed, and not her usual cheerful self. One evening, while they were all in their hotel room, Shanann opened up to her friends about her concerns. She told them that Chris had expressed doubts about their relationship and refused to go to couples therapy. On August 11th, while Shanann was still in Arizona, she received a notification on her phone about a restaurant charge on her and Chris's account. The amount of the charge raised her suspicions, and she wondered if Chris was having dinner with someone else. This made her feel uneasy and doubtful. When Shanann returned home from her trip on August 13th, her friend Nicole Atkinson drove her home. Their doorbell camera captured Shanann entering her house at around 1:48 a.m. The next morning, Shanann's friends became worried when they didn't receive their usual good morning messages from her. They knew she had an important doctor's appointment at 9:30 a.m. and were concerned that something might be wrong. When Shanann missed a 12:30 p.m. business meeting, her close friend Nicole Atkinson became alarmed. As the day went by with no word from Shanann, Nicole's concern grew. She sensed something was off. Feeling a strong urge to act, Nicole drove to Shanann's house. As she arrived, she felt a knot in her stomach. Shanann's van was parked in the garage and her daily shoes sat by the front door. Nicole knocked on the front door, hoping Shanann would emerge, explaining that she had overslept after her flight the previous day. But there was no response. One of Shannon's friends contacted her husband Chris, telling him they couldn't reach her. Chris reassured them, thinking Shannon might have taken their daughters to a friend's house. Shannon's friends were puzzled by Chris' response because they had all been in touch with each other, and none of them knew where Shannon was. She had no plans to meet up with any of them. As a result, her friends told Chris they planned to contact the Frederick Police Department to report Sean and their daughters, Bella and Cece, as missing. However, Chris did not want to involve the police. One of Shannon's friends, Nicole, was so worried that she went ahead and called 911 to report the three missing. After Nicole's call, the police officer from the Frederick Police Department arrived at the Watts home. The officer's body cam footage showed Nicole's distress as she explained what she knew about Sean and her daughters. When Chris arrived, he approached the officer, but unlike Nicole, he did not appear to be very concerned, despite his wife and daughters being missing. During a search of Sean and Chris's home, the officer found Shannon's purse, which contained her medication, and that of her two daughters. This finding concerned Shannon's friend Nicole, but Chris, her husband, remained unusually calm. The officer also discovered Shannon's wedding pants on the bedside table. Afterwards, the officer and Chris went to a neighbor's house to review the footage from their security camera. The camera captured footage of Chris's driveway and garage, showing him opening the garage door, moving around and leaving the house at 5:28 a.m. When Chris watched the footage with the police, his behavior changed. He became nervous and fidgety, which didn't go unnoticed by his neighbor, who suggested to the officer that Chris wasn't acting normal. Chris's reluctance to search for his wife and daughters, Bella and Cece, raised concerns among Shannon's friends, who found it incomprehensible that he wasn't worried about their disappearance. As the investigation unfolded, the police canvassed the neighborhood, asking residents if they had seen Sean or anything unusual. The FBI and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation joined the search the next day, along with the Boulder Police Department's cadaver dogs, which searched the property and inside the house. During the search, an officer handling a cadaver dog commented that the house smelled of cleaning products and seemed unusually clean. The officer's suspicions were raised by a comment, leading them to inspect the cleanliness of the home more closely. The presence of cleaning products hinted that someone might have tried to hide evidence or erase potential clues. While his house was being searched, Chris gave an interview to 2 Denver news stations outside his residence. During the interview, Chris claimed that he and Sean hadn't argued before she left, but he did mention they had an emotional conversation, appealed to whoever was holding his family, begging for their return and expressing his desire to be reunited with them. He emphasized that his house felt empty without them, but his behavior during the interview raised concerns. Chris appeared cold and unemotional, which surprised those who knew him. Shannon's friends, who watched the interview, were disgusted by Chris' nonchalant demeanor, finding it strange and contradictory to his plea for his family's return. On August 14th, Special Agent Coda conducted an interview with Chris. During the conversation, Chris suggested that Sean might have taken the girls to a friend's house to unwind. Meanwhile, the police station received a flood of tips about possible sightings of Sean and the girls. The department received various photos, which Chris was asked to review, to see if he could identify his missing wife and daughters. However, he was unable to provide any identifications. Agent Coda also asked Chris about his marriage to Sean during the interview. Chris claimed that he had never been unfaithful to Sean and to the best of his knowledge, she had never been unfaithful to him either. He explained that they were the type of couple who would confide in each other if they ever felt tempted to stray. One notable aspect of Chris's behavior during the interview caught Agent Coda's attention. Chris frequently made hand movements towards his neck. Agent Coda's intuition was growing stronger, suggesting the movements might be pointing to a more sinister truth. During the interview, Agent Coda stepped out briefly to share his concerns with the other officers, suspecting Chris might have strangled Sean. As the hours ticked by with no sign of Sean and her daughters, the loved one's anxiety turned to desperation. Despite their fears for Shannon's safety, they held onto the glimmer of hope that Bella and Cece might still be alive. The lack of updates from the authorities only added to their distress. After a 3-hour interrogation, Chris was released from the police department, but the police instructed him to return the next day, August 15th, for a polygraph test. Here's what happened. Chris agreed to take a polygraph test to help with the investigation into his family's disappearance. On August 15th, Chris picked up his father from the airport and went to the Frederick Police Department, where Tammy Lee from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation administered the test. During the test, Chris denied any involvement in his family's disappearance and claimed not to know where his wife, Shannon, was. However, the results of the test were not in Chris's favor. This led the detectives to strongly suspect that Chris was responsible for the deaths of his wife and daughters. Tammy Lee, a highly skilled polygrapher, confronted Chris about the test results. Chris admitted that he had caused Sean an emotional pain, but denied physically harming her. He also confessed to having an affair with a coworker named Nicole Kessinger, which he deeply regretted. Despite his confessions, Chris still denied any involvement in his family's disappearance. At one point, he asked to have his father, Ronnie, present during the interview. The officers were hesitant, worried that this might lead Chris to ask for a lawyer. Chris Watt's father was allowed to accompany him in the interrogation room, a risky move that detectives hoped would prompt Chris to confess. And it worked. Chris admitted to killing Sean and claimed he did so because she had harmed their daughters, Bella and Cece. However, this excuse was immediately met with skepticism by Shanann's friends, who knew she would never hurt her children. In fact, Shanann was eagerly awaiting the birth of her third child, a son named Nico. During the interrogation, Chris disclosed the location of Shanann's body, which he had buried in a shallow grave at one of his work sites. He also revealed that he had disposed of his daughters' bodies in oil tanks. Despite this, Chris continued to deny any involvement in their deaths. Even after being arrested and taken into custody, the detectives never believed Sean and was responsible for harming her daughters. In the end, Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. At the sentencing hearing for Chris, the judge expressed outrage over the brutal crime Chris had committed, calling it the most inhumane and vicious one he had seen in his entire career of handling thousands of cases. Years later, Chris confessed to murdering his wife Sean and in their bed. According to Chris, he strangled her after she discovered his infidelity and threatened to take their daughters away. Chris then put Shanann's body in his truck and drove to his work site with their two daughters. Tragically, Chris admitted to killing his daughters one by one at the site, with one daughter forced to witness the murder of her sister before meeting the same fate. Sylvia Marie Likens was born on January 3, 1949 in Lebanon, Indiana, USA. She was the third of 5 children born to carnival workers Lester Likens and his wife, Betty Likens, formerly Grimes, when she was single. Sylvia grew up between 2 sets of twins, Daniel and Diana, who were 2 years older, and Benny and Jenny, who were a year younger. Her little sister Jenny had polio, which weakened one of her legs significantly, causing her to limp noticeably. She had to wear a steel brace on her leg to help her walk. Her parents, Lester and Betty, had a rocky marriage. They often sold candy, beer, and soft drinks at carnival booths throughout Indiana all summer long, constantly moving and frequently facing serious financial difficulties. The Likens children sometimes traveled with them to help out, but Sylvia and Jenny often stayed with relatives, mostly with their grandmother. This arrangement not only kept the young girls safe, but also allowed them to continue their education more steadily. From a young age, Sylvia took on babysitting and did errands for neighbors and friends. She also did household chores like ironing clothes, earning a little bit of money to buy things for herself. She often shared her earnings with her mom. Those who knew her said, Sylvia was a friendly, confident, and charming girl. She had long, wavy, light brown hair that fell just below her shoulders. Her friends called her Cookie. Despite her vibrant personality, Sylvia was self-conscious about her smile because she was missing a front tooth, which she lost while playing with one of her brothers as a child. She loved music, especially the Beatles, and was very protective of her younger sister Jenny. Jenny was much shyer and less secure. The sisters often visited a local skating rink where Sylvia would help Jenny skate, holding her hand as Jenny relied heavily on her stronger leg. In June 1965, Sylvia and Jenny Likens were living with their parents in Indianapolis. The following month, their mother was arrested and later jailed for theft. Shortly thereafter, Lester arranged for his younger daughters to stay with Gertrude Banaszewski, a mother of two girls, Paula and Stephanie, whom the Likens sisters had met at Arsenal Technical High School. Gertrude assured Lester that she would look after the girls as if they were her own until his return. A little after the 4th of July celebrations, the Likens sisters moved to 3850 East New York Street while their father, older brothers, and later their mother went to the East Coast with the carnival. The deal with Gertrude was that she would receive $20 a week in exchange for hosting Sylvia and Jenny and taking care of them until they returned in November. Initially, everything at the Banaszewski home seemed normal. Sylvia got along well with Stephanie, singing along to pop records and willingly helping with household chores. The Likens sisters regularly attended Sunday school with the other Banaszewski children, and the pastor praised Sylvia's kindness and respect for sacred matters. Although Lester had agreed to pay Gertrude, the payment started to arrive late, usually a day or two beyond the scheduled dates. However, this delay soon began to irritate Gertrude. Out of frustration, she started mistreating the girls, beginning with spanking them on their bare buttocks with various instruments, such as a 1/4 inch thick paddle, making statements such as, "Well, I took care of you two little bitches for a week for nothing." As the payment delays became more frequent, the beatings and mistreatment escalated. On one occasion, both girls were hit about 15 times on the back with the paddle after Paula accused them of eating too much at a church dinner they had attended with the other children. It had only been a month since they had been staying with the Banaszewski family, and it was now the end of August. By that time, Gertrude had begun to focus all her frustration and abuse almost exclusively on Sylvia. Some speculated that jealousy might have been the driving factor, as Sylvia was not only beautiful, but also had her whole life ahead of her. As the days went by, the abuse and mistreatment escalated. In addition to more frequent beatings, the sisters, particularly Sylvia, were starved. Often they were only given leftovers or spoiled food from the trash cans. On one occasion, Sylvia was accused of stealing candies, though she had actually bought them. Another time, she was publicly humiliated. Sylvia claimed she had a boyfriend in Long Beach, whom she had met in the spring when her family lived in California. As she shared stories about those days with Stephanie and Jenny, Sylvia mentioned that once she had snuggled under the covers with her boyfriend. Hearing this, Gertrude asked, "Why did you do that, Sylvia?" Sylvia shrugged and replied, "I don't know," and shrugged. A few days later, Gertrude brought up the topic again, suggesting mockingly, "Your stomach seems to be getting bigger, Sylvia. Looks like you might be having a baby." Sylvia thought it was a joke and responded, "Yeah, it must be getting big then." The abuse escalated. Gertrude repeatedly brought up Sylvia's interactions with boys, insinuating that any contact would surely lead to pregnancy. Suddenly, one day she kicked Sylvia in the genitals. Paula, one of Gertrude's daughters who was overweight, 3 months pregnant, and jealous of Sylvia's looks, joined in the attack. She pulled Sylvia from her chair to the kitchen floor and yelled, "You're not fit to sit in a chair." On another occasion, while the family was having dinner, Gertrude, Paula, and a neighborhood boy named Randy Gordon Lepper forced Sylvia to eat a hot dog overloaded with mustard, ketchup, and other spices. Naturally, Sylvia vomited, and they cruelly made her swallow what she had thrown up. Exhausted from all the abuse, Sylvia apparently spread a rumor at school accusing Stephanie and Paula of prostitution. One day, a boy made propositions to Stephanie at school, mentioning Sylvia had started the rumor. When they got home from school, Stephanie confronted Sylvia, who admitted to starting the rumor. In retaliation, Stephanie punched Sylvia hard. Sylvia, crying, apologized, and Stephanie also started crying. Randolph Hubbard, 15, Stephanie's boyfriend, learned about the incident and the rumors and brutally attacked Sylvia. He slapped her, slammed her head against the wall, and then threw her down on the floor. Gertrude also joined in, repeatedly using the paddle to beat Sylvia. Every day at the Banaszewski residence was a nightmare, with the episodes of violence only worsening. On one occasion, Paula punched Sylvia in the face with such force that she fractured her own wrist, focusing all her blows on Sylvia's mouth and eyes. Later, Paula used the cast on her arm to hit Sylvia even harder. But the violence wasn't just physical. The Lycan sisters were also subjected to verbal and psychological abuse. On one occasion, Gertrude accused Sylvia of being promiscuous and engaging in prostitution. She delivered a lengthy tirade about the filth of prostitution and the degradation of women in general. Afterwards, she forced young Jenny to hit her own older sister, threatening that if she didn't comply, she would suffer the same fate as Sylvia. The assaults on the Lycans girls didn't only come from the Banaszewski family. Coy Hubbard and several of his classmates frequently visited Gertrude's home and tormented Sylvia both physically and verbally. Often Gertrude's own children and even Gertrude herself would join in to inflict harm on Sylvia. The neighborhood children routinely beat Sylvia. Sometimes they used her as a practice dummy in violent judo sessions, sawing her body, burning her skin with burning sticks. They went so far as to severely injure little Sylvia's genitals. To entertain Gertrude and her teenage accomplices, Sylvia was forced to undress in the living room and masturbate with a bottle. Afterwards, Gertrude would tell everyone that this act of humiliation was to show Jenny what kind of girl her sister was. Over time, Gertrude banned Sylvia from attending school after she confessed to stealing a gym suit from school. She had only taken it because Gertrude refused to buy her clothes. This not only disrupted her education, but also led to severe punishment. Gertrude repeatedly beat Sylvia with a 7-centimeter wide police belt. Gertrude shifted the conversation to the evils of premarital sex and then brutally kicked Lycans in the genitals. During this attack, Stephanie came to Lycan's defense, shouting, "She didn't do anything." Gertrude continued her torment by burning Lycan's fingertips with matches before further whipping her. A few days later, Gertrude again used the police belt to repeatedly whip Jenny after she reportedly stole a single tennis shoe from school to wear on her stronger foot. Due to the increasing frequency and brutality of the torture and mistreatment, Sylvia gradually became incontinent. She was denied access to the bathroom and was forced to wet herself as a form of punishment for her incontinence. On October 6, 1965, Gertrude threw Sylvia Lycans into the basement and tied her up. She often kept Sylvia naked, barely fed her, and frequently denied her water. Sylvia was almost always tied to the stair railing in the basement, with her feet barely touching the ground. The Banaszewski family occasionally paused their physical and mental torment to watch their favorite TV shows. They even involved neighborhood boys who paid 5 cents each to see Sylvia's body displayed and to participate in humiliating her, beating her, burning her, and ultimately mutilating her. During her captivity in the basement, Gertrude and her children tied and gagged Sylvia, then placed her in a bathtub filled with scalding water. They proceeded to rub salt into her wounds. Shortly after this incident, the father of a neighborhood boy named Michael John Monroe anonymously called Arsenal School to report that a girl with open sores all over her body was living at the Banaszewski house. Since Sylvia had not attended school for several days, a school nurse visited Gertrude's address to investigate. Gertrude told the nurse that Sylvia had run away from home the previous week and that she did not know her whereabouts. She added that Sylvia was out of control and that her open sores were the result of her refusal to maintain personal hygiene. Gertrude also claimed that Sylvia was a bad influence on both her own children and her sister. The school did not conduct any further investigations into Sylvia's whereabouts or well-being. In mid-October, John Banaszewski Jr. cruelly tormented Sylvia by offering her a plate of soup and swiftly pulling it away as she tried to eat with her hands. By then, Sylvia was already suffering from extreme malnutrition. That day, Gertrude Banaszewski allowed Sylvia to sleep upstairs, but only on the condition that she did not wet the bed. At night, Sylvia quietly asked Jenny to give her a glass of water in secret before she went to sleep. The next morning, Gertrude discovered that the girl had peed herself. As punishment, she was once again forced to masturbate using a glass bottle in the presence of the Banaszewski children. Shortly thereafter, Gertrude shouted for Lycans to return to the kitchen, then ordered her to strip naked before proclaiming to her, "You have branded my daughters. Now I'm going to brand you." She began carving the words, "I'm a prostitute and proud of it," onto Lycan's abdomen with a heated needle. When Gertrude was unable to complete the markings, she instructed one of the neighborhood kids, 14-year-old Richard Dean Hobbs, to finish etching the words into Lycan's flesh as she took Jenny to a nearby grocery store. In what Hobbs would later insist were short, light etchings, he continued to brand the text into Lycan's abdomen as she clenched her teeth and moaned. Richard, like 10-year-old Shirley, took Sylvia to the basement, where they each proceeded to use an anchor bolt in an attempt to burn the letter S beneath Lycan's left breast. Although they applied one section of the loop backwards, and this deep burn scar would resemble the number 3. On that grim night, enduring terrible abuse, Sylvia told her sister Jenny, "I know you don't want me to die, but I'm going to die. I'm sure of it." The next day, Gertrude woke Sylvia and forced her to write a letter while dictating its contents. The plan was sinister. They intended to deceive the Lycan's parents into believing that Sylvia had run away from the Banishevsky residence. The content of this letter was intended to frame a group of anonymous local boys for extensively abusing and mutilating Lycan's after she had initially agreed to engage in sexual relations with them before they inflicted the extreme abuse and torture upon her body. After Lycan's had written this letter, Gertrude finished formulating her plan to have John Jr. and Jenny blindfold Sylvia, then take her to a nearby wooded area known as Jimmy's Forest and leave her there to die. Sylvia was once again tied to the stair railing in the basement. Gertrude offered her cookies to eat, but Sylvia refused them, saying, "Give them to the dog. I don't want them." In response, Gertrude forcefully stuffed the cookies into Sylvia's mouth, and she and John began to beat her, focusing on her stomach. On the morning of October 26th, Sylvia was unable to speak intelligibly or coordinate her limb movements properly. Gertrude took her to the kitchen, leaned her against the wall, and tried to feed her a donut and a glass of milk, but Sylvia couldn't hold the glass properly. Frustrated, Gertrude threw Sylvia to the floor and then returned her to the basement. Soon after, Sylvia became delirious, moaning and muttering repeatedly. When Paula asked Sylvia to recite the English alphabet, Sylvia could not get past the first 4 letters or get up from the floor. That afternoon, several of the neighborhood tormentors gathered in the basement. Sylvia flailed her arms in an apparent attempt to point out the faces of the tormentors she recognized, shouting names like, "You're Ricky and you're Gertie." Minutes later, Sylvia tried unsuccessfully to bite into a rotten pear she was given, saying she couldn't feel her teeth. Hearing this, Jenny reminded her, "Don't you remember, Sylvia? Your front tooth fell out when you were 7 years old." Exhausted from all the abuse and certain she would die there, Sylvia desperately tried to escape the basement but collapsed without the strength to make it up the stairs. This attempt was met with the harshest of punishments. Gertrude struck Sylvia's head with excessive violence. Sylvia lost consciousness and Gertrude just stood by, watching her for a while. Shortly after, at 5:30 p.m., Richard Hobbs returned to the Banishevsky residence and immediately went to the basement. He found Stephanie crying and embracing Sylvia's emaciated and lacerated body after their mother had ordered her to clean Sylvia's body. Stephanie and Richard then decided to give Sylvia a warm, soapy bath and dress her in clean clothes. They laid her on a mattress in one of the bedrooms. Sylvia murmured her last wish, hoping her father would be with her, or at least that she could be taken home. After enduring severe punishment and weakened from lack of food, Sylvia finally succumbed to her injuries and died. When Stephanie realized Sylvia wasn't breathing, she tried to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, while Gertrude repeatedly screamed at the children in the house that Sylvia was faking her death. Initially, Gertrude hit Sylvia's body with a book, yelling at her that she was lying and pretending in an attempt to wake her. Soon, in a panic, Gertrude told Richard Hobbs to call the police from a nearby payphone. When the police arrived at their address around 6:30 p.m., Gertrude led the officers to the bedroom. She showed them Sylvia's extensively beaten and mutilated body lying on a dirty mattress. She then handed them the letter that Sylvia had been forced to write. Gertrude also claimed that she had been caring for the young girl for an hour or more before her death, after having applied antiseptic to Sylvia's wounds in a futile attempt at first aid. She told the police that Sylvia had run away from home with several teenagers before returning to her house that afternoon, bare-chested and with the note in her hands. Holding a Bible, Paula, having declared to everyone in the house that Sylvia's death was meant to happen, looked at Jenny and calmly said, "If you want to live with us, Jenny, we'll treat you like our own sister." Following instructions she had received before the police arrived, Jenny recited the rehearsed version of the events leading up to Sylvia's death before whispering to the officers to take them away and that she would tell them everything. The formal statement provided by Jenny Likens led to the arrest of Gertrude, Paula, Stephanie, and John Jr. Baniszewski on suspicion of Sylvia's murder just hours after her body was discovered. The same day, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs were also arrested and charged with the same crimes. The three older Baniszewski children, along with Coy Hubbard, were placed in a nearby juvenile detention center. The younger Baniszewski children and Richard Hobbs were held at the Indianapolis Child Guardians Home. All were detained without bail pending trial. Initially, Gertrude denied any involvement in Sylvia Likens' death, though just a day into her detention, she confessed to knowing the children and acknowledged that her daughter Paula and Coy Hubbard had physically and emotionally abused Sylvia. Gertrude also admitted to forcing the girl to sleep in the basement on approximately 3 occasions when she had wet the bed. She became evasive when an officer suggested that the probable reasons for Sylvia's incontinence were her mental distress and kidney injuries. Paula, showing no remorse, signed a statement admitting she had repeatedly beaten Sylvia. She also confessed to an incident where Sylvia's wrist was fractured and admitted to other acts of brutality, such as pushing her down the basement stairs 2 or 3 times. John Jr. confessed to whipping Sylvia once and often used his fists to abuse her. He admitted to burning Sylvia with matches on several occasions and added that his mother had repeatedly burned the girl with cigarettes. The autopsy of Sylvia Likens' body revealed she had suffered over 150 separate injuries across her body and was extremely emaciated at the time of her death. The injuries varied in location, nature, severity, and healing stage. They included burns, severe bruises, and extensive damage to muscles and nerves. Her vaginal cavity was swollen and nearly closed, though an examination determined her hymen was still intact, debunking Gertrude's claims that Sylvia had been 3 months pregnant and the accusations of prostitution and promiscuity. The official cause of Sylvia Marie Likens' death was identified as subdural hematoma, resulting from a strong blow to the right side of her head. The shock she suffered, primarily due to severe and prolonged damage to her skin and subcutaneous tissue, as well as chronic malnutrition, were also noted by the doctor in relation to Sylvia's death. Rigor mortis had fully developed by the time her body was discovered, indicating that Sylvia could have been dead for up to 8 hours before she was found. Although the autopsy doctor noted that Sylvia had been bathed recently, possibly post-mortem, this action could have accelerated the loss of body temperature and therefore the onset of rigor mortis. Gertrude Baniszewski, her eldest daughter Paula, her son John, and 2 neighborhood youths, Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs, were tried and convicted in May 1966 for the neglect, torture, and murder of Sylvia Likens. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Gertrude Baniszewski guilty of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life imprisonment but was paroled in 1985. Paula was found guilty of second-degree murder and was released in 1972. Hobbs, Hubbard, and John were found guilty of manslaughter and spent less than 2 years in the Indiana Reformatory before being granted parole on February 27, 1968. The citizens of Indiana consider the torture and murder of Sylvia Likens the worst crime ever committed in their state, and a lead investigator from the Indiana Police Department has described it as the most sadistic case he investigated in his 35 years of service. Sylvia died on October 26th in Indianapolis, Indiana, USA. Her parents were supposed to return for her and her sister in November, but Sylvia passed away before their arrival. The Likens sisters were fearful of reporting the increasing incidence of abuse and neglect to family members or adults at their school, worried that doing so might worsen their already dire situation. Both sisters feared that speaking out would only worsen their situation. Jenny, the younger sister, struggled against the urge to inform family members because Gertrude had threatened that she would be abused and tortured just as her sister was if she spoke up. Jenny also faced harassment from neighborhood girls, who ridiculed or occasionally beat her whenever she mentioned Sylvia's situation. The closest neighbors of the Baniszewski residence, a middle-aged couple, along with other families in the neighborhood, suspected or had seen signs that the girls were being mistreated, but no one dared to report it to the authorities. Nothing was done to stop the abuse the Lycan sisters were enduring, and no one could rescue them in time from this nightmare. All those involved in her torture and murder were sentenced to prison. Although some of the culprits did not serve their full sentences, they could not escape the scars and the horror they caused, which will follow them for the rest of their lives. Marlon Ochoa Lopez was a 19-year-old Latina mother who was nearly 9 months pregnant with a second child. She went missing on April 23, 2019, in a southwestern suburb of Chicago, United States. The last time she was seen was as she was leaving her school. She was expected to give birth on May 5th and was supposed to pick up her 3-year-old son from daycare, but she never showed up. On the morning of her disappearance at around 10:40 a.m., Marlon texted her husband, saying that she was not feeling well and thought labor might be starting soon. By 6 p.m., Giovanni called his mother-in-law to ask about Marlon's whereabouts because the daycare had called to say no one came to pick up their son. The family initially thought that Marlon might have gone into labor, so her mother and stepfather began calling various hospitals and even visited some in hopes of finding her, but they were unsuccessful. Her mother and husband tried to reach her multiple times through text, but she did not respond. That night, her family went to a Chicago police station to report her missing. The officers there told them they had to wait 24 hours before filing a missing persons report. The next day, on April 24th, they returned to file the report. No immediate alert was issued. They were told that only the husband could file the report. Giovanni subsequently filed the report, but the police did not publicize it until 2 days later. On April 25th, the family received news that a patient with Marlon's name had been admitted for a cesarean section at a hospital. However, upon arriving, they were informed that it had been a mix-up with another patient's name. The family continued to call and visit hospitals in the hope that Marlon was somehow giving birth. At this point, they ruled out the possibility that she had been kidnapped as there had been no ransom calls. Members of Marlon's family and their friends took to social media to seek help. The first clue came when some people sent screenshots to Marlon's mother, Raquel, showing a Facebook mothers group Marlon had recently joined and posted in. Nothing suspicious was found, but all this information was handed over to detectives investigating the case. On the morning of the next day, family members received a call from someone claiming to be part of a cartel. The caller said they had Marlon and had taken her to Mexico, demanding $1,000 for her release before hanging up. The family feared the worst and immediately reported this to the police. Authorities suspected it was likely a scam given the low amount of money requested. Due to the lack of progress in the case, the police finally decided to issue a high-risk missing person alert 72 hours after Marlon's disappearance was initially reported. In the alert, it was mentioned that Marlon Ochoa was 9 months pregnant and was last seen leaving her school. She was last seen wearing gray sweatpants and a maroon blouse with her school's logo. By April 28th, flyers began to circulate throughout the neighborhood, and police started questioning family and friends, including her husband Giovanni, as Marlon's parents suspected he might be involved. Days went by without any leads on her whereabouts, only further steps from people who claimed to have seen her. In desperation and with the lack of progress from the police, the family hired a private investigator who spoke Spanish for 35 hours of work. A press conference was held on May 2nd where her parents pleaded for her safe return, suspecting she might be held against her will. Julia, a former school social worker, mentioned during the conference that investigators should look into Marlon's Facebook group interactions, particularly with a person named Clarissa Figueroa. May 5th, Marlon's due date came and went without any information about her whereabouts. There were suspicions that someone was holding her captive until she gave birth. Hope remained that she would be found. 2 days later, the police began to scrutinize screenshots of Facebook conversations between Marlon and Clarissa Figueroa. They discovered that Marlon had agreed to meet with Clarissa on the day she disappeared to pick up baby clothes and supplies. The police then traced this to an address in Chicago, Illinois. When detectives arrived at the location, they were met by Clarissa's daughter Desiree, who told them that her mother was not home and had recently given birth. The detectives left, but on a nearby street, they found Marlon's Honda Civic parked half a block away from Clarissa's home. The family was notified of this discovery the next day. In another development, Marlon's mother received news that a newborn baby had been found in an alley in the northwest part of the city and was taken to a hospital. They immediately thought it could be Marlon's baby and hoped she was still alive. However, their hopes were short-lived when a detective called the next day to inform them that the baby found was not Marlon's, as the DNA did not match her husband's. Amid the false leads, a man claimed to have seen Marlon begging for money on a street in the center of Chicago. However, when they went there, they found no one, even after combing through the streets. While the family continued their search, Chicago police visited Clarissa Figueroa at the hospital where she claimed to have given birth. The hospital records did show a baby admitted that day, but the infant was in intensive care with no brain activity. Incredibly, the police did not investigate further and took Clarissa's word that she had given birth, even though she showed no physical signs of having recently delivered a baby. The hospital social worker also failed to question her further. By May 9th, a walk was organized to distribute flyers in the area where Marlon's car had been found. Meanwhile, the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services was alerted about suspicions surrounding Clarissa's newborn and took the baby into protective custody. That afternoon, Giovanni Lopez, Marlon's husband, underwent a DNA test to determine if he was the father. Saliva samples were taken from the infant, and hair samples were taken from Marlon's husband for comparison. Despite the lack of progress and communication from the police, an anonymous person contacted the family the next day. This person claimed to have seen Marlon enter Figueroa's home on the day she disappeared and provided the address. When the family relayed this to the police, they were told that without a court-approved warrant, they could not enter the property. On May 12th, further clues emerged in the form of screenshots from a GoFundMe page, apparently set up by the Figueroas to raise money for the newborn, who was on life support. However, due to many previous false leads, the family did not initially pay much attention to this. What they did not know was that they would soon find the answers they had been desperately seeking. It was then that they received the DNA test results, which confirmed that the baby's father was Giovanni Lopez. The Department of Children and Family Services granted custody of the child. While they were relieved to know this, the question remained, where was Marlon? They would find out on May 14, 2019, after providing all the clues to the police and learning that the DNA indeed matched. They obtained a search warrant to enter the Figueroa family's home. Upon arrival, they found Clarissa Figueroa's boyfriend cleaning a carpet with bleach and a hose. He immediately dropped the hose and went inside when he saw the officers. They informed him they had a warrant to search the property in connection to Clarissa Figueroa's alleged involvement in Marlon Ochoa's case. He did not resist and let them in. Inside, they found Clarissa Figueroa and her daughter Desiree. The officers noticed some blood stains and cleaning supplies, but initially, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. However, their attention was caught by a trash can in the corner of the backyard. Upon lifting the lid, they made a gruesome discovery: a woman's body with a cable around her neck and a cross-shaped wound on her abdomen, showing signs of having been pregnant. After the discovery, the family was informed that something terrible had been found and that they needed to be strong. The identity wasn't confirmed yet, so they couldn't say for sure it was Marlon. Initially, the family hoped she might be alive but in grave condition, as they were not informed about the state of the body. All 3 people inside the house were arrested as primary suspects. The body was taken to the county medical examiner's office, which after 15 hours confirmed that it was indeed Marlon Ochoa and the cause of death was strangulation. Marlon's father expressed that they had come to this country to give their daughter a good life, and unfortunately, there are bad people everywhere. He also emphasized that Marlon had a bright future ahead and was continuing her education to provide a better life for her children. On May 17th, the primary suspects were brought to court. Clarissa Figueroa, 46, Desiree Figueroa, 24, and Piotr Bobuk, 40, all pleaded not guilty to the charges. However, the evidence was overwhelming and a 911 call helped reconstruct the entire crime. The tragedy started when Clarissa Figueroa lost her 20-year-old son in 2017 and couldn't cope with his loss. She then began entertaining the idea of having another child. Towards the end of 2018, Clarissa Figueroa began to fake a pregnancy. She posted ultrasounds and pictures of a future baby room on social media and even showed her family an ultrasound that she had taken from the internet. Her daughter Desiree was surprised by this behavior, especially since her 46-year-old mother could no longer have children due to a tubal ligation years prior. Clarissa even confessed to her daughter that she would become a mother again, even if it meant killing for it. Months later, Desiree also became pregnant, and Clarissa decided it was time to have a baby so they could both raise their children together. Clarissa announced her fake pregnancy and joined a Facebook group for expectant mothers. Before Marlon Ochoa disappeared, she posted on Facebook in a group called Help a Sister Out, saying that she needed a double stroller for her 3-year-old and her unborn child. She was willing to buy, trade, or simply accept a donation as she was unemployed at the time. Clarissa responded to her post, offering new baby clothes and other items. On the night of April 23, 2019, Marlon arrived at Clarissa's house in southwest Chicago. She had just left school and drove there. Once inside and seated on the sofa, Clarissa told her to wait while she and Desiree went to fetch the clothes. As Marlon waited, the women went to the kitchen and initiated their terrible plan. Desiree distracted Marlon with photos of Clarissa's deceased son. Clarissa then used a coaxial cable to strangle Marlon. Despite Marlon's resistance, Clarissa overpowered her and yelled at her daughter for not doing her part correctly. After Marlon stopped breathing, Clarissa went to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, a plastic bag, and a blanket. They proceeded to cut open Marlon's abdomen in a cross shape to extract the baby. They cut the umbilical cord and removed the placenta, but the baby was not breathing. In desperation, Clarissa called 911, falsely claiming she had just given birth at home and that the baby was not breathing. She started performing CPR as instructed until the paramedics arrived. The paramedics arrived, and the baby was taken to a hospital with severe brain damage. Hospital staff found it strange that Clarissa showed no signs of having given birth, but didn't question her at the time. Clarissa continued to pose as the baby's mother, even starting a GoFundMe campaign for donations. They named the baby Sander, although his real name was Giovanni Hadiel Lopez. Tragically, he died on June 14, 2019 due to brain death caused by oxygen and blood deprivation. Clarissa Figueroa and her daughter were charged with Marlon Ochoa's murder, while Clarissa's boyfriend was charged with covering up the crime. The family of Marlon expressed outrage at the hospital for not raising questions sooner and felt discriminated against due to their undocumented status. Marlon and her family were originally from Puebla, Mexico. Marlon was born on November 16, 1999, and had moved to the United States when she was 2 years old with her family's hope of a better life, a dream that ended in tragedy. The case of Dalia DiPolito. On a sunny afternoon in Bond Beach, Florida, a man named Muhammad visited the local police department with a shocking story. He claimed that a woman, whom he knew only as Delilah, had approached him with an unusual and disturbing request. Muhammad alleged that Delilah had offered to hire him to commit a murder. While his story seemed plausible, Muhammad failed to provide one crucial detail: Delilah's last name. Despite this limitation, the Bond Beach Police Department took Muhammad's claim seriously and launched an investigation. The detectives were tasked with identifying the mysterious Delilah and determining who her husband was. To gather more information, they decided to use Muhammad as bait to set up a meeting with Delilah. They chose a local mobile gas station as the meeting location, given Muhammad's statement that Delilah lived nearby. At the designated meeting spot, the police set up several surveillance vehicles to monitor the encounter, hoping to gather evidence and piece together the puzzle surrounding Delilah's identity and motives. Before the woman arrived, the detectives briefed Muhammad on what to say to her. They secretly fitted him with a wire and recorder, allowing them to listen in on their conversation as it happened. As they continued to monitor the mobile gas station, the detectives focused on the interaction between Muhammad and a woman named Delilah. What surprised them was Delilah's appearance, which didn't fit the typical profile of someone who would want her husband killed. Delilah, an attractive woman wearing a skirt and tank top, got into the car with Muhammad. Muhammad, pretending to be hesitant, asked if it was worth having someone killed. Delilah replied that she couldn't divorce her husband because she feared he would retaliate if she tried to leave him and divide their assets. The woman told Muhammad that after her husband's murder, she intended to create an alibi by going to a different location, such as Boca Raton. Muhammad then asked her if anyone would suspect her of involvement in her husband's death, and she confidently replied that no one would accuse her. The detectives were stunned by the woman's casual tone, as she discussed hiring a hitman to kill her husband. As they continued to listen, they were horrified by the woman's nonchalant attitude, which made it seem like she was discussing a routine business deal rather than arranging for someone's murder. At one point, she even showed Muhammad photos of her husband, which further revealed her callous disregard for human life. During the conversation, the woman made a stunning admission to Muhammad, revealing that she planned to pay a hitman to kill her husband. This confession was a crucial breakthrough for the detective, as it confirmed the woman's involvement in soliciting a murder. However, the detective knew that to build a stronger case, they needed to gather more evidence. The woman told Muhammad that she would withdraw $1,000 in cash and hand it over to the hitman later. After discussing the plan with Muhammad, the woman left the mobile gas station and drove home. The detectives followed her to gather information about her address. A records check revealed that the address belonged to Dahlia Doe, not Delilah as they had initially thought. With this new information, the detectives ran a background check on the vehicle Dahlia used to meet Muhammad at the gas station. This allowed them to obtain the registered owner's name, which was her husband, Mike Doe. To their friends, Mike and Dahlia seemed like a loving and happy couple. The two had met when Mike was browsing the internet at work, looking for something to do when he was feeling bored. Mike found a website that offered escort services and decided to hire one. This decision would have a profound impact on his life. When the escort arrived, Mike was immediately drawn to her physical attractiveness. He thought she was exceptionally beautiful, and he felt an undeniable attraction between them. As they spent more time together, they quickly developed a strong connection. Effortlessly engaging in friendly conversations over the next few days, Mike and Dahlia's friendship blossomed into a romantic relationship after they spent a weekend together. They quickly realized their feelings for each other went beyond friendship. As a result, they became a committed couple. A few months into their relationship, they stumbled upon an engagement ring store, which led to a conversation about marriage, a topic they had previously discussed. Mike was drawn to the idea of spending his life with Dahlia and decided to purchase a ring, symbolizing his commitment to their future together. Despite their relationship moving quickly, Mike was deeply happy and in love. Before meeting Dahlia, Mike had a troubled past. In 2001, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison in Broward County, Florida, for grand theft, fraud, and false telephone sales. At the time, was struggling with drug addiction and desperation for money, which he later acknowledged was no excuse for his mistakes. Mike served his 2-year sentence and was given 28 years of probation. The court granted Mike a lengthy probation period to give him time to pay back the significant amount of money he owed. However, when Mike returned home, he was unsure of how he would repay the debt. Determined to settle his debt, Mike found a job as a cook at a local restaurant, earning $350 weekly, which was insufficient to make a notable dent in the substantial amount he owed. To improve his financial situation and secure an early release from probation, Mike sought a better-paying job. A friend offered him an office job near his home, allowing him to transition from cooking to email marketing. As Mike and Dahlia started dating, he eventually confided in her about his probation and the limitations it imposed. Mike explained that he required permission to leave the state while on probation. Dahlia, who had a strong desire to travel, expressed her wish to explore the world with Mike. To help Mike become debt-free, Dahlia offered to provide $91,000 if he paid the remaining balance, enabling them to clear the debt and start the life Dahlia had envisioned. Dahlia, a successful real estate agent, was financially stable and able to help her partner Mike pay off his debt and clear his name. Mike consulted his attorney to understand the process, and the attorney advised him to gather the necessary funds to be released from probation. To facilitate the payment, Dahlia and Mike agreed that she would send the money from her Bank of America account to the attorney. Dahlia informed Mike that she had transferred the funds, but when Mike followed up with the attorney, he was told that the payment had not been received. Mike waited a day and then asked Dahlia about the status of the transfer. However, Dahlia insisted that she had sent the money, leaving Mike frustrated and unsure about what was happening. Mike's concern grew, so he contacted his attorney again, only to be told that they still hadn't received anything. Dahlia claimed to have sent the money to the attorney, but couldn't explain the delay. 2 days had passed since the transaction, but the attorney remained without the funds. Mike asked Dahlia for proof of the transaction, needing the receipt to verify the details. However, Dahlia suspected foul play, suggesting the attorney might have stolen the money. She vowed to find the missing sum, while Mike sought to move past the misunderstanding. Meanwhile, a supervisor at the Bond Beach Police Department reached out to Sergeant Whitey Jean for assistance. Sergeant Jean met with a detective working on Dahlia Deo's case. The detective briefed Sergeant Whitey Jean on the case, revealing that Dahlia wanted to hire someone to kill her husband. The detective explained that Dahlia was waiting for a call from the would-be hitman and asked Sergeant Whitey Jean to pretend to be the hitman and arrange a meeting with her. Sergeant Whitey Jean agreed to help with the investigation and took on the role of the hitman. As the hitman, he contacted Dahlia and demanded a $3,000 advance and the key to her house. The detective had requested the key as part of their plan to make Dahlia believe the murder would happen at her home. However, Dahlia was unhappy about the payment demand and called Muhammad, the informant, to express her concerns. During the call, the detective overheard Dahlia's fears and worried that they might have scared her off. They feared that Dahlia might change her mind and find someone else to commit the crime. On August 3, 2009, Dahlia met with Sergeant Whitey Jean, who was posing as a hitman in a CVS parking lot. However, Dahlia didn't bring the agreed-upon payment, which led Sergeant Whitey Jean to warn her that if he had to wait until after the murder to get paid, she would need to give him $7,000 in cash up front. Sergeant Whitey Jean explained to Dahlia that he would plan the staged break-in and murder of her husband Mike on Wednesday morning, taking advantage of the recent robberies in the area. He outlined his plan to make it look like a legitimate break-in, shooting Mike twice in the head to make it appear like a robbery gone wrong. Sergeant Whitey Jean also told Dahlia that he would contact her a few days after the murder, as he knew the police would be closely monitoring her activities in the aftermath of the crime. Sergeant Whitey Jean cautioned Dahlia that the delay was essential to avoid raising suspicions and maintaining the operation's secrecy. During their conversation, he gave her multiple opportunities to withdraw from the murder-for-hire plot. However, Dahlia expressed her unwavering commitment, stating she was 5,000% certain about her decision to have her husband killed. Dahlia provided Sergeant Whitey Jean with crucial details, revealing that her husband, Mike, followed a predictable morning routine, walking the dog at a specific time and leaving the house unlocked. This information was vital to the success of the plan. She also told the sergeant that she would create an alibi by going to the gym during the murder, ensuring her absence from the house when the crime would take place. The sergeant instructed Dahlia to arrive at the gym by 6 a.m. and informed her that he would enter her home at 6:30 a.m. After speaking with Dahlia, Sergeant Whitey Jean was taken aback by her extraordinary cruelty. Having encountered few individuals in his line of work who exhibited a similar level of ruthlessness, the detective wanted to create a fake crime scene at Dahlia and Mike's home to see how Dahlia would react on the day of the alleged hit. To do this, they needed to know Dahlia's whereabouts. At 5:30 a.m., Dahlia told Mike she was going to the gym, which Mike found unusual since she had never gone that early before. However, he didn't think much of it and continued with his morning routine. The detective kept an eye on Dahlia to make sure she went to the gym and went inside. This confirmed that the plan could move forward. But before setting up the fake crime scene, the detective needed to fill Mike Dio in on what was happening. About 30 minutes after Dahlia left for the gym, loud banging noises were heard at Mike and Dahlia's house, prompting Mike to rush to the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to find several police officers standing there. Confused and worried, Mike asked them what was going on. The detective informed Mike that his wife, Dahlia, had tried to hire a hitman to kill him, but the hitman was actually an undercover cop. The entire situation was a setup to look like a murder-for-hire plot. Mike was in shock when the police told him that his wife had hired someone to kill him. The detectives took him to the police station, leaving his home to be staged as a crime scene with fake police tape and lights. The detectives then called Dahlia, telling her that they needed to question her about an incident involving her husband. When she arrived home, she found her house surrounded by police cars and crime scene tape. The detective told her that her husband had been murdered, and she broke down in tears. However, the detective noticed that Dahlia's reaction seemed unusual, as she didn't produce any tears. The detective began questioning Dahlia about suspects, trying to get her to confess to hiring the hitman. Dahlia claimed that her marriage was fine and that Mike's problems with probation and a stock fraud conviction might have led to his murder. Unbeknownst to her, Mike was watching from another room. The detective then revealed that they knew the truth behind the murder and brought in Sergeant Whitey Jean, who Dahlia claimed she didn't know. The detective arrested Dahlia for solicitation of murder, revealing that the hitman was an undercover cop. Mike was given the chance to confront Dahlia, but she refused to admit her guilt. Dahlia's trial took place on April 26, 2011, where Mike testified against her for 3 days. Her defense argued that the entire plot was a publicity stunt for a reality TV show, but Mike denied any involvement. Mike denied any interest in reality TV shows and claimed he had no involvement in Dahlia's alleged plot to kill him. He also stated he had no knowledge of public relations. After the trial, the jury found Dahlia guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder with a firearm, and she was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Mike was relieved by the verdict, but also felt a sense of closure, knowing justice had been served. However, Dahlia's attorneys appealed the conviction, citing a juror's remark about Dahlia poisoning Mike's Starbucks drink, which was not presented as evidence during the trial. The appellate court reversed the conviction, and a second trial was held. Despite the state's confidence in their case, the jury reached a hung verdict, resulting in a mistrial. A third trial was held and Dahlia was again found guilty, this time receiving a 16-year prison sentence. Dahlia's defense team continued to appeal her conviction, but the Florida Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court declined to review her case. Her attorneys planned to file a motion with a federal judge to review the third trial for constitutional violations, which would be their last chance to secure a new trial. Despite her conviction, Dahlia has become a respected figure in prison, leading a Bible study group and earning praise from fellow inmates. She is separated from her young son, who lives with his grandmother, and deeply misses being with him. Thanks for diving into another mystery with us. If you enjoyed unraveling the clues and chasing the truth, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and give us a thumbs up. Your support helps us bring you more thrilling cases and deep dives into the unknown.